Eternal Heart Chapter 1088 to Chapter 1138. The time for the exchange of new disciples approached. The elites of the various powers were in closed-door cultivation, preparing for the event. A portion of them were scouting around for information. In the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's disciple district, many disciples gathered in the Great Hall. They were initially very confident about the exchange of new disciples. After all, Celestial Sect's disciple, Qin Wendian, had yet to return from his mission. Who would have thought that the Celestial Sect's disciple, Qin Yu, would appear and defeat Zhu Xianxia, a senior disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest? Suddenly, a silhouette appeared outside the Great Hall. Zhu Lingyuan is here. The gazes of the crowd turned to look. The man walking toward them was thin and weak, but he was very handsome. His red robe and red hair fluttered in the wind, and his demonic red eyes scanned the crowd. This person was Zhu Lingyuan, the top disciple of the Vermilion Bird Clan's patriarch. His cultivation was at the peak of the star condensation late stage. What happened while I was in closed-door cultivation? Zhu Lingyuan sensed the strange expressions of the crowd and asked calmly. Senior brother Zhu, the exchange of new disciples is about to begin, but a very powerful beauty appeared in the Celestial Sect. I heard that this person is the top disciple of the Celestial Sect. He even defeated senior brother Zhu Xianxia. How terrifying. Xiao walked out and briefly recounted Qin Yu's situation. Zhu Lingyuan's expression turned heavy as his red eyes flickered. Even senior brother Zhu Xianxia was defeated? Is he really a new disciple? Zhu Lingyuan asked. As the top disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, he couldn't help but feel troubled after hearing the news. He was very clear of Zhu Xianxia's strength. If he fought against him, he would have no chance of winning. Senior brother Zhu Xianxia fought against Gung Handong, ranked 83rd on the Sky Marshal ranking before fighting against Qin Yu, a female disciple said. Oh? So that's how it is. It seems like senior brother Zhu Xianxia was heavily injured when fighting against Gung Handong. That's why he lost to a new disciple. Zhu Lingyuan's expression softened. However, he didn't underestimate the new disciple at all. He only said this to prevent others from being too pessimistic. Suddenly, a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest appeared outside the Great Hall. Is there any news? Someone asked. The disciple who had just arrived glanced at Xiao and the others and let out a disdainful harumph. He walked up to Zhu Lingyuan and said, just today, there was news that Xiao and the others. This disciple's voice was very soft, but everyone in the hall heard it clearly. Xiao and his two friends had challenged Qin Yu, but they didn't dare to fight Qin Yu on the Tianwu arena. Instead, they secretly bribed Qin Yu to cancel the challenge. The news spread like wildfire and became the laughingstock of the other three forces. They were all new disciples, but the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest Xiao and the others were in stark contrast to Qin Yu. They had lost all face. Xiao and the other two in the main hall immediately turned deathly pale as they inwardly cursed Qin Yu for being despicable and shameless. Humph, you've really done well. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's face has been completely lost by you. Zhu Lingyuan angrily snorted. The pressure of a sacred beast spread out, causing Xiao and the others to instinctively tremble in fear. Xiao wanted to cry but no tears came out. Who would have thought that his opponent would be so strong? Xiao, you explain this matter to the elders yourself. Zhu Lingyuan coldly snorted, cursing these idiots in his heart. Just as the disciples were discussing countermeasures, Xiao and the others suddenly received an elder's message. It's over. Xiao didn't expect the elders to receive the news so quickly. This time, they had lost all faith in the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. The elders would definitely punish them severely. At the same time, Zhu Lingyuan and the other elite geniuses also received the message. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's elders wanted them to do their best to regain faith in the new disciples' exchange. Zhu Lingyuan's gaze darkened as he watched Xiao and the others leave. These idiots, they've lost all faith for the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. Now, the elders are placing more importance on victory. It looks like we'll have to find some helpers for the new disciples' exchange. Junior sister, I'm also looking for helpers. I wonder if Brother Zhu is interested? A pleasant voice came from outside the main hall. 3 figures slowly walked in. The one in the middle was a girl wearing a green silk robe embroidered with a green dragon pattern. Xianxia? Zhu Lingyuan's gaze focused on her. This girl who suddenly appeared was the Azure Dragon Divine Wood's #1 disciple, Xianxia. On the day of the new disciples' exchange, Jinyu walked out of his cultivation dwelling. I heard that there are no 4-star King Realm experts among the 4 Forces' new disciples. After a few days of seclusion, his condition had reached its peak. His white tiger heaven-splitting claw that was nearing completion, in addition to his 3.5 layers of metal and space profound, just this physique tempering technique alone was enough to deal with the other 3 Forces' elite geniuses. If the exchange was a one-on-one battle, then the #1 position would be taken by him without any hesitation. In a large plaza in the Celestial Sect, the 4 Forces' higher echelons were gathered in 4 different locations. The moment Jinyu arrived, he noticed that the 4 Forces' higher echelons and disciples were all looking at him. An invisible pressure enveloped him from head to toe, especially the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. There were 2 elders from the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest whose eyes were filled with anger, emitting a terrifying pressure. "You, come to me." In the East Pavilion, the Celestial sect leader suddenly spoke. His voice contained a mysterious power, causing the pressure on Jinyu to disappear instantly. "Yes, Master." Jinyu walked over quickly. "The Celestial sect leader has accepted a good disciple." In the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, an old man with a red beard laughed softly. He was one of the elders who emitted a terrifying pressure just now. As the sect leader, Sikong Wanli did not mock the old man with the red beard. Soon, everyone was present. This time, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, Azure Dragon Divine Wood and Wanxiang sect are all here, after a round of pleasantries. "The new disciples' exchange begins now," the Celestial sect leader announced. Boom, in the sky above the plaza, the energy of the space fluctuated and the void distorted. A scene of a different dimension gradually appeared. The 4 Forces will each pick 10 new disciples to enter and fight it out, the Celestial sect leader said. A scholarly old man walked out. Jinyu remembered this elder. He was the one who presided over the new disciples' assessment. Yang Zhen, Sun Tianlong, Jinyu, Lin Tianfeng, the scholarly old man read out 10 names. The other 3 Forces had already decided on their candidates and read out their names. The 4 Forces had a total of 40 people and walked to the center of the plaza. This is an independent space created by Elder Shen, Elder Qi, and the others. In the center of this space, there are 4 flags. The first force to obtain a flag will temporarily be ranked first. Other than that, the force with the most flags will be ranked first. The rules were simple. The 40 of them would enter an independent space and fight for the 4 flags. If the 4 Forces each obtained a flag, they would be ranked according to the time they obtained the flags. If any faction obtained more flags, then the faction with the most number of flags would be ranked first. Indeed, it won't be a one-on-one battle. Jinyu laughed in his heart. The scholarly old man suddenly made his move and outlined a huge array in the void. Inside the array, silver light surged and the energy of the space fluctuated. At a certain moment, after the spatial formation that was created out of thin air stabilized, the elegant old man shouted, "Quickly enter." Swoosh, figures flew into the spatial array and were teleported to the space above everyone's heads. After a violent spatial tremble, Jinyu appeared in another space. He observed his surroundings and found that he was at the edge of this space. In front of him was a boundless plain. This event is fair and open. All of you are now at the edge. Remember 2 things. First, you only have an hour. Second, you can fight at will, but you are not allowed to kill. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. As soon as the voice fell, Jinyu immediately flew out. This was a circular space. Everyone was at the edge. Whoever could reach the center first would undoubtedly have a great advantage. Not only Jinyu, but the others also instantly understood the rules and flew toward the center. Outside, the higher-ups of the 4 factions observed the situation in the space. Although that Jinyu is strong and Zhu Lingyuan might not be his opponent, this event is not a one-on-one battle. Our Vermilion Bird Sky Nest might still be able to get first place. Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's red-bearded old man said. Hehe, Jinyu is only at the peak of the star condensation realm. He might not be Zhu Lingyuan's opponent in terms of speed. However, this is only the first round of the competition. There will still be battles later. This Qinyu is still a big problem. The higher-ups of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest analyzed. Inside the space, everyone was flying toward the center. As time passed, the distance between them got closer. Suddenly, a disciple left the original route. Eh? This is Zhu Lingyuan's idea? Interesting. The red-bearded old man smiled and glanced at the celestial sect leader. The celestial sect leader frowned. Inside the space, there were disciples from Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and Azure Dragon Divine Wood. They used their secret techniques to increase their speed and left the original route, heading straight for Qinyu. It was obvious that the disciples from these two factions had joined forces to deal with Qinyu. They did not hope to defeat Qinyu. They only hoped to delay Qinyu for a while. Inside the space. So, Qinyu was flying at high speed. This space was not big. In less than half an incense's time, he would reach the center. Within the range of his spiritual sense, there were other people who were also heading towards the center. These two people were from Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and Azure Dragon Divine Wood. However, when they discovered Qinyu's tracks, they immediately changed their route and flew towards Qinyu. One of them was a man from Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. He was like a huge firebird, emitting surging flames as he flew across the sky. On the other side, another figure was riding on the head of an azure dragon. When the two saw Qinyu, their gazes turned solemn. The man in the form of a huge firebird flapped his wings, stirring up a shocking firestorm. Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and Azure Dragon Divine Wood are joining forces to stop me? At the beginning, the competition was speed. Whoever reached the center first would have the advantage. These two factions were willing to sacrifice two disciples to stop Qinyu for a while. Good dogs don't block the way. Scram! Qinyu shouted. A good dog doesn't block the way? The two Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and Azure Dragon Divine Tree disciples wanted to refute, but no matter how they refuted, they couldn't help but feel angry. Qinyu, I heard that your strength far surpasses Zhu Lingyuan, Xianxia, Zhu Getao, and the others. Today, I'm here to see if it's true. The man, covered in raging flames, resembling a giant firebird, said. I'll assist you. As for the other azure-robed man, the illusory wood dragon image under his feet materialized and coiled in the sky. With just the two of you? Qinyu's gaze swept over them. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's disciple was a late-stage star condensation cultivator, while the Azure Dragon Divine Tree's disciple was only a peak mid-stage star condensation cultivator. Humph, those who look down on me have all paid the price. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's disciple snorted. He knew that he wasn't Qinyu's opponent, but being looked down on by a human with a lower cultivation than him still made him feel a little unhappy. This was an exchange, no killing was allowed. Moreover, he only needed to delay Qinyu for a moment. This disciple decided to go all out, to make Qinyu regret it. Boom, with a flap of his wings, the sky was dyed red. Endless waves of fire rolled out from his wings, turning into a raging fire tornado that shot towards Qinyu. Almost at the same time, the Azure Dragon Divine Tree's disciple made his move. On either side of Qinyu, two dark green lights appeared, exuding a powerful wood profound energy. Roar! Roar! Two green wooden dragons flew out of the two balls of dark green mist. The wood dragon on the left had simple and unadorned scales. It opened its mouth and sucked fiercely, sucking away Qinyu's vitality and origin energy. There was a strange flower on the head of the wood dragon on the right, and a green light drifted out of it. The flower instantly attacked Qinyu. This was an attack on the soul. Boom! In front of him, the raging scarlet flame tornado was howling. The Azure Dragon Divine Tree and Vermilion Bird Sky Nest were peak forces of the demonic beast race. Neither of them dared to be careless against Qinyu, going all out. If it was an ordinary late-stage star condensation realm cultivator, they would have been defeated by the combined attack of the two. Qinyu shook his head slightly. Against these two people, he didn't even need to use the white tiger heaven-splitting claw. Otherwise, if he accidentally killed someone, he would have to take the blame. Buzz, the star acupoints on his body lit up. Origin energy gathered on his fists as he punched towards the incoming scarlet flame tornado. Then, he punched to his left and right. The fist light was dazzling and incomparably ferocious. Bang! 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 3 thunderous booms reverberated across the land. The scarlet flame tornado and the 2 wood dragons vanished in an instant. In the face of absolute power, everything could be easily resolved. The 2 disciples of the beast race were stunned on the spot, their hearts filled with utter astonishment. This is his strength? Is he really a new disciple? This is way too strong. If this was a life and death struggle, they would have fled long ago. However, this was an exchange between several major forces, so Xianxia didn't dare to kill them. With this thought in mind, the 2 of them dared to continue staying here. We must stop him for a moment. The vermilion bird sky nest disciple gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to make another move, Xianxia suddenly moved. Xianxia turned into a streak of white light, closing in on him with a punch. Boom! The fist light was like a raging flood. The powerful pressure made the disciple feel a strong sense of danger. However, he was locked in place by 3.5 layers of space profound, making it difficult for him to move. It was impossible for him to dodge Xianxia's attack. After punching out, Xianxia didn't look at the disciple anymore. Instead, he punched out at the Azure Dragon Divine Wood disciple. TSK, this one is even weaker. I hope he doesn't die in one punch. Xianxia retracted his strength. Facing 3.5 layers of space profound, the 2 disciples couldn't dodge. They could only take Xianxu's punch head-on. Pung! Pooh! The vermilion bird sky nest disciple's body was scattered by the punch. Blood spurted out from his mouth as he was sent flying backwards. Even with his vermilion bird holy clan's physique, several of his bones were broken by Xianxia. The Azure Dragon Divine Wood disciple excelled in defense. His physique was strong, and his recovery rate was also strong. After being sent flying by Xianxu's punch, his injuries weren't too serious. Of course, this was under the condition that Xianxia was lenient. So, after sending the 2 flying, Xianxia hurriedly left the area. He then sped up his pace and made his way toward the central area. Failed, he's too strong, we can't stop him. The 2 defeated disciples sent back a message. On the other side, Zhu Lingyuan, who was rushing towards the central area, received the message. His eyes turned cold as he scolded, "Trash." He took a deep breath, calming himself down before transmitting his voice, "How's Xianxu's speed? He wasn't fast before, but after defeating me, his speed increased significantly. I'm afraid he's on par with senior brother." A message came out from the token. Hearing this, Zhu Lingyuan's mood worsened. As a member of the Vermilion Bird Holy Clan, he was blessed with innate speed, but Xianxu's speed was on par with his. Zhu Lingyuan suspected that there was something wrong with that junior brother's eyesight. Perhaps he didn't know how fast Zhu Lingyuan was. Looks like I'll have to send more people over. Zhu Lingyuan thought to himself. Xianxia was rushing towards the central area. Initially, he was very confident in his speed and didn't put too much thought into this event. But the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and Azure Dragon Divine Wood joining hands brought him some pressure. It was better to be safe than sorry. Xianxia treated this event seriously, trying his best to obtain the first place. Not long later, 2 more enemies came to obstruct him. Xianxia showed no mercy, sending 2 punches flying. But these 2 people didn't give up. At the same time, more enemies were rushing over. It was just that their speed wasn't as fast as Xianxia, so they could only chase after him. Only the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's disciples could catch up to Xianxia with their speed secret techniques. But if they chased after him alone, they would still be sent flying with a single punch. Gradually, Xianxia shook off all the pursuers and arrived at the central area. Not far away, there were 4 large mountains arranged in a square formation. At the top of each mountain was a flag. The 4 flags had the symbol of the 4 forces. The flag closest to Xianxia actually had the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest symbol on it. Xianxia didn't care about these things, he quickly approached the mountain, preparing to snatch the flag. Suddenly, a figure appeared in another direction, wearing the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's disciple robe. A pair of crimson eyes stared fixedly at Xianxia. Xianxia. Zhu Lingyuan's face darkened when he saw Xianxu's figure. He had joined hands with the Azure Dragon Divine Woods people, sending out many people to obstruct Xianxia, but the other party still reached the central area so quickly, even a little faster than Zhu Lingyuan, Zhu Lingyuan was a little angry, but he didn't panic. Instead, he regarded Qinyu with even more respect and caution. I haven't lost yet, Zhu Lingyuan said in his heart. Qinyu didn't know who Zhu Lingyuan was, but he could guess the other party's identity. To be able to reach here so quickly, he must be the Vermilion Bird Sacred Tribe's #1 disciple. In other words, those dogs that blocked the way just now were all under this person's orders. Qinyu remembered this person in his heart. So, he quickly approached a large mountain. Just as he neared the foot of the mountain, a powerful pressure fell from the sky, falling on Qinyu's body. He carefully probed and found that the entire mountain was actually an array formation. When Qinyu set foot on the mountain, gullies suddenly appeared all over the mountain, and scorching hot magma gushed out of them. The magma contained a terrifying energy, and its killing power was shocking. Even a late-stage star condensation cultivator would be in a bad position if they were hit by it. Even with Qinyu's defensive power, his skin was scalded, leaving burn marks. Huang Xiaolong immediately activated the star-patterned robe, feeling much more relaxed. However, the star-patterned robe consumed a lot of energy, and it wouldn't last for long. He needed to snatch the flag on the mountain peak as soon as possible. On the other side, Zhu Lingyuan climbed the flag with the myriad world sex symbol on it. The mountain peak was filled with traps and puppets, and Zhu Lingyuan could only climb slowly. When Qinyu reached the waist of the mountain, Zhu Lingyuan's journey was less than half of Qinyu's. But at this time, another figure arrived. It was the Azure Dragon Divine Woods Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia, Zhu Lingyuan's eyes lit up, shouting, "Xianxia, quickly stop Qinyu, we can't let him get first place." Xianxia was a little hesitant. If she went to stop Qinyu and help the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest get first place, what about the Azure Dragon Divine Wood? The fact that the Azure Dragon Divine Wood chose to ally with the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest to deal with Qinyu proved that they also desired victory. Young noble Zhu, I can't stop him alone. Why don't you and I join hands to deal with him after we succeed? Xianxia chuckled, not stopping Qinyu. Instead, she climbed up the Azure Dragon Divine Wood symbol. With the 2 cases of Qinyu and Zhu Lingyuan, she chose this mountain peak. On this mountain peak, all the plants grew at a crazy speed, all of them possessing spirituality, madly devouring vitality and essence energy. Not only that, there were also strange plants that could cause hallucinations and poison, but to Xianxia, these weren't a problem. The exchange of new disciples wasn't just a competition of speed. For example, Zhu Lingyuan, who was the first to arrive, was actually surpassed by Xianxia in terms of speed. In the central region, the scene of the 3 people climbing the mountain peak was seen by the people outside. Whoever reached the peak first and obtained the flag would most likely be the first place. AI, Zhu Lingyuan's luck isn't good. If he chose the Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe's flag, he might be a step faster than Qinyu, snatching the first place. Someone sighed. A few of the celestial sect's higher-ups revealed faint smiles. In the next moment, Qinyu arrived at the peak of the mountain peak and took down the flag. First place in hand. Qinyu chuckled. At the same time he took down the flag, the array formation around the mountain also stopped operating. Seeing this, Zhu Lingyuan and Xianxia gritted their teeth and increased their speed, trying their best to obtain the second place before considering other problems. At this time, there were a few others who had arrived. When they saw Qinyu taking down the flag and temporarily taking first place, they couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts. Although the first place is in my hands, the 2 of you just said that you want to join hands to deal with me. It seems like my first place is not guaranteed. Qinyu muttered to himself with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Hearing this, Zhu Lingyuan and Xianxia instantly had a bad feeling. Shua, in the next moment, Qinyu left the mountain peak, flying towards the mountain Xianxia was on. After obtaining a flag, Qinyu flew towards the peak where Xianxia was. Her speed was faster than Zhu Lingyuan's, which was why Qinyu chose to target her first. Quick, stop him! Xianxia yelled in panic. The 2 Azure Dragon Divine Wood disciples who had just arrived immediately rushed over. Zhu Jingpeng, quickly stop him! Zhu Lingyuan, who was climbing the mountain, shouted to a Vermilion Bird Sky Nest disciple below. Those who could reach here a step faster were the best among the 40 people. This Zhu Jingpeng was a genius second only to Zhu Lingyuan in the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, with a cultivation at the peak late-stage celestial condensation realm. Originally, Zhu Jingpeng planned to compete with Zhu Lingyuan to prove that he was the most outstanding new disciple in the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, but the situation here was witnessed by everyone outside. If he did not stop Qinyu and instead went against Zhu Lingyuan, he would definitely be punished by the higher-ups. Shua, a scarlet curved blade appeared in Zhu Jingping's hand, resembling a blood-red crescent moon, illuminating the surroundings with a blood-red light. Don't even think about going over. On the other side, the two late-stage celestial condensation disciples from the Azure Dragon Divine would also made their moves. Thick vines extended from the earth and the void, as if they were going to weave into an inescapable net. In an instant, Qinyu was once again surrounded. The enemies surrounding him this time were all elites among the top force's new disciples. It was difficult for Qinyu to deal with them with just his fists. Of course, if he used some tricks, he would not need to fear these three people joining forces. But this way, it would be difficult for Qinyu to achieve his goal. By the time he defeated these three people, Xianxia would have already obtained the flag, and perhaps Zhu Lingyuan would also have obtained it. I won't be accompanying you guys, my target is this beauty. Qinyu grinned, his eyes fixed on Xianxia. Boom, the star acupoints on the surface of his body shone brightly, emitting a blazing light that wrapped around Qinyu. In an instant, Qinyu's figure was swallowed by the white light, illuminating the surroundings. Falling star, all 720 star acupoints on Qinyu's body erupted in a short time, turning him into an invincible star, dazzling. Whoosh, in the state of falling star, Qinyu's entire body's strength was unleashed, and so was his speed, fast as lightning. He shot out like a shooting star, and the three people blocking Qinyu's path were immediately horrified. Originally, the three of them had thought that they would definitely be able to stop Qinyu if they joined hands. However, Qinyu had used some kind of secret technique and seemed to have become a completely different person. He was so powerful that they could not look at him directly and could not block him. His speed had also increased sharply. Stop him. The two Azure Dragon Divine Wood disciples formed hand seals in unison. Countless thick vines danced like agile snakes, but they couldn't catch up to Qinyu's figure. Buzz, in the void in front of Qinyu, a huge flower bud suddenly stretched out of a layer of green mist. The flower bud suddenly split open and transformed into a ferocious and enormous mouth that was filled with sharp teeth, and it moved to swallow Qinyu. Pung, Qinyu didn't even blink. He directly rushed into the giant mouth and pierced through the flower bud. Chi, behind him, a scarlet scimitar flew over with blazing flames. Qinyu suddenly turned around and struck out with his palm, forcefully resisting Zhu Jingping's profound artifact. Ding, a crisp sound rang out, and a scarlet and white radiance shone. The scarlet scimitar was sent flying by Qinyu's palm strike. Whoosh, Zhu Jingping and the other two watched as Qinyu disappeared from their sight. Their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. The three of them had joined hands, yet Qinyu easily broke through their defense. As geniuses of the demonic beast clans, their confidence suffered a heavy blow. Almost there, he's almost at the peak. Xianxia raised her head and looked up. The Azure Dragon Divine Wood emblem on the flag at the peak was shining brightly. This flag seemed to be the core of the entire mountain's grand formation. Once it was pulled out, the grand formation would stop operating. But suddenly, a series of rumbling noises came from the foot of the mountain. Xianxia's spiritual sense swept over, and her expression changed immediately. Qinyu. Weren't there three top experts intercepting Qinyu? But why would he appear at the foot of the mountain? Xianxia could not help but look at Zhu Jingping and the other two. She found that they were stunned on the spot like fools. Damn it, what's going on? Why aren't those three idiots intercepting Qinyu? Xianxia cursed softly. In fact, the three of them had intercepted Qinyu, but they were instantly broken through. But Qinyu, you're too late. I'll reach the peak in 5 breaths. Xianxia looked at the mountain peak in the distance. But just as she finished speaking, she saw Qinyu at the foot of the mountain rapidly approaching. Along the way, all obstacles were destroyed by Qinyu, who had turned into a star. It was as if nothing could stop him. Xianxia was a little dumbfounded. She had thought that the test here was a piece of cake for her. She had easily surpassed Zhu Lingyuan, who had arrived first. But Qinyu's method of clearing the test was simple and violent. He crushed everything with absolute strength, and his speed was several times faster than hers. Not good. Xianxia's body shuddered as she felt an intense sense of urgency. Qingyu was about to catch up. She conjured hand seals repeatedly and a total of 6 wooden dragons surrounded her. They either coiled around her or collided and destroyed to open up a path for Xianxia. Under the immense pressure from Qingyu, Xianxia squeezed out her potential and increased her speed as she headed straight for the peak. I'm close. Xianxia looked at the peak that was getting closer and closer. 1,000 feet, 800 feet, 300 feet, she had reached the peak. Xianxia arrived at the peak and grabbed at the flag with a joyful expression. This is mine. Get lost. Right then, a thunderous roar sounded from behind and a violent shockwave caused Xianxia's long hair and clothes to dance wildly. Xianxia saw Qingyu closing in like a bolt of lightning with a shocking aura. 9 spirit wooden net. Xianxia conjured hand seals immediately and 9 thick, dark green vines appeared from the ground behind her. They intertwined and formed a huge net with an image of an azure dragon on it. The 9 spirit wooden net could be used to trap and defend, especially against fierce attacks. That was what the 9 spirit wooden net excelled at. Boom! When Qinyu's fist landed on the 9 spirit wooden net, he felt as if he had fallen into a deep-sea whirlpool and his power was constantly being disintegrated. The sturdy wooden vines immediately healed the moment they were broken. Although the Azure Dragon's sacred clan did not specialize in offense, they were known as one of the sacred clans of the monster race. Their defense, trapping, and survival techniques were top-notch. Break! Qingyu bellowed and a crimson flame burst out from his fist, instantly spreading to the entire 9 spirit wooden net. Boom! With a loud explosion, the 9 spirit wooden net was broken by Qinyu's punch. This is Khanate spirit flame. Xianxia was taken aback. Her eyes widened as she stared at the rapidly approaching Qingyu. Unable to dodge in time, she was at a loss as to what to do. Qingyu had charged forward as fast as he could in order to get the flag. After breaking through the 9 spirit wooden net, he rammed into Xianxia. Boom! Xianxia was sent flying by Qingyu. In that instant, Qingyu felt that his opponent's figure was quite impressive. Xianxia was both embarrassed and angry. This was the first time she had such close contact with a man, and the result was that she was sent flying. She felt pain all over her body, as though her bones were falling apart. The flag is in my hands. Qingyu ignored Xianxia and took the flag. With 2 flags in his hands, even if the remaining 2 flags were to be taken by other forces, the celestial sect that Qingyu represented would still be number 1. However, Qingyu did not intend to give up just like that. His gaze instantly fell on Zhu Lingyuan. This person was the number 1 person in the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. Those who tried to stop him must have been ordered by him. In addition to Zhu Zongyan's provocation, Qingyu did not have a good impression of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. Qingyu, you've already gotten 2 flags. This time, the number 1 person is your celestial sect. There's no need to make the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest your enemy. Zhu Lingyuan could feel the hostility coming from Qingyu. He could not help but tremble in fear. This made him feel humiliated. How could he be afraid of a peak star condensation intermediate stage cultivator? Qingyu did not speak. He deactivated his falling star state and stared at Zhu Lingyuan quietly. Looks like he's given up. Zhu Lingyuan heaved a sigh of relief. 3 breaths later, he successfully reached the peak and obtained the flag. Alright, now the second place is mine. As for the first place, I can only rely on the green dragon tree's strength to obtain it. Zhu Lingyuan planned in his heart. Qinyu's individual combat strength was indeed strong. However, with Xianxia's help, he might be able to put up a fight. With the help of the others, there was still hope for him to snatch the first place from Qinyu's hands. However, Zhu Lingyuan suddenly felt a sense of pressure. He saw Qingyu, who was at the peak of another mountain, flying towards him unknowingly. Qingyu did not give up on the flag. However, Zhu Lingyuan was already nearing the peak and it would be difficult for him to catch up. Hence, wouldn't it be more convenient for him to snatch the flag after Zhu Lingyuan obtained it? Both of his hands started to transform as the aura of a holy beast emanated from him. White Tiger Saint Claw. Star Splitter Claw. Qingyu instantly launched an attack. The shining metallic beast claw tore through the air, creating 5 twisting, golden-white scars that resembled 5 lightning whips lashing towards Zhu Lingyuan. I can't dodge it in time. Zhu Lingyuan was restricted by the power of space. Knowing that he could not dodge this attack, he immediately circulated his vermilion bird bloodline. Flames surged around his body as scarlet wings spread out. Fire wing shield. The wings on Zhu Lingyuan's back were like a pair of palms, protecting him inside. The scarlet wings instantly solidified, increasing its defensive power. Pung, the star splitter claw descended, and 5 explosions resounded. Crack, almost in an instant, the scarlet fire wing shield began to crack and disintegrate inch by inch. What a powerful attack. Zhu Lingyuan's figure retreated as shock filled his heart. However, Qinyu was already closing in. His claws struck out, and rays of golden-white light flashed, stirring up a violent storm. Zhu Lingyuan, who had been forced into a passive position by Qinyu, took out a flying sword and shot out a monstrous sword cloud. Qinyu's claws were indestructible weapons, and they clashed head-on with Zhu Lingyuan's profound artifact. In less than 20 moves, Zhu Lingyuan was injured by Qinyu's claw. A bloody gash was left on his body, and he was forced to retreat. Since the flag could not be stored in the interspatial storage, Qinyu easily seized the opportunity to snatch it. Qinyu! Zhu Lingyuan lost the flag, and he roared in anger. Ha ha ha, many thanks for the flags. Qinyu laughed heartily. The azure dragon divine wood, vermilion bird sky nest Xianxia, and Zhu Lingyuan were forced to retreat. Qinyu stood proudly on the peak, and the 3 flags fluttered in the wind. In the square of Celestial Sect, the leaders of the 4 forces were silent. Not long after the event started, Qinyu had won 3 flags and no one dared to compete with him. The other 3 forces were embarrassed and gloomy. Who would dare to open their mouths to attract attention? Hee, Qinyu doesn't understand that friendship comes first and competition comes second. The elder of Celestial Sect stroked his beard and smiled, feeling pleased with himself. Although the Celestial Sect had a high chance of getting first place in this exchange, no one could have expected such an overwhelming victory. The event is not over yet. It's hard to say who will win. Just then, one of the leaders of Xianxia sect spoke. Many people glanced at the people of Xianxia sect and couldn't help but wonder why Zhu Getao, the number 1 disciple of Xianxia sect, had not reached the center yet. Tao, you finally made your move. Zhu Getao's master, who was among the leaders of Xianxia sect, thought to himself. In the circular space. Brother Zhuge, if we don't hurry, I'm afraid all the flags will be taken away. A female disciple of Xianxia sect said. You're right. They might all be taken away. A slightly lazy voice was heard. Brother Zhuge, why aren't you anxious at all? The female disciple said anxiously. Zhu Getao was lying on a machine-operated bird with his legs crossed. He looked relaxed as if he was here for sightseeing. Don't worry, don't worry. When we get there, with our strength, we will be able to get a flag. Zhu Getao smiled. Junior brother, don't worry. Now, those 3 forces are definitely fighting each other to the death. We still have to preserve our strength. Who can stop our Xianxia sect then? Another disciple explained with a smile. With Zhu Getao as the leader, there were 8 disciples of Xianxia sect. They were all in their best condition. When they reached the center, they would be the strongest force. It would not be difficult for them to get a flag. Soon, the 8 disciples of Xianxia sect reached the center. Zhu Getao, who was on the machine-operated bird, jumped up. His face was handsome and his eyes were deep and lively. He smiled faintly and looked like he was about to show off his skills. But when he saw the scene in front of him, his face stiffened. Why is there only 1 flag left? The anxious female disciple of the Xianxia sect said. Of the 4 mountains, the flags on 3 of the peaks had disappeared. Only a dozen people were fighting for the flag on the last peak. Zhu Lingyuan, Xianxia, and Qinyu are all gone. This flag is ours. Zhu Getao coughed lightly, as if everything was under his control. Charge. The members of the Xianxia sect rushed to the last flag. Not good, it's the Xianxia sect. They've been hiding in the dark all along, waiting until now to make their move. Looks of panic appeared on the faces of the 3 forces. We must seize this flag. Sun Tianlong roared. Now that Qinyu had captured 3 flags, the credit had nothing to do with them. If they managed to get their hands on the last flag, the celestial sect would be in possession of all the flags. This was undoubtedly a huge honor. However, the 3 forces had been engaged in a chaotic battle earlier, and none of them were in a good state. Some of the Wanxiang sect's people released their puppets, some set up arrays, and some were experts in other methods. With a momentum of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, they reached the top of the mountain and obtained the last flag. Senior Zhuge, we found out that Qinyu has obtained the Dao. The other 3 flags are being chased by the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and the Azure Dragon Divine Wood. A female disciple said in a low voice. After saying that, he couldn't believe how Qinyu managed to get his hands on the 3 flags. This Qinyu is indeed the Celestial Sect's #1 disciple in the assessment. His strength is extraordinary. However, the geniuses of the other 2 demon clans are not ordinary people either. There will be an intense battle between them. When they are almost done fighting, we will make our move and take down the 3 flags. Zhuge Tao said imposingly. The rest of the Wanxiang sect's disciples were filled with ambition. Qinyu, stop right there. Zhu Lingyuan roared in anger. Whoosh, he activated his vermilion bird bloodline and a pair of flaming wings spread out from his back. He flew at high speed, soaring through the sky. However, if Qinyu wanted to leave, even Zhu Lingyuan, a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe, couldn't catch up. Damn it, he has 3 flags in his hands. Isn't he too greedy? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and chase him. Other than Zhu Lingyuan, there were a few other disciples from the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and the Azure Dragon Divine Wood chasing after Qinyu. Xianxia watched as the flag was snatched away by Qinyu, while Zhu Lingyuan watched as the flag was snatched away by Qinyu. As the heavens prides of the sect, how could they let this go? Hence, they gave up on the last flag and joined hands to hunt down Qinyu. After all, once they defeated Qinyu, they would be able to get 3 flags at once. On the other hand, they were worried that Qinyu would come and rob them again when they were trying to get the last flag. If you want the flag, come and get it yourself. Qinyu's disdainful laughter reached everyone's ears. This chase continued for a while, and the others were gradually left behind. Only Zhu Lingyuan and Xianxia were still following Qinyu. Hee, just the 2 of you and you want to snatch what's in my hands? Qinyu suddenly stopped, a wicked smile on his face. Whoosh, he turned around and charged at Zhu Lingyuan and Xianxia. Zhu Lingyuan and Xianxia didn't expect Qinyu to suddenly counterattack. After a moment of panic, they immediately joined hands to deal with him. Whoosh! 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 Green light fluctuated between heaven and earth as wooden dragons emerged, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Zhu Lingyuan maintained a distance from Qinyu, controlling his flying sword to attack. The flying sword burned with scarlet flames, as if it had turned into a scarlet feather, slashing at Qinyu. Scram! Qinyu activated his white tiger sacred claw, forcefully blocking the flying sword. After grabbing it, he threw it several thousand zhang away. Roar! 9 wooden dragons approached Qinyu with a dragon roar. Qinyu felt the yuan force and vitality in his body quickly drifting away, being devoured by the wooden dragons. He attacked with his claw, and 5 sharp golden white lights slashed out, slicing one of the wooden dragons into pieces. But the broken pieces of the wooden dragon quickly pieced together and healed in an instant. The fact that the Azure Dragon Sacred Clan could become one of the sacred clans even though they didn't specialize in attacking proved that their methods were troublesome and disgusting. I still need to use the blood-glazed flame. Qinyu's white tiger sacred claw was instantly enveloped by the crimson flame, and after hitting Xianxia's attack, the effect was obvious. His attacks were like a storm, and the golden red light slashed everywhere, slicing the 9 wooden dragons into pieces. Qinyu, eat my sword. Zhu Lingyuan yelled, controlling his profound artifact to attack Qinyu again. High up in the sky, a scarlet figure suddenly appeared, and with a surging and scorching aura, it pierced toward Qinyu. Your sword is very ordinary. Qinyu chuckled. Facing Zhu Lingyuan's killing move, he wasn't afraid at all. He executed the star-splitting claw, and a golden-red crescent moon soared into the sky. Ding! A loud explosion sounded, and a bright light shot out in all directions. Zhu Lingyuan's flying sword was knocked away again. After a fierce battle, Zhu Lingyuan and Xianxia were defeated. At this time, the other reinforcements caught up to him. Qinyu left once more, maintaining a moderate pace as he continued to bait the group of people behind him. He watched as they gritted their teeth and chased after him, yet they were helpless to do anything about it. Damn it, he's messing with us. When Zhu Lingyuan realized this, he was infuriated. In the end, the two forces gave up in despair. Zhu Lingyuan and Xianxia were heavily injured, and if Qinyu wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Sigh, how boring, I became first so easily. Qinyu glanced at the 3 flags in his hand. They belonged to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, the Azure Dragon Divine Wood, and the Wanxiang sect, but his own sect's flag was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Qinyu felt several life auras approaching him. Ha ha ha, Qinyu, I admit that you're strong. Zhu Lingyuan, Xianxia, and the others couldn't do anything to you, but I'm afraid you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Hand over all your flags. Zhu Getao laughed loudly on a black mechanical bird. On both sides of Zhu Getao, the Wanxiang sect's disciples had arrived. Senior brother Zhuge is indeed far-sighted. Although we started the operation later, we reaped the benefits later. The female disciple said excitedly. Zhu Getao nodded slightly. Although he didn't expect this, the situation was developing too smoothly. After fighting with Xianxia and Zhu Lingyuan, even if Qinyu's condition was not bad, there were 10 of them. Could Qinyu fight 1 against 10, Wanxiang sect? Zhu Getao, Qinyu looked at the other party. The flag with the celestial sect's symbol was on top of the mechanical bird's head. Qinyu, I'll give you 3 breaths time to hand over the flags, or don't blame me. Zhu Getao acted as if he was in control of the situation. 1. 2. Zhu Getao saw that Qinyu didn't leave and didn't intend to hand over the flags. He felt strange and had a bad feeling. 3. Almost at the same time Zhu Getao shouted this word. Dong, a violent tremor shook the heavens and the earth, causing all other sounds to stop. Only the sound could be heard. Murderous heart incantation, heart rupture. Almost at the same time, the 10 Wanxiang sect disciples' faces changed and turned pale. Their hearts trembled violently, and their blood boiled. Their hearts swelled to the point where they felt like they were about to burst and be torn apart. Ah, screams sounded continuously. Zhu Getao couldn't help but let out a cry. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. In reality, Qinyu had slightly controlled the power of the murderous heart incantation. Among the 10 disciples, there were some who were at the peak of the middle stage of the star condensation realm. When Zhu Getao regained his senses, he saw a shadow in front of him. The shadow was looking at him with a faint smile on his face. Chen Yu. Zhu Getao's body stiffened. His heart started beating violently. An unbearable pain came from the crack. He had asked around about Chen Yu. Chen Yu was a body cultivator. His close combat strength was terrifying. Even Zhu Lingyuan and Xianxia lost to Qinyu. Now that Qinyu had closed in on him, he would definitely lose. It wouldn't be difficult for Qinyu to kill him. This celestial sect flag, how about giving it to me? Qinyu asked with a smile. Zhu Getao's heart was tormented. His face was extremely pale. Qinyu had the ability to take the flag and leave. Yet, he had to ask politely. Zhu Getao wanted to say that this was not the celestial sect's flag. It only had the celestial sect's logo on it. But he didn't have the guts. Since Brother Chen likes it, take it. Zhu Getao revealed a smile that looked worse than crying. Turning around, Qinyu bent down and picked up the last flag before drifting away. Time's up. The exchange is over. Swoosh swoosh, silhouettes were teleported out of the training space. Qinyu held 4 flags in his hands, attracting the attention of everyone present. In this event, the 4 forces fought for 4 flags, but in the end, all the flags fell into the hands of Qinyu. 4 flags? Zhu Lingyuan and Xianxia stared at Qinyu, their hearts trembling. They clearly remembered that after they gave up on pursuing Qinyu, the event ended quickly. How did Qinyu get another flag? Zhu Getao. The 2 of them looked at Zhu Getao. They found out from his disciple that the last flag was obtained by Zhu Getao. This Zhu Getao was hiding in the beginning, but in the end, he led the Wanxiang sect disciples to attack and obtain the fourth flag. Yet, he actually gave the flag to Qinyu. The two of them suspected that the Wanxiang sect and the Celestial sect had formed an alliance. Otherwise, why would Zhu Getao give the flag to Qinyu from so far away? Zhu Getao stood there innocently. At the beginning, things were going so well, but how did things turn around in the end? The Celestial sect disciples were also dumbfounded. Although the Celestial sect won this time, they had no idea what happened. Lin Tianfeng sighed. This Qinyu was indeed not an ordinary person. The event actually ended like this. The higher-ups of the four forces did not say anything. The Green Dragon Divine Wood, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, and the Wanxiang sect were too ashamed to speak. The Green Dragon Divine Wood and the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest disciples joined forces, but were defeated by Qinyu and the flag was taken away. The higher-ups of the Wanxiang sect had just said that it was still uncertain who would win. Yet, Zhu Getao gave the flag to Qinyu from so far away. The scene suddenly became strangely quiet. The Celestial sect couldn't be too proud of themselves. After all, the exchange between the four great powers was meant to strengthen their friendship. The other three great powers had suffered a crushing defeat. If the Celestial sect was too proud of themselves, they would be humiliating the other three great powers. This event was exciting, but it ends here. In the end, it was the Celestial sect leader who spoke. The event ended and the crowd gradually dispersed. Goodbye. The Celestial sect really has a good disciple. The upper echelons of the three forces left quickly. They really did not want to stay here any longer. The results of the new disciples' exchange had also spread. When the Celestial sect heard of this news, they were shocked and overjoyed. Although I expected that our sect would get first place this time, I didn't think that all four flags would fall into the hands of Qinyu. This is a complete victory. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the miserable defeat of the other three forces. I heard that even when Xianxia and Zhu Lingyuan joined hands, they were still defeated by Qinyu. With his strength, he can already sit firmly in the top 80 of the Heaven Martial ranking. The discussions were all different, but Qinyu was completely famous. Shiyao lowered his head and returned to his residence dejectedly. This exchange event was simply a nightmare. Not long after he arrived at the Celestial sect, he had a conflict with Qinyu. During the exchange, the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest were cruelly played by Qinyu and returned in defeat. Shiyao was sure that once he returned to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, his master would punish him severely. That night, Shiyao and his two friends drank to drown their sorrows. Damn Qinyu, goddamn Qinyu, how great would it be if he didn't exist? Shiyao cursed, this guy has completely offended my clan. In the future, if he enters my clan's territory, I will make him suffer. Brother Shi, you're absolutely right. I've suddenly thought of a plan to make Qinyu suffer a little. The brown-haired man's eyes shone brightly. This exchange event is about to end. This is the human race's territory. Not to mention us, even if Big Brother Zhu Xianxia suffered at his hands, he wouldn't be able to regain his face. What plan do you have to make him suffer? Shiyao shook his head and smiled bitterly, he didn't believe him. Brother Shi, have you forgotten? After every exchange event, the four forces will exchange a batch of disciples to cultivate in each other's forces. The brown-haired man revealed a faint smile. There is such a thing. Shiyao's expression sobered up, he also guessed what the brown-haired man's plan was. What if Qinyu comes to the Sky Nest to cultivate? That's our territory. It won't be easy to make him suffer. The brown-haired man smiled evilly. But why would the Celestial sect allow a genius like Qinyu to come to our Sky Nest? Shiyao thought about it and shook his head. The human race and demon race would exchange disciples to cultivate in each other's forces. On the surface, it looked like it was to improve the relationship between them. In reality, it wasn't just that. Nobody would hand over a true genius of the sect to another force. Brother Shi, don't you know Senior Zhu Xianxia? Let him show up. The brown-haired man said softly. The reason why he was on such good terms with Shiyao was because Shiyao knew Zhu Xianxia. He was willing to be Shiyao's stepping stone to defeat Qinyu. Zhu Xianxia's identity wasn't ordinary. He wasn't a new disciple. This time, he came to the human race because he wanted to be related to the Lin family. But Lin Yuxuan wasn't around at the start. Soon after, Zhu Zhongyan was defeated by the man she fancied. He didn't have the face to go to the Lin family. I don't dare to see Senior Zhongyan these few days. He seems to be angry about losing to Qinyu, Shi Yao murmured softly. After Qinyu returned to his cave, he was a little puzzled. This time's exchange, he had contributed greatly. Logically speaking, he should be rewarded handsomely. But the sect hadn't said anything yet. Let's wait a while. Qinyu was too embarrassed to ask for it. The celestial sect leader valued Qinyu more and more. He would definitely reward him. 5 days later, the celestial sect leader summoned Qinyu. Greetings, revered master. Greetings, senior brother. Qinyu bowed and greeted his 7th senior brother Han Shouyuan. This time's exchange, you have contributed greatly. The sect has decided to let you choose 3 king-level or 1 emperor-level battle skill from the Tiansong Pavilion for free. The celestial sect was one of the 3 great powers of the human race. They had thousands of battle skills, including some secret techniques, ancient secret techniques, etc. This was also one of the reasons why many families and powers wanted to enter the celestial sect. Now that Qinyu could choose 3 king-level battle skills from the Tiansong Pavilion, the rewards were very generous. In fact, Qinyu could even give up on the 3 king-grade combat techniques and choose an emperor-grade combat technique. When Qinyu heard his revered master mention the rewards, he was elated. But the rewards were not to his liking. Currently, the 2 battle skills he cultivated were the best. For example, the vast Star 9 Revolutions art. Even the celestial sect would find it hard to surpass it. As for the divine body of the 4 symbols, it was not only for body tempering, but it also contained many battle skills. They were all created by the ancient demon god according to the core inheritance of the demon race. Every one of them was definitely a treasure in the Tiansong Pavilion. Before Qinyu came to the celestial sect, the Emperor Lord gave him an emperor-level battle skill, the Sky-Sundering Emperor Fist. Hence, Qinyu did not lack in this aspect. As for the emperor-level battle skill, it was something that could only be cultivated in the mysterious underworld realm. It was still very far away from him. However, the 2 battle skills he was cultivating now required a lot of resources. He hoped that the sect would be more practical and reward him with a lot of primordial stones. Revered master, can we exchange for other rewards? Even if it's less, it's fine. Qinyu carefully observed the celestial sect leader's expression and said slowly. The celestial sect leader smiled helplessly. He fought for this reward for Qinyu, but Qinyu did not want it. Han Shouyuan, who was at the side, could not help but smile. As a senior brother, he was very tempted by the reward given by his revered master. Yet, Qinyu did not want it. Forget it. After all, he has an Emperor Lord as his father. He must have given him the best battle skills. The celestial sect leader sighed in his heart. You did well in this exchange. However, you are too good. The celestial sect leader suddenly changed the topic and stopped talking about the reward. Too good? Qinyu was puzzled. Yes, the green dragon divine wood and the vermilion bird sky nest came from afar. This exchange is also to improve the relationship between the human race and the demon race. As the host, I have to give them some face. The celestial sect leader said slowly. For forces like the celestial sect and the vermilion bird sky nest, every move was watched closely by the entire race. The results of the exchange would soon spread. By then, the human race and the demon race would know that the 2 forces had suffered a crushing defeat. Their reputation would be tarnished. Han Shouyuan smiled and said, Junior brother, the exchange of new disciples is not just a small event. There are many other things involved. First, it was a matter of reputation. The other force's defeat would definitely be known by the countless beings of the 2 races. Secondly, it would affect the relationship between the 2 races and their status in the alliance. It would be difficult for the few God-class forces to organize a bigger event. If the level of the event is higher, the sect's peak-level kings or even mysterious dark realm experts would be mobilized. The human race and the demon race are not considered very strong in the origin world. They have many enemies. If they mobilized too many peak-level kings or even mysterious Dark Realm experts, it would be easy for the foreign races to take advantage of the situation. Hong Shuoyuan said slowly, "That's why Master said that you did well, but too well. If you can give the other forces some face, the result would be better. For example, if you give up one flag, the biggest winner would still be the Celestial Sect." The Celestial Sect leader suddenly added, "Or, after obtaining 4 flags, you can be friendly and give 1 flag to the other 3 forces." Qinyu couldn't help but be startled. Master's method was too vicious. Although it was a friendly gift, it was actually a humiliation. "As for the reward, you can tell me what you want. But before that, Master has to tell you a piece of bad news." The topic returned to the reward. The Celestial Sect leader's expression returned to normal. With a tinge of seriousness, he said, "The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest wants you to become an exchange disciple and cultivate there." What? Qinyu was stunned. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest wanted him to cultivate there? This bunch of demons must have had something wrong with their brains. He had humiliated them ruthlessly, yet they were inviting him over. No, he suddenly realized that this was similar to a Hongmen banquet. He went to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. That was their territory. Everything was under their control. It would definitely not be as comfortable as staying in the Celestial Sect. This was probably the consequence of his performance in the exchange event. No wonder Master and Senior Brother would analyze this with him. This was suggested by a demigod from the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. If you don't want to go, Master can help you reject it. The Celestial Sect leader said indifferently. Demigod. Qinyu didn't expect that a demigod from the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest would be alerted. However, even if it was a demigod, the Celestial Sect leader didn't look like he was anything special. If Qinyu didn't want to go, he didn't have to. Should I go to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest? Qinyu was deep in thought. Normally, this invitation was obviously ill-intentioned and he should reject it immediately. However, Qinyu suddenly thought of something and hesitated. The second level of the divine body of 4 elephants, the White Tiger Heaven-Splitting Claw, was about to reach completion. He had been thinking about what to train for the 3rd level and he had high hopes for the Vermilion Bird Sky Burning Wings. To train the Vermilion Bird Sky Burning Wings, one would need many precious fire-type materials and one would need to start from scratch. If he went to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, he would be able to solve these 2 problems and the training of the Vermilion Bird Sky Burning Wings would be smooth. The Celestial Sect leader was curious. He thought that Qinyu would reject it immediately, but instead, he was deep in thought. Seems like the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest has something to tempt him. He guessed. If you agree, you will stay there for at least 5 years. Although the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest won't treat you well, they wouldn't dare to harm your life. The Celestial Sect leader said. If a disciple died during the exchange, it would severely affect the trust between the 2 powers and the alliance between the human race and the demon race. Furthermore, when Qinyu went to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, the Celestial Sect leader would protect Qinyu even more than the Celestial Sect. After all, Qinyu was not only a genius of the Celestial Sect but also a God-state disciple. Then I will make a trip to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. Qinyu agreed boldly. The Celestial Sect leader had already said that the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest wouldn't harm his life. Qinyu agreed because he wanted to train his techniques and also because he wanted to experience the other races. Are you sure? Once I give them my answer, it cannot be changed. The Celestial Sect leader asked again. Yes. Qinyu had already made up his mind. However, before I go to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, can I make a trip back to the Great Cosmos World? Qinyu suddenly made a request. He wanted to bring Yi Luofeng over to let the Celestial Sect leader cure her. No, they will leave in half a month. You have to go with them. The Celestial Sect leader shook his head. If Qinyu went to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest alone and something happened to him, who would be responsible? Junior brother, after you go to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, you'll be able to return after 5 or 6 years. If you're not in a rush, you can wait until you come back before going to the Great Cosmos World. Hong Shuoyuan suggested. Alright. Yi Luofeng's spell of perpetual death had a time limit of 30 years, so there was still plenty of time left. Tell me, what reward do you want? The celestial sect leader asked again. Primal stones. Qinyu answered after thinking for a while. He wanted a lot of things. There was the soul-cleansing elixir, the heavenly crystal gold, and some precious materials for cultivating the vermilion bird heaven incineration wings. Primordial stones were the universal currency, and they could buy anything they wanted. It was more convenient. How about this? Although you won't have to worry about your life if you go to the vermilion bird sky nest, they will definitely make things difficult for you and hinder your cultivation. I will apply for a reward of 4 million upper-grade primal stones for you. The celestial sect master said after a moment of silence. Thank you, master. 4 million high-grade primordial stones. This was definitely a huge number. Qinyu had been in the Qianyuan world for 3 years, plundering many spoils of war, and even being a sacred general. In the end, the total value of his gains was at most 2 million high-grade primordial stones. Now that he had participated in an event and received such a generous reward, how could he not be happy? Of course, it was mainly because the celestial sect master was his master, and he took special care of Qinyu. If Qinyu hadn't joined the sect, he wouldn't have been able to get so many benefits. I don't recommend you to go to the vermilion bird sky nest, but this is your own choice, and I will not interfere. However, you have to remember the goal I set for you, to be in the top 20 of the Sky Marshal list within 10 years. When you come back, this time limit will be reached. I hope you won't slack off in the vermilion bird sky nest. When you come back, I will check the results of your cultivation. The celestial sect master reminded him one last time. Qinyu nodded. This was indeed a serious challenge. After he left, Hongshu Yuan asked, Master, I'm afraid that with Junior Brother's capabilities, he won't be able to meet your requirements within 10 years, right? Initially, I said this goal casually. If he can achieve it, it's good, but if he can't, it doesn't matter. Besides, the bigger the goal, the more motivation I have, right? The celestial sect master calmly explained. I said it casually. Hongshu Yuan froze. In other words, even if Qinyu and Qin Wendian didn't meet the requirements, it was completely within the celestial sect master's expectations. There would be no punishment. Not long after, the celestial sect announced the names of the disciples who would be going to the demon race. Most of the disciples on the list were ordinary, and some were outstanding. The celestial sect wouldn't hand over the truly outstanding disciples to the demon race. However, there was one name on the list that caused a commotion. Qinyu? Am I seeing things? Is it the new disciple, Qinyu? Although I don't like this person, there's no doubt about his strength and talent. He can be considered one of the human race's heaven's chosen. Why would the sect hand him over to the vermilion bird sky nest? Those with discerning eyes knew that the vermilion bird sky nest had some enmity towards Qinyu. For Qinyu to go there, it meant that he knew there was a tiger on the mountain. However, this matter had nothing to do with them. Most of the people were just shocked and didn't care. As for the disciples of the vermilion bird sky nest and the azure dragon divine wood, they were overjoyed when they heard the news. Qinyu, this young master can't win against you in the human race's territory. When you come to the vermilion bird sky nest, this young master will definitely treat you well. Within the great hall, Zhu Songyan had a cold smile on his face. Senior brother Songyan is indeed capable, to be able to make the celestial sect hand over Qinyu obediently. Shi Yao flattered him from the side. Zhu Songyan's identity was extraordinary. His grandfather was a demigod of the vermilion bird divine tribe, and an elder of the vermilion bird sky nest. If it wasn't for Shi Yao encouraging Zhu Songyan, and Zhu Songyan begged his grandfather for help, this matter would have been difficult to succeed. Of course. Zhu Songyan smiled proudly. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. If Qinyu insisted on not going to the vermilion bird sky nest, even if his grandfather appeared, he wouldn't be able to snatch Qinyu away. Since he couldn't figure it out, Zhu Songyan couldn't be bothered to think about it. He just wanted to return to the vermilion bird sky nest as soon as possible and repay Qinyu. At the same time, this was an opportunity for him to separate Qinyu and Lin Yuxuan for a few years. Who knows, their relationship might fade away. Qinyu was already prepared, waiting for the vermilion bird sky nest to bring him away. On this day, Lin Yuxuan came to visit. I heard about the exchange between the four superpowers. You won first place for the celestial sect, but why do you want to go to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest? Lin Yuxuan asked straightforwardly. Since the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest is so kind to invite me, I can't refuse. Qin Yu said half-jokingly. You clearly know that you won't have a good life if you go to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, why do you still want to go? Lin Yuxuan's face was full of disbelief as she asked again. She was smart, she knew that if Qin Yu wasn't willing, he wouldn't have appeared on the list. Qin Yu sighed in his heart. Lin Yuxuan's curiosity was too strong, but he could tell that she was concerned about him. I have some matters to attend to there. Anyway, nothing big will happen. I'll be back after a few years. Qin Yu said calmly. Lin Yuxuan didn't ask any more. After a few breaths of silence, she stood up and left. Don't forget, you have to follow me to the Lin clan to settle the marriage. She stopped in her tracks. Yes, I didn't forget. Lin Yuxuan glanced at Qin Yu and walked out of the hall. After learning that Qin Yu had gone to the demon race and hearing his calm reply, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart for some reason. Half a month passed. On this day, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, the Azure Dragon Divine Wood and the Xianxia sect bid farewell. This time, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and the Celestial sect exchanged some disciples, while the Xianxia sect exchanged some disciples with the Azure Dragon Divine Wood. This trip was not in vain. Farewell. The red-bearded old man from the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest said. Whoosh whoosh, the group leaped onto a large red ship. This ship had a unique design. The top of the ship was in the shape of a bird's head. On both sides of the ship, there was a pair of huge wings. Boom, the red ship started moving, carrying the group away from the Martial God Mountain. Brother Chen, I didn't think you would follow us to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. Kong Choya smiled. Among the group of disciples exchanged by the Celestial sect, Kong Shamu and Kong Shamu were among them. Qin Yu smiled. It seemed like he wasn't alone on this trip. There were a few familiar faces. Brother Chen, please take care of me on the way. The rest of the Celestial sect disciples greeted Qin Yu one after another. They all understood that this would be a tough journey ahead of them. Qin Yu was now their leader. The journey to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest was long. Even with the transportation array, it would take half a year. Qin Yu secluded himself in his room and rarely went out. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest did not give him any trouble. In his daily life, besides cultivating the 9 revolutions vast star technique, and the divine body of the 4 symbols, he erased the soul imprint in the 10,000 dragon crown. He sensed the soul imprint in the 10,000 dragon crown that belonged to the dragon emperor of the yellow dragon race. He speculated, I still have 3 portions of soul cleansing fluid. I should be able to erase it in half a year. Once he refined this treasure, Qin Yu would have a powerful trump card. His ability to survive and protect himself would greatly increase. The second level of the divine body of the 4 symbols, the white tiger sky-splitting claw, was also slowly improving. He was getting closer and closer to completion. Half a year later, at the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, Qin Yu stood on the deck of the red ship, looking into the distance. We've arrived? He looked at the scene in the distance and his heart trembled. There seemed to be a huge round bird's nest in the distance. It was completely red. Even from tens of miles away, he could feel the majestic and holy aura emanating from the huge building. As the ship neared, Qin Yu could see that it was not a bird's nest. It was a huge palace with countless buildings stacked on top of each other. From afar, it looked like a huge bird's nest. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest had a total of 20 floors. It was an independent space. Around the sky nest, there were 10 circular passageways. They were like 10 pillars that supported the sky nest in midair. We've arrived. The red-bearded old man shouted and led everyone out of the ship. They came to one of the passageways. This is the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. It was formed by the Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe and many other powerful demon clans. An elder looked at the Celestial sect disciples and smiled as he introduced. The entire sky nest is an independent space. Other than these 10 sky gates, there is no other way to enter the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. The elder continued to introduce. We're finally back. In the crowd, Xianxia was full of smiles. He glanced at Qinyu from time to time and laughed in his heart, this is my home field. Let's see how you fight me. After entering the vermilion bird sky nest, Qinyu felt as if he had entered another world. The atmosphere here was different from the outside, the heaven and earth essence energy was 3 times denser. As expected of the demon race's holy land for cultivation, this place is no worse than Martial God Mountain, just a little too hot. The temperature in the vermilion bird sky nest was extremely high, it was hard for anyone below the void sea realm to stay in such an environment. The demons in the vermilion bird sky nest had stronger physiques than normal people. Most of them cultivated the profound meaning of fire, so they didn't feel uncomfortable in such an environment. In fact, most of them felt extremely comfortable. Although the temperature here didn't affect Qinyu, to suddenly enter such a high-temperature zone and live here for the rest of his life, he was slightly disgusted. Disciples of the Celestial Sect, from today onwards, you are also a part of the vermilion bird sky nest. Since you are here, you will have to follow the rules here. I hope you will be able to live here peacefully and learn well. The red-bearded old man reminded them and left. The disciples of the vermilion bird sky nest also dispersed, leaving behind an elder. He smiled, disciples of the Celestial Sect, follow me. You might not be used to the environment here, and you might not be satisfied with your cave dwellings, but when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I believe the Celestial Sect disciples will be able to overcome these small difficulties. If you encounter any big problems, you can tell me. The elder walked leisurely, chatting with the Celestial Sect disciples while introducing the vermilion bird sky nest. In front of us is the cultivation area. There aren't many empty caves. Before returning to the sky nest, the elders have already discussed the allocation of caves. Also, since this is your first time here, even if I told you some things just now, you might still be unfamiliar with this place. Here is a map of the sky nest, as well as the relevant rules. The elder waved his hand and 20 jade slips flew out, landing in the hands of Qinyu and the rest. Next, cultivation caves. Xianxia, cave number 16. Xianxia, cave number 103. The quality of the caves here wasn't ranked by number, but by the terrain. In summary, the caves in the south had the best effects, the ones in the north had the worst. Chaozheng, cave number 168. He had already called out 19 names. Qinyu, cave number 95. Qinyu was the last to be allocated. My immortal's cave is at the edge of the north. Qinyu knew that the vermilion bird sky nest would make things difficult for him, but this was too brazen, directly giving him the worst cave dwelling. The elder saw Qinyu's dissatisfaction and revealed a faint smile. Qinyu, there aren't many cultivation caves in the vermilion bird sky nest, and some of them are still under reconstruction, so you can't move in. Your cultivation cave's environment isn't too good, so just make do with it for now. Qinyu couldn't be bothered to argue. Nothing good would come out of it anyway. This was the vermilion bird sky nest, so it was best for him to familiarize himself with the environment and keep a low profile so that he wouldn't fall into someone else's trap and end up in an even more miserable state. It's been a long journey. If there are no objections, let's all go to the cave abode and rest. After saying that, the elder left. Brother Chen, the vermilion bird sky nest is intentionally targeting you. It must be because you caused them to lose face during the exchange of new disciples. They're taking revenge. Xianxia felt indignant for Qinyu. This kind of thing could be seen by anyone, but Xianxia only realized it now. It's fine. Qinyu smiled faintly and didn't explain. The cave abode could be considered luxurious, but it didn't fit Qinyu's aesthetic standards. The concentration of heaven and earth yuan qi in the cave abode was slightly weaker than other cultivation caves. Secondly, the efficiency of comprehending the profound meaning of fire was extremely low. Next, he skimmed through the information recorded in the Jade Scroll, gaining a general understanding of the vermilion bird sky nest. The rules here were more lax. Disciples were allowed to fight among themselves, but no deaths and no damage to buildings. I can only cultivate the vermilion bird sky burning wings after I reach perfection in the white tiger sky splitting claw. Qinyu immediately went into seclusion. The most important thing now was to reach perfection in the white tiger sky-splitting claw. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the vermilion bird sky nest's cultivation environment and resources. Before coming here, he had already prepared a certain amount of metal attribute materials. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to throw them all into cultivation. Other than cultivating the white tiger sky-splitting claw, he also had to erase the 10,000 dragon crown mark and cultivate the 9 revolutions vast star technique to raise his cultivation. After Zhu Xianxia returned to the vermilion bird sky nest, he went to visit his grandfather. "Grandfather, Xianxia is here to see you." Zhu Xianxia shouted from outside a valley. "Come in." An old and majestic voice rang out, and the enchantment around the valley dissipated. Zhu Xianxia walked into a huge treasure hall in the valley. The treasure hall was just an empty shell. His grandfather lived in the depths of the ground. There was a huge palace made of scarlet jade, built on top of boiling lava. A sharp bird's cry rang out with boundless majesty. A huge vermilion bird appeared above the hall. It was Zhu Xianxia's grandfather, a demigod of the vermilion bird sky nest. "You rascal, didn't I tell you to go to the human race and improve your relationship with the Lin family's daughter? How did you get humiliated by a new disciple of the celestial sect?" The vermilion bird's shadow emitted a pressure that caused the void to freeze. "It's all my fault. I was too careless. After fighting with an expert of the celestial sect on the celestial martial list, I fell into that kid's trap and lost to him." Zhu Xianxia was distorting the truth. "Although grandfather helped you get Jin Yu over, don't go overboard. After all, he is the disciple of the celestial sect's sect leader." The vermilion bird reminded him. He was afraid that his grandson would be blinded by hatred and act recklessly. "I know what I'm doing. I just want to suppress that kid and help the vermilion bird sky nest. However, the main reason is to separate Qin Yu from Lin Yuxuan. That way, I will have a chance to get together with Lin Yuxuan and complete the marriage." Zhu Xianxia opened his mouth for the sake of the vermilion bird sky nest and marriage. It was also because of this that his demigod grandfather didn't reject him. "Humph, if you really want to get married, then cultivate hard and use your strength to defeat Qin Yu and conquer that human girl." The vermilion bird's shadow snorted coldly. He guessed that part of the reason why the Lin family rejected him was because his grandson was too weak. Of course, compared to Lin Yuxuan, the current prodigy of the human race, she was too inferior. Yes, I will return to cultivate now." When Zhu Xianxia saw that his grandfather was about to scold him again, he immediately found an excuse to leave. After leaving his grandfather's cave, Zhu Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party was his grandfather, he was also a demigod. When he was angry, the suppressive aura he emitted was truly terrifying. Not long after, a woman from the demon clan walked towards him. Her skin was creamy and slightly red. Her red eyes were devilish and mesmerizing. She wore a crystal red armor. Her slender arms and smooth legs were exposed. She exuded a sense of heroism and beauty. "Isn't this young Master Zhu Xianxia? I wonder if your trip to the matchmaking ceremony was successful?" The devilish woman's red lips curled into a smile. "Zhu Lingyu, you don't have to worry about my matters." Zhu Xianxia's face turned serious. He snorted coldly and was about to leave. "We are both from the vermilion bird holy tribe. What's wrong with me showing some concern for brother Zhu Xianxia? I heard that brother Zhu Xianxia was defeated by a new disciple from the celestial sect. However, with brother Zhu Xianxia's strength, such a thing would not happen. It must be a rumor. Am I right?" The devilish woman Zhu Lingyu acted as though she was concerned about Zhu Xianxia. However, she couldn't help but smile cunningly. "Zhu Lingyu, get lost!" Zhu Xianxia shouted angrily. This trip to the matchmaking ceremony was the biggest humiliation of his life. He went to the matchmaking ceremony and ended up being humiliated by the current wife of his matchmaking partner. Brother Zhu Xianxia is angry." Zhu Lingyu's eyes lit up. Zhu Xianxia left angrily. In his heart, he cursed Zhu Lingyu, this bastard. There were many conflicts between his bloodline and Zhu Lingyu's bloodline. Although Zhu Lingyu was younger than him by 15 years, his cultivation level had always been the same as Zhu Xianxia's. Zhu Lingyu had always ridiculed him. However, what he needed to think about now was how to deal with Qinyu. It was impossible for Zhu Songyuan to make things difficult for Qinyu for no reason. He had to find a reason. Seeing Zhu Songyuan leave angrily, Zhu Lingyu's smile calmed down. Her eyes flickered. Interesting. I heard that the new disciple who defeated Zhu Songyuan has also come to the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan. Not only did he defeat the trash Zhu Songyuan, but he also humiliated the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan during the exchange of new disciples. A month passed. Qinyu's life in the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan was still peaceful. He didn't encounter any trouble. However, he didn't feel that the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest would give up on him. This time I'll break through to the complete stage. Qinyu made a decision. He would focus on cultivating the White Tiger Sky-Splitting Claw. He would strive to cultivate it to the complete stage. Drip, drip, a supplementary medicinal liquid dripped onto Qinyu's hands. In front of him, there was a metal-type mineral that could assist in cultivation. Qinyu circulated his cultivation technique, and the platinum patterns on his hands soared into the air, releasing a powerful energy. The energy then transformed into a pair of solid, metallic beast claws. The claws flickered with light, giving off a violent sense of beauty. As the days of seclusion continued, Qinyu felt his palms gradually expand and become heavy. This was a sign that his cultivation had reached its limit. It proved that it would be difficult for him to improve further. However, Qinyu didn't give up. He wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the White Tiger Sky-Splitting Claw. He also circulated the Profound of Metal. Half a month later, a powerful aura of a sacred beast suddenly rippled from Qinyu's White Tiger Sacred Claw. The air in the cave abode froze. White Tiger Sky-Splitting Claw, complete stage. Qinyu was overjoyed. He opened his eyes and ended his seclusion. In the previous cultivation, the White Tiger Sky-Splitting Claw had reached its limit. However, Qinyu wasn't willing to give up. He cultivated wholeheartedly and broke through the limit. He cultivated the second level to complete stage. I wonder how much the power of the White Tiger Sacred Claw has increased. Qinyu was a little curious. However, he couldn't test it now. After consolidating the second level, Qinyu browsed through the contents of the third level. Vermilion Bird Sky-Burning Wings. The next few levels of the divine body of four symbols were all cultivated on the basis of the celestial body of four symbols, further upgrading the power of the star acupoints. Vermilion Bird Sky-Burning Wings. Activate the power of the star acupoints on the back. Connect them and integrate the Profound of Fire to form the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings. To cultivate the Vermilion Bird Heaven Burning Wings required a large amount of cultivation resources. Qinyu could start collecting them now. He left the cave dwelling and went to a market in Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. There were many shops and private stalls here. Basically, everything was sold. Qinyu's main target was the cultivation resources for the Vermilion Bird Heaven Burning Wings. There are so many fire path cultivation resources, many of which are rare in the human race. There are also many here. He looked around and sighed in his heart. Coming to Vermilion Bird Sky Nest was the right choice. It was much easier to collect resources, saving a lot of time and effort. Qinyu walked into a spiritual material shop and locked onto a red lingji. He asked, "What's the price of earth fire lingji?" The cultivation method of the Vermilion Bird Heaven Burning Wings listed many materials and some spirit herb recipes for cultivating the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings, increasing its power and cultivation level. He was currently collecting materials for a medicinal liquid recipe. Earth Fire Lingji was one of the fire path materials that was in high demand. 40,000 upper-grade primal stones for one. The manager glanced at Qinyu and said indifferently, "What?" Qinyu could not help but be surprised. Earth Fire Lingji was only an ordinary fire path cultivation resource. The better ones would not cost more than 20,000 upper-grade primal stones. Although Qinyu wasn't lacking in primeval stones, he needed a lot of earth fire herbs. If he did this, he would be making a huge loss. Scam shop. Qinyu tagged this shop and went to another place to continue asking. He soon came to another shop and asked, "What's the price of earth fire lingji?" 19,000 for one. The shop assistant quickly answered. But at this moment, the manager saw Qinyu and seemed to remember something. He walked over with a cold smile, "Dear customer, I'm sorry, this shop assistant just came and remembered the price wrongly. Earth Fire Lingji is 40,000 upper grade primal stones." Qinyu turned and left the shop. He already understood that Vermilion Bird Sky Nest was purposely targeting him. These slightly larger shops were probably already prepared. As long as he went in to buy cultivation resources, the price would almost double. Looks like I can only go to some small stalls to buy resources. Qinyu needed a large amount of resources, so it was most reliable and cost-effective to buy them from a shop that specialized in selling precious materials. Small stalls sold fewer types of resources, and the quality was also uneven, which made it easy for disputes to arise. However, Qinyu had no choice but to slowly collect at the small stall. After a while, he collected a set of herbs for the body incineration refining liquid and 20 profound crystals of the fire attribute before returning to his cave abode. After spending an hour, Qinyu finished concocting the body-burning flame refining liquid. Then, he took out a special bathtub, prepared some hot water, and poured the body-burning liquid into the hot water. The body incineration flame refining liquid was not consumed orally or applied externally. Instead, it was absorbed through a medicinal bath. Gurgle, he poured half of the fire refining liquid into the bath water. After taking off his clothes, Qinyu entered the special bathtub. He felt as if he had fallen into magma, and his whole body was scorching hot. If he stayed for too long, even with Qinyu's physique defense, he would still be burned. Qinyu immediately sat cross-legged and activated the technique, activating the star acupoints on his back, and slowly absorbing the medicine. SSS, it was as if there were scalding needles stabbing into his back. The path of body cultivation was accompanied by unbearable pain and hardships. Qinyu was already used to it, so he endured it silently. An hour later. The medicine had been mostly absorbed by Qinyu, and one could see that the star acupoints on his back were glowing faintly red. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings are actually a pair of fire wings. If I want the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings to be strong enough, I need a powerful flame. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan was born with a powerful spirit fire, and the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan also had a few powerful true fire recipes. Naturally, Qinyu couldn't obtain those precious recipes, but he also had a powerful connate spirit fire, the Blood-Glazed Flame. The Blood-Glazed Flame was ranked in the top 100 of the True Fire Spirit Fire ranking, and its quality and level had always been increasing with Qinyu. I'll use the Blood-Glazed Flame to form the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings. Qinyu mobilized the Blood-Glazed Flame, turning it into wisps that flew to his back and fused into the star acupoint near his shoulder blade. This process was extremely painful, but Qinyu gritted his teeth and endured it. After half a day, Qinyu rested for a while. The medicinal liquid in the bathtub had already been completely absorbed. And on his back, there were already a few bright red light patterns that emitted a faint scorching aura. Other than cultivating the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings, I also need to comprehend the profound meaning of fire. Without the profound meaning of fire, how powerful would the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings be? Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of profound crystals from the White Tiger Sacred Clan, and this was the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, which was good for comprehending the profound meaning of fire, so it was easy to find profound crystals of fire. After cultivating the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings for a while, Qinyu took out the profound crystals of fire to comprehend the profound meaning of fire. As his cultivation level and the strength of his soul increased, the speed of comprehending profound meaning also increased. In less than an hour, Qinyu had comprehended the profound meaning of fire. A month later. Qinyu, my master wants you to go over. A servant came to Qinyu's cave dwelling. Who is your master? A cold voice came from inside the cave dwelling. Elder Wu. The servant had a trace of arrogance on his face. Qinyu didn't know him, but the other was an elder of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. If he wanted to see Qinyu, Qinyu had to go, or else it would give the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest an excuse to find fault with him. On the way, Qinyu learned that this elder Wu worked in the Great Hall of Sect Affairs. Qinyu, although you are a disciple of the Celestial Sect, you are also a member of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. This elder has a simple task for you. Elder Wu's face was solemn, the red hair on his temples had turned slightly white. In terms of tasks, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest was different from the Celestial Sect. The vermilion bird sky nest placed more emphasis on actual combat training, requiring every disciple to complete 3 tasks every 10 years. Now that Elder Wu had personally assigned a task to Qinyu, it was obviously a trap, but he had no reason to reject it. There is a spiritual herbal garden in the 2nd level of the vermilion bird sky nest. There is no one guarding it, so I will leave it to you to manage. Elder Wu explained the task. Guarding the spiritual herbal garden? This task was out of his expectations. Qinyu thought it would be a difficult or dangerous task, but he didn't expect it to be a simple task. I believe that the elites of the celestial sect should be able to complete this simple task. Elder Wu said plainly. This is a trap. Qinyu thought in his heart, but on the surface he agreed. After tidying up, he headed to the 2nd level of the vermilion bird sky nest. At the lowest level, there were some servants, and then there were spiritual herbal gardens, mines, and other important resources. When Qinyu arrived at the spiritual herbal garden, he attracted the attention of all the servants. This spiritual herbal garden has a total of 20 medicinal fields, planted with 3-star blood blaze grass, fire grass, scarlet cloud bamboo, hellfire ganoderma. They are all such precious spiritual herbs. Qinyu was slightly shocked. These spiritual herbs were extremely valuable, and among them, the 3-star blood blaze grass and hellfire ganoderma were the fire path spiritual herbs that Qinyu needed, and the quantity was quite large. They purposely arranged for me to be sent here. If there are any problems with the spiritual herbal garden, it will be my responsibility. Qinyu nodded and thought to himself. Moreover, he had the 3-star blood blaze grass and hellfire ganoderma with him. If there were any problems, he would not be able to explain himself. I wonder what this manager's personality is like. The servants in this spiritual herbal garden were discussing how to build a good relationship with Qinyu, so that they could profit from it. This spiritual herbal garden was filled with high-quality spiritual herbs, so naturally, there were many benefits to be gained. However, after interacting with Qinyu for the past month, many of the handymen had tried to curry favor with Qinyu. Despite doing everything they could to get into Qinyu's good books, none of them succeeded. Damn it, this new manager is so stubborn. What should we do? How can there be such a person in this world? He has such a great resource land, but he doesn't want to gain any benefits? All the servants were very puzzled. But they did not know that Qinyu was also puzzled. Of course, he wanted to be greedy, and he could not wait to get a huge sum of money. But it was obvious that this was a trap that the vermilion bird sky nest had dug for him. Qinyu warned himself several times to stay calm. In fact, he did not have to do anything to guard the spiritual herbal garden. Qinyu spent most of his time cultivating the vermilion bird heaven burning wings and erasing the soul imprint in the 10,000 dragon crown. 3 months passed, and the servants in this spiritual herbal garden had completely given up. In their eyes, Qinyu had already become a noble, honest, and diligent cultivator who wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. On the other side, Zhu Songyan's face was gloomy as he paced back and forth. Damn it, this Qinyu is not tempted by the herbs in the spiritual herbal garden at all? He doesn't even accept bribes from the servants? Doesn't he lack 3-star blood flame grass, earth fire herb, and other cultivation resources? Zhu Songyan scolded as he asked. The upper echelons of the vermilion bird sky nest did not like Qinyu, but they would not disregard face and personally suppress Qinyu. So he was the one who came up with this idea. As long as there was a problem with Qinyu's style or the amount of herbs he handed over, he could take the chance to make things difficult for Qinyu. But Qinyu had stayed in the spiritual herbal garden for 3 to 4 months, and he was actually so honest. Senior brother Songyan, I think that Qinyu should have guessed that there is a problem, so he does not dare to do anything. Shi Yao said in a small voice. Zhu Songyan calmed down. Shi Yao's words made sense. But if he does not take benefits, does that mean I can't do anything to him? Zhu Songyan revealed a sinister smile. Senior brother Songyan, what brilliant plan do you have? Shi Yao asked happily. Shi Yao, I'll have to let you make a trip. Zhu Songyan's tone was as if he was entrusted with an important task. Shi Yao's expression instantly stiffened. He really regretted coming here today, and he also regretted asking this question. A month later, in the dead of the night, there was a slight fluctuation at the boundary of the spiritual herbal garden. A transparent figure passed through the boundary and entered the spiritual herbal garden. There were only a few servants on duty in the surroundings, but they did not notice anything strange. Sigh, I hope everything goes smoothly. Xiao sighed in his heart. His figure had completely blended into the surrounding scenery, and even his aura was completely restrained, as if he did not exist. Even if a cultivator of the same level walked in front of him, they might not be able to detect him. This was all thanks to the spatial treasure, star concealment robe that Xianxia had given him. It could perfectly conceal him, and it was even more effective at night. Xiao walked to the spiritual herbal garden and dug out an earth fire herb. Qinyu had been in the vermilion bird sky nest for more than half a year. In this half a year, his white tiger sky-splitting claw had reached perfection, and he had begun to cultivate the vermilion bird burning wings. In addition, the remnant soul imprint in the 10,000 dragon crown was about to be completely erased. Late at night, Qinyu gathered all his soul power to fight against the last remnant imprint in the 10,000 dragon crown. Hiss, a moment later, the last trace of the soul imprint turned into dust and dissipated. It's done. Qinyu was overjoyed. Buzz, the 10,000 dragon crown, trembled slightly. Without the soul imprint binding it, it became an ownerless object and immediately flew away. You want to leave? Qinyu released the profound meaning of space to imprison it. But at this moment, the 10,000 dragon crown shone with golden light and the shadow of a dragon soared out. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and earth, accompanied by a soul pressure that surged in all directions. Qinyu did not expect the 10,000 dragon crown to suddenly release such a powerful soul power. He immediately felt a splitting headache, as if his soul was being torn apart by a giant dragon. Swish, the 10,000 dragon crown rushed out of the cave, broke through the boundary, and escaped. It looks like this guy had planned this and escaped when the soul imprint was erased. Qinyu recovered and instantly rushed out. The 10,000 dragon crown was fast, but Qinyu was not slow either. Whoosh! Boom! The red light patterns on Qinyu's back spewed out scorching flames, instantly turning into a pair of blood-red wings that were dozens of feet long, exuding the aura of a saint beast. At this moment, Qinyu activated the vermilion bird burning wings. His speed suddenly exploded, and he rapidly approached the 10,000 dragon crown. Stay! Qinyu once again used the profound meaning of space, forming a spatial barrier around the 10,000 dragon crown, imprisoning it. This time, the 10,000 dragon crown did not break free. It was only a treasure, and it needed to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth to release its power. But Qinyu had sealed the 10,000 dragon crown in the space inside his heart. It had accumulated a bit of power, and it had almost been used up. Eh? What's that? Qinyu put away the 10,000 dragon crown and suddenly sensed a strange aura coming from the vicinity of the cave residence. Yan urged his soul consciousness to use space power Upanishad. He saw a strange scene. Yao was wearing the star concealment robe and digging the earth fire Ganoderma. Suddenly, a dragon's roar, accompanied by a powerful soul power, spread out in all directions. Yao, who was already in a highly nervous state, was affected. His entire body stiffened for a moment, and the effect of the star concealment robe suddenly weakened. After Yao recovered, he sensed Qinyu in the distant sky. Qinyu's calm and deep eyes were looking at him. Not good, we're about to be discovered. Yao's mind shook, and he turned around to leave. Zhu Zongyan's plan this time was to secretly steal the spiritual materials and frame Qinyu. If Qinyu found out, then the plan would fail, and Zhu Zongyan would definitely punish him severely. Whoosh, Yao turned around and left, at the same time taking out a token. This token could allow him to pass through the barrier of the spiritual herb garden unimpeded. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a cold shout came from behind him. Yao scanned with his soul consciousness, and his face instantly turned pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble. So fast, Qinyu was clearly 4,000 feet away from him, but by the time he reacted, Qinyu had already caught up to him. Was this the speed of a peak mid-stage star condensation state? He should be at least a 4-star king. Not only that, but when Yao saw Qinyu's wings, he was completely dumbfounded. Vermilion bird's sacred wings? His heart beat wildly, and he was extremely shocked. The vermilion bird's sacred wings were only possessed by the vermilion bird's sacred tribe. Apart from that, the vermilion bird's sacred tribe also had a core secret art that could cultivate the vermilion bird's sacred wings. However, this secret art wasn't passed down easily, and even Xiao couldn't obtain it. But now, Qinyu had actually displayed the vermilion bird's sacred wings. What was going on, however, this wasn't the time to be shocked. He couldn't be caught by Qinyu. Xiao didn't give up and quickly fled. His shadow couldn't be seen in the void, but as Xiao fled at full speed, there were spatial fluctuations in the void, and Qinyu easily locked onto him. Boom, space power descended, and a faint silver light flashed around Xiao. One could clearly see a transparent human figure inside a faint silver square. Rumble, Xiao's origin energy burned, and his bloodline power was also activated. His body expanded, turning into a transparent bird, releasing intense flames, and broke free from Qinyu's restraint. Star condensation late stage. Previously, when Xiao was wearing the star-concealing robe, Qinyu couldn't determine the other party's cultivation. He thought that it was a servant stealing spirit herbs, but he didn't expect the other party's cultivation to be so high. Star condensation late stage can leave? Qinyu snorted coldly, and activated the white tiger sacred claw. With a light slash in the void, 5 lightning-like golden and white light flashed out, overbearing and disdainful, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Not good, Xiao felt a strong sense of crisis, and since he couldn't dodge this attack, he could only resist. Boom, Xiao's mouth spat out endless flames, but Qinyu's claw destroyed them, and then struck Xiao. Ah! Xiao screamed, and his body fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. I'd like to see who's behind this. Qinyu floated down. In the huge pit, a huge bird lay, with 2 wings cut off by Qinyu. In addition, there were 3 deep wounds on its body. This star condensation late-stage bird was seriously injured by Qinyu's claw. If Qinyu's attack had hit a vital point, it would have been life-threatening. No. Xiao's mouth was filled with unwillingness. He had failed. Not only did he not succeed in framing Qinyu, he was also caught by the other party. Moreover, Qinyu's strength was a lot stronger than before, and he couldn't even block a single claw. Looking at the miserable giant bird in the huge pit, Qinyu remembered that his white tiger heaven-splitting claw had reached perfection, and with a casual strike, he could heavily injure a star condensation late stage. If he had used his full strength, this giant bird would have died. Xiao. Qinyu carefully observed, and determined the true identity of this giant bird based on its aura. It was normal for Xiao to oppose him, but with his identity, how could he freely enter and exit this place? Obviously, there were people above him. Isn't this brother sure? You came here in the middle of the night, are you looking for me? Qinyu had a playful look on his face. I came here to look for a friend. Qinyu, you dared to sneak attack me for no reason, you have violated the rules of the vermilion bird sky nest. Xiao had a fluke mentality, and thought that Zhu Zongyan would save him. Oh? You came here to look for a friend, then why did you dig up the spiritual materials here? Don't tell me that those earth fire herbs are your friends. Qinyu's expression turned fierce, and his body emitted a powerful aura. At this moment, he also activated his white tiger sacred claw and vermilion bird sacred wings. That powerful aura made Xiao unable to move, as if there were 10 mountains pressing down on him, and blood gushed out from his wounds. Xiao was speechless, unable to quibble. He had sneaked here in the middle of the night, and there were some herbs missing from the spiritual medicine garden, which he had in his storage space. No matter how he quibbled, he was caught red-handed. At this moment, some odd job workers rushed over. What happened? Manager Chen? This is Senior Apprentice Brother Xiao? Most of the odd job workers had fainted from the soul attack just now, and only a few had survived and rushed over. The odd job workers instantly guessed what had happened. Xiao must have come here to steal herbs, and was caught by the honest and upright Manager Chen. That soul attack just now must have been used by Xiao to resist. Sneak into the spiritual medicine garden, steal spiritual herbs, and follow this manager to the law enforcement hall. Qinyu grabbed Xiao and flew to the Vermilion Bird Law Enforcement Hall. On the way, Qinyu suddenly thought of something and took off Xiao's clothes. What are you doing? Shi Yao stared at Qin Yu with a face full of fear, his hands involuntarily covering his chest. Qin Yu suddenly took off his clothes. Could it be that he had that kind of fetish? Qin Yu ignored Shi Yao, and looked at a transparent piece of clothing in his hand. Under the moonlight, there were occasional flashes of star patterns on it. According to the previous situation, this piece of clothing could turn invisible, and it could even conceal one's aura. This piece of clothing is my spoil of war, Qin Yu said confidently. Shi Yao was infuriated. Qin Yu was openly robbing him. Soon, Qin Yu and Shi Yao arrived at the Vermilion Bird Law Enforcement Hall, alerting the law enforcement team and the law enforcement elder. After all, this incident involved the genius disciples of the Celestial Sect and the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. From the depths of the hall, a red-faced old man walked out. His eyebrows were raised, and his eyes were cold. The moment he appeared, the temperature in the hall dropped. "What's going on?" The red-faced old man's gloomy voice rang out. "Elder, please help me. When I was passing by the spiritual herbal gardens, this Qin Yu suddenly rushed out and beat me up." Shi Yao suddenly spoke, as if he had been wronged. His current actions were mainly to stall for time, waiting for Zhu Xianxia to come and save him. "Qin Yu, is there such a thing?" The red-faced old man glared at Qin Yu, his eyes like two sharp, icy swords. It was obvious that this elder did not like Qin Yu, and was biased towards the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. If he could accuse Qin Yu of such a crime and punish him harshly, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and many other demon clans would cry out in joy. Reporting to Elder, this is a bunch of nonsense. I am in charge of the spiritual herbal gardens, and I know what kind of person I am. Qin Yu did not even bat an eyelid as he stood straight, and his voice was loud and clear. Then why did you enter Shi Yao? The red-faced old man interrogated again. This person sneaked into the spiritual herbal gardens in the middle of the night to steal precious spiritual materials. He was discovered by this subordinate, but he resisted and escaped. This disciple could only injure him, but I didn't expect this thief to be so weak that he was injured by this disciple. Qin Yu spoke the truth. Shi Yao's face flushed red. This Qin Yu did not forget to humiliate him after reporting the incident. "Oh? What proof do you have?" The red-faced old man continued to ask. As long as Qin Yu did not say anything, this matter would be easy to handle. Recently, the spiritual herbs in the spiritual herbal gardens have been decreasing. This subordinate had always suspected that there was a thief, and only caught him today. I didn't expect it to be Shi Yao. Up until now, the spiritual herbal gardens have lost a total of 50 stalks of earth fire herb, 50 stalks of 3-star blood flame grass, and 10 stalks of scarlet cloud bamboo. Elder, please investigate and punish this thief. Qin Yu's voice was loud and clear. Shi Yao originally wanted to argue and stall for time, but after hearing Qin Yu's words, he instantly felt that something was wrong. Then, he was dumbfounded and his expression changed greatly. This wasn't right. He had only dug out a few stalks of earth fire herb, just a few stalks. I'm wrongly accused, Elder, I'm really wrongly accused this time. Zhu Xianxia was the first to receive the news and rushed to the enforcement hall. Shi Yao, this idiot, he couldn't even handle such a small matter properly. Zhu Xianxia was extremely frustrated. Shi Yao usually looked smart, but he failed at such a crucial moment. However, Zhu Xianxia wasn't worried. This was the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and the enforcement hall was on their side. Nothing big would happen. It was just that the plan to deal with Qin Yu had failed. The other party would definitely be on their guard and it would be even harder to succeed next time. Just as he arrived at the enforcement hall, Zhu Xianxia heard Shi Yao wailing, I'm innocent, Elder, this is a huge injustice. I didn't do it. This kid isn't stupid after all. He would rather die than admit it. Zhu Xianxia thought in his heart. Moreover, these cries of injustice were heart-wrenching and tearful. It was as if he had suffered a huge injustice. One had to admit that Shi Yao's acting skills were not bad. Zhu Xianxia walked into the hall and saw Shi Yao's pitiful state. The blame in his heart lessened. Qin Yu was too ruthless. Qin Yu, why did you injure my subordinate? Injuring a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest for no reason, do you know your crime? Zhu Xianxia shouted in anger. Senior Xianxia, save me. Qin Yu has wronged me. Shi Yao looked at Zhu Songyan and grabbed onto this life-saving straw. Shi Yao was really frightened by Qinyu. Stealing spiritual herbs was a serious crime, but Qinyu said that he stole 50 stalks of 3-star blood flame grass, 50 stalks of earth fire herb and 10 stalks of scarlet cloud bamboo. The total value of this batch of herbs was millions of high-grade elemental stones. If he really did it according to the rules, the punishment would be frightening. Zhu Songyan looked at Shi Yao's vivid acting and felt a little impressed. It was too professional. His voice was full of emotions and tears were coming out. Great, Qinyu. Not only did you injure my subordinate, you even wronged him. You are too daring. This is the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, not Celestial Sect. Zhu Songyan continued to berate and accuse Qinyu of a crime. If it was any other human disciple, they would definitely be frightened. After all, this was a foreign demon race and Zhu Songyan's background was not simple. Qinyu was not afraid at all. He had the backing of the Celestial sect leader. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and said, Zhu Songyan, this is the Vermilion Bird Law Enforcement Hall, not your home. The moment you arrived, you created a ruckus. Do you have any respect for the Law Enforcement Hall or the Law Enforcement Elders? Or could it be that you have the final say in the Law Enforcement Hall? Zhu Songyan was stunned by the series of words he had just heard. If he continued to make a ruckus, wouldn't he be looking down on the enforcement elder? Although his grandfather was strong, he did not have the ability to ignore the law enforcement elder. Moreover, the law enforcement elder's opinion was very important in this matter. If the law enforcement elder did not help him, then he would be finished. Therefore, Zhu Songyan shut up. When the disciplinary elder saw Zhu Songyan, he roughly understood what was going on. Zhu Songyan must have wanted to deal with Qinyu, but his subordinates were too stupid and got captured by Qinyu instead. On one side was Qinyu, and on the other side was Zhu Songyan. It was obvious who he should help. Qinyu, you said that Shi Yao stole 50 stalks of 3-star blood blaze grass, 50 stalks of hellfire ganoderma and 10 stalks of scarlet cloud bamboos. Do you have any concrete evidence? This is not a small crime. If it is proven that you have wronged Shi Yao, you will be punished severely. The red-faced elder frowned and his eyes shone with a murderous light. His face alone was enough to scare a child to tears. When Zhu Songyan heard this, he was stunned. 50 stalks of 3-star blood blaze grass, 50 stalks of hellfire ganoderma and 10 stalks of scarlet cloud bamboos. Didn't he tell Shi Yao to just steal a few stalks of spiritual herbs? Why did this bastard steal so many? Could it be that Shi Yao wanted to make use of this opportunity to fish for benefits? Wasn't this a little too ruthless? Zhu Songyan re-evaluated Shi Yao and felt that he had to be careful of this person in the future. Of course I have the evidence. Qinyu did not panic, but he was laughing in his heart. After coming to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest for half a year, he had suffered many grievances. Working in the spiritual herbs garden, he could not fish for benefits even if he wanted to. But Shi Yao's appearance had given him a chance. Since this guy dared to steal spiritual herbs to frame him, then he would not be polite and frame him as well. After bringing Shi Yao to the enforcement hall, he quietly gathered a large amount of spiritual herbs and hid in the faint silver crystal space when the other party was not paying attention. This subordinate has been working hard in the spiritual herb garden. All the odd job workers can testify to this. But recently, the spiritual herbs in the spiritual herb garden have been decreasing. It was only when this subordinate caught Shi Yao that I realized that it was all his doing. As for the evidence, Shi Yao's storage bag definitely has some newly dug out treasures. There is also this cloak that can conceal one's body, which is the tool he used to commit the crime. Qinyu took out the stark concealment robe. The red-faced elder frowned slightly. This evidence was a little too sufficient, so it was not convenient for him to help Zhu Songyan. Just as he was thinking, Qinyu snatched away Shi Yao's storage bag and displayed the newly dug out hellfire ganoderma in front of everyone. Appearing in the spiritual herb garden in the middle of the night with a treasure that could conceal one's body, and there were stolen goods in his storage bag. The evidence was conclusive, and he was caught red-handed. The enforcement hall instantly fell into silence. The enforcement team also lowered their heads, waiting for the enforcement elder's verdict. Shi Yao, do you have anything to say? The red-faced elder asked in a deep voice. I'm innocent. Those hellfire ganoderma were planted by Qinyu. Xiao refused to admit it. If it was only a few hellfire Ganoderma, he would admit it. But the crime that Qinyu had given him was too heavy, and he did not dare to admit it. Qinyu, Xiao said that after you caught him, you stuffed the hellfire Ganoderma into his storage bag and deliberately planted it. Do you have anything to say? The red-faced elder spoke. He was obviously on Zhu Songyan's side. Planted? Xiao, let me ask you, why did you sneak into the spiritual herb garden in the middle of the night? You said that you were here to meet a friend. I wonder which one of the odd job workers is your friend. Qinyu did not want to explain, or he would be in a passive position. Odd job workers had low statuses, and Xiao was a newly promoted genius disciple. How could he be friends with odd job workers? Also, what's with this token? Qinyu took out a red token from Xiao's storage bag and said, this is a token that only the stewards of the spiritual herb garden have. I also have one here. Where did you get it from? His two questions directly attacked Xiao's mind, and he once again took the initiative. Enforcement Elder, this token should only be owned by the elders of the sect affairs hall. Why don't we go and ask them what's with this token? The moment Qinyu said this, Zhu Songyan and Xiao both fell silent. This token was something that Zhu Songyan had gotten from Elder Wu of the sect affairs hall. It allowed Xiao to sneak into the spiritual herb garden silently. Back then, he had never thought that he would fail, so he did not consider the impact of this token if he failed. This token was only owned by the stewards and elders of the spiritual herb garden. Why would it appear in Xiao's hands? If the elder of the General Affairs Hall had casually given it to him, he would also be responsible. Soon, he contacted Elder Wu of the Sect Affairs Hall. When the other party learned that Xiao had been captured by Qinyu and that he had been charged with more than 100 spiritual herbs, Elder Wu immediately distanced himself and said, I did not give him this token. Perhaps he stole it from the General Affairs Hall. Elders cared a lot about their reputation. If something fell into the hands of their enemies, their position might be snatched away. Sigh. Zhu Songyan sighed. He was at his wit's end. Unless Elder Wu admitted that he had abused his power and given the token to Xiao, there was nothing he could do. Stealing the token and spiritual herbs from the spiritual herb garden. May I ask, Enforcement Elder, what should Xiao be charged with? Qinyu smiled faintly and asked the red-faced elder, forcing him to give a conclusion. Xiao kept asking Zhu Songyan for help, and the two secretly transmitted their voices. Zhu Songyan learned that the charge of stealing the spiritual herbs was made up by Qinyu. Is that true? Zhu Songyan asked. In that case, the charge of stealing more than 100 spiritual herbs was made up by Qinyu and he wanted to take the opportunity to embezzle the spiritual herbs. Enforcement Elder, this disciple admits to the crime of theft, but I only stole a few earth Ganoderma. Everything was Qinyu's fault. Xiao spoke according to Zhu Songyan's instructions. Men, go to the spiritual herb garden and investigate this matter. The red-faced elder ordered. Before long, the enforcement team returned and confirmed that more than 100 spiritual herbs were indeed missing from the spiritual herb garden. Impossible. Xiao was scared out of his wits and trembled. How could the spiritual herb garden suddenly be missing more than 100 spiritual herbs? Sir, it must be Qinyu. Qinyu pocketed more than 100 spiritual herbs and pinned the crime on me. Xiao hollered. The red-faced elder frowned slightly and was a little impatient. However, on account of Zhu Songyan, he ordered, men, check Qinyu's storage space. Qinyu smiled and did not resist, allowing the other party to check and prove his innocence. No, that's possible. Xiao was stunned and his mind went blank. He could not figure out where those 100 or so precious herbs went. Naturally, Qinyu wouldn't tell him that these 100 or so precious materials were stored in the space inside his heart. The red-faced elder said in a dignified manner, our disciple, Xiao, stole the token and spiritual herbs of the spiritual herb garden. This is a serious crime and should be executed. However, on account of Xiao's sincere repentance, he will be imprisoned in the frost hell for 100 years. Sincere repentance? Qinyu really wanted to ask the red-faced elder how he could tell. However, he couldn't be bothered to argue. He didn't care about Xiao's life or death at all. If he forced the vermilion bird sacred race too hard, it wouldn't benefit him either. Qinyu, where's the Stark concealment robe? Zhu Songyan asked with a dark expression. That was a treasure bestowed by his grandfather. If not for the fact that Xiao had to complete the mission successfully, he would never lend it to someone else. What's dark concealment robe? Qin Yu asked instead. You know the answer. Zhu Songyan gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress his anger. Oh, are you referring to this robe, senior brother Zhu? This is the spoil of war I obtained after defeating the sinner, Xiao. This treasure has unique effects and extraordinary quality. It's definitely not something that Xiao can possess. I suspect that there's someone behind Xiao. May I know why senior brother Zhu is suddenly asking about this robe? Does senior brother Zhu know who this star concealment robe belongs to? Qin Yu teased. He knew that Zhu Songyan was the mastermind and the star concealment robe belonged to the other party. However, would Zhu Songyan dare to take it? Zhu Songyan stood on the spot with a dark expression and did not speak. The moment he admitted that the star concealment robe belonged to him, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was the mastermind. That bastard. Green veins popped on Zhu Songyan's forehead and his eyes were bloodshot with smoke rising from the top of his head. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. With a smirk on his face, Qin Yu strode out of the disciplinary hall. Qin Yu, how dare you snatch my star concealment robe? You're courting death. After Qin Yu left, Zhu Songyan cursed coldly. He had suffered a huge loss this time round. At the same time, Zhu Songyan was enraged and his hatred towards Qin Yu was torrential. Qin Yu strode out of the law enforcement hall and returned to the second level of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. As soon as he returned, many odd job workers seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. When they saw Qin Yu, they knelt down excitedly. This time, it's all thanks to Lord for catching the thief, otherwise we would have lost our lives. Lord Steward is honest and upright, and his divine bravery is matchless. We admire him greatly. This time, more than 100 spiritual herbs were stolen from the spiritual medicinal garden. If not for Qin Yu catching the thief, they, the odd job workers, would have suffered. Even if all of their lives were added up, it wouldn't be worth the stolen elixirs. Moreover, the thief was the newly promoted genius Xiao. The other party's cultivation was at the late star condensation stage, and he had many magical treasures to help him sneak into the spiritual medicinal garden, but was caught by Qin Yu on the spot. Qin Yu's character and strength had convinced all the odd job workers. Ahem, this is what this steward should do. Get up. Qin Yu coughed with a strange expression on his face and said in a serious manner. If these odd job workers knew that Xiao's theft was fake, and his goal was to deal with Qin Yu, and that more than 100 spiritual herbs were actually stolen by Qin Yu, his tall and imposing image would collapse instantly. Therefore, it was better not to hurt their fragile hearts. When Qin Yu returned to the cave dwelling, he couldn't help but laugh. Xiao, Zhu Songyan, this time you really suffered a double loss. And he himself had gained quite a lot. More than 100 spiritual materials, as well as a supplementary treasure, star concealing robe. These more than 100 fire attribute spiritual materials were expensive, and they were all what Qin Yu needed to cultivate the Vermilion Bird Sky Burning Wings. Previously, he couldn't buy spiritual herbs everywhere, and didn't dare to take any profit when he came to the spiritual medicinal garden. This time, he had reaped what he lost, and it was several times more. And that, star-concealing robe, was a high-grade item. Not only did it have outstanding defensive capabilities, it could also perfectly conceal one's aura, and was even more effective in the dark. Previously, when Xiao used the star-concealing robe, Qin Yu did not notice it. It was the sole attack of the 10,000 Dragon Crown that affected Xiao, causing him to reveal a flaw. I'll refine the star-concealing robe and the 10,000 Dragon Crown first. Qin Yu made a decision. After refining these two treasures, his ability to protect himself would greatly increase. However, as soon as the day passed, Qin Yu was summoned by Elder Wu of the Great Hall of Sect Affairs. The disciple who was in charge of the spiritual herb garden has returned. You don't need to carry out this task anymore. Elder Wu's face was slightly gloomy. Elder Wu was also aware of the plan to transfer Qin Yu to the spiritual herb garden and then set him up. In fact, he was even an accomplice. However, Xiao's plan was completely ruined. He was charged with a serious crime and sent to prison. Even Elder Wu was almost affected by it. The position of an elder in the Great Hall of Sect Affairs was extremely powerful and lucrative. Who knew how many people had their eyes on this position, so in order to protect himself last night, he had pushed all the blame onto Xiao. In any case, he already found Qinyu an eyesore. Elder, since this disciple has already accepted this task and is doing quite well, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Qinyu smiled. After this incident, he felt that this task wasn't bad. On the other hand, if he lost this task, Elder Wu might arrange a new trap for him. Since that was the case, he was willing to stay in the spiritual herb garden that he was completely familiar with. Elder Wu was stunned. He didn't expect Qinyu to be so thick-skinned and refused to give up this task. The position of the spiritual herb garden's manager was very lucrative. Under normal circumstances, this position would also help him obtain a lot of benefits. However, if Qinyu became the spiritual herb garden's manager, it wouldn't benefit Elder Wu in the slightest. Qinyu, you've done well for the incident that happened in the spiritual herb garden last night. This elder will give you an additional 30% of the reward for this mission. With your talent, being the spiritual herb garden's manager is too much for you. This elder will arrange a good job for you in the future. Elder Wu naturally wouldn't let Qinyu get what he wanted. Qinyu couldn't win against the elder. In the end, he handed over the manager's token, received his reward, and returned to his cave abode 95. His return surprised the disciples of the celestial sect. Everyone knew that the task that the vermilion bird sky nest arranged for Qinyu was definitely a trap. The incident at the law enforcement hall yesterday had also spread, further confirming this point. However, they didn't expect that Qinyu would return safely. After returning to his original cave abode, Qinyu continued to refine the Xian weapon. 3 days later, the star-concealing robe was successfully refined. When Qinyu put on this transparent star-patterned robe and infused it with star origin energy, his figure instantly disappeared in the void, as if he didn't exist. This was similar to Qinyu's use of the profound meaning of space to conceal his figure. However, the star-patterned robe's concealing ability was more outstanding. At the same time, this star-concealing robe was considered a spatial Xian weapon. When Qinyu used the profound meaning of space, his concealing ability became stronger. Even if a 4-star king came near me, it would be difficult for him to detect my presence. Qinyu speculated in his mind. He had to find an opportunity to test it out. Next, he tested the defense of the star-concealing robe. In comparison, this aspect wasn't very outstanding. But with Qinyu's current cultivation, after activating the star-concealing robe, he could reduce the damage of the White Tiger Divine Claw by 30 to 40%, which was already very good. After all, the star-concealing robe was an auxiliary Xian weapon, not a purely defensive one. After successfully refining this Xian weapon, next was the 10,000 Dragon Crown. The 10,000 Dragon Crown was still trying its best to resist Qinyu, but at this point, it was no longer of much use. Half a month later, the 10,000 Dragon Crown was successfully refined. Buzz, the golden dragon-patterned crown floated in the void, golden light blossoming. The shadow of a dragon swam and the roar of a dragon could be heard, appearing majestic and sacred. What is the use of this yellow dragon clan's treasure? Although Qinyu had refined it, he still couldn't figure it out. Back then, Huang Shuiheng had used the 10,000 Dragon Crown, with the help of a special technique to temporarily unleash the power of the 10,000 Dragon Crown. His technique was actually very crude, and he just kept using the 10,000 Dragon Crown to smash people. Artifact Spirit, get out here. Qinyu summoned the artifact spirit of the 10,000 Dragon Crown. It was a dragon spirit of the Yellow Dragon clan. Although it hated Qinyu, its new master, it could only obey his orders. Put the 10,000 Dragon Crown on my head? Qinyu felt that the artifact spirit was right. Since it was a crown, it must be worn on his head. The human brain was extremely important. If he hadn't refined the 10,000 Dragon Crown, he would never have dared to try this. After putting on the 10,000 Dragon Crown, he infused it with his origin energy. Buzz, a power seemed to awaken in the 10,000 Dragon Crown, and a supreme dragon power instantly poured into Qinyu's body. That power was wild and domineering, and it exceeded Qinyu's current level. He found it hard to bear, and his whole body ached as if it was about to be torn apart. His skin turned pale gold, and scales appeared. Then, his eyes and hair gradually changed color, and his body emitted a terrifying dragon might that could suppress all things. My strength, physique, defense, and spirit have all been improved to a terrifying level, Xianxia said with difficulty. With the dragon crown on his head, he seemed to have become the emperor of all dragons, but this process was also very painful and unbearable, and the origin energy in his body was rapidly consumed. In addition, Xianxia's soul was also greatly affected. It was as if he had come to another world. There were countless golden dragon shadows flying between the heavens and earth. Just this aura alone made his soul tremble and his mind go blank. Looks like this is the correct way to use the 10,000 dragon crown. After confirming this, Xianxia immediately took off the 10,000 dragon crown. Under the double pressure of his body and soul, that state was too torturous. Even Xianxia could not endure it for too long. And this was after he had refined the 10,000 dragon crown. This treasure could restrain the power, so it did not injure Xianxia. Xianxia was sure that if he hadn't worn the 10,000 dragon crown on his head before refining it, he would have lost his head. Looks like with my current level, I can't use the 10,000 dragon crown properly. At most, I can smash people like Huang Shuahong. Xianxia laughed at himself. He had worn it for a few breaths, and not only was it difficult to bear, but he had also lost a third of his origin energy. But this was still very powerful. Back when Huang Shuahong had taken out the 10,000 dragon crown, he had instantly turned the situation around and smashed people like rats, scurrying in all directions. Then, Xianxia continued to force the artifact spirit to squeeze out more information. It can also be used to refine and strengthen the soul? Xianxia was skeptical, but he still wore the artifact on his head. Instantly, he looked like a sovereign, his majesty inviolable. This time, Xianxia did not pour in his origin energy. Instead, he released his soul strength. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars came from the 10,000 dragon crown, shaking Xianxia's mind. After a while, a few dragon images appeared in his mind, circling back and forth. The dragon roars became even more intense, almost scattering his consciousness. Xianxia clenched his teeth and endured, resisting the dragon roars from the 10,000 dragon crown. A moment later, he lost consciousness, and his mind was in a daze. But when he recovered, he found that his soul intent had indeed strengthened a bit, and it faintly possessed a powerful and domineering aura. This isn't bad. Xianxia smiled. Comparatively speaking, the soul intent was his weakness. The stronger his soul intent, the faster he comprehended the profoundness. In addition, advancing to the mysterious nether realm had extremely high requirements for the soul intent. In the following days, Xianxia would occasionally use the 10,000 dragon crown to increase his soul intent. The majority of his time was spent on cultivating the vermilion bird heaven burning wings and the 9 revolution vast star art. Xianxia had a lot of origin stones and resources, so there was no problem cultivating the vermilion bird heaven burning wings. But the cultivation environment of Cave 95 was the worst out of all the cave dwellings. This hindered the cultivation of the 9 revolution vast star art, and his cultivation speed also slowed down. A month later, Xianxia wore the 10,000 dragon crown on his head. Dragon images revolved around it, and dragon roars came from it. In the soul intent, Xianxia seemed to have arrived in a world of dragons. He was surrounded by tens of thousands of dragons, and their roars kept coming. Xianxia was like a small boat in a tsunami. He could be swallowed at any moment. Just a bit more. Xianxia gritted his teeth. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his body was covered in sweat. Boom! At a certain moment, his soul suddenly shook. It seemed to break through some kind of shackle and rise to another level, standing on the same level as the countless dragon images around him. The countless dragon roars had greatly weakened their influence on him. My soul intent has reached the peak of the late stage of the star condensation realm. Xianxia took off the 10,000 dragon crown, and let out a long breath. Although the level of the soul was Xianxia's shortcoming, it was also at the forefront. He had reached the late-stage star condensation realm previously. Under the effect of the 10,000 dragon crown, his soul had improved by a level in a month's time. Such results were already very shocking. But if he wanted to continue to improve, it would be more difficult, and there was a certain risk. So in the following cultivation, his focus gradually shifted to the 9 revolutions vast star technique and the vermilion bird heaven burning wings. He had just started cultivating the vermilion bird heaven burning wings and could not be rushed. It was best to build a good foundation step by step. On this day, Xianxia circulated the 9 revolutions vast star technique, devouring the heaven and earth essence qi in the cave abode to advance his cultivation. But after 6 hours, the heaven and earth essence qi in the cave abode was completely devoured. On one hand, it was because the 9 revolutions vast star technique devoured heaven and earth essence qi quickly, and the demand was huge. On the other hand, this cultivation cave abode was a little bad. The vermilion bird sky nest elder had arranged for him cave number 95, which could be said to be the worst of all the cave abodes. If it continues like this, it will greatly affect my cultivation speed. Xianxia secretly shook his head. When he encountered a problem, he would think of a solution. Do I have to use primordial stones to cultivate? Xianxia immediately shook his head. He cultivated the 9 revolutions vast star technique, and if he really consumed primordial stones, it would not be enough. Finally, Xianxia thought of another method, but it seemed a little bad. Whatever, since you guys are making things difficult for me, then I won't be polite. Xianxia made a decision and walked out of the cave abode. In the cave abode area, the southern area had the best environment, and the northern area had the worst environment, and Xianxia's residence was the worst of the northern cave abodes. This treatment was really unparalleled. He came to the southern area, where the air was red and emitted a faint glow. Just outside, the concentration of heaven and earth essence qi is so high, the environment inside the cave abode is probably even better. Xianxia muttered. He found a place with a slightly higher concentration of essence qi, which was near a certain cave abode. Xianxia didn't care too much. He just sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. Inside a nearby cave dwelling, a vermilion bird sky nest disciple noticed Xianxia's presence outside the cave dwelling. He was startled for a moment, but a pensive expression soon appeared on his face as he walked out of the cave dwelling. Isn't that Xianxia from Celestial Sect? Why aren't you cultivating in your own cave abode? Why are you sitting outside my cave abode? The black-faced man floated in the air, looking down at Xianxia with an arrogant expression. He was an old disciple of the vermilion bird sky nest and had never been to the Celestial Sect before. However, when he heard about the results of the exchange between the new disciples, he felt that his reputation had been tarnished and he began to loathe Xianxia. Oh? I know, I heard that the cultivation conditions in the northern cave abode are too bad, and the southern cave abode where I am is the best cultivation area. However, you look too pitiful staying here. If I didn't know better, I would think that the vermilion bird sky nest didn't arrange a cave for you. The black-faced man laughed mockingly. The black-faced man's voice was loud and clear, attracting the attention of 2 vermilion bird sky nest disciples. Seeing that Xianxia was cultivating in the open, they couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you come into my cave abode to cultivate? However, you will need to pay a certain fee every month, and it would be best if you could help me clean up. The black-faced man's interest was piqued. He felt that this was a good idea. Celestial Sect's new genius was renting his cave abode and helping him clean up. If news of this got out, the vermilion bird sky nest's reputation would be completely restored. Ha ha ha, Senior Wusu, you're too mean. He's a heaven's favorite of the human race, how can you let him do odd jobs? The other 2 vermilion bird sky nest disciples laughed, mocking him. However, the person in question, Xianxia, was sitting on a clean rock, not moving an inch, as if he didn't hear their mockery at all. This caused the few of them to slowly lose interest. AI, seeing how pitiful you are, I won't chase you away. Senior brother's words still count. When you've thought it through, you can come to my cave abode to cultivate. The black-faced man Wusu smiled playfully, then turned around and returned to his cave abode. Humph, so what if you're a genius of the human race? So what if you're the number 1 disciple? When you're in the vermilion bird sky nest, even if you're a dragon, you'd better coil up, and even if you're a tiger, you'd better lie down. Wusu snorted in disdain. He came to the secret cultivation room and started cultivating. When the few of them left, Xianxia opened his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed. Buzz, within Qinyu's astral sea, a huge whirlpool formed, swallowing the surrounding heaven and earth energy. As time passed, the whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, swallowing all the surrounding heaven and earth energy. Even the heaven and earth energy underground was no exception. 9 transformations vast stars technique was the 9 transformations constellation cultivation technique. Not only was the speed of absorbing heaven and earth energy extremely fast, but the area of absorption was also wider. Qinyu set his sights on the bottom of Wusu's cave abode. The cave abode was built on a yuan stone vein, and through the array formation, it constantly absorbed the energy from the yuan stones underground, speeding up the cultivation speed. But now, before the heaven and earth energy from the yuan stones underground gushed into Wusu's cave abode, it was intercepted by Qinyu, and a portion was swallowed. Generally speaking, ordinary star condensation realm martial artists would find it hard to do this. Firstly, after going deep underground, absorbing heaven and earth energy would be affected. Secondly, it would be hard to resist the array formation. Even if he could absorb heaven and earth energy in the end, the amount would not be much, and it would be strenuous and unrewarding. But Qinyu's 9 transformations vast stars technique was too overbearing. His soul realm had just reached the peak late star condensation realm, which was why he could do this. He could even penetrate through the enchantment and absorb the heaven and earth energy in the cave abode, just not much. Not bad, not bad. Compared to my cave abode's cultivation speed, it has increased by 40%. Qinyu revealed a faint smile, stealing the heaven and earth energy that originally belonged to Wusu with a clear conscience. Inside the cave abode, Wusu, who was cultivating, suddenly felt that something was wrong. The cultivation effect of the cave abode seemed to have weakened a little. But he did not pay much attention to it, thinking that it would return to normal after a while. Unexpectedly, after a while, not only did it not recover, the heaven and earth energy in the cave abode greatly decreased. After careful investigation, Wusu discovered the main culprit, Qinyu. How is this possible? Outside, he can actually steal the heaven and earth energy in my cave abode. Wusu felt that this was inconceivable, and at the same time, he was especially angry in his heart. A mere peak middle stage star condensation realm, do you think I can't deal with you? Wusu's cultivation was at the peak late star condensation realm, 1 stage higher than Qinyu. After suffering a loss at his hands, he wanted to regain his face. He sat down cross-legged and revolved his cultivation technique, fighting with Qinyu for the heaven and earth energy. What an overbearing cultivation technique, I can't even win. After a round of fighting, Wusu was defeated. In the process of fighting for the heaven and earth energy, he could only snatch 30% of it, the rest was snatched away by Qinyu. In this kind of cultivation environment, Wusu's cultivation efficiency was greatly reduced, not to mention that he was currently impatient, and his state of mind was also showing flaws, making it impossible for him to cultivate in peace. Bastard, you dare to brazenly steal my cultivation resources. Wusu cursed angrily. The key was that Qinyu had not violated the vermilion bird sky nest's rules, so he could not do anything to him. Wusu regretted it at this moment. Perhaps it was because he had humiliated Qinyu that the other party did this. After staying in the cave abode for half a day, Wusu could not stand it anymore. His state of mind had been destroyed by Qinyu, and his cultivation efficiency was extremely low. If this matter was spread out, he would also lose all face. Dare to insult me, then don't blame me. Wusu suddenly stood up. His cultivation was at the peak late star condensation realm, but as an old disciple, he had a deep foundation, and already had the qualifications to attack the 4-star king realm. Today, he would teach Qinyu a lesson, and chase this bastard away. However, Wusu had only taken a few steps when Qinyu suddenly got up and left. Wusu froze for a moment, the anger that was about to erupt in his heart suddenly had nowhere to vent. Left? At least you're sensible. Wusu suppressed his anger and returned to the secret chamber. From his point of view, Qinyu had sensed that he was going to find trouble with him, so he tactfully left. But in reality, Qinyu did not want to compete with Wusu for Heaven-Earth Essence Qi, that would affect his cultivation efficiency. Thus, he decided to look for a better place to cultivate. I remember that the few demonic beasts who insulted me just now seemed to be living nearby. Qinyu remembered the grudge from just now. If there was a grudge, he would take revenge, only then would his state of mind be clear. The two vermilion bird sky nest disciples who had insulted Qinyu were at the late star condensation realm and the peak of the mid-star condensation realm. After Qinyu arrived near the cave abode, he began to cultivate. When the cultivator in the cave abode sensed the abnormality, he adopted the same method as Wusu, that was to fight head-on and win against Qinyu. The result was obvious, he lost even more miserably than Wusu. That peak middle star condensation realm cultivator could only absorb 10% of the heaven-earth essence chi. Not bad, not bad. Qinyu smiled. The day gradually passed, and at night, Qinyu returned to the cave abode to cultivate the vermilion bird heaven-burning wings. The next day, he began to move again. In the southern region, cultivation cave abode after cave abode was visited by Qinyu. Among them, the most miserable one was a cultivator who was in the midst of breaking through to the late star condensation realm. In the end, due to the lack of heaven-earth essence chi, he couldn't win against Qinyu and failed to break through. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and fainted. Qinyu felt that the other party suddenly stopped fighting with him, and his cultivation was extremely smooth. He cultivated outside the cave abode for 2 days. In these 10 days, the southern region's cultivation cave abode was filled with complaints from Qinyu. But in these 10 days, Qinyu's cultivation speed was also extremely fast, comparable to cultivating in his own cave abode for 2 months. When Qinyu chose a target, he would ask around and not provoke a 4-star king. But in these 10 days, there were fewer and fewer suitable targets. Hence, Qinyu came to Wusu's cave abode again. After cultivating steadily for a month, Wusu's state of mind slowly calmed down, and he had already forgotten about the matter with Qinyu. But suddenly, he opened his eyes, and anger burst forth. Qinyu, you actually came again. Wusu felt the heaven-earth essence chi in the cave abode decrease, and the anger in his chest ignited. Swoosh, after sitting cross-legged for a moment, he suddenly rushed out, turning into a wisp of black flame and scuttling out of the cave abode. Wusu's gaze immediately fell on Qinyu, who was near the cave abode, and a pitch-black long rod appeared in his hand. Boom, the long rod danced, setting off a violent whirlwind of black flames, causing the sky to darken. Qinyu, you have disturbed this Wu's cultivation time and time again, scram. He roared angrily, and this shocking rod smashed towards Qinyu's head. Qinyu woke up from his cultivation state. Annoyed that his cultivation was disturbed, he activated the white tiger sacred claw and struck out. Boom. Chi, chi. The violet-black flame rod shadow was torn to pieces by Qinyu, and 5 rays of platinum light streaked across the sky, 2 of which hit Wusu in the sky. What? Wusu was shocked. Qinyu's strength was stronger than he imagined, chi. Puff, 2 bone-deep wounds were left on Wusu's body, and blood kept gushing out. He smashed into his cave abode and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wusu? How dare you sneak attack me? Qinyu shouted. Wusu, who had just gotten up, was so angry that his body trembled after hearing this. He spat out another mouthful of blood and lay on the ground. It was clearly Qinyu who stole his cultivation resources, causing him to be unable to cultivate in peace, but in the end, the other party blamed him confidently. Wusu felt that he was too wronged and too aggrieved. The battle between Qinyu and Wusu was grand and mighty, startling everyone in the vicinity. The vermilion bird sky nest allowed disciples to fight amongst themselves, but not many would actually fight within the vermilion bird sky nest. The sounds of battle immediately attracted many people. It's Qinyu. It must be Qinyu who stole the cultivation resources from Wusu's cave abode. Now he's even beating Wusu up. How arrogant. Many vermilion bird sky nest disciples revealed hatred the moment they saw Qinyu. During this period of time, many of them had been harassed by Qinyu. Qinyu, it's you who disrupted my breakthrough and caused me to fail. A burly man roared in anger. A few days ago, he had failed to break through and his foundation was damaged, causing him to fall into a coma. Brother Wu, let's join forces and teach him a lesson. The burly man flew out, his entire body erupting with golden flames that were as resplendent and hot as the sun. Okay. Wusu got up again, a layer of black flame swirling around his body. Pong, as Wusu's palm struck the black rod, the surrounding black flames merged into the profound artifact. The black rod grew several times in size and shot towards Qinyu. The burly man's body was covered in golden flames. He opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling pillar of golden flames, incinerating everything. You want to teach me a lesson with just you? Qinyu raised his brows. Wusu's strength was decent, at the peak late-stage star condensation. But the burly man was only at the late-stage star condensation. His participation had no effect on the battle. Boom, Qinyu waved his white tiger sacred claw, gently tearing the void. 5 rays of platinum light filled with power blocked the two's joint attack. In an instant, the burly man's attack was torn to pieces by Qinyu. Wusu's black rod profound artifact was also sent flying. Whoosh, Qinyu's figure soared into the sky, pointing a finger at the burly man. Condensed elemental energy combined with powerful strength turned into a finger-thick platinum light pillar, piercing through the burly man. Puff, a round bloody hole was left in the other party's chest, and blood was gushing out. Against a late-stage celestial condensation cultivator, Qinyu did not dare to casually use the white tiger sacred claw. It would not be good if he accidentally killed it. Following that, Qinyu charged at Wusu. With the white tiger heaven-splitting claw at the Great Perfection realm, Qinyu merely used 3 attacks to severely injure Wusu and defeat him. In less than 3 breaths, the battle was over. The 2 Vermilion Bird Sky Nest disciples attacking Qinyu suffered a crushing defeat on the spot. This scene enraged even more Vermilion Bird Sky Nest disciples. This brat is too arrogant. This is the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, how can we allow him to humiliate us as he pleases? That bastard, let's attack together and give him a taste of suffering. Many Vermilion Bird Sky Nest disciples walked out, planning to attack Qinyu. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest had suffered a crushing defeat in the exchange of new disciples, but this was the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. How could they allow Qinyu to humiliate them again? What are you all doing? Right at this moment, an icy cold and furious shout sounded out from nearby. Following that, a few disciples dressed in unique robes walked over. Disciplinary team. The disciples' faces turned solemn. Qinyu had been to the disciplinary hall before and recognized the members of the disciplinary team. Lord Disciplinary Lord, this one was cultivating here just now and was ambushed for no reason. Now, they want to gang up on me. Thank goodness you all arrived quickly, otherwise this disciple would have to go to the disciplinary hall to seek justice. Qinyu was the first to step out, speaking swiftly. On the other side, Wusu, who was about to complain, was beaten to it by Qinyu. Hearing Qinyu's words, he was tongue-tied, fuming with rage. Oh? The disciplinary team members glanced at Qinyu with furrowed brows. Not long ago, Qinyu had appeared in the disciplinary hall. Even Zhu Songyan wasn't his match and his subordinate, Shi Yao, was thrown into prison. Who would have thought that today's chaos was related to Qinyu? Several enforcers swept their eyes over the crowd. They could see that many of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest disciples were indeed planning to attack Qinyu. Although the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest did not forbid disciples from fighting each other, this kind of vicious gang fight was definitely forbidden. Moreover, Qinyu was a disciple of Celestial Sect. If he was ganged up on in the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, they wouldn't be able to answer to Celestial Sect. Lord Disciplinary Lord, it's not like that. It was Qinyu who disturbed our cultivation first. Wusu spoke abruptly. He couldn't allow Qinyu to distort the truth. Sorry to disturb your cultivation. Did I enter your cave abode territory? Qinyu smiled and asked. Wusu was speechless, unable to speak. Even if I didn't enter the cave, you still disturbed my cultivation. Wusu felt that his words were a little forced. Moreover, Qinyu was able to steal the heaven and earth spiritual energy from outside their cave. This method was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, they didn't have clear evidence. As long as Qinyu didn't admit it, they wouldn't be able to verify the facts. Qinyu relied on this point to dare to disturb others' cultivation. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest targeted him at every turn. There was no need for him to be kind. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. The path of cultivation was a path of competition and plunder. Constantly plundering cultivation resources for his own use. One of the disciplinary officers finally spoke, "All right, this matter ends here. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest strictly forbids gang fights. Also, Qinyu, you are not allowed to cultivate outside other people's cave in the future." The disciplinary officer gave his verdict. To a certain extent, the verdict was still directed at Qianyu. Although Wusu wasn't happy with the disciplinary officer's verdict, there was nothing he could do. He stared fiercely at Qianyu. "Qianyu, you are not allowed to appear outside my cave in the future. Otherwise, you will be considered disturbing my cultivation and I will report you to the disciplinary hall." The crowd gradually dispersed. After returning to his residence, Qianyu continued to cultivate. His cultivation was getting closer and closer to the star condensation late stage, and he wanted to break through as soon as possible. However, with the cultivation conditions of his own cave, it was a little difficult. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stolen the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi from other people's cave. Now, the disciplinary officer even forbade Qianyu from cultivating outside other people's cave. But can this stop me? The corner of Qianyu's mouth curled up, revealing a slightly naughty smile. Deep into the night, Qianyu ended his cultivation. "It's time for you to show your usefulness." Qianyu took out the star-concealing robe from his storage dimension. The moment he put on the mountain-concealing robe, his figure suddenly disappeared. Qianyu walked out of the cave and once again headed to the southern region to find a suitable place to cultivate. "I still feel that this place is more comfortable." Qianyu once again arrived outside Wusu's cave. With his current cultivation level and 3.5 levels of the profound of space, even if a 4-star king were to approach, it would be difficult for them to discover Qianyu. On the other hand, it was now night time, and the star-concealing robe's concealment effect was greatly enhanced. Inside the cave, Wusu was healing his injuries. "Damn it, this bastard is so strong. I'm not his match at all." While Wusu was healing his injuries, he was constantly cursing Qianyu in his heart. "However, this is the vermilion bird sky nest. There are too many people who want to embarrass you." Today, he went to find Zhu Songyan. But because Zhu Songyan lost the star-concealing robe, he was grounded by his grandfather and couldn't leave the cave for the time being. Zhu Songyan said that when he came out, he would definitely make Qianyu regret it for the rest of his life. Wusu was also looking forward to the day when this sentence would come true. Just as he was fantasizing about this, Wusu suddenly discovered that the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi in the cave was decreasing. Could it be that that kid is here again? He's courting death. Wusu merged his spiritual consciousness into the array and observed the situation outside the cave, but he didn't find Qianyu. This was strange. Could it be that the underground Yuan stone mine supply was insufficient, causing the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi to decrease? But a moment later, Wusu denied this possibility. "Damn it, it's Qianyu, it's him." The situation of the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi being stolen was exactly the same as before. Therefore, Wusu was sure that it was Qianyu's doing. But there was no one outside his cave. How did Qianyu steal the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi inside his cave? This was simply something impossible. "Qianyu, come out for me." Wusu flew out of the secret chamber and checked inside and out 3 times but did not find any traces of Qianyu. On this night, Wusu's mind was restless. His entire person became somewhat crazy. But the moment the sky brightened, the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi inside the cave recovered to normal. This made Wusu even more perplexed. Could it be that everything last night was his misconception? But when night came, the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi decreased again. What in the world is going on? What in the world is going on? Wusu roared loudly inside the cave. There was no one around the cave, but the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi disappeared for no reason. His current cultivation efficiency inside the cave probably could not compare to Qianyu's North District's number 95 abode. Qianyu cultivated outside Wusu's cave for 3 days. Wusu was also tortured for 3 days. In the following days, this kind of situation happened in caves one after another. Many disciples were alarmed, but they could not find out the reason. Qianyu, who possessed the star-concealing robe, only moved at night, coming and going without a trace. No one could find out who he was. But everyone believed that everything was done by Qianyu. It was just that there was no conclusive evidence. This phenomenon lasted for nearly 2 months. Finally, there were disciples who complained to the law enforcement hall. They really could not tolerate it. Even if there was no evidence, they had to report it to the law enforcement hall. Maybe they could find something that could prove Qianyu's crimes. Qianyu did not know about this. After 2 months of hard work, his cultivation finally reached a bottleneck. He entered the secret room and started his closed-door cultivation, trying to break through to the star condensation late stage. The heaven-earth Xianxia in the cave was not enough. It was quickly absorbed. Hence, Xianxia took out 100,000 high-grade elemental stones and absorbed the heaven-earth Xianxia. After a day, 100,000 high-grade elemental stones were used up. But to break through to the star condensation late stage, he was still far from it. At this time, Xianxia took out a pill from the faint silver crystal space. This pill was the size of a baby's fist. It was round and emitted a faint glow. One could clearly feel the huge amount of energy inside. This was the star pill, given by the celestial sect leader. This star pill was of high quality. It was extremely useful for 4-star kings. It was because of this that Xianxia had the confidence to break through to the star condensation late stage. Law Enforcement Lord, we can confirm that it was Xianxia who interfered with our cultivation. It's just that this Xianxia is too cunning. We don't know what methods he used. Lords, please search for evidence. A team headed towards Xianxia's cave. Don't worry. The law enforcement team will investigate this matter thoroughly and give you justice. Beside the law enforcement team, Xianxia said coldly. After being grounded for 2 months, he was only released a few days ago. Others did not know how Xianxia stole the heaven-earth Xianxia without anyone noticing. But Xianxia was clear. It was definitely the star-concealing robe. This time, he must punish Xianxia severely and take back the star-concealing robe. Soon, the law enforcement team and the disciples arrived outside Xianxia's cave. Xianxia, come out. A law enforcement team member shouted. But there was no movement from within Xianxia's cave. Xianxia sensed that something was wrong. After carefully sensing, he discovered that something was wrong with Xianxia's cave. He's breaking through. Xianxia was shocked. Xianxia was only at the peak of the star condensation middle stage, but he already had the strength of a 4-star king. If he broke through, how strong would he be? I must not let him break through to the star condensation late stage. Xianxia hardened his heart and made a decision. Xianxia, who was in the middle of breaking through to the late stage of star condensation, heard the shouts outside, but he was at the critical moment of breaking through. How could he stop here? The star pill had already been swallowed by him, and pure energy surged through his body like a flood. This star pill's quality was extremely high, effective even for 4-star kings. If outsiders knew that Xianxia had taken this pill at the peak of the mid-stage of star condensation, they would definitely feel sorry for him for wasting such a treasure. Xianxia felt his cultivation climbing bit by bit, nearing the limit. The mysterious heart activated, preventing the star pill's medicinal effect from dissipating and rapidly being absorbed. Under Xianxia's guidance, a steady stream of pure energy entered the 3rd star in his star sea, causing it to become even more resplendent as it slowly transformed. Outside the cave, it wasn't just Xianxia who sensed Xianxia's breakthrough, but the others could also vaguely feel it. Many of the vermilion bird sky nest disciples present had been violated by Xianxia. Xianxia had been stealing their heaven and earth resources to cultivate and make breakthroughs in his cultivation, but they were disturbed and their minds were in a mess. At this moment, everyone could no longer maintain their calm. Senior brother Du, this Xianxia ignored the law enforcer's summons. He must have a guilty conscience and might be destroying the evidence in the cave right now. Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. Even he didn't realize that he had developed a fear of Xianxia. Before breaking through, Xianxia's strength was already comparable to a 4-star king. Once he broke through, Xianxia was worried that he wouldn't be able to defeat Xianxia even at his peak. Senior brother Xianxia is right. Xianxia is too daring. He even ignored the law enforcers. He's too arrogant. Wu Su and the other vermilion bird sky nest disciples agreed. Senior brother Du, you guys are enforcing the law. If Xianxia doesn't come out, are you guys going to wait outside? In my opinion, we should just barge in and capture Xianxia, the criminal who is disrupting others' cultivation. Xianxia said righteously. In secret, he promised senior brother Du a certain amount of benefits. Fine. Break through the barrier. Senior brother Du shouted coldly. Soon after, the law enforcement team began to take action. The others retreated to the side, not participating at all. Just like that, a group of people pretended not to know that Qinyu was in the middle of a breakthrough and wanted to disrupt his cultivation. Even if they couldn't punish Qinyu in the end, they could still cause Qinyu to fail in his cultivation breakthrough. Wu Su and the others were still very happy. To attack the late star condensation realm, at least 2 days, at most 5 days. Qinyu, you're finished. Zhu Songyan's eyes darkened. As long as he pretended not to know anything afterward, nothing big would happen. Moreover, with so many people involved in this matter, even if there was a punishment, it would not be too severe. Pung! 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 The law enforcers floated around Qinyu's cave abode as violent attacks rained down on him. After half an incense stick of time. Boom! Cracks appeared on the enchantment of the immortal's cave. Then, it violently shattered and was completely destroyed. Even the buildings inside were affected and more than half of them were destroyed. Go in. Senior Brother Du, the leader of the enforcement team, shouted in a low voice. The enforcement team was the first to enter, followed closely by the rest. If the previous commotion did not cause Qinyu to fail, then they would take advantage of the chaos to attack him and cause Qinyu to fail. However, when everyone entered the range of Qinyu's cave abode, the surrounding void flickered with silver light. It was as if the water surface had turned viscous. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into a swamp. Their speed slowed down and their bodies were surrounded by a layer of silver ripples. What's going on? Why can't I move? Those with lower cultivation were unable to move, and their faces were filled with fear. This is the profound of space, and to be able to do it to such an extent, it should be the 4th level of the profound of space. Zhu Songyan muttered in shock. Only the 4th level of the profound of space could form such a large-scale deceleration effect. Even Zhu Songyan, a 4-star king, was restricted and greatly affected. Isn't he breaking through? Zhu Songyan's expression changed. Could it be that he had already succeeded? Just now, everyone attacked the enchantment of my cave abode and damaged it. This is strictly forbidden by the Vermilion Bird's sky nest. I will report this matter to the enforcement elder. A cold voice rang out. Qinyu walked out from the secret chamber. His eyes were pitch black and cold. When he glanced at everyone, their hearts involuntarily trembled and fear rose in them. Everyone could clearly feel Qinyu's aura. They knew that he had successfully broken through. In reality, Qinyu's group had already broken through the enchantment when they were halfway through their attack. This was all due to the powerful medicinal effect of the star pill and the mysterious heart's ability to speed up the medicinal effect. Moreover, after Qinyu had successfully broken through, he had comprehended the profound of space and successfully reached the 4th level. The reason why he hadn't come out earlier was because he was waiting for these people to break through his cave abode and leave behind some evidence. Qinyu, I am a member of the enforcement team. I broke into your cave abode because you were in seclusion. Senior Brother Du of the enforcement team immediately explained. Facing the enforcement team leader, Qinyu wasn't afraid at all. His aura surged. Oh? I was in the midst of breaking through, so how could I come out? Furthermore, you guys broke into my cave abode and disturbed my cultivation without any concrete evidence. What are your crimes? As enforcers, you knowingly broke the law. That's an additional crime. This round of questioning caused the enforcers to panic. Qinyu, how dare you insult the enforcers? If you say that you don't have any evidence, then this young master will take the evidence. Zhu Songyan roared in anger. He wanted to defeat Qinyu and take back the star-concealing robe. At the same time, this treasure could also be used as evidence. Boom, flames surged around him, constantly exploding. This was the powerful power of the 4th level of the profound of fire. At this moment, Zhu Songyan seemed to have turned into a blazing sun. Scorching waves of fire spread out continuously, weakening the binding of the profound of space. Boom, Zhu Songyan suddenly struck out with his claw. A scorching and violent scarlet claw descended from the sky with shocking power. As a 4-star monarch, he didn't hold back in this attack. Coupled with the 4th level of the profound of fire, this attack could easily incinerate a late-stage star condensation cultivator. However, Qinyu wasn't an ordinary late-stage star condensation cultivator. Facing Zhu Songyan's attack, he was eager to use the power to break through to the late-stage star condensation cultivator. The star acupoints on Qianyu's fist and arm lit up and condensed origin energy. Boom, his fist shook the void and turned into a dazzling beam of light, blasting towards the scarlet claw. Boom, the void exploded and destructive energy surged. The scarlet claw was completely destroyed. How is this possible? Zhu Xianyan's body swayed and his expression changed. Senior brother Zhu seems to be at a disadvantage. The surrounding spectators were shocked. Qianyu, who had just broken through to the late-stage star condensation cultivator, actually had the upper hand in a clash with Zhu Xianyan. Through this exchange, Qianyu had a clear understanding of his own strength. His physique, origin energy, and profound energy surpassed the attack of an ordinary 4-star monarch. Zhu Xianyan's expression became even more furious. He felt humiliated and took out the feather fan profound artifact. On one hand, he wanted to defeat Qianyu and redeem his face. The latter had just broken through, so his cultivation was definitely not stable. If he waited for Qianyu to completely consolidate his cultivation, Zhu Xianyan really had no confidence. Therefore, this was his only chance to defeat Qianyu. Vermilion Spirit Fan, Scarlet Fire Strike. Zhu Xianyan used his profound artifact and the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan's unique and powerful combat skill. Boom, the scarlet feather fan burst into flames. The instant it flew out, it condensed into a ball and smashed towards Qianyu like a burning scarlet meteor. Many disciples retreated. Zhu Xianyan's attack was too terrifying. That power was enough to make star condensation middle stage and peak stage cultivators feel uncomfortable. However, Qianyu's expression didn't change. After his cultivation broke through, Zhu Xianyan didn't pose any threat to him. White Tiger Heaven-Splitting Claw, light runes surged on Qianyu's hands. The White Tiger Sacred Claw appeared and he launched a thunderous attack. Kacha, the burning scarlet meteor was cut into two by Qianyu's White Tiger Sacred Claw. Then, it exploded and turned into a ball of fire that fell to the ground. At the same time, Qianyu launched a counterattack. Swoosh, his figure flew out, and even though he was hit head-on by the fireballs that filled the sky, he was not injured at all. When the profound meaning of space was fully activated, Qianyu's speed broke through some kind of shackles and reached another level. Swoosh, he seemed to have disappeared in the void. When he reappeared, he was already 10 feet away from Zhu Xianyan. Teleportation? Zhu Xianyan was shocked and cold sweat broke out. He was surprised by this teleportation ability. At the same time, he was frightened because Qianyu was so close to him. He had fought with Qianyu in Celestial Sect and knew what would happen if Qianyu got close to him. Qianyu's White Tiger Sacred Claw drew a thick platinum light mark. It was like a flash of lightning and instantly appeared in front of Zhu Xianyan. No, good, Zhu Xianyan screamed in his heart. He was too close to Qianyu and the White Tiger Sacred Claw's attack was too fast. Under the restraint of the profound meaning of space, the possibility of him dodging was zero. In a hurry, Zhu Xianyan could only use his feather fan to block. Bang, the White Tiger Sacred Claw hit its target. Zhu Xianyan's arms were numb and the red feather fan was sent flying. A huge wound was left on Zhu Xianyan's body, spreading from his neck to his abdomen. Accompanied by a scream, Zhu Xianyan was sent flying hundreds of feet away. This? Qianyu actually won. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. How could this be the result? Many onlookers were dumbfounded. Qianyu's strength in this battle had completely shocked them. Senior brother Du, the method that Qianyu used to get close to senior brother Xianyan, was it teleportation? A law enforcer asked. This is a special divine ability that can be used when the profound meaning of space reaches the 4th level. It is not a true teleportation, but as the profound meaning of space continues to improve, it will transform into true teleportation. Senior brother Du said solemnly. The profound meaning of space was extremely difficult to comprehend. Normally, a 4-star king who cultivated the profound meaning of space would find it difficult to reach the 4th level. But Qianyu had just broken through to star condensation late stage and his profound meaning of space had broken through to the 4th level. What kind of monstrous talent was this? In the future, when Qianyu grasped the true teleportation divine ability, how terrifying would he be? Then, Lord, what should we do about this matter? The law enforcer continued to ask. I'm not sure either. Senior brother Du shook his head. Soon, everyone arrived at the law enforcement hall. The red-faced elder knew at a glance that the main conflict this time was between Qinyu and Zhu Zongyan. But why did Zhu Zongyan look so miserable this time? That bloody wound looked terrifying. Who was the one who caused it? Could it be that there was someone in the vermilion bird sky nest helping Qinyu? The disciplinary hall was filled with endless arguments. The red-faced elder had more or less understood what had happened. The one who had injured Zhu Zongyan to this state was none other than Qinyu. It was hard to believe that Qinyu, who had just broken through to star condensation late stage, could defeat a 4-star king of the vermilion bird sacred tribe. Was this the strength of the current human race's genius? His strength was indeed terrifying. Both sides are at fault in this matter. Let it end like this. No more trouble. The red-faced elder concluded. Obstructing the cultivation of the vermilion bird sky nest's disciples was definitely Qinyu's doing, but they didn't have any clear evidence. And this time, the law enforcement team breaking into the cave dwelling and Zhu Zongyan taking the initiative to attack Qinyu were all at fault. Moreover, there was clear evidence of the law enforcement team's and Zhu Zongyan's mistakes, so the red-faced elder's judgment was biased towards the vermilion bird sky nest. Qinyu was too lazy to argue. He had also benefited this time and successfully broke through to star condensation late stage in a short period of time. If there's nothing else, this disciple will take his leave. Qinyu strode out of the disciplinary hall. Disciplinary elder? You're letting him go just like that? Zhu Zongyan's face was filled with resentment and anger. This time, he had lost his face once again and was defeated by Qinyu in public. This matter would probably spread throughout the entire vermilion bird sky nest before the next day. Zhu Zongyan, are you doubting this elder's decision? The red-faced old man revealed a sinister and ferocious glint in his eyes, causing the enraged Zhu Zongyan to feel like he had fallen into an ice house. He calmed down and could not help but shiver. I don't dare. Zhu Zongyan shrunk his head. The red-faced elder sighed and left the disciplinary hall. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Zhu Zongyan. In fact, he had tried his best every time. It was just that Zhu Zongyan was too stupid. He couldn't even beat Qinyu in the demonic beast race's territory and was repeatedly humiliated by him. Now, the red-faced elder hoped that Zhu Zongyan wouldn't continue to make a move, lest he embarrass the vermilion bird sky nest. After the disciplinary elder left, Zhu Zongyan's face darkened again. It was almost impossible for him to let go of this grudge, but he also knew that it was too difficult to deal with Qinyu. He left the law enforcement hall and headed to the clan affairs hall to look for Elder Wu. Marshal nephew, what's wrong? Elder Wu was shocked to see the bloody wounds on Zhu Zongyan's body. In the vermilion bird sky nest, who dared to injure Zhu Zongyan to this extent? Suddenly, Elder Wu recalled the discussion he had heard not long ago. Zhu Zongyan seemed to have gotten into a conflict with Qinyu again. Could it be that Zhu Zongyan's injury was caused by Qinyu? Sigh, it's nothing serious. I've come this time to ask Elder for a favor. Zhu Zongyan didn't want to talk about the sad things. However, Elder Wu had already guessed it. After hearing Zhu Zongyan's words, he instantly understood what he wanted him to do. Just as Zhu Zongyan was about to speak, Elder Wu suddenly observed Zhu Zongyan's injuries and said, Marshal nephew, I can see that your injuries are very serious. You'd better go back and recuperate. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it in a few days. The first time Zhu Zongyan used his authority to scheme against Qinyu, Elder Wu almost lost his life. Just recently, Zhu Zongyan fought with Qinyu for the second time and suffered another crushing defeat, ending up in such a miserable state. Elder Wu already had some doubts about Zhu Zongyan's ability. If Zhu Zongyan fought with Qinyu for the third time, he would most likely lose again. Knowing that Zhu Zongyan would fail and even implicate himself, Elder Wu really wasn't willing to help. No, Elder, my injuries, Zhu Zongyan hurriedly said. However, Elder Wu waved his sleeves and an irresistible heaven and earth energy bound Zhu Zongyan, sending him out of the great hall. Elder, Zhu Zongyan wanted to explain, but he was at a loss for words. He could only swallow his anger and hatred. After Qinyu returned to his cave, he went into seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. In addition, although he had broken through to the star condensation late stage, he still hadn't fully absorbed the star pill's medicinal efficacy. After all, this pill's quality was excellent and its medicinal efficacy was shocking. This seclusion lasted for half a year. He stabilized his cultivation and thoroughly absorbed the star pill's medicinal efficacy, improving his cultivation. After he came out of seclusion, he went to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest Special Cultivation Area, Sacred Spirit Valley. The Sacred Spirit Valley could simulate enemies of different cultivation according to the requirements, allowing disciples to temper themselves and improve their strength. Qinyu chose 4-star monarchs as his opponents. Boom, the Sacred Spirit Valley shook and a huge amount of energy condensed, turning into a lava giant. However, this wasn't a real living being, but a special energy body condensed by the Sacred Spirit Valley's array. And this energy body contained a special soul body, which allowed the simulated enemies to have the ability to think and battle strength closer to that of a real living being. Roar! The lava giant roared and the profound of fire in its hand condensed into a giant lava ball bigger than itself. With a violent and scorching energy, it smashed towards Qinyu. Qinyu came here to temper himself. One reason was to familiarize himself with the power of the star condensation late stage and improve his strength. He also wanted to practice using the Vermilion Bird Heaven Burning Wings. Wang, the scarlet light behind him soared and released a huge amount of flame energy, turning into a pair of blood flame wings that were dozens of feet long. Qinyu's speed exploded in an instant and he shot into the clouds, dodging the lava giant's attack. The instant I activate the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings, my speed will increase explosively. After that, the increase in speed will decrease a little, but it can still increase my speed by more than 70%. The increase in speed was only one of the abilities of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings were formed by the blood-glazed flame, which also had powerful killing power. Boom, he flapped his wings, setting off a flaming storm that engulfed the entire Sacred Spirit Valley. The Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings was the simplest attack. It didn't do much damage, but it had a wide range. In the following battles, Qinyu tried all kinds of methods to familiarize himself with the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings. In the sky above the Sacred Spirit Valley, several elders of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest gathered. His Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings are very different from the method our clan uses to condense sacred wings. An old man with a red beard said, "If it's not the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan's secret method to condense sacred wings, then who created it?" Another elder was puzzled. When Qinyu fought Xiao, he used the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings. Xiao had mentioned this in the disciplinary hall, and the higher-ups of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest had been paying attention to it. It can't be a secret method of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan, can it? The disciplinary elder said coldly. Everyone understood what he meant. He wanted to snatch the secret method of condensing the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings from Qinyu, or even say that Qinyu had stolen the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan's secret method. No, he's Sikong Wanli's disciple. That old guy must know about this, but he still sent this kid here. Maybe he's plotting something. An old woman with white hair shook her head. Let's not rush into action. This kid will stay here for a few more years. We can wait for the best time. The elders discussed for a while and then left. Inside the Sacred Spirit Valley, Qinyu glanced upward. The Sacred Spirit Valley was an independent space. Although he couldn't see what was happening outside, the mysterious heart could feel that someone was in the sky above the Sacred Spirit Valley. In fact, Qinyu had already guessed that the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings that he had cultivated would be coveted by the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan, and they might even use it against him. There was no point in hiding it, so he might as well show it openly. The more open he was, the more cautious the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan would be. Add to that the identity of Qinyu's master, and Qinyu would be safer. After fighting with Zhu Zongyan twice and winning twice in a row, Qinyu felt much more at ease. His time here was limited, so he treasured it. He made full use of the convenience of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest to increase his cultivation and the Vermilion Bird Sky Burning Wings. Another half a year later, the Vermilion Bird Sky Burning Wings reached the Shaoqing stage, and the profound meaning of fire reached the 2.5 stage. On this day, Qinyu received a message from the sect mission hall. There's a mission? He took a quick look at it. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest was different from the celestial sect. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest placed more emphasis on combat training, requiring all disciples to complete 3 missions every 10 years, and at least one of them was to go out and fight. However, Qinyu had only been in the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest for a short time. The last time he guarded the spiritual herbal gardens, he had completed 1 mission. Why was there a second mission so soon? Could it be another trap? After a year of peace and quiet, Qinyu thought that the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest wouldn't make things difficult for him anymore. When Qinyu arrived at the sect mission hall, he was sure that this was a trap. Because he saw a familiar figure, Zhu Zongyan. This guy is really persistent. Qinyu was a little impressed by Zhu Zongyan. Being in the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, even though he knew that there was a trap, he could only face it. Humph. Zhu Zongyan glanced at Qinyu, snorted coldly, and didn't say much. In front of Zhu Zongyan, there was a demonic and pure lady staring at Qinyu with interest, her eyes shining brightly. Qinyu was puzzled. He didn't know this lady. However, he didn't underestimate her. This lady in crystal red armor was actually a 4-star king. The Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe's bloodline was thick in her body, and her vitality was strong. In terms of strength, she was stronger than Zhu Zongyan. Could it be that Zhu Zongyan found help to deal with him this time? He was a little more cautious. At this moment, Elder Wu of the sect mission hall suddenly appeared in the hall and immediately said, "This time, I have a mission for the 3 of you." In the southern part of the Spirit Fire State, there are 2 major demon clans that are having an intense conflict. There are signs of a war breaking out. Your mission is to make them bury the hatchet. The mission didn't seem difficult. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's position in the demon territory was extraordinary, and all forces would give them some face. Moreover, the southern part of the Spirit Fire State was under the jurisdiction of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. After a simple sentence, Elder Wu stared at Zhu Zongyan and left. Rest assured, Elder. There won't be any big trouble this time. Zhu Zongyan transmitted his gratitude to Elder Wu. Let's go. I'm the leader for this mission. The 2 of you will have to listen to my orders. Zhu Zongyan's figure was straight as he said with a cold expression. Before Qinyu could think too much about it, the bewitching woman beside him curled her lips and said, "I wonder what Elder Wu is thinking. How could he give such an important position as a team leader to the incompetent big brother Zongyan?" The corner of Zhu Zongyan's mouth twitched as he angrily scolded, "Zhu Lingyu, shut up." The bewitching lady, Zhu Lingyu, ignored Zhu Zongyan and turned to look at Qinyu. "My trash brother Zongyan has lost to you twice. I'm very curious about the strength of the human race's genius. Come and fight with me." Zhu Lingyu was full of excitement and battle intent. Qinyu didn't know how to react. Wasn't this 4-star King Realm woman Zhu Zongyan's helper? Why did he describe Zhu Zongyan as incompetent and trash? Was this bewitching woman not Zhu Zongyan's helper, or was this a show to make Qinyu lower his guard against this woman? No matter what, there was no reason for Qinyu to agree to Zhu Lingyu's challenge. Not only would there be no benefits, but it might even be a trap. Why should he fight? "I refuse," Qinyu said decisively. "Why? You've fought with my useless brother twice, but you're not willing to fight with me. Could it be?" Zhu Lingyu asked. Zhu Zongyan's face stiffened and his lips twitched. Even though Zhu Zongyan had experienced this before, he was still unable to get used to being called trash and incompetent. Thus, he was still enraged. However, he couldn't control Zhu Lingyu's mouth. Zhu Zongyan wasn't afraid of him at all. If they really fought, he wouldn't be his match. Zhu Zongyan felt that he was a little sullen as the leader. In reality, there was only him and Qinyu on this mission. However, Zhu Lingyu suddenly interfered and he couldn't chase her away. Elder Wu seemed to be worried about Zhu Zongyan and didn't trust him, so he agreed to let Zhu Lingyu go. "Could it be that you're more interested in handsome men than beautiful women?" Zhu Lingyu finished speaking. His words shocked Qinyu greatly. Zhu Zongyan, who was standing beside him, also staggered and his face darkened. "Zhu Lingyu, shut up. Don't spout nonsense. The mission is more important. Let's set off immediately." Zhu Zongyan couldn't help but scold her as he walked out of the hall. Qinyu also believed that this woman might not be on Zhu Zongyan's side. The 3 of them left the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest through the teleportation array. This was Qinyu's first time leaving the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. Qinyu was in a good state. No matter what Zhu Xianxia did, he would deal with it. At the same time, he was interested in the demonic beasts who came for the first time and enjoyed the scenery along the way. "Qinyu, fight with me." A loud shout suddenly sounded. Not long after Zhu Lingyu left the vermilion bird sky nest, he issued another challenge to Qinyu. "I'm the top prodigy of the vermilion bird sacred clan. I'm not even 100 years old and I'm already in the top 80 of the vermilion bird leaderboard. Are you afraid?" Zhu Lingyu tried to provoke him. The vermilion bird sky nest's vermilion bird ranking was similar to the celestial sex sky marshal ranking. Not fighting. Qinyu simply refused. Along the way, there was a gap between Qinyu and Zhu Xianxia. The two of them barely spoke. Zhu Lingyu was the talkative one, which made the group less awkward. However, Qinyu and Zhu Xianxia would rather Zhu Lingyu didn't exist. Qinyu grew impatient with Zhu Lingyu. Zhu Xianxia, on the other hand, hoped that Zhu Lingyu would stop humiliating him. "Leader, this woman has been harassing me. Can you control her?" Qinyu looked at Zhu Xianxia. Zhu Xianxia felt a little helpless. As the leader, he should handle this matter well. "Zhu Lingyu, can you calm down? Qinyu doesn't want to fight with you. Why must you make things difficult for him?" Zhu Xianxia helped Qinyu unwillingly. "Zhu Xianxia, don't get too close to me. I'm afraid I'll be infected by your incompetence," Zhu Lingyu said with a look of disdain. "I joined this mission to witness the strength of the human race's heavens chosen. It has nothing to do with you. Don't get in my way." She was extremely overbearing and looked more like a leader. On the other hand, Zhu Xianxia was so angry that his body was trembling. He couldn't say a single word. The usually arrogant Zhu Xianxia was suppressed by Zhu Lingyu. Maybe it was because he had been bullied by Zhu Lingyu since he was young. It left a shadow in his heart and he was used to it. Seems like this Zhu Lingyu isn't the helper Zhu Xianxia found. Why did he bring this woman along? Qinyu observed from the side. He kept his guard up. He was unfamiliar with this place and he didn't want to make any mistakes. Moreover, when he saw Zhu Lingyu scolding Zhu Xianxia, he felt much better. "Qinyu, compete with me. Leader, please control her." Zhu Xianxia spent the entire journey in torment. He suddenly felt a little regretful and wondered if he had done something wrong. After he was defeated by Qinyu, his grandfather grounded him for half a year and asked Elder Wu to give Zhu Xianxia a mission to train himself. However, Zhu Xianxia was unwilling and wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Qinyu. Under his repeated requests, Elder Wu finally agreed and arranged for Qinyu to participate in the mission. As the leader, he could order Qinyu around and scold Qinyu to regain some of his pride. That was his only motive. This was originally a perfect mission, but Zhu Lingyu's interference made the journey feel like a nightmare. The three of them finally arrived at their destination amidst the torment. The heavenly spirit crane race is up ahead. Qinyu scanned with his spiritual sense. This mission was in the southern part of the fire spirit state, where there were two major demon clans, the Phoenix Head Parrot race and the Heavenly Spirit Crane race. According to the intelligence, these two demon clans were similar to the 5 major clans that Qinyu had stayed within the human race. Their strength should be equivalent to the strongest of the 5 major clans, the Su family. These two demon clans did not have a mysterious nether realm expert, but if they used their full strength, they would have the power to fight against a mysterious nether realm expert. Not long ago, the two clans had a conflict that gradually intensified. The Heavenly Spirit Crane race lost a few star condensation elders and was weaker than the enemy, so they complained to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, saying that the Phoenix Head Parrot race did not abide by the rules and repeatedly bullied the Heavenly Spirit Crane race. They might even have defected to the foreign races. The Heavenly Spirit Crane race hoped to use the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's power to eradicate the Phoenix Head Parrot race and promised to increase the tribute by 30%. However, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest did not care about this bit of salary. They hoped that the two major clans would exist and keep each other in check. When Zhu Xianxin's group arrived outside the Heavenly Spirit Crane race's territory, hundreds of people flew out of the huge palace and lined up neatly. A few star condensation monarchs with powerful auras walked out from the group. Their leader was a tall old man with white hair and a pair of spirited eyes. He bowed slightly and said, I am the clan leader of the Heavenly Spirit Crane tribe, Xian. I welcome the 3 vermilion bird sky nest messengers. Then, the other upper echelons of the Heavenly Spirit Crane race greeted them respectfully. Everyone, it has been a long journey. Please come in. My race will prepare a banquet to welcome the 3 of you. The leader, Xian, revealed a peaceful smile. His murky eyes sized up the 3 of them and showed a trace of doubt. Who was the leader? Why was there a human? There's no need for that. Xianxia said casually, mainly to show his identity as the leader. The 3 of you have come to support the Heavenly Spirit Crane race. Please adjust your state first, or it will be hard for you to work. Xian saw that Xianxia was the leader and continued to invite him. The leader is right. Xianxia smiled and agreed. The journey was really torturous. He needed to rest and recuperate. Qinyu did not want to care about anything. He just had to be wary of Xianxia. Zhu Lingyu only wanted to fight with Qinyu. The 3 entered the Heavenly Spirit Crane race's territory. Along the way, many clansmen looked at them secretly and disgust. Their eyes were full of respect and admiration. Come to think of it, if Qinyu was in the Yang family and a celestial sect powerhouse suddenly came, he would probably be like this too. Unknowingly, he had already made such a high achievement in the main world. In a luxurious hall, musicians played and dancers danced. There were also people serving delicacies, wine and delicacies. These dishes were naturally cooked with the best ingredients. Not only were they delicious, but they were also beneficial to cultivators. I wonder what plans the emissary has for this trip. The leader, Xian, sat beside Xianxia and asked softly. This time, the Heavenly Spirit Crane race asked the vermilion bird sky nest for help, hoping to eradicate the phoenix head parrot race. But what the vermilion bird sky nest thought was the most important. Tell me about the conflict between your 2 races first. Xianxia said indifferently. It's like this, Xian recounted everything. The Heavenly Spirit Crane race and the phoenix head parrot race had a long grudge. A few days ago, the phoenix head parrot race suddenly barged into the mine of the Heavenly Spirit Crane race and killed dozens of slaves, stealing a batch of the most precious ores. When the Heavenly Spirit Crane race discovered this, they immediately sent an elder to question them and seek compensation. Unexpectedly, the elder of the Heavenly Spirit Crane race never returned after entering the phoenix head parrot race. Following that, 2 small-scale battles broke out between the 2 clans. The Heavenly Spirit Crane race fell into a disadvantageous position and suffered more casualties. I suspect that the phoenix head parrot race might have colluded with the enemy of a foreign race. After explaining the matter, Xian voiced his guess. The Heavenly Spirit Crane race wanted to get rid of the phoenix head parrot race. Their words could not be completely trusted. This matter is a little complicated. I'll observe for a while more. Xianxia was tired from the journey and was in no hurry to settle the matter. He wanted to enjoy himself first. At midnight, the banquet ended. The Heavenly Spirit Crane race arranged accommodation for Xianxia and the others. Clan leader, what do you think the envoy's intentions are? An upper echelon asked. I'm not sure. Xian's expression darkened. Although they were the ones who sought help from the vermilion bird sky nest, what was the sky nest thinking? Were they really here to help the Heavenly Spirit Crane race, or were they supporting the phoenix head parrot race because they thought that the fittest would prevail? Qinyu did not think much after returning to his residence. The mission this time round had nothing to do with him. He could just leave it to the leader, Xianxia, to handle. Qinyu, why won't you fight me? Zhu Lingyu's voice suddenly sounded from outside the house, shocking Qinyu. The other party was truly persistent. In reality, Qinyu had long thought of having a match with Zhu Lingyu and ending things there. However, Zhu Lingyu's goal was only to have a match with him and would leave after that. He might as well leave this woman here to annoy Xianxia and disrupt the other party's plans. Qinyu, someone seemed to be watching you just now. Zhu Lingyu said. Qinyu had completely ignored the possibility that this woman was just trying to lure him out of the room. Strange, why would the Heavenly Spirit Crane race keep an eye on Qinyu? Zhu Lingyu left with doubts. She was not worried that the Heavenly Spirit Crane race would deal with Qinyu. Putting aside the fact that they did not have the guts, Qinyu's strength was not that easy to deal with. Two black figures appeared in the flowers in the distance. That was close, we were almost discovered. What should we do? These three disciples of the vermilion bird sky nest might affect the young master's plans? The two of them communicated via voice transmission. Even if they are disciples of the vermilion bird sky nest, only death awaits them if they block the young master's path. The two black figures merged into the darkness and disappeared. After staying at the Heavenly Spirit Crane race for half a month, Xianxia went to the Phoenix Head Parrot race alone. You two stay here and investigate the Heavenly Spirit Crane race. See if the chief's description is true. I'll go to the Phoenix Head Parrot race to gather information. Xianxia instructed Qinyu and Zhu Lingyu as the leader. Chief Hishan gave him a lot of valuable treasures a few days ago. My useless brother probably wants to go to the Phoenix Head Parrot race to earn some more money. Zhu Lingyu exposed him on the spot, making Xianxia lose face. Nonsense. You two stay here and don't slack off. Xianxia's expression turned ugly and he left angrily. He had indeed gone to the Phoenix Head Parrot race to earn more money. The second reason was to stay away from Qinyu and Zhu Lingyu. He had been annoyed by them these days. Qinyu, you really don't want to compete with me? Zhu Lingyu asked as soon as Xianxia left. Qinyu was already immune to it. He ignored her and returned to his residence. As for Xianxia's mission, it went in one ear and out the other. Hey, don't go. Zhu Lingyu followed with an annoyed expression. Ever since she was young, she had been spoiled by others. Furthermore, she was extremely talented and had conquered all difficulties. Geniuses of her generation had all been trampled under her feet. Even Xianxia had been mercilessly humiliated by her. Originally, she was only curious about the human geniuses and wanted to compete with Qinyu. However, Qinyu's indifference and disregard caused her to run into a wall time and time again. This made her want to conquer Qinyu even more. Qinyu, who was returning to his residence, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes revealed a deep glint. What's wrong? Zhu Lingyu was curious to see Qinyu like this. Nothing. Qinyu's expression returned to normal and he continued on his way. Zhu Lingyu was a bit depressed. Qinyu must have thought of something, but he didn't want to tell her. This made the curious Zhu Lingyu uncomfortable and she wanted to ask for the details. Qinyu's expression turned serious after returning to his residence. Why would the Blood Clan appear here? Just now, his mysterious heart had suddenly sensed the presence of a blood breed. I didn't expect that the Blood Clan would still target me after I came to the Demon Clan. Qinyu was very sensitive to the vampires. He knew that they had their eyes on him and were determined to obtain the Heart of Eternity. However, he was still relatively safe in the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. The Heavenly Spirit Crane clan's foundation was extraordinary and their overall strength was powerful. Coupled with Zhu Lingyu's presence, Qinyu would be fine unless the blood race dispatched a mysterious dark realm individual this time. Not only could the mysterious heart sense the blood tribe, but it could also roughly sense the strength of the enemy. Qinyu guessed that the blood race nearby hadn't reached the profound nether realm. Otherwise, he would have left immediately and returned to the vermilion bird sky nest. No, the blood tribe's target might not be me. Qinyu frowned slightly. Although he didn't manage anything these days, he knew some things about the mission this time. He felt that the situation between the Heavenly Spirit Cranes and the Phoenix Head Parrots was very complicated, and there seemed to be other secrets. Looks like I need to investigate this thoroughly. Qinyu began to treat the mission seriously. An old man and a youth flew rapidly in the air. The old man had long white hair and a long beard, and he had a sage-like demonic air. The youth beside him had fair skin and a slightly plump figure. He had a pair of demonic blood-red eyes and a sinister aura. I didn't expect such a small family clan to hide such a huge secret. Once this matter is done, you will definitely be rewarded. The youth's tender voice sounded, giving off the majesty of someone in a superior position. It didn't match his image. Thank you, Lord Sacred Blood King. The white-haired old man smiled respectfully. Not long after, the two of them suddenly slowed down. The youth, Sacred Blood King, took out a blood-red talisman. The strange runes on it flickered faintly, forming a beam of light that pointed into the distance. Yu is here? The white-haired old man was slightly shocked when he saw this. Their main target in coming to the demon race this time was Yu. However, Yu stayed in the vermilion bird sky nest, making it difficult for them to infiltrate. During an accident, they received another piece of news. Therefore, they traveled a great distance to the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. In the end, Yu was at the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. What a coincidence. Ha ha ha, that's good. We don't have to look for him again. The youth, Sacred Blood King, laughed loudly, appearing sinister and sinister. But Lord Sacred Blood King, according to the elders in the clan, this Yu can sense our presence. If we approach, we will be discovered by him. The white-haired old man said hesitantly. So what? If he hides in the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan, we'll ambush him. If he leaves, we'll intercept and kill him. In the face of absolute strength, he can only be crushed. The Sacred Blood King sneered, brimming with confidence. That's true. With Lord Sacred Blood King around, my previous worries are completely unnecessary. The white-haired old man flattered with a smile. Although his words were exaggerated, the white-haired old man really did not think that Yu could escape the Sacred Blood King's grasp. He was a 4-star king, while the Sacred Blood King was one of the strongest veteran kings of the Blood clan. He was now a 5-star king. A few days later, 2 Blood clan members successfully infiltrated the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. This Yu is quite daring. He knows that we're waiting nearby, but he didn't escape. The white-haired old man said. After infiltrating the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan, he had changed his appearance, but it was not much different from his previous appearance. Firstly, he has the vermilion bird sky nest genius Zhu Lingyu by his side. That's why he's so fearless. Secondly, he might have already asked for help from the vermilion bird sky nest. The Sacred Blood King's voice was cold. Then what should we do? The white-haired old man was slightly flustered. Once the vermilion bird sky nest intervened, they could only flee. I'm afraid other factions have already set their eyes on the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. So, let's put aside the matter of Yu for now. Let's dig out the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan's treasures first. The Sacred Blood King instructed, his eyes shining with excitement. Time passed. After Zhu Xianxia left, Yu became serious about the mission, which made Zhu Lingyu rather curious. But no matter how she asked, Yu did not say anything, nor did he care about her. There are 2 Blood clan members, and their cultivation levels do not exceed the mysterious Dark Realm. There's no need to worry too much. Yu investigated the details of the mission while paying attention to the Blood clan's situation. He was almost certain that the Blood clan had already infiltrated the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. During these days of investigation, Yu discovered that there were many suspicious points about the conflict between the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan and the Phoenix Head Parrot clan. He decided to ask Zhu Xianxia about the Phoenix Head Parrot clan's situation. But there was no response from the other side. He did not know if Zhu Xianxia did not reply to Yu's message or if something had happened. On the same day, a piece of bad news reached the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. The Phoenix Head Parrot clan had captured the son of the old clan leader, Hisan, and invited him to negotiate. Elder Hisan doted on his youngest son very much. In order to avoid a trap set by the Phoenix Head Parrot clan, he led several powerful upper echelons to attend the meeting. What's going on? What's that useless big brother of mine doing at the Phoenix Head Parrot clan? Even Zhu Lingyu, who did not care about anything, sensed that something was wrong. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion mixed with tragic cries rang out in the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Elder He Yuan has been killed. Yu and Zhu Lingyu were alarmed and rushed out of their residence. The Heavenly Spirit Crane clan was suddenly attacked. Was it the Phoenix Head Parrot clan or the Blood clan? The Blood clan is rapidly approaching this place. Yu's mysterious heart sensed the Blood clan rapidly approaching. Was the other party planning to attack him in the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan? Wasn't this a little too rash? Swoosh, another streak of black light suddenly approached from afar, emitting a terrifying evil aura. Surrender, disciple of the vermilion bird sky nest. That black shadow turned into a man in a black robe. He held a black scythe in his hand and a strange laugh came from his mouth. Chi, the scythe danced, and the heavens and earth instantly darkened. A pitch-black crescent that was thousands of feet long pierced through the sky with a sinister demonic intent. 4-star king. Jinyu instantly determined the enemy's cultivation. Buzz, his star acupoints shone, and a dazzling white glow wrapped around his fist as he punched out. Jinyu would not show mercy against the enemy. He used his full strength in that punch. Boom, the dazzling white light beam collided with the pitch-black crescent, and a destructive storm spread out, destroying all the buildings nearby. Many Heavenly Spirit Crane clan disciples died on the spot. Eh? Did you hide your cultivation? How are you so powerful? The man in black robe was shocked. A mere late-stage star condensation cultivator was able to fight him on par. That was a little unbelievable. At the same time, Zhu Lingyu was also attacked by a 4-star king on the other side. Who is it? How dare you sneak attack me? Zhu Lingyu berated and exchanged blows with a burly man who was as tall as a hill. They were equally matched. You're not from the Blood Clan? Jinyu stared at the two enemies who suddenly attacked them. What Blood Clan? The man in black robe raised his brows, not knowing what Jinyu was going to say. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the core ancestral ground of the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan and a violent blood light shot into the sky. Damn it, who the hell is that? How dare they attack the treasure that young master has his eyes on right under our noses? The man in black robe cursed instantly. Seems like someone else got wind of the news and wanted to snatch the treasure while we were off guard. The other burly man said. Swash. Swash, the two of them exchanged glances and rushed to the ancestral ground of the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. Their previous targets were Jinyu and Zhu Lingyu. However, compared to them, the treasures in the ancestral ground were many times more precious. They attacked Jinyu and Zhu Lingyu so that they could obtain the treasure more safely. Interesting. Seems like there are important treasures hidden in the ancestral ground of the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. There are two unknown forces involved. No, we're the third force now. Zhu Lingyu's eyes flickered with a strange splendor. He looked very interested. Let's go, Jinyu. Let's go take a look. The two 4-star monarchs just now were powerful and gave me a disgusting feeling. They don't seem to be demons. Zhu Lingyu said as he pulled Jinyu towards the ancestral ground. Jinyu had also figured out everything by now. There must be some treasures hidden in the ancestral ground of the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan that attracted the disdain of the Blood Clan and the man in black robe. The conflict between the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan and the Phoenix Head Parrot clan was probably incited by someone with the goal of weakening the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. Now that clan head He-Shan had left with several high-level experts, the man in black robe suddenly attacked and killed a few star condensation elders. Right now, the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan was unprecedentedly weak. This was probably the logic of an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Jinyu was curious about what treasures were hidden in the ancestral ground as well. However, he felt that it was a little dangerous. As for Zhu Lingyu, his curiosity was completely piqued by what happened and he pulled Jinyu towards the ancestral ground. Swoosh, Jinyu and Zhu Lingyu followed the two enemies to the core ancestral land of the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. Jinyu suspected that the conflict between the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan and the Phoenix Head Parrot clan was provoked by the faction that the black-clothed man was in. These two definitely don't belong to the demon race. Zhu Lingyu observed the man in black and the muscular man in front of him. Who is it? To actually dare trespass the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan's ancestral land? An angry roar rang out. A peak late-stage king of the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan led two late-stage star condensation kings over. I didn't kill you, yet you don't know how to run for your lives. Instead, you take the initiative to send yourselves to me. Reckless fools. The black-robed man had a cold expression on his face. The pitch-black scythe in his hand emitted a terrifying demonic might, causing heaven and earth to fall into darkness. A chaotic and oppressive aura pressed down on everyone present. He drew out a jet-black and berserk streak of light as he charged towards the late-stage celestial condensation elder. The elder of the Heavenly Spirit Crane tribe felt an unprecedented pressure. He transformed into the true form of a Heavenly Spirit Crane. 3 swords circled around his body, sweeping up a white sword wave and rushing out. Boom, when the two of them clashed, the boundless white sword wave was shattered. The black-robed man launched another attack, injuring the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan elder and forcing him to retreat. Die. The black-robed man's eyes turned pitch black, and a pair of strange pupils emitted a terrifying demonic light. His ability had suddenly increased, and the black scythe's attack was extremely domineering, crushing everything. No, the elder's face was filled with fear as he tried to retreat, but it was too late. Puff, the pitch-black demonic scythe slashed over, splitting him into two. Blood sprayed out, and the two halves of his corpse fell. This scene shocked everyone present. On the other side, his burly companion wielded a giant hammer and had already crushed the other two elders into minced meat. I know what race they are. When Zhu Lingyu saw this, his eyes narrowed and his expression turned serious. Pung, another explosion sounded from the ancestral land. Surging bloody light erupted like a volcano and dyed the sky red. Qingyu and Zhu Lingyu followed the two alien men and soon arrived at the ancestral land. This place was originally heavily guarded, but now they had all turned into withered bones, and the ancestral land's enchantment was also destroyed. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan is also dead. Zhu Lingyu sighed. Qingyu had also discovered the other party's corpse. Less than 10 breaths had passed since he heard the sound and rushed here. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan, a 4-star king, had died tragically here in such a short time. It should be the work of the blood breeds. Vampire experts were experts in disguise. They could approach the Grand Elder and launch an ambush. However, being able to kill a 4-star king tier so quickly proved that the newcomer's strength was not to be underestimated. Swish swish, everyone rushed into the ancestral land. What a thick heaven-earth yuan qi! Qingyu was greatly surprised. The origin energy of heaven and earth in the ancestral land was extraordinarily dense, comparable to that of a powerful 4-star force. The group found 2 blood tribe members inside a cave. One of them was a white-haired old man, and the other was a young boy. How dare you? How dare you snatch meat from our mouths? When the black-robed man saw the 2 from the blood clan, he immediately rebuked them. The muscular man beside him didn't say anything. His whole body emitted a terrifying and oppressive aura, and he was ready for battle. Those who are able will get it. The tender youth, Sacred Blood King, chuckled sinisterly. Pung, the Sacred Blood King struck the tombstone in front of him, turning it into dust. Rumble, it was unknown whose tombstone it belonged to, but the instant it shattered, the entire ancestral land shook. Qingyu sensed that an array formation's energy was dissipating. At the same time, an ominous aura seeped out from the ground, sending chills down one's spine. Eh? It's actually not enough to open the small world hidden here? The Sacred Blood King exclaimed. His spiritual senses permeated the ground and could sense spatial fluctuations. However, to open the small world hidden in the ancestral land, he was still lacking a key. Ha ha ha, the things here are not something you can touch. I advise you to leave quickly. The black-robed man laughed loudly. Qingyu secretly circulated the space ultimacy and sensed the depths of the ancestral land. It seems like you know how to open the treasure trove. The Sacred Blood King stared at the black-robed man. He had long found the other party an eyesore. The other party had repeatedly shouted recklessly in front of him. Swoosh, the Sacred Blood King's figure flashed and shot out, approaching the black-robed man like a blood arrow. The surrounding void surged with sanguine light, forming a sky-covering blood hand that grabbed at the black-robed man. What a powerful strike! Zhu Lingyu involuntarily moved closer to Qingyu. The strength displayed by this immature youth made her feel pressured and threatened. Clang, the black-robed man waved his pitch-black sickle, forming a pitch-black and sharp light wave that clashed with the sky-covering blood hand. The pitch-black light wave cut into the sky-covering blood hand, but before it could penetrate halfway, it encountered a huge resistance. Oh no! The black-robed man sensed that something was amiss and prepared to break out of the encirclement. Boom! Boom! There was an explosion around him as the pitch-black light wave was shattered by the sky-covering blood hand. Another loud sound rang out, shaking the heavens. You are a 5-star monarch. The black-robed man flew back in a sorry state. You've discovered it too late. The Sacred Blood King revealed a cruel smile. The commotion here was too great. He needed to capture the black-robed man as soon as possible and force him to reveal the method to open the small world. Bang! A loud sound shook the heavens as the black-robed man was sent flying 10,000 feet away by the sacred Blood King's strike. Blood splattered all over his body. 5-star monarch. Xianxia felt some pressure. He had exchanged blows with the black-robed man before, and he was stronger than Zhu Songyan. But when facing the Blood Race's 5-star monarch, the sacred Blood King, he was beaten to the point of not being able to retaliate. Although the Blood Race's target was the treasures here, they would definitely attack him once they obtained them. He's revealed his true form, Zhu Lingyu suddenly said in a low voice. Xianxia could not help but look into the distance, and his expression instantly changed. He saw that the black-robed man, who had been beaten up miserably, had turned from white to black. A horn appeared on his head, and a pair of black wings appeared on his back. His entire body was emitting an evil and berserk demonic aura. If this is not the demon race, then what is it? Xianxia could not help but be shocked. A race of God-fiend descendants. Zhu Lingyu answered solemnly. God-fiend descendants. It was rumored that the primordial era was the God-fiend era. Many ancient and powerful races had dominated the entire origin world. The glory of that era was too far away, and it was hard to trace back. People could only understand the prosperity of that era from some ancient texts. It was rumored that some powerful god-fiend races were already at the origin realm when they were born. They did not need to cultivate and could become star condensation monarchs when they reached adulthood. They were tens of thousands of feet tall, and they could pluck stars from time to time. These ancient legends were hard to verify, but even if they were fake, they could not be too fake. Perhaps because the god-fiend races were too powerful, a great war that affected the entire origin world had caused them to suffer a devastating blow. Subsequently, many races rose up, and the god-fiend era ended. But no one doubted the strength of the god-fiend races. Even now, there were still descendants of god-fiends in the origin world. They had inherited 100th or even 1,000th of the bloodline abilities of those god-fiend races. They were a powerful race in the origin world. God-fiend descendants. The sacred blood monarch's frivolous expression changed. Although the black-robed man's strength was inferior to his, the power of his race made the sacred blood monarch somewhat apprehensive. Why are you still not scramming? The things here do not belong to you. The black-robed man's pitch-black eyes stared at the sacred blood monarch as he shouted coldly. Even though he was sent flying by a 5-star monarch, he was still so arrogant and confident. At the same time, the wounds on his body constantly squirmed and rapidly healed. It had to be known that these were injuries caused by a 5-star monarch. Scram. These things belong to my race. Another muscular man came to the black-robed man's side and also emitted a powerful aura. So what if you are descendants of god-fiends? You are just a race with innately powerful advantages. With the disparity in cultivation, this king can still kill you. The sacred blood monarch was not someone who would easily give in. He hated it more when people flaunted their prowess in front of him, especially when these two people's cultivation levels were lower than his. Xianxia and Zhu Lingyu stood in the distance and did not do anything. They pretended that they did not exist and watched from the sidelines. Tisk, TSK. What race is this? They are so domineering. Zhu Lingyu and Xianxia conversed via voice transmission. Blood race. You have finally answered my question. Zhu Lingyu smiled. All along, Xianxia had coldly rejected and ignored him. This time, Zhu Lingyu felt that his answer was rare and precious. You leave first. It's dangerous here. Xianxia transmitted his voice. The two of us are not weak either. We still have our full strength. We might be able to get a share. Zhu Lingyu said courageously. Xianxia did not reply. What if the descendants of god-fiends and the blood race gave up fighting and worked together? Then, the two of them would be in danger. He had a life-saving trump card. If he wanted to escape, even a 5-star monarch would not be able to stop him. Have you figured anything out? Zhu Lingyu asked again. Since a while ago, she had sensed that Xianxia was using the space ultimacy to figure out the small world below. Boom. Boom, boom. The two blood race clashed with the descendants of god-fiends. The sacred blood monarch had a great advantage with his cultivation level. However, as descendants of god fiends, even if they were the weaker ones, the black-robed man and the muscular man were not easy to deal with. They were struggling under the joint attack of the blood race. They seemed to be waiting for reinforcements. Xianxia suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Rumble. The wind and clouds stirred. All the living beings of the heavenly spirit crane race felt an instinctive fear as they trembled on the ground. Who is it that wants to snatch my things? A cold voice filled with dominance and confidence sounded. Two people flew over from the majestic black demonic cloud. One of them, a green-haired man, walked over slowly with his hands behind his back. His face was angular, and he looked down coldly. He emitted a powerful aura as though he was a king. Young master. The black-robed man and the muscular man were extremely excited when they saw this person. Now that the young master was here, everything was settled. The sacred blood monarch looked up at the young master and could not help but feel a tinge of pressure. The other party was also a descendant of god fiends, but he was different from the black-robed man and the others. Just his formless aura was enough to intimidate all living beings. He was like a true king. Oh no, I didn't expect them to have reinforcements. Xianxia revealed a worried look. However, when she looked at the young master, she realized that Xianxia was beside him. Why was Brother Trash beside a descendant of god fiends? Had he sided with the enemy? Regardless, the situation did not look good. If she had known, she would have listened to Xianxu's advice to retreat. The sanguine and the god fiend descendants entered a standoff. The atmosphere froze. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and a deep chaotic vortex appeared. It led to an unknown world. Xianxia could not help but look at Xianxu beside her. She had sensed that Xianxu was trying to figure out the secret of this place. However, he had managed to open a small world that even the sacred blood monarch could not open. Xianxu looked embarrassed. He did not know how he had opened this small world. It was clearly a good thing, but it came at the wrong time. What? The sacred blood monarch looked over, his eyes flashing with a demonic sanguine glow. Eh? The young master could not help but look at Xianxu. It was unknown what he was thinking about in his deep, pitch-black eyes. The small world hidden here had been left behind by an expert among the god-fiend descendants. It was difficult for others to open it, and even the sacred blood monarch had failed. However, a human lad had managed to open it by accident. Originally, Xianxu and Xianxu's presence would be weaker when the blood clan and the god-fiend descendants fought, so they could consider taking the opportunity to escape. However, Xianxu had accidentally opened the small world hidden in this place, causing the two of them to instantly become the focus of everyone's attention. It was not a good thing to be targeted by the sanguine and god-fiend descendants. Xianxu was also a little puzzled. Just now, he had only explored the situation below a little and discovered that there was an independent small world hidden here. While using space power Upanishad to sense, Xianxu found that his mysterious heart could sense the weak area of the space barrier of this small world. That was why he could open it. How did you do it? The Sacred Blood King said gloomily. He had not succeeded just now, but Xianxu had secretly opened up his small world. This made him, who was a 5-star king, lose a bit of face. Logically speaking, even if he knows where the entrance is, it's left behind by the descendants of gods and devils. How could the outsiders open it so easily? The young lord narrowed his eyes and his pupils gradually turned pitch black like the abyss of hell. He was interested in this ant. Don't let any of them escape. Young master suddenly ordered. Yes. The black-robed man and the burly man responded in unison, their eyes revealing a cruel glint. Even if they are descendants of gods and demons, their appetites are too big. Aren't they afraid of being stuffed to death? The Sacred Blood King sneered, but his heart was extremely solemn. If the two factions clashed, the Sanguine might not be able to defeat the God-fiend descendants. As for allying with the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, the possibility was too low. After all, the hatred between the blood race and Xianxu was too great. Didn't you say that you would let me go after this? Suddenly, Xianxia shouted, his voice trembling. He had originally planned to go to the Phoenix Head Parrot tribe to make some money, but this young master had suddenly attacked him. He had been captured on the spot and had been restrained by a special technique. Xianxia was imprisoned in the Phoenix Head Parrot clan, and he had to listen to the other party's arrangements. Sigh. Zhu Lingyu sighed. This trash of a big brother was too incompetent. A true disciple of the Vermilion Bird Holy Clan had actually submitted to a foreign race and revealed such a weak expression. Whoosh, Zhu Xianxia suddenly turned around and fled. You believe the words of the enemy. You are really stupid. The young master smiled in disdain. He didn't kill Zhu Xianxia before because he was worried that if he did, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's experts would rush over. But now that he was about to succeed, it didn't matter. Life-extinguishing curse. Zhu Xianxia performed a hand seal and muttered something. Everyone could feel a strange and powerful energy fluctuating within Zhu Xianxia's body. Zhu Xianxia, who was fleeing, suddenly let out a miserable cry and vomited blood. Boom! Flames erupted from his body as he transformed into his vermilion bird form. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst out from Zhu Xianxia's soul. That aura only appeared for an instant, but it caused heaven and earth to lose color. All the energy dissipated, and Zhu Xianxia dragged his heavily injured body as he fled. A demigod's aura! The black-robed man exclaimed. It was evident that Zhu Xianxia had a powerful background and had a life-saving method left behind by a demigod. Kill him. Young master's face was cold. Even if Zhu Xianxia had a trump card and broke the life-extinguishing curse, he would not be able to escape death. Chen Yu, follow me. Zhu Lingyu's eyes flashed, and he pulled Chen Yu towards the entrance of the small world. It won't be long before the experts from the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest arrive. We won't be able to escape, so we might as well hide here. Zhu Lingyu explained with a voice transmission. The young master of the God-fiend descendant race had strange methods and immeasurable strength. Even Chen Yu did not have much confidence in escaping from him. Entering the small world was indeed a solution, but it was accompanied by great danger. If the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest did not send reinforcements in time, they would be trapped. Hee, let's go. When the Sacred Blood King saw Chen Yu and Zhu Lingyu's actions, he let out an evil laugh and charged over. Although he was somewhat fearful of the young master, it was not as if he did not have a plan. Riches came from danger, and Chen Yu had also entered the small world. Perhaps there would be a bountiful harvest this time? Young master, it's them. The black-robed man, who was about to chase after Zhu Xianxia, hesitated when he saw Chen Yu and the Blood Clan's actions. This bunch of damn trash. The young master revealed an angry expression as he cursed. Let's go in as well. If we let one of them escape, then the rest will all die. Compared to Zhu Xianxia, the treasures in the small world were undoubtedly more precious. They could not let others get ahead of them. Buzz, Chen Yu and Zhu Lingyu were the first to pass through the passage and enter an unfamiliar world. The heaven-earth yuan qi here was dense but extremely violent. Strong winds blew in the void, and it was also filled with frightening demonic qi. Just as they arrived, Chen Yu saw the entrance distort. The Blood Clan was about to enter. Can I close the entrance? Chen Yu thought that since he could open the entrance, he might be able to close it too. However, he did not have an accurate method and could only try it out in a hurry. He circulated the space ultimacy with all his might and focused it on the entrance, wanting to close it. Buzz, the entrance was like a vortex that began to distort and shrink. Chen Yu, what are you doing? The Sacred Blood King was alarmed. He felt a strong resistance as he passed through the plane, and he felt a sense of danger. It's working. Chen Yu revealed a delighted expression. Zhu Lingyu, who was beside him, was in disbelief. Even if Chen Yu comprehended the space ultimacy, it should be difficult for a level 4 space ultimacy to achieve this. Buzz, the vortex at the entrance slowly shrank. However, it was too slow and could not stop the two Blood Clan members. It's too late. Let's go. Zhu Lingyu pulled Chen Yu and ran. If they were caught by the Blood Clan and the God-fiend descendants entered, he and Chen Yu would be doomed. Swoosh, the two flew into the distance, and their figures quickly disappeared in the violent winds. The entrance distorted, and space became unstable. As the three God-fiend descendants entered, the entrance shrank further and was about to close. Rumble, an explosion rang out, accompanied by chaotic spatial distortions that spread out in all directions, destroying everything. Darn it. The sacred Blood King was sent flying 1,000 feet away, with 2 huge wounds on his body. However, the Blood Clan's main body inside was fine. The white-haired elder that followed him was in a miserable state. His vessel's head was gone. The God-fiend descendant's situation was not much better. One of the black-robed man's wings was devoured by space, while the other burly man did not enter in time and was blocked outside. Instead, one of his arms entered and fell to the ground. Is it that human's doing? A wound appeared on the young lord's arm, but it was healing at a discernible speed. His face was cold and savage, and he emitted a bone-chilling killing intent. The plan had been foolproof, but the Blood Clan and the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest had interfered, messing up the situation. He had nearly lost the opportunity and was now injured. A mere late-stage star condensation ant dares to make me suffer? I'll make him regret being born. All sorts of accidents made the young lord very unhappy. Let's go. The sacred Blood King and the white-haired elder flew in a certain direction. Now was not the time to clash with the God-fiend descendants. Finding the treasures here was more important. According to the information he had obtained, this small world was once controlled by a powerful God-fiend descendant. That God-fiend descendant's cultivation might have reached the demigod realm, or even the god realm. Whatever he had left behind here was a great treasure to them. On the bright side, it was possible to say that there was an inheritance left behind by a god realm mighty figure. Lord Sacred Blood King, why are we here? It's too dangerous. The white-haired elder had a flustered expression. What are you afraid of? This small world is not stable. If anything goes wrong, we can break through space and leave this place. The Sacred Blood King said. Young lord, aren't we going to chase after them? The black-robed man asked. This was the Cultivation cave abode of a God-fiend descendant. How could he let outsiders obtain the benefits here? The most important thing now is to obtain the treasures here. As for the Blood Clan and the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest disciples, they won't be able to escape from me. The young lord revealed a cold and cruel smile, as though everything was under his control. Swish, a black stone plate appeared in the young lord's hand. There were ancient God-fiend words and array formations on it. Boom, the array formation patterns on the black stone plate flickered. The ancient tadpole-like words floated in the air, emitting a strange glow. At the same time, the entire space trembled slightly. The unstable spatial fluctuations gradually disappeared. Young lord, this is? The black-robed man asked curiously. Due to the interference of outsiders, the situation here has already attracted the attention of the demon race's major factions. They will be here soon. But by the time they arrive, I'm afraid they won't be able to find this small world. The young lord sneered. He always had a thorough plan when he did things. At that moment, this small world had already stabilized. Under his influence, it hid in the void and left the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan. This way, the powerful figures of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest would arrive empty-handed. What we have now is time to search for treasures and hunt. You dragged me into this place just now because you wanted to help shoot Xianxia, right? Jinyu suddenly said. You could tell? Zhu Lingyu had an awkward expression. If they did nothing, the God-fiend descendants would definitely hunt shoot Xianxia down. If they rushed into the small world where the treasures were hidden, the God-fiend descendants would lose their cool and would have to give up on hunting Zhu Xianxia. Zhu Lingyu often bullied Zhu Xianxia, but they were of the same race after all. She would not watch him be killed without doing anything. The two did not continue dwelling on this matter. It was not a particularly bad thing to enter this place. At least, they did not have to fight a 5-star monarch. They could hide here and wait for reinforcements. Based on the situation here, I deduced that this might be the territory of a God-fiend descendant. Zhu Lingyu observed the surroundings. This was an unknown world with powerful enemies. Jinyu was constantly on guard. Look ahead! Zhu Lingyu suddenly shouted. In the distance, there was a purple forest. The trees looked strange and even slightly menacing. Every purple tree only had a purple crystal and fruit. This is a treasure unique to the God-fiend descendants, the heavenly embryo fruit. It can strengthen one's body and stimulate the innate potential of the God-fiend descendants. Zhu Lingyu said excitedly. The heavenly embryo fruit was a rare treasure in the demon race. When demons consume the spirit fruit, it can also strengthen their vitality and physique, and the effect is excellent. According to ancient records, the god-fiend descendants of the primordial era would consume this fruit not long after they were born. They did not even need to cultivate, but their cultivation and innate potential would continue to grow. The heavenly fetus fruit was a treasure unique to the descendants of the god-fiends. It was extremely rare for humans and demons. The demons valued their bloodline and physique, so the heavenly fetus fruit was very useful for them. It was a pity that the heavenly fetus fruit could only stimulate the potential of the descendants of the god-fiends. It was not very useful for the demons. Otherwise, Zhu Lingyu would be overjoyed to see so many heavenly fetus fruits. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two quickly approached the purple forest. There was only one heavenly fetus fruit on each purple tree. There were about 100 trees here, and there were at least 50 heavenly fetus fruits. Half each. Zhu Lingyu was the first to state the conditions. She did not want to have a conflict with Chenyu because of the distribution of benefits. Soon, the two picked all the heavenly fetus fruits, and Chenyu had 26 of them. I have only heard of the heavenly fetus fruit, but I have never eaten it. Zhu Lingyu stared at the purple crystal fruit in her hand with anticipation. She opened her red lips and bit it. After chewing a few times, her expression changed slightly. It was as if the words disgusting were written on her face. Chenyu also took out a heavenly fetus fruit and took a big bite. Although the taste was not very good, the heavenly fetus fruit was indeed special. It was easily absorbed after being swallowed, and the mysterious energy fused into his body. Chenyu sat down cross-legged and started practicing the body tempering technique, the divine body of 4 symbols. He could feel that the 720 star acupoints on his celestial form body had some slight changes. Chenyu ate the entire heavenly fetus fruit. When the medicinal effect took effect, he could clearly see that the star acupoints all over his body were brighter than before. His physique had increased slightly, and Chenyu felt that the heavenly fetus fruit did not only bring about these changes. Thus, he ate 3 heavenly fetus fruits in a row, and only then did he feel the surging medicinal effect throughout his body. He used the vermilion bird's sky-burning wings, and the star acupoints on his back were stimulated. His cultivation speed was more than 2 times faster than usual. Originally, it was very difficult to absorb the violent heaven-earth yuan qi in the air, but now, Chenyu felt it was much easier. However, now was not the time to cultivate, or else Chenyu would definitely take the opportunity to cultivate the vermilion bird's sky-burning wings. Eh? This small world gives me a different feeling than before. Chenyu ended his cultivation and suddenly sensed something strange. When they first arrived, the heaven and earth yuan qi was violent, and the air was filled with chaotic devil qi, which made people feel strange and repelled. Now, this feeling had weakened by more than half. Could it be that he had stayed here for a while and familiarized himself with the environment? On the other side, Zhu Lingyu had also eaten a few heaven embryo fruits, and his body was changing. A moment later, she ended her cultivation state and looked at Chenyu with a strange expression. Your aura is a little strange. Zhu Lingyu frowned and said. Why is it strange? Chenyu asked subconsciously. He felt that the demons' noses were more sensitive than humans. The feeling it gives me is similar to the 3 descendants of the gods and devils, but there's also a difference. I can't say for sure, just pretend I didn't say anything. After Zhu Lingyu finished speaking, he tossed the matter to the back of his mind and observed his surroundings. However, Chenyu frowned and pondered. The heaven embryo fruit can not only strengthen one's innate potential, but it can also stimulate the innate potential of the descendants of the gods and devils. Could it be that I'm also a descendant of the gods and devils? Chenyu thought of a possibility, but he instantly rejected it. His father was the Azure Sky Imperial Lord, so how could a descendant of the human race become a descendant of the gods and devils? He laughed at himself. His thoughts were too whimsical. Just as he was about to ignore this, Chenyu suddenly thought of another question. Who was his mother? Was she a human? Chenyu, come over quickly. The heaven-earth yuan qi in this river is abnormally dense, and there's a forest of heaven embryo fruits nearby. There must be a yuan stone mine underground. Zhu Lingyu suddenly shouted. Chenyu instantly flew over. There was indeed a river beside the forest of heaven embryo fruits. The river was turbulent, and the storm above the river was extremely fierce. If one's cultivation was lower than the sky-sea realm, it would be difficult to fly over this river. Although the river contains dense heaven-earth yuan qi, it's not suitable for cultivation. Let's collect the yuan stone mine underground, Zhu Lingyu suggested. After Qingyu agreed, the two of them burrowed into the ground. When they were only 2,000 feet deep, they discovered a white crystal mine. It was more than 3,000 feet long, and dense heaven-earth yuan qi surged over. Qingyu felt as if all the cells in his body were jumping with joy. Collecting the yuan stones depends on our own abilities. After Zhu Lingyu suggested, they flew to the east. The yuan stone mine was more than 3,000 feet long, and ordinary storage spaces wouldn't be able to contain it. Moreover, the majority of the yuan stone mine hadn't been formed for long enough, and they hadn't reached the quality of yuan stones yet. Therefore, it was best to collect the high-quality parts. In fact, it was possible to find parts that had reached the quality of supreme-grade yuan stones in this mine. The light silver crystal space isn't able to contain the entire mine, but my heart has formed a simple desolate world. I wonder if I can move this mine in. Qingyu suddenly had an idea. After that world was formed, Qingyu didn't care much about it. Therefore, he only realized this now. With Zhu Lingyu here, he couldn't give it a try. However, this idea had already been born, and he would give it a try if he had the chance. The monotonous world in his heart had thin yuan qi, and there might be some changes after moving the original mine in. Next, the two of them collected the ores in the yuan stone mine. They would only take action when they had at least reached the quality of high-grade yuan stones. Among them, Qingyu and Zhu Lingyu each found a large piece of supreme-grade ore, which could be refined into a few thousand supreme-grade yuan stones. Let's go. This small world isn't simple. There should be more benefits than just one mine. After Qingyu collected some, he sent a voice transmission to Zhu Lingyu. Collecting ores was a waste of time, and there might be other treasures hidden here. Let's go. Qingyu and Zhu Lingyu left the underground. Before they emerged from the ground, their expressions changed at the same time, and their hair stood on end. They changed direction at the same time and flew into the distance. I've been waiting here for a long time. Don't you think it's rude for you to run away just like that? A cold voice sounded, containing an invisible pressure that suppressed Qingyu and Zhu Lingyu. We actually encountered a god-fiend descendant. Zhu Lingyu's face was slightly pale. Their luck was too bad. The young master of a god-fiend descendant was also a 5-star monarch. Even the Sacred Blood King was afraid of him and didn't want to fight him. At this moment, the black-cloaked man followed beside the young master. The two of them had cruel smiles on their faces, and they slowly approached like hunters chasing their prey. Both of you, stay here. The green-haired young master, who looked like a human, let out a ferocious roar. The next moment, his skin split open, and a black horn appeared on his head. It had a metallic luster, and a pair of black wings spread out from his back. An evil and tyrannical aura swept out. After transforming into his true form, the young master's body had increased by 5 times. His aura shook the world. Just being stared at by his pitch-black eyes made one feel uneasy. Roar! The young master suddenly roared, and he flapped his wings. A dark and violent storm surged forward, causing the world to darken as if it had turned into the 9 layers of hell. This attack couldn't be dodged. Qingyu activated his celestial body and the defensive battle technique, star-patterned clothes, allowing the storm to hit him. However, the young master's attack contained a soul attack. It was tyrannical and disdainful, blasting toward Qingyu's soul. Qingyu let out a muffled grunt, and his body flew backward. His mind shook, and he felt a tearing pain. Fortunately, he had used the 10,000 dragon crown to enhance his soul will. Otherwise, the consequences wouldn't be like this. Zhu Lingyu's situation was similar to Qingyu's. Swoosh, the young master flew over at an astonishing speed, closing in on Qingyu. Little four, I'll leave that woman to you. This kid is mine. The young master had a cruel and cold smile on his face. He suddenly made a move, waving his claws in the air, creating 5 dark streaks of light and a dark storm that shot toward Qingyu. The young master's speed and attack were too fast. Qingyu could only face it head-on. The White Tiger Sacred Claw was instantly activated, and the Star-Splitting Claw was used. A dazzling platinum crescent rushed out, colliding with the dark flowing lights. Bang! Rumble, a storm rose, wreaking havoc in the world. Xianxia was wearing a star-patterned robe, and he was safe and sound against the storm. On the other side, the young master also faced the storm head-on, like a reef in a storm. White Tiger Sacred Claw. It seems that your identity isn't simple to be able to learn this secret skill. The young master said with a cold smile. Just now, he was worried that he would kill Xianxia, so he didn't use his full strength. Now, it seemed that he didn't have to worry too much. The muscles on his thick black arms bulged, and he clenched his claws into fists, punching toward Xianxia. Bang! Bang! A deafening sound came from the void, and in the dark world, two shocking giant fists smashed over fiercely. The bodies of many descendants of gods and demons were even stronger than those of sacred beasts, and they had all kinds of divine abilities. So powerful. It's still too early for me to fight against a 5-star king with my current strength. Xianxia felt an unprecedented pressure. With his current strength, he could easily defeat a 4-star king, and he also had a chance of winning against a 4.5-star king. However, it was very difficult for him to face a 5-star king of gods and demons. Star-Shattering Claw. Xianxia used the third move of the Sky-Shattering Star-Shattering Claw to fight against the young master. Boom, 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 the giant fist smashed over, shattering the sharp claws that Xianxia had used. A deafening sound came from the void, and a dark black explosion spread out, engulfing everything. Whoosh, a figure was sent flying. Xianxia's star-patterned robe was completely destroyed, and there were several wounds on his body, from which blood seeped out. The vermilion bird's sacred wings spread out behind him, and he borrowed the power of the storm to fly backward. Xianxia slightly changed his direction and rushed toward Zhu Lingyu, dragging him with him as he escaped. Zhu Lingyu could still hold on against an enemy of the same cultivation level as him, but he was facing a 5-star king of gods and demons. There was no need to fight for a long time. The black-robed man was stunned. Xianxia was able to escape from the young master? And he had even dragged his prey away with him. He didn't dare to ask about this for fear of incurring the young master's displeasure. Instead, he asked another question. Young master, the direction in which they are heading seems to be our destination. That's right. Then let's kill our prey before we reach our destination. A cold light flashed in the young master's eyes. Although Xianxia and Zhu Lingyu had temporarily escaped, the young lord and the black-clothed man were still chasing after them. Just the black-clothed man's speed alone was not any slower than Zhu Lingyu's, and the young lord gave Xianxia the feeling that he had not used his full strength. The descendants of god fiends were truly terrifying enemies. It's over. Xianxia, are we going to die? Zhu Lingyu's mood was gloomy. It's already been so long. Did no other experts of the demon race arrive and discover the secret here? Or maybe we were too greedy. We should have found a place to hide and wait for reinforcements from the vermilion bird's sky nest. Zhu Lingyu became more talkative in the face of despair, as if he was worried that he would not be able to speak again. There's a building in front. Xianxia suddenly said. Zhu Lingyu's spiritual sense swept over and found that the top of a huge mountain had been modified into a group of palaces. There was an enchantment around it. This was the first time they had seen a building along the way. This place was definitely not simple. And Xianxia's mysterious heart also sensed that there was an extremely powerful and terrifying energy fluctuation in that building. Your time of death has come. The young lord's cold and domineering voice came from behind. In front of them was the former demon lord's cultivation cave abode. They definitely could not let these lowly races take it. Boom, the young lord's speed suddenly increased. Everywhere he passed, a violent dark storm appeared, tearing everything apart. Chi, his claw tore through the void. 5 black streaks of light descended from the sky with boundless power. At this moment, the young lord could be said to be using his full strength. He did not hold back at all. Every move he made was filled with demonic might, destroying everything. Xianxia and Zhu Lingyu felt a strong sense of danger. Their hair stood on end. The two did not hesitate and joined forces to resist the young lord's attack. Star-Shattering Claw. Qinyu activated the White Tiger's sacred claw and tore out a chaotic and violent golden-white streak of light, exploding out like thunder. Zhu Lingyu transformed into his true form. He spat out a small scarlet sword that emitted a blazing light into the sky. Bang! The three attacks instantly collided. In the next instant, the young lord broke through their joint attack. The small scarlet sword was sent flying thousands of feet away. This young master was just playing around with you, but you were so stupid to think that you could escape from my palm? The young lord's face was cold and dignified, and his killing intent was spreading. Young master, the demon monarch's cave is just ahead. Kill these two fellows. The black-cloaked man flew over and said with a smile. Yes. The young master nodded. The horn on his head flickered with a dim light, and the winds and clouds changed. Dark clouds covered the sky and revolved around him. A terrifying demonic might shook the heavens and earth, intimidating all living beings. This is the innate ability of the black demon race. It can release a powerful soul attack. Zhu Lingyu's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. As soon as he finished speaking, the young master's attack landed. Boom! A pitch-black pillar of light shot out from the horn on his head, bringing with it an aura that could shake the heavens and earth. The soul attack was too fast and fierce. Qinyu and Zhu Lingyu had almost no time to dodge it. Luckily, they had prepared themselves mentally and were ready to defend themselves. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them flew backward and fell to the ground. Qinyu's mind shook violently as if he had fallen into a pitch-black hell. He couldn't see or feel anything. The soul attack of a five-star king was indeed terrifying. Qinyu's soul was at the peak of the star condensation late stage, but he was still heavily injured. If he had known this earlier, he would have used the 10,000 Dragon Crown. The 10,000 Dragon Crown was a powerful trump card with obvious drawbacks. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Die. The black-cloaked man laughed excitedly. He waved the pitch-black sickle and was about to cut off Zhu Lingyu's and Qinyu's heads. Don't kill this human. I'm a bit interested in him. The young master suddenly said. It was because he didn't want to kill Qinyu that he didn't use his full strength. The black-cloaked man didn't dare to disobey the young master's order. He immediately withdrew his power and moved the attack range a bit. Swoosh! A deep wound appeared on Qinyu's body. On the other side, Zhu Lingyu was even more miserable. There were 5 or 6 wounds on the vermilion bird's body. One of its wings had been cut off and blood spurted out. The young master's soul attack and the black-cloaked man's sneak attack had caused Zhu Lingyu to suffer heavy injuries. He fell to the ground and fainted after struggling for a while. Qinyu's injuries were considered light, and he had completely woken up. The middle-grade immortal body allowed his injuries to quickly heal from the inside out. It's actually the immortal body. Interesting. The young master's eyes flickered when he saw this scene. The immortal body was one of the most powerful special bodies. Among the many innate abilities of the descendants of gods and devils, there was one with the immortal body, which was very rare. He didn't expect that the human in front of him would also have the immortal body. The black-cloaked man was also surprised. In this situation, Qinyu was still fine. It seemed that he didn't have the ability to kill Qinyu in a one-on-one fight. So what if you have the immortal body? It's not like you're truly immortal. The black-cloaked man snorted coldly. His words were filled with jealousy. Swoosh! He flew out and attacked again while Qinyu's injuries hadn't completely healed. Clown, don't go too far. Qinyu's face was gloomy, revealing a trace of ferocity. So what if I'm going too far? As the weak, you can only be bullied. The black-cloaked man shouted coldly and slashed with his black sickle. After knowing that Qinyu had the immortal body, he had no reservations and attacked with all his might. Chi-chi-chi, 3 huge dark streaks of light tore through the void and slashed over. The black demon race was powerful and mastered the dark profound and fiend profound. Their attacks were incomparably ferocious. Previously, the heavenly spirit crane race thought that the peak late-stage star condensation elder was turned into minced meat by this move of the black-cloaked man. At this moment, Qinyu actually did not retaliate against this attack. Knowing that he can't resist, he's obediently obeying? The black-cloaked man thought. But the next moment, a golden light appeared on Qinyu's palm and turned into a golden crown that flew to Qinyu's head. The moment he put on the 10,000 dragon crown, his skin turned pale gold and scales appeared. Then, his eyes and hair gradually changed color. He was surrounded by dragon shadows and emitted a domineering dragon might, as though he was the emperor of 10,000 dragons. The black-clothed man was directly hit in the heart by Qianyu's aura. His body shuddered and his speed slowed down. At this moment, the black-clothed man's attack descended. Ding ding bang, Qianyu stretched out his arm. The dragon scales on it shone brightly. When the fierce and sharp attack landed, it did not even leave a scratch and shattered. Little 4, retreat. The young master, who was crossing his arms in front of his chest, suddenly changed his expression and shouted. Run! The black-cloaked man was shocked by this sudden change and ran. What's wrong with this kid? That dragon crown is a powerful Dharma treasure? It caused his strength to increase greatly? His panicked mind was filled with countless doubts. You're too slow. A cold voice sounded. Qianyu had already appeared behind the black-cloaked man. The two were only 500 feet apart. 500 feet was a negligible distance for a star condensation king. Qianyu stabbed out with his claws. In his dragonman form, his hands were a pair of huge white tiger divine claws and he had the vermilion bird divine wings on his back. But no one paid attention to this. Puff, a dazzling golden light bloomed in the void. The sharp golden light mark pierced the black-clothed man's body. No, the black-clothed man opened his eyes wide and roared. He watched his wings shatter and his body shatter. The crack gradually spread to his head. Pung, the black-clothed man's body exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. After using the power of the 10,000 dragon crown, Qianyu received an all-round boost and his strength rose to a new level. Especially his own strength, it reached a terrifying level after the boost. Therefore, the white tiger divine claws instantly killed the black-clothed man. How dare you kill my subordinate? The young master's cold and angry voice sounded. Very good. You have more secrets than I thought. This young master likes this dragon crown spoil very much. The young master's killing intent was awe-inspiring. With a flap of his wings, he shot out like a black meteor. After Qianyu used his trump card, it stimulated his fighting intent, and the black-clothed man's death made him completely furious. Boom, the vermilion bird divine wings behind Qianyu spread out. Dragon scales covered his body, fire wings on his back, and tiger claws on his hands. Qianyu's violent aura continued to increase, even suppressing the young master's aura. Kill. He also charged out. Although the 10,000 dragon crown could instantly guarantee Qianyu's strength, its drawbacks were obvious. It consumed too much energy, not only on his body, but also on his essence force and soul will. Qianyu estimated that he could only last for 20 breaths at most. Then, the battle would be decided in 20 breaths. Pung, an explosion came from the void as Qianyu and the young master clashed head-on. A storm swept tens of thousands of feet, and the ground below shattered. Qianyu's figure retreated, and there were a few shallow wounds on his arms and body. The 10,000 dragon crown not only increased his strength, but it also increased his defense. On the other side, the young master was forced back 1,000 feet, and there were more than a dozen wounds on his body. The blood in his body was boiling, and his bones were about to shatter. This treasure increased his strength to such an extent? The young master was shocked. He attacked with all his strength, but he was at a disadvantage. In reality, Qianyu's strength and defense were amazing, and the 10,000 dragon crown mainly increased his strength in these two aspects. Kill. Qianyu didn't have much time, so he took the initiative to attack. Human, you have angered me, you deserve to die. The young master's expression was ferocious, and he released even more violent power. He held a huge cross in his hand, which was stained with blood, and smashed it toward Qianyu. This blood-stained metal cross was superior grade, and it greatly increased the young master's attack power. Although Qianyu didn't have a weapon, his body seemed to be made of divine gold, and he was extremely tough. His entire body was an offensive weapon. With his strong defense and indestructible physique, Qianyu didn't care about the damage and attacked crazily. In less than 10 breaths, the two of them exchanged hundreds of blows. Pung, the young master was sent flying by Qianyu's claw. His chest was torn open, and his bones and organs were revealed. He was in a sorry state, and he was extremely furious, but he didn't have the face to lose his temper. Kill! Qinyu's killing intent soared into the sky, and he charged over once more. Fear and panic flashed in the young master's eyes. He used all his methods, but he couldn't do anything to Qinyu. Qinyu was like an iron wall, and his defense was shocking. His body seemed to be covered in knives, and he was extremely dangerous. Qinyu also had many injuries on his body, but they were all light injuries to him. Die! The black horn on the young master's head flashed with demonic light, and a fierce demonic aura surged. Boom! A huge black beam of light burst out in an instant, piercing through Qinyu. But Qinyu didn't seem to be affected. His soul will was also strengthened, and the dragon's shadow around him helped him offset some of the soul damage. This. The young master was completely speechless. He, the dignified young master of the black demon race, couldn't do anything to a late-stage star condensation human. Chi-boom! Qinyu's attack suddenly descended, and the sharp and violent golden light struck the young master. The unhealed wound on his abdomen was torn open again, and his internal organs were crushed. The young master was once again sent flying thousands of feet away, and plunged into the mountain. Boom! The mountain exploded again, and the young master fled in embarrassment. After this human suddenly erupted, he was simply too fierce. At this moment, he didn't care about face, his life was more important. Seeing the young master running away, Qinyu released a long-range attack, which scared the young master so much that he disappeared into the sky. Qinyu didn't chase after him, but immediately took off the 10,000 dragon crown. The golden color faded from his body, and he looked a little older than before. His eyes were full of exhaustion. With the mysterious heart, his physical strength and vitality were rapidly recovering, but his mental exhaustion needed time to recuperate. It's almost as I expected. After using the 10,000 dragon crown, I can at most last 20 breaths, but I forced this guy to retreat after 15 breaths. Qinyu immediately retreated. He came to the corpse of the black-robed man, who had been killed by Qinyu with one blow. His body was shattered, but his bloodline had not completely disappeared. Qinyu used the power of the mysterious heart to absorb the bloodline of the black demon race. As a descendant of the fiend god race, although the bloodline was thin, it was much stronger than the bloodline of ordinary holy beasts. Of course, Qinyu would not let go of the storage space of the black-robed man. Then, he came to Zhu Lingyu, picked up the unconscious Zhu Lingyu, and quickly fled. Not only that, Qinyu took out the star-concealing robe and disappeared with Zhu Lingyu. Although the young master was beaten to the point of fleeing, the other party was not a fool. He knew that Qinyu's buff time was limited, and there must be side effects afterward. Sure enough, the young master returned after 5 breaths. Damn it, he ran away. The young master clenched his fists and roared, and the dark wind raged around him, blowing wildly. If he had been a little braver just now and kept a certain distance from Qinyu, he could have waited until Qinyu's buff time ended, and then he would have turned the tables. But he was frightened by Qinyu's momentum and attack. When he came back to his senses, he found that Qinyu did not chase after him, and he knew that he had been fooled. When he returned here, Qinyu was already gone. Huh? Little Force bloodline has been absorbed. The young master looked over. Did the blood race come just now? If so, the human and the woman from the Vermilion Bird Holy Clan have fallen into their hands. The young lord's expression became even more unsightly. In the battle with Qinyu just now, he was seriously injured. Even with the physique of the black demon race, it would take some time for him to recover. Not only that, but he also lost a subordinate. The vampires, on the other hand, would definitely become much more powerful after obtaining the crown in Qinyu's hands. After Qinyu used the 10,000 dragon crown, his strength could suppress him. What if the Sacred Blood King used the 10,000 dragon crown? If I can have a fortuitous encounter here, I won't have to be afraid of him. Young master said firmly. Whoosh, he flapped his wings and charged towards the towering mountain in the distance. The huge mountain was pitch black, and the top had been transformed into a group of palaces. The style also belonged to the descendants of the fiend gods. This made the young master even more certain that this was the cultivation ground of the demon lord. He just didn't know if the demon monarch had left anything here. Eh? There's a gap in the barrier. The young master found that the barrier covering the top of the mountain had been broken, and a gap had appeared. Looks like the blood breeds went in first. The young master gritted his teeth. Since the blood breeds had killed Xianxia, they would definitely not give up on exploring this place. But the young master didn't know that his guess was wrong from the start. The black-shirt man's bloodline was absorbed by Xianxia, and the blood breeds had never been here. Whatever, no matter what, I can't let the blood breeds get everything here. The young master made up his mind and entered the barrier. Xianxia and Zhu Lingyu wore the star concealment robe and completely concealed themselves. But Xianxia knew that the palace in the huge mountain must have some benefits. With his current situation, he couldn't compete with the descendants of the fiend gods and the blood breeds. But he wouldn't give up, so he hid nearby. In this way, he would know if there was any movement in the palace in the huge mountain. Zhu Lingyu? Xianxia shook her slightly, but there was no reaction. He checked the woman's injuries and found that they were more serious than he thought. After Zhu Lingyu was hit by the young master's soul attack, she was caught off guard and was hit by the black-shirt man. If it was a normal 4-star king, they would have died under the black-shirt man's scythe. But Zhu Lingyu was from the vermilion bird sacred race and had a strong vitality, so she didn't die. She shouldn't die. Xianxia guessed. And it wouldn't be long before reinforcements arrived. If Zhu Songyan escaped, reinforcements would definitely arrive. If Zhu Songyan died, the vermilion bird sky nest would know immediately, and his demigod grandfather would be alarmed. So Xianxia wasn't too worried. He only felt that it was a pity. If the vermilion bird sky nest's experts arrived, he wouldn't get a share of the benefits. So he stayed near the palace in the huge mountain to try his luck. Maybe he could get some benefits. He sat in the underground cave and started to recuperate. In the battle with the young master, Xianxia only focused on attacking and ignored his defense. He used his crazy attacks to force the young master back, injuring him as much as possible. In fact, he was also injured, but it wasn't too serious. After taking the healing pill, he waited for the medium immortal body to slowly recover. The recovery speed of my stamina and spirit energy is beyond my imagination. Xianxia sensed his body's condition. Stamina recovery came from the power of his heart, and spirit energy recovery was faster than normal because of the desolate world in his heart. Heaven and Earth's essence energy continuously flowed into Xianxia's body. As for the consumption of his soul, he could only slowly recover. Not only were the elixirs rare, but they were also expensive. Xianxia didn't have any. While he was recovering, he cultivated. The crisis he encountered was because he wasn't strong enough. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't need to care about the blood race. Xianxia took out a bathtub and prepared hot water. Of course, it wasn't that he wanted to take a bath, but he wanted to use the medicinal bath to cultivate the vermilion bird's sacred wings. 3 days passed. There was no news of reinforcements. Xianxia didn't know what was going on in the palace. Zhu Lingyu's identity shouldn't be ordinary. Otherwise, Zhu Songyan wouldn't have let her bully him. But the reinforcements from the vermilion bird sky nest are a bit slow. Did something happen? Xianxia guessed. In the outside world. In fact, the experts of the vermilion bird sky nest arrived in less than 3 days, including a demigod. He was Zhu Lingyu's grandfather. The heavenly spirit crane clan was reduced to ruins, and the small world suppressed in the ancestral land had disappeared. A red-haired elder floated in the air, surrounded by a boundless sea of fire. It was as if he had become the sky. The surviving disciples of the heavenly spirit crane clan trembled under the pressure of this demigod. They could clearly feel the other party's anger. It wasn't hard to guess that the vermilion bird sky nest disciple was not simple. Even if this demigod killed them all in a rage, the heavenly spirit crane clan could only admit defeat. If we had arrived earlier, we might have been able to find some clues. The red-haired elder sighed in his heart. Elder Zhu Lingyu's soul tablet hasn't shattered. We'll send people to investigate. There's a high chance that we can save her. Elder Wu, who was in the hall of sect affairs, transmitted his voice. After that, he glared at Zhu Songyan angrily. Before the mission, Zhu Songyan had assured him that nothing would happen. Yet, something huge happened. The fates of Zhu Lingyu and Xianxia were unknown, both of their identities were extraordinary. If Zhu Lingyu died, there would be internal conflict in the vermilion bird sky nest. If Qinyu died, how was he going to explain to the celestial sect? Zhu Zongyan looked aggrieved. He wanted to quibble. He was a victim too. After a round of investigation, the experts of the vermilion bird sky nest left. The old clan leader, He-san, stood up and sighed. I didn't expect the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan to have such a huge secret. Why didn't the ancestors leave any message? As the clan leader, he had no idea about the situation in the ancestral land. He only knew that the first clan leader had left a rule that the ancestral land was the foundation of the clan. Nothing could go wrong. Other than the few with the highest authority in the clan, only the dead were allowed to enter. Clan leader, do you think the first clan leader hid this on purpose? An elder cautiously transmitted his voice to the elder. The ancestral land had been there since the birth of the clan. It was built by the first clan leader. No, the ancestors didn't have to hide this. The clan leader shook his head. The small world in the ancestral land obviously had treasures. If not, people wouldn't be fighting over it. If the clan knew about this small world, they could develop it themselves and strengthen the clan. Why would they hide it, within the small world? After the young master entered the palace, he realized that the environment was a little complicated. There were enchantments everywhere and he couldn't enter. He used all his strength to break one of the enchantments and realized that there were no treasures in the palace. What a waste of effort. The young master was furious. He punched a hole in the wall. Next, he spent an entire day breaking the enchantment of a side hall. Again, he didn't find anything. Damn it, don't tell me that the Devil King didn't leave anything behind. The young master was in a bad mood. The Devil King might have left behind some treasures. It was even more likely that he left behind his legacy. It was also possible that he didn't leave anything behind. The young master gave up many places that might have hidden treasures. He went deep into the center of the palace complex and found a pitch-black palace. This palace was far more renovated than the other buildings. Its layout was also the most important. It was surrounded by a pitch-black enchantment. If there aren't any treasures here, I'll have suffered a great loss. The young master thought to himself. In fact, he had obtained many treasures on this trip. However, they weren't important to him. As long as he didn't obtain any valuable treasures, it would be a loss. Just as the young master was about to move, he suddenly sensed something. He turned around and saw two people from the blood race approaching. Descendants of the gods and demons, the Blood King was also shocked when he saw the young master. The descendants of the gods and demons were very powerful. He didn't want to be enemies with the young master. However, he instantly sensed that this young master was alone, and he was even injured. The young master looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely vigilant and was ready to run at any time. Are we enemies now or are we working together for the benefits of this place? The young master asked with a smile. The Blood King's blood-red eyes were deep as he carefully sized up the other party. Finally, he said, we have never thought of becoming enemies with the black demon race. It's great that you don't want to take action. Logically speaking, they had the advantage in numbers. However, the Blood King was cautious and wouldn't easily take action. Furthermore, Qinyu and Zhu Lingyu were also here. They weren't weak, especially Qinyu, therefore, he didn't want to fight to the death with the young master. If there's a chance, kill him. The Blood King secretly transmitted his voice to the white-haired elder. If he could obtain the young master's body, he would become even stronger. He would also have one less competitor in the exploration of this small world. According to my speculation, this palace is the most important place in the entire cave abode. If there are treasures, they are definitely hidden here. The young master said with a smile. The reason why he took the initiative to reveal this was because the enchantment outside the palace was too powerful. He didn't know how long it would take for him to break it alone. As for Qinyu, who was hiding underground nearby, he had mostly recovered his soul will. Perhaps because the crisis had squeezed out his potential, his vermilion bird heaven burning wings had improved a lot and wasn't far from the great success realm. Continuing to wait isn't a solution. Why don't I go to the cave abode and explore the situation? Qinyu decided to go to the palace on the giant peak to see the situation. The medicinal effect of the burning fire refining liquid had already been absorbed. He stood up from the bathtub and ended his cultivation. Ah! A panicked scream suddenly sounded. Qinyu was shocked and immediately changed his clothes. He looked at Zhu Lingyu not far away. He didn't know when the other party had woken up. Zhu Lingyu stopped screaming and began to check his body. He found that his body had not been invaded. Then, he glared at Qinyu with shame and anger. His cheeks were red. Exhibitionist. In his opinion, Qinyu did it on purpose. At this time, he still took off his clothes and took a bath. Exhibitionist? Qinyu was speechless. He was cultivating just now, so he didn't notice that Zhu Lingyu had woken up. Then why were you staring at me just now? Qinyu curled his lips. You're talking nonsense. I was just scared. Zhu Lingyu felt guilty. Her jade face was so red that it looked like it could drip blood. She glanced elsewhere. Soon, the two of them got rid of the awkwardness. Qinyu explained the current situation. You just woke up, and your injuries are still very serious. Stay here and recuperate. I will go and check out the situation. Qinyu said. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Zhu Lingyu immediately said. Qinyu was a late-stage star condensation cultivator, while the other two forces had 5-star kings. You underestimate me. Qinyu smiled lightly and didn't explain much. Zhu Lingyu also felt that she had subconsciously underestimated Qinyu. The other party could save her from the hands of the young master. As long as she was careful, she wouldn't be in too much danger. However, she didn't know that the young master was defeated by Qinyu, and even his men died in the hands of Qinyu. Qinyu put on the star-concealing robe, came to the ground, and then flew to the palace on the giant peak. There was a gap in the barrier, so he went straight in. Qinyu first observed the environment here. Most of the places were enveloped by barriers, and it would take a long time to break through them. However, there was nothing inside the barriers that had been broken. It was unknown whether it had been plundered or if there were no treasures in the first place. Along the way, Qinyu did not gain anything. Boom! Qinyu heard the explosion from afar and followed the sound. Not long after, he saw a huge, pitch-black hall. 3 people were attacking the barrier in front of it. They were the 2 blood kindred and the young master of the god and devil race. They're actually working together to attack this place. There must be treasures inside. Qinyu's heart couldn't help but burn with passion. The young master must hate him to the bone, and the vampires were determined to obtain Qinyu. Once he appeared now, he would definitely be surrounded and attacked by the 2 forces. It was better to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to strike. Qinyu didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered by the enemy. The vampires were extremely sensitive to living beings. He didn't know much about the descendants of gods and devils, but it was hard to estimate the methods of such a race. Perhaps they had some secret methods. Qinyu maintained a distance of 3,000 zhang and hid. Pung! Boom! The Blood King and the other 2 attacked the barrier together. Even with their strength, it was difficult to see any results. This barrier is a little different from the barriers in other places. The Blood King sighed. That's right. The other barriers have existed for more than 10,000 years, but the barrier here is less than 10,000 years old. The young master said in a deep voice. Could it be that the Fiend Lord had returned after leaving? If that was the case, there had to be a secret behind the fortification of the barrier. However, this was only a guess. There were other possibilities. That's not the only strange thing. This barrier is formed from sealing powers and is connected to the entire hall. The Blood King could clearly see the ancient runes on the barrier. Even the palace had them. Most barriers used spatial powers as their core. Barriers that used sealing powers as their core were extremely rare. Most people couldn't set them up. Apart from observing the area, the Blood King was also secretly observing the young master. According to the young master's performance, the Blood King was certain that the young master's injuries were rather serious. We'll kill him the instant we break the barrier. The Blood King discussed with his subordinates. Even if the young master was heavily injured, it would not be easy to kill a god-fiend descendant. Put in more effort. Break the barrier as soon as possible to prevent any accidents from happening. the Blood King said to the young master. He did not wish to give the young master time to recover. In the subsequent joint operation, the two sanguine put in more effort. On the second day, many cracks appeared on the barrier. On the third day, at a certain moment, boom, with a loud bang, the enchantment shattered. Xianxia immediately peeked out and approached. However, he instantly saw the scene of the two sanguine attacking the young master. At the same moment the barrier shattered, a spear appeared in the Blood King's hand. It was covered in ancient patterns. The spear's body was white, but the spearhead was a strange blood red. Swoosh, in the void, a crimson blob of light smashed at the young master like a meteor. The Blood King did not hold back against the young master. This strike startled the surroundings. Even from afar, Xianxia's blood fluctuated. A sea of blood surged around the white-haired elder beside the Blood King. Thousands of blood-colored light wolves charged out, surrounding the young master and attacking. As I expected, the young master thought to himself. A huge metal cross appeared in his hand, and he smashed it forward. The cross released a violent power. Black and gray light surged out, shattering the crimson blob of light and crushing the 100 blood-colored light wolves. The young master had expected this, so he was able to deal with it calmly and unleash his full strength to open a path. Swoosh, the wings on his back flapped as he flew into the pitch-black palace. At this moment, the young master did not plan on clashing with the sanguine head-on. After obtaining the treasures, he would find a place to recuperate before killing all the sanguine. In any case, this plane had completely stabilized. He had plenty of time to hide in the void. Abyss of blood! The Blood King shouted. He made a hand seal, and the blood energy on the ground surged, turning into a dark red abyss. Suddenly, hundreds of blood-red sinister claws stretched out from within, shooting towards the young master at lightning speed. They grabbed his body, their nails piercing his skin and sucking his blood. Damn it! The young master's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. The sanguine were indeed not easy to deal with. They were extremely effective against living beings of flesh and blood. Even God-fiend descendants would be restrained as long as they were living beings of flesh and blood. Roar, roar. The blood-colored light wolves that filled the sky pounced over, opening their mouths to tear the young master into pieces. Scram! The young master's eyes flickered with black light. An even stronger power burst forth from his body, forming a burning black halo. There were mysterious patterns on it, and it emitted a terrifying pressure that could suppress everything. The blood-colored claws that bound him, as well as the blood-colored wolves that pounced over, were all destroyed by the black halo. This was a secret technique of the black demon race that consumed bloodline power. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. After resolving the crisis, the young master did not fight with the sanguine. Instead, he turned and entered the pitch-black palace. But at this moment, the void around the young master twisted, as though it had turned into a scene in water. The young master himself seemed to have fallen into a swamp. His body was being pulled, and his speed was greatly affected. This is the profound meaning of space. Xianxia. Upon sensing the profound meaning of space, the young master immediately thought of this human. He was still alive, the young master could not believe it. He had always thought that Xianxia had died at the hands of the sanguine. Buzz, a ripple appeared in the void in the distance. No one could see a figure, but they knew that Xianxia was approaching. Swish, Xianxia pushed the profound meaning of space to the limit. He instantly traversed thousands of feet and arrived in front of the young master. Boom, the white tiger sacred claw appeared, emitting terrifying energy. It tore open 5 incomparably sharp claw marks. The young master hurriedly used the wings on his back to cover himself, reducing the damage. Pfft, black blood splattered. Xianxia's attack tore open the young master's wings and left 5 wounds on his chest. Xianxia, you. The young master stared at Xianxia. He was not dead. Xianxia's sudden outburst had ruined his plans and seriously injured him. He did not expect that Xianxia would suddenly appear and put him in danger. The Sacred Blood King and the white-haired elder immediately attacked. Their killing moves landed on the young master. Boom, blood splattered all over the young master's body. He flew backward, smashed through the door, and fell into the pitch-black palace. He's not dead? The Sacred Blood King could still sense the young master's vitality. The survivability of God Fiend descendants was truly terrifying. They could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, the young master might be able to escape. Qingyu and the Blood King were prepared to charge into the palace and kill the young master. But suddenly, a shrill scream came from deep within the palace. Waves of terrifying aura rippled out, making one's hair stand on end. The source of the scream was the young master. What had he encountered for him to scream like that? Qingyu and the Blood King released their spiritual senses to investigate. A terrifying forbidden energy rippled out from deep within the palace and rapidly spread in all directions. Bang! Boom! Wherever the energy passed, everything turned to dust. Even the spiritual senses of Qingyu and the Sacred Blood King seemed to be burned by something. They immediately retracted them. In less than 2 breaths, the entire palace turned to dust, revealing the true situation within. It was pitch black, and even space had been destroyed. Spatial turbulence was constantly blowing out. In the center of this pitch-black space, only the young master was there. He was in a ball of silver-gray flames. His body was convulsing as he struggled. Damn it! Scram! Scram out of my body! The young master roared ferociously. Possession! Qingyu and the Blood King immediately determined it. They were extremely vigilant as they retreated. The Sacred Blood King had heard that this small world was left behind by a demonic lord. The other party's cultivation was likely at the demigod or divine realm. The young master was a 5-star monarch. If he was possessed and reborn by such an almighty being, how terrifying would his strength be? They were all intruders who had come to steal the treasures left behind by the other party. How could this almighty being let them off? The struggling young master suddenly calmed down and slowly stood up. Silver-gray flames danced in his pitch-black eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Boom! As he laughed, a transparent silver-gray flame rippled out in all directions. It caused the void to burn and cracks to appear. The Blood King and Qingyu retreated one after another. Intruders, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me. The young master's silver eyes stared at the Blood King and Qingyu as he spoke in a cold voice. The Sacred Blood King and the white-haired elder trembled. After pondering for a few seconds, they lowered their heads. The other party was an almighty being who had been reborn. How could they dare to resist? We are willing to submit to you, my lord. The Sacred Blood King and the white-haired elder spoke in unison. Good. The young master stared at the two of them, and the smile on his lips deepened. Suddenly, he waved his palm, and a silver-gray flame flew out. Everywhere it passed, the void would distort. The Sacred Blood King and the white-haired elder were alarmed. They had already submitted, but the young master was still trying to kill them. Qingyu was stunned. The young master who had been possessed seemed to have forgotten about him. Upon seeing this scene, he found it strange. The Sacred Blood King and the white-haired elder had already submitted, so why was the young master still trying to kill them? Immediately after, Qingyu discovered that the young master's attack was not as powerful as he had imagined. At the very least, it did not exceed the level of a 6-star monarch. However, the situation was still dangerous. Qingyu took out the 10,000 dragon crown. Artifact spirit, this person has been reborn after being possessed by an almighty being, but there's something wrong. Qingyu immediately asked. The 10,000 dragon crown's soul strength fluctuated. Then, a disdainful laugh rang out in Qinyu's mind. Kid, don't laugh at me. His soul strength has not even reached the mysterious nether realm. How can he be considered an almighty being? Furthermore, this flame seems to be on the true fire spirit flame ranking. Furthermore, this flame seems to be the Void Sky Sacred Flame on the true fire spirit flame ranking. Void Sky Sacred Flame? Qingyu was alarmed. He was familiar with the true fire spirit flame ranking, so he naturally had some understanding of the Void Sky Sacred Flame. It was an extremely rare connate spirit flame and ranked extremely high on the true fire spirit flame ranking. However, the Void Sky Sacred Flame was currently in someone else's hands. While Qingyu moved, he was also on guard. Such a powerful true fire spirit flame made the young master's threat increase greatly. Boom! The young master released a ball of void sky sacred flame that exploded in the air, forming a spatial rift. Turbulence blew out, tearing apart everything in its surroundings. The sacred Blood King dodged in time, but a wound tore open on his chest. Blood flowed out. The white-haired elder was in a terrible state. Half of his body had been devoured by the flames. If he were a human, he would have died on the spot. However, the white-haired elder was a blood race member and had a tenacious vitality. Blood flowed out of that half of his body, turning into a slightly weakened blood wolf. This flame. Void sky sacred flame. The white-haired elder was extremely astonished. "My lord, why did you kill us?" The sacred Blood King immediately asked. They had already chosen to submit, but the other party had still tried to kill them. If he had been careless, he might have perished. That's not right. Although this possessor's means were astonishing, its level was not as high as he had imagined. He circulated his soul power to sense and discovered that the other party's soul level was not much different from his own. What was going on? Was the other party not a possessor of some mighty figure's body? There are actually blood race members. It looks like this mystic realm has fallen into the hands of outsiders. The young master's hoarse voice came from within his body, his face filled with anger. He wanted to kill all the intruders, but he had just possessed a body, and it was a god-fiend descendant at that, so he was not used to it. Otherwise, the two blood race members would have died tragically under the void sky sacred flame. However, it was fine. He would slowly get used to it and then kill everyone. Earth prison. The young master waved his hand, and a ball of silver-gray flames formed a dazzling arc that surrounded the two blood race members. Cha, cha. Wherever the silver-gray arc passed, the void tore and formed a circle. The two vampires were immediately trapped and couldn't escape. Their range of movement was limited to a small area. Then, the young master struck out with his palm. It was 1,000 feet long and burned with silver flames as it smashed forward. Xianxia wasn't the young master's target at the moment. But if even the vampires who had submitted to the other party were killed, the young master naturally wouldn't leave anyone alive. Therefore, he had no choice but to act. Once the two blood kindred died, he would be next. Xianxia urged his space Upanishad, creating a massive silver hand that pressed against the space crack. Buzz, the spatial rift created by the sacred void sky flame slowly healed. The sacred Blood King and the white-haired elder glanced at Xianxia. They never expected that the person to save them at this critical moment would be Xianxia. Level 4 space profound? Looks like this old man was wrong before. The young lord stared at Xianxia. Previously, he had seen that Xianxia had the lowest cultivation level, late star condensation, so he hadn't cared. Now, it seemed that Xianxia wasn't an ordinary late star condensation cultivator. Furthermore, he possessed space profound, which could heal spatial rifts. He should be the first to be eliminated. Whoosh, the young lord suddenly opened his mouth, and a silver-gray flame pillar shot out. It tore through the void, as if nothing could stop it. Xianxia was slightly surprised. He mobilized a space profound and formed a 2-zhang-thick spatial barrier. After the space profound reached level 4, it had undergone a transformation, and its abilities were more extensive. Just the barrier formed by the space profound had outstanding defensive power, and it couldn't be restrained by anything. Kid, you're too stupid. Have you forgotten the sacred void sky flame's characteristics? The young lord laughed sinisterly. Pung, the silver-gray flame pillar instantly pierced through the spatial barrier and headed for Xianxia. Although your space profound can heal spatial rifts, the sacred void sky flame is a rare space-type spirit flame. Spatial energy is its favorite nourishment. The young lord laughed. Seeing the silver-gray flame beam flying toward him, Xianxia immediately shifted his position, aiming his heart at the flame beam. Whoosh, as the silver-gray flame pillar approached Xianxia, its power seemed to weaken. The young lord was a little puzzled when he saw this, but he didn't think too much about it. If Xianxia was hit by the sacred void sky flame head-on, he would die without a doubt. Therefore, he no longer cared about Xianxia and immediately dealt with the two blood clan cultivators. Xianxia wasn't worried and let the flame pillar hit him. What surprised him was that after the sacred void sky flame struck Xianxia, it didn't create any spatial rifts. The sacred void sky flame seemed to have turned into an ordinary flame. It burned through Qianyu's chest and struck the mysterious heart. He felt pain, but he didn't die. The mysterious heart is closely related to space. The sacred void sky flame's ability might have lost its effectiveness because of the mysterious heart, Qianyu guessed. Back at the bottom of the soul burial lake, whenever he approached a spatial rift, it would automatically heal. This could also explain why the sacred void sky flame's ability had lost its effectiveness when it approached Qianyu. However, Qianyu was astonished to discover that the mysterious heart had absorbed a portion of the sacred void sky flame. On the other side, the battle was abnormally intense. The young lord spread his arms, and a layer of silver-gray flame spread out, transforming into a flaming gale as it charged forward. Crack! Crack! Under this flaming gale, countless cracks appeared in space like dry, cracked ground. The Sacred Blood King and the white-haired elder did their best to counterattack. However, the sacred void sky flame was too powerful. The spatial rifts greatly weakened the two's attacks. On the contrary, they had to constantly dodge the sacred void sky flame's attacks, and their injuries kept increasing. At this point, the two Blood Clan cultivators were certain that the other party wasn't an almighty being that had reincarnated. At best, he had been at the mysterious nether realm when he was alive, or perhaps not. If I can kill this person, the sacred void sky flame will be mine. Despite the danger, the Sacred Blood King couldn't help but feel greedy. The sacred void sky flame was just too powerful. It was one of the top 10 rare flames on the True Fire Spirit Flame list. Blood Clan, turn into ashes for me. The young lord roared as layers of silver-gray flames rippled out. Countless spatial rifts appeared in the surroundings, and everything was destroyed into a mess. Suddenly, the young lord sensed something and turned around. A layer of silver-gray flames floated out. Chi! The silver-gray flames clashed with the 5 sharp claw marks, producing an explosion that distorted the void. The young lord was sent flying 1,000 feet, and there were several wounds on his body. You didn't die? The young lord stared at Qianyu with wide eyes, astonished. This kid had been struck in the heart by the sacred void sky flame, but he was still alive and kicking. This was too fake. Kill! The Sacred Blood King took the opportunity to counterattack. Swoosh! A spear rapidly flew out, sweeping up a violent and terrifying sanguine light as it pierced toward the young lord. The young lord waved the sacred void sky flame to block the attack, but it was too late. Pung! The sanguine light exploded, and the young lord's palm was destroyed by the shockwaves. Black blood dripped down. You are courting death. The young lord's expression was ferocious, and flames burned in his eyes. After being ambushed by Qianyu and then injured by a 5-star Blood Clan king, the young lord was infuriated. All of you, die! The young lord roared. Silver-gray flames leaped out from his body and spread throughout the void. Pung! 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 Continuous explosions rang out. Cracks appeared in the sky within a radius of 2,000 feet, and the void shattered. The Sacred Blood King and the white-haired elder were panic-stricken. This was the power produced by the sacred void sky flame's eruption. At this moment, the surroundings were filled with spatial rifts, and the sacred void sky flame was constantly spreading. If they were not careful, they would die without a proper burial. Boom! The flames were still spreading, and the spatial rifts increased. Everything in the area was falling apart. He's going to burn this part of the void. The Sacred Blood King broke out in a cold sweat. This was using absolute power to directly crush, refine the void, and incinerate everything. Sir, let's retreat. If we don't, we'll be dead. The white-haired elder said anxiously. Retreat. The Sacred Blood King hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Where there's life, there's hope. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qianyu also prepared to retreat. Don't even think about leaving. The young lord's gaze landed on Qianyu. There were 2 blood race members, and it would be slightly troublesome to intercept them. Besides, his hatred for Qianyu was even deeper. Boom! A ball of sacred void sky flame flew out of the young lord's palm once again. It split into dozens of wisps and surrounded Qianyu from all directions. Seeing that the situation was critical, Qianyu could only wear the 10,000 dragon crown again. In an instant, Qianyu's skin turned pale gold, and scales appeared. Dragon shadows revolved around his body, and a domineering dragon might emanated. After his strength surged, Jinyu brandished his white tiger sacred claw and attacked head-on. Pung! Frantic gold and silver streaks of light surged out and collided with the dozens of wisps of sacred void sky flame. A destructive storm erupted. Although the sacred void sky flame was powerful, it was not invincible. As long as other powers reached a certain level, they could still contend with it. You actually have this kind of treasure? The young lord was shocked, and greed appeared on his face. He decided to kill Jinyu no matter what and obtain this crown. Swoosh, the young lord put his index and middle fingers together, and a sword light condensed in the void. The sacred void sky flame was ignited on it, and it seemed to transform into a silver-gray spirit crane, stabbing toward Jinyu. This is the spirit crane heavenly sword. Jinyu recognized this sword technique. It was the core battle technique of the heavenly spirit crane race. The other party knew the core battle technique of the heavenly spirit crane race. Could he be from the heavenly spirit crane race? He did not have time to think. After using the battle technique, the young lord was even more of a threat. The wings behind Jinyu's back fluttered, and he flew into the sky. He used the star-shattering claw, and the dazzling gold and silver streaks of light tore through. The young lord's expression was calm. Another sword light formed behind him, and it flew out. Clang! Jinyu and the young lord started a fierce and thrilling battle. The person who had possessed the young lord was not weak, and his sword technique was superb. Together with the sacred void sky flame, his strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary 5-star king. He was at least 5.5 stars. Jinyu used all his means. Even if his heart exploded, it would be difficult to defeat the other party. Time passed, and he was close to his limit. He had already planned to retreat. Kid, you're going to die here this time. But it's normal. The other party is so strong, and he even has a trick like the sacred void sky flame. The voice of the artifact spirit in the 10,000 dragon crown sounded. Shut up. Jinyu rebuked angrily. He was indeed no match for the young lord, but he might be able to escape. Hee, what a pity. If you were from the dragon race, you would be able to unleash the true power of the 10,000 dragon crown and summon the dragon spirit to fight. The artifact spirit of the 10,000 dragon crown ignored Jinyu's words and continued to mock him arrogantly. When Jinyu heard this, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Then he asked solemnly, is what you said true? Haha, of course it's true. But you are a human, and you can't summon the dragon spirit in the 10,000 dragon crown, the artifact spirit said disdainfully. The artifact spirit said in disdain. It had no idea what Jinyu was thinking. In fact, this was the greatest use of the 10,000 dragon crown. As for using the 10,000 dragon crown to increase one's combat strength, although the effect was obvious, the drawbacks were obvious. There were also side effects, and in serious cases, it could even damage one's foundation. The artifact spirit had been forced by Jinyu to hide the correct way to use it, and told Jinyu the way to use it that would harm himself. This showed how cunning this artifact spirit was. And now that Jinyu was about to die, it didn't matter if he told him the truth. Instead, it could stimulate Jinyu. But as soon as the artifact spirit finished speaking, it sensed a familiar bloodline aura in Jinyu's body. This is the aura of the Yellow Dragon clan's bloodline. The artifact spirit in the 10,000 dragon crown was shocked. The 10,000 dragon crown belonged to the Yellow Dragon clan, and the artifact spirit was very familiar with this bloodline aura. But Jinyu, a mere human, had the bloodline of the Yellow Dragon clan, which was incredible. Or was Jinyu actually a Yellow Dragon clan member? The artifact spirit was suddenly confused. This cunning artifact spirit was hiding something before. Jinyu was a little dissatisfied. When he went to the Qianyuan world, he had stored a lot of Dragon Clan bloodline in his body. At this moment, he activated the Yellow Dragon Clan bloodline. After activating the bloodline, Jinyu felt that his connection with the 10,000 dragon crown had deepened. His soul perceived another space. There were dragon palaces here that were lifeless, dim and without light. When Jinyu's Yellow Dragon clan bloodline power entered this place, many of the palaces emitted an attractive force, as if they were very eager. After Jinyu injected the Yellow Dragon clan bloodline power into a certain dragon palace, it suddenly bloomed with brilliance and sparkling jewels. A low dragon roar sounded, and the dragon's might spread in all directions. "Boy, go to hell!" the young master growled, as if victory was in sight. It was so difficult to deal with a late-stage star condensation cultivator, which was beyond his expectations. But as long as he succeeded, he believed that his gains would be greater. Swoosh! A sword light condensed in the void, lit with the void sky sacred fire, turned into a silver-gray spirit crane, and pierced out, leaving a straight crack in the void. The sword was about to stab Qianyu's head. Roar! From the crown on Qianyu's head, there was suddenly a furious roar, and in an instant, a huge figure of a yellow dragon rushed out. The yellow dragon was 600 or 700 feet long, and its dragon's might surged as it collided with the silver-gray sword light. Boom! The void exploded, the space was torn, the silver-gray flame dissipated, and the dragon's head was destroyed. But the dragon spirit was not a physical body, and it slowly condensed into a head. "This is?" The young master was shocked. What kind of means was this? "This dragon spirit has the battle strength of a peak 4-star. Xianxia speculated. He was only at the late stages of the star condensation realm, yet he was able to use the 10,000 dragon crown to summon out a dragon spirit with a peak 4-star battle prowess. As his cultivation increased, his dragon clan bloodline would also improve, and the dragon spirit he summoned would become stronger and stronger. Although the summoned dragon spirit wouldn't last for too long, the consumption wasn't too great, and it wouldn't cause any negative effects or damage to Qianyu. Compared to using the 10,000 dragon crown to increase his strength, it was indeed more cost-effective. Therefore, Qianyu temporarily stopped the enhancement. There was now a peak 4-star comrade by his side. Furthermore, this comrade of his wasn't a physical entity, so he wasn't afraid of the void sky sacred flame and could self-repair. Looking at this scene, the weapon spirit was completely speechless. To think that his ridicule would allow Qianyu to turn the tables around. Roar! The yellow dragon roared, opened its giant mouth, and attacked the young master. Qianyu, on the other hand, activated his vermilion bird sacred wings and space ultimacy to attack from another direction. Origin energy condensed on his white tiger sacred claws and tore out 5 sharp scars. The young master, who was just about to win, was instantly attacked from 2 sides. He immediately chose to attack. 2 sword auras shot out from his body toward Qianyu and the dragon spirit. Facing Qianyu's attack, he didn't bother to defend. Instead, he attacked to destroy the attack. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions sounded at the same time. 2 giant spatial holes were torn in the void, and turbulent air currents gushed out. The powerful power of the void sky sacred flame gave his opponent a huge advantage in terms of damage. Suddenly, the young master sensed danger. By the time he reacted, it was already half a step too late. Poof! Poof! 2 dark purple transparent arcs of light hit the young master's body from a tricky angle. These were the 2 sword fingers of the 6-flame finger sword. They were suitable for sneak attacks in the midst of chaos. Under the effect of the 4th-level space ultimacy, they were even harder to detect. Qianyu knew that it was difficult to injure the young master with a frontal attack, so he prepared this move. Hiss! The young master screamed in pain. After the 2 sword fingers pierced into his body, the power instantly dispersed and spread throughout his body. It was as if countless small blades were cutting his body. However, the 2 sword fingers couldn't cause a destructive blow to the body of the Godfiend descendant. At most, they left some wounds. The young master revealed a sinister expression. Swoosh! 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 He waved his hands, and 4 sword auras condensed around him. They contained destructive power and shot toward Qianyu and the dragon spirit. As the battle progressed, the young master's combat strength became stronger and stronger. However, the use of the void sky sacred flame wasn't limitless. There was a limit. Qianyu could sense that the power of the void sky sacred flame released by the young master was weakening. However, Qianyu was also reaching his limit. Using the 10,000 dragon crown to increase his strength had consumed a lot of energy. Ding! Pung! Pung! Qianyu waved his white tiger sacred claws, tearing out golden white scars as he clashed with the enemy. Under his control, the dragon spirit faced the powerful enemies. However, Qinyu was already thinking about how to retreat, recuperate, and think of a way to deal with the young master. In terms of essence force, stamina, and recovery speed, the young master definitely couldn't compare to him. After he recovered, he would have a huge advantage. On the other side, the young master also noticed the situation, including Qinyu's intention to retreat. I definitely can't let him go like this, the young master thought. Burn, void. The young master's body surged with silver-gray flames, turning into a layer of flame light that swept in all directions. The nearby void was already broken inch by inch, and after the young master used this move, the damage to the space became even more severe. Then, under the burning of the void sky sacred flame, it gradually turned into ashes. The void within a radius of 2,000 feet was completely burned. No, that's not right. Aside from the area near Qinyu, every other area had been incinerated and turned into a forbidden zone. What's going on? The void this kid is in can't be burned? The young master couldn't help but be shocked. The void sky sacred flame was a rare space-type connate spirit flame. It could burn boundaries and space. At this moment, the void within a radius of 2,000 feet was completely burned. Only the small area where Qinyu was completely intact. The void sky sacred flame could only advance very slowly. Qinyu knew that all this was related to the mysterious heart. The void sky sacred flame, which could burn space, couldn't burn the space near him. From this, it could be seen that the mysterious heart was of a higher grade than the void sky sacred flame. Of course, it wasn't that the space near him couldn't be burned, but it was extremely strenuous. If the void sky sacred flame's grade was high enough, even the mysterious heart couldn't stop it. In short, the young master used the void sky sacred flame to launch a killer move, but it didn't pose a threat to Qinyu. Qinyu couldn't help but feel that he had a certain counter to the void sky sacred flame. If it were a 5-star sacred blood king, he would probably have died after fighting the young master for such a long time. Damn it, what's going on? Burn it! The young master was extremely annoyed. He had used up the void sky sacred flame's power wantonly in an attempt to kill Qinyu, but it didn't work. This made it hard for him to remain calm, and he was even a little angry. He had to admit that this human kid had a certain counter to the void sky sacred flame. Qinyu was more at ease seeing this. He swallowed healing and recovery elixirs to heal his injuries and recover to his peak. After he recovered, he could deal with the young master again, and he would have a greater advantage. You seem to be from the heavenly spirit crane race? Qinyu and the young master started chatting. Humph, the young master's expression changed. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything. But you should know that I'm from the vermilion bird sky nest. If you attack me, you'll definitely die after you leave. Qinyu continued, disrupting his opponent psychologically. Vermilion bird sky nest. The young master's heart trembled when he heard this. As a member of the heavenly spirit crane race, he was naturally afraid of the vermilion bird sky nest. But he had no choice. The secret of the void sky sacred flame couldn't be exposed, so he could only kill all those who knew about it. So what if they were disciples of the vermilion bird sky nest? All those who knew about it had to die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for seeing something you shouldn't have. The young master was filled with killing intent toward Qinyu and the blood race that had appeared earlier. The void sky sacred flame, which was encroaching on Qinyu, suddenly sped up. Qinyu didn't circulate the profound truths of space to block it, afraid that he would become nourishment for the void sky sacred flame. Thus, he could only rely on the special characteristics of the mysterious heart and buy time to recover. If he recovered his full strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break out of his current predicament. Thus, the two fell into a stalemate. Qinyu was surrounded by the void sky sacred flame, but the void sky sacred flame was temporarily unable to tear the nearby void. If it didn't tear the void to attack, its power would be greatly reduced, and it wouldn't be able to do anything to Qinyu. The Sacred Blood King and the white-haired elder didn't leave after escaping the battlefield. The two of them have actually started fighting. The Sacred Blood King was astonished. Qinyu was quite courageous. Qinyu actually dared to challenge an opponent that even he feared. My lord, if this continues, Qinyu will definitely die, and the thing we want will fall into that person's hands. The white-haired elder said worriedly. The Sacred Blood King muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "It's not that we don't have a chance of victory. Qinyu is their target, and he also wanted a treasure like the Void Sky Sacred Flame." Moments later, the two approached the battlefield to observe the situation. Just as they approached, they were completely stunned. They saw pitch-black darkness in front of them. The void had been burned to ashes, and spatial turbulence was wreaking havoc. As expected of the Void Sky Sacred Flame, its power was terrifying. However, the battle didn't seem to have ended. The two focused their gazes and discovered that in the center of the pitch-black land, there was still a perfectly preserved void. Qinyu was sitting cross-legged there, seemingly unharmed. Not far away, the young lord stared intently at Qinyu. He controlled the Void Sky Sacred Flame to attack Qinyu, but the effects were slow. The two sanguine could not understand what was happening. Qinyu had clearly been forced into a desperate situation. Why didn't the young lord kill him? The young lord was also very depressed. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill him, but that Qinyu was too strange. The Void Sky Sacred Flame's influence on space weakened as it approached Qinyu. If it neared Qinyu, it would no longer be able to burn the void. It would become like an ordinary flame. As time passed, the two were still in a stalemate. After 2 hours, apart from the consumption of my soul, I will basically be able to recover to my peak state, Qinyu thought to himself. But at that moment, the young lord laughed loudly. "Kid, your time of death has come." He spread his arms, and the Void Sky Sacred Flame burned fiercely on his claws. The Void Sky Sacred Flame's power has increased. Qinyu discovered that his opponent's Void Sky Sacred Flame seemed to have recovered to its original state. Boom! The Void Sky Sacred Flame around Qinyu suddenly soared dozens of feet high, forming a silver-gray flame cage that trapped Qinyu within. Moreover, this flame cage continued to shrink, and it would eventually destroy everything. Hee hee. The young lord laughed sinisterly. Just now, he seemed to be gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, but in reality, he had split a portion of the Void Sky Sacred Flame to devour the barriers of the nearby buildings to recover its power. There were many high-grade barriers of the nearby buildings, which allowed the Void Sky Sacred Flame to recover its power rapidly. Boom! The silver-gray flame burned fiercely, and the flame cage rapidly shrank, slowly burning and destroying everything. It even touched Qinyu inside. The previously calm Qinyu finally felt an intense crisis. Against such a ferocious Void Sky Sacred Flame, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. As the flame cage approached, Qinyu's mysterious heart beat faster and faster. Boom! Suddenly, a silver-gray flame beam shot out from the top of the cage, tearing through the void toward Qinyu. The Void Sky Sacred Flame's power had recovered, so there was no need for it to slowly play with Qinyu. It could not wait to immediately kill Qinyu. Boom! Crack! The silver-gray flame beam descended with forbidden power, completely destroying the void. But just as the surging flame beam was about to touch Qinyu, thump! Thump thump thump! Thump thump thump, the mysterious heart beat even more vigorously, and a trace of forbidden aura escaped from the depths of the heart. At that moment, the void trembled, and even the Void Sky Sacred Flame trembled. The two people from the blood race, who were watching the battle from the periphery, suddenly felt a forbidden aura coming from the center of the battlefield. Even the void was shaking. The two instantly lost their ability to think and froze on the spot. Retreat. Instinctive fear left the Sacred Blood King with this thought. That aura was too terrifying. It was like the aura of the mystic Dark Emperor in the Blood Race's territory. He could not defy it. No, the aura of the mystic Dark Realm was too weak. Even the aura of a demigod was nothing. But then the Sacred Blood King felt that even the aura of a demigod would not give him such a feeling. But the strongest person he had seen so far was a demigod. He could not imagine any higher. Whoosh! Whoosh! He and the white-haired man retreated frantically, instantly escaping thousands of miles away. That's too terrifying. What happened in the center of the battlefield? The white-haired old man said with lingering fear. Just the aura seems to be able to control our life and death. This must be a trump card of that Almighty who possessed us. The Sacred Blood King guessed with absolute certainty. If that was the case, Qinyu would definitely die. Is that really an Almighty who possessed us? Doesn't that mean we have no chance at all? The white-haired old man revealed a sorrowful expression. They had worked for half a day and put themselves in danger, but they had not obtained any benefits. Besides, that Almighty seemed to want to kill everyone. Now that Xianxia was dead, it would be their turn next. The Sacred Blood King also thought of this and immediately said, "Let's find a place where the space is weak and prepare to leave this small world." Destructive Void Zone. What's going on? The young master was shocked to discover that he could not control the sacred void fire. This was too terrifying. His relationship with the sacred void fire was not as simple as it seemed. He was actually a flame spirit. But now, he could not control the flames. This was ridiculous. Furthermore, all the sacred void fire he had released was completely suppressed. It was like a docile, ordinary flame that gathered above Xianxia's head. In less than 2 breaths, all the sacred void fire in the surroundings turned into streams of fire and flew over, condensing into a fireball. Not only that, but even the sacred void fire in the young master's body was about to leave his body. Damn it! The sacred void fire is mine. The young master roared in shock and anger, trying his best to control the void sky sacred fire in his body. This time, I didn't lose consciousness. Xianxia opened his eyes. This was not the first time that the mysterious heart had been stimulated and released such a terrifying power. The first time was in the blood grave, where Xianxia had been unconscious for a long time. After that, every time he encountered such a situation, Xianxia's consciousness would become extremely blurry. But this time, Xianxia only felt tired and didn't show any signs of losing consciousness. Perhaps this was a change brought about by the transformation of the mysterious heart. Xianxia looked up, and his eyes involuntarily widened. Void Sky Sacred Flame. The mysterious heart was actually absorbing the power of the heavenly void sacred flame and sealing it. However, the situation this time was a little special. The void sky sacred flame's main body was in the young master's body, and it was under his control. Perhaps the young master's cultivation was higher, and he could still resist it. Once the power released by the mysterious heart disappeared, Xianxia would lack a trump card to deal with his opponent. Whoosh, Xianxia activated his white tiger sacred claw and attacked with both of his claws. Star-shattering claw, he used the most powerful technique of the sky-shattering star-shattering claw, and a chaotic wave of golden and silver light shot toward the young master. At the same time, Xianxia flapped his vermilion bird sacred wings, and layers of blood flames surged out, forming a boundless sea of flames. No, the young master, who was being suppressed, focused all of his attention on controlling the heavenly void sacred flame, and he didn't have any spare energy to deal with Xianxia's attack. He was extremely panicked, and he felt despair. Boom, the violent light and the sea of blood flames descended. More than a dozen bone-deep wounds appeared on the young master's body, and the blood flames stuck to his body, causing his blood and vitality to rapidly flow away. He flew backward miserably, but a ball of deep silver flames was sucked out of his body. No! The heavenly void sacred flame is mine. A cry of shock came from within, but it was of no use. Huh? Xianxia realized that something was wrong. He thought that the young master had been possessed by a demon and that the demon had controlled the heavenly void sacred flame. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Swoosh, the true body of the heavenly void sacred flame turned into a stream of silver flames and flew into the ball of silver flames above Xianxia's head. As the mysterious heart beat, the ball of silver flames was completely sealed, fell into a dead silence, and turned into a silver flame bead, falling down. Xianxia held it in his palm and spread it out in front of him. The heavenly void sacred flame. Xianxia was extremely excited. The heavenly void sacred flame was ranked on the True Fire spiritual flame list in his previous life, and was called a rare flame, which was extremely precious. The reason why the demon who had possessed the body wanted to kill everyone was to protect the secret of the heavenly void sacred flame. And now, with the power of the mysterious heart, this strange flame had fallen into the hands of Xianxia. Xianxia observed the silver bead in his hand. Is this the power of space? Xianxia was a little surprised. The mysterious heart had a lot to do with space, and this method of sealing external objects was also the power of space. What surprised him was that even the heavenly void sacred flame, which fed on the power of space, had been sealed. From this, it could be seen how high the level of the mysterious heart was. Rumble, everything returned to normal. Rumbling sounds came from the destroyed pitch-black area, and space turbulence blew out. Even the small piece of space under Qianyu's feet cracked and was about to shatter. Only then did Qianyu realize that the mysterious heart's ability to stabilize space seemed to have weakened a lot. This might be the side effect of the mysterious heart using its great power. It had fallen into a period of weakness, and naturally could not stabilize space, and its other abilities might also be weakened. Swoosh! The wings on Qianyu's back flapped, and the profound meaning of space was activated. He safely passed through this extremely dangerous area of the shattered void. The void within a radius of 1,000 zhang has been burnt to ashes. As expected of the heavenly void's sacred flame, Qianyu looked at the scene in front of him. The reason why the demon who had possessed the body was able to fight against Qianyu and the blood race, and had repeatedly forced Qianyu into dangerous situations, was mainly because of the heavenly void's sacred flame. But now, the heavenly void's sacred flame had been sealed, and it had fallen into Qianyu's hands. He was somewhat excited. Once he refined this terrifying spirit flame, he would be able to control this power. Qianyu flew down and walked into a palace with a broken boundary. He sat down cross-legged and calmed his mind. He had been overly tense these past few days. After experiencing several fierce battles, he was somewhat exhausted. Fortunately, everything was over. After resting for a while, he took out the silver bead. According to the previous situations, the heavenly void's sacred flame might have been refined inexplicably. In order to release the heavenly void's sacred flame, he had to break the spatial seal outside. Qianyu gave it a try and found that it was not very difficult. The power of the spatial seal dissipated bit by bit. At the same time, a weak pulse came from the silver bead. As the spatial seal dissipates, the heavenly void's sacred flame is also slowly awakening, but I don't feel any connection between me and the heavenly void's sacred flame. Qianyu became cautious. This time, the situation was a little different. He did not know why. If he removed the spatial seal too quickly, the heavenly void's sacred flame would definitely escape. It would not be so easy to capture it again. The powerful power released by the mysterious heart always appeared at the critical moment of life and death. Qianyu did not want to risk his life for it. Moreover, the mysterious heart seemed to be in a weak state at the moment. It should not be able to seal the heavenly void's sacred flame again. He continued to remove the power of the heavenly void's sacred flame. After a while, he felt a faint connection between him and the heavenly void's sacred flame. This connection was very weak. It was like refining a profound level weapon that could still resist Qianyu when he had only refined 20 to 30% of the profound level weapon. At this moment, Qianyu felt that there was a consciousness in the heavenly void's sacred flame that was resisting and trying to destroy that connection. Looks like I need to refine it. Qianyu weakened part of the spatial seal again. Then, he sent his soul power into it and began to refine the heavenly void's sacred flame. Bastard, what did you do? Let me out. An angry roar came from within the spiritual flame. Qianyu found it strange. Logically speaking, this consciousness should be the flame spirit, but it seemed to be the heavenly spirit Crane clan that had just been reincarnated. You must be the flame spirit of the heavenly void sacred flame. Now that the flame is in my hands, why don't you give up resisting and help me refine it? Qianyu roared. This guy was very arrogant just now and even wanted to kill Qianyu. He would not be polite now. Don't even think about it. The heavenly void sacred flame is mine. The flame spirit roared. But now it was trapped in a sealed space. Although this seal was formed by the power of space, it could not devour it at all. This could only mean that the level of this power of space was too high. Damn it, how could this be? You damn thing, this is my heavenly void sacred flame, the flame spirit kept roaring, angry and sorrowful. Qianyu already had a connection with the heavenly void sacred flame, so refining it was relatively smooth. 3 days later. I'm a king of the demon clan. It's my misfortune to become a flame spirit, but I've been refined by a human boy, the flame spirit roared indignantly in the end. The next moment. Master. The flame spirit's attitude toward Qianyu changed drastically. Hee, this old guy is finally obedient. Qianyu could not help but smile. These few days, the flame spirit resisted him with all its might and kept insulting him, like a young girl who was about to be defiled. Swish, the heavenly void sacred flame flew out and landed in Qianyu's hands, finally turning into a human form. "Tell me, how did you become a flame spirit?" Qianyu ordered. "Master, I was the first clan leader of the heavenly spirit crane clan." The flame spirit told him one by one. He was the founder of the heavenly spirit crane clan. When he reached the end of his life, he had a fortuitous encounter and obtained this small world. Logically speaking, he should have told his clansmen about this small world to develop and strengthen the heavenly spirit crane clan. But out of selfishness, he hid this and entered the small world to find an opportunity to break through before he died. But he did not find any inheritance or great fortuitous encounter. Instead, he found a ball of heavenly void sacred flame that had not been fully nurtured in the depths of the cave abode. But he was ambushed by the spiritual flames, and his life was coming to an end. Before he died, he accidentally merged with the heavenly void sacred flame and turned into a flame spirit. He seemed to have triggered some mechanism, and the main hall where the spiritual flames were nurtured sealed itself. He was trapped for thousands of years. Until today, when Qianyu and the others broke into this place and released him. He thought that from then on, he, who had mastered the heavenly void sacred flame, would reach the peak of his life. But in the end, he was refined. Qianyu could not help but sigh. To this clan leader, this was a tragic story. And to him, this was a great fortuitous encounter. After refining the sacred void fire, Qianyu could not wait to try out the power of this flame. The simplest way to attack was to attack with spiritual flames. Swoosh, a silver-gray flame flew out and hit the void not far away, instantly burning a hole in space and slowly expanding. In terms of lethality, the blood-glazed flame was naturally far inferior. In addition, the attack formed from the profound meaning of space was also incomparable to the sacred void fire. But the fourth level of the profound meaning of space was more of a support ability, and it would become a powerful attack later on. Under normal circumstances, if the sacred void fire hits a vital point, a star condensation king will die without a doubt. This sacred void fire could be considered a killing move, and it could be used continuously. But how could such a precious connate spiritual flame be displayed casually in front of others? For example, the first clan leader of the heavenly spirit crane clan dared to kill a disciple of the vermilion bird sky nest in order to silence him. After all, if this news was leaked, the vermilion bird sky nest would be the first to come for his sacred void fire. "Master, you have the profound meaning of space, so you can use the sacred void fire continuously," Flame Spirit said enviously. During the battle with Qianyu, he had run out of energy and needed to devour spatial boundaries to replenish it. But Qianyu, who had the profound meaning of space, did not need to worry too much in this regard. That's right. Qianyu was very satisfied with this. Next, he began to try other ways of attacking with the sacred void fire. The first was to fuse it with elemental energy. Fusing the power of the spiritual flame with elemental energy was undoubtedly more economical. Qianyu discovered that it was very difficult to fuse with the sacred void fire with elemental energy alone. But after fusing the profound meaning of space, the two seemed to have a connection, and the fusion was relatively smooth. Boom, Qianyu threw a punch into the distance, and a dazzling silver-white fist rushed out. Wherever it passed, dozens of cracks appeared in the void, and the surrounding space also distorted. After fusing with the sacred void fire, this punch is comparable to the attack of a 5-star king. Previously, when Qianyu fought with the young lord, he was no match for him even with his white tiger sacred claws and vermilion bird sacred wings. It was only after he wore the 10,000 dragon crown that he managed to turn the tables. Now that he had refined the void sky sacred fire, he could fight against it without using the 10,000 dragon crown and the white tiger sacred claw. If he activated the white tiger sacred claw, he could even gain a certain advantage. After fusing the sacred void flame with his elemental energy, Qianyu tried to fuse it with the vermilion bird sacred wings. If my vermilion bird sacred wings were formed from the void sky sacred flame, how powerful would they be? Qianyu thought. However, he couldn't do that. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to use his vermilion bird sacred wings. Thus, Qianyu could only attempt to fuse the sacred void flame and the glazed blood flame into the vermilion bird sacred wings in order to unleash greater power. Hoo-hoo, silver patterns appeared on the crimson wings, and the aura of the vermilion bird's sacred wings became even more terrifying. The surrounding space began to twist and warp. Whoosh, Jinyu flew out and rushed into the sky. He found that there was no obvious increase in speed, but wherever he went, the void would twist and even crack. If he was being chased by enemies, it would be a hindrance. There's no increase in speed. What has increased is the lethality of the vermilion bird's sacred wings. Jinyu came to a conclusion. Boom, the wings flapped quickly, and violent flames were released. The two types of spiritual flames fused, forming a vast and magnificent fire tornado that didn't dissipate for a long time. Jinyu hadn't cultivated the vermilion bird's sacred wings for long. He had always used it for support, but now he could use it for offense. Flame Spirit, are there any treasures in this small world? Jinyu asked. The biggest gain on this trip was the Sacred Void Sky Sacred Flame, followed by a few dozen heavenly embryo fruits and some elemental stones. Apart from the Sacred Void Sky Sacred Flame, his gains weren't that great. Master, I am the first outsider to come here. I have already taken away some of the easier things to obtain. The Flame Spirit replied awkwardly. I suspect that this small world was used by a powerful being to cultivate the Sacred Void Sky Sacred Flame. There might not be many other treasures, but we might be able to find some if we look carefully, the Flame Spirit continued. Jinyu nodded. Before that, he had to solve a problem, which was the Blood Tribe. This time, Jinyu didn't have any conflict with the Blood Tribe, and they even teamed up. However, he knew that the Blood Tribe's target was him. If there was a chance, they would definitely attack. How could Jinyu let them go so easily? However, he didn't know where the Blood Tribe had escaped to. This small world wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Whoosh, Jinyu left this place and prepared to search for traces of the Blood Tribe. Just 4 hours after he left, Zhu couldn't suppress her curiosity. She left the underground and went to the palace on the giant peak. When she arrived at the destination, Zhu was completely dumbfounded. It was a mess in front of her. The void was still twisted, and many of the cracks in the void hadn't been repaired. Needless to say, there had been an extremely tragic battle here. Even the void had cracks in it. How powerful were the enemies? She immediately became cautious and searched carefully. In the end, she didn't find anyone. Jinyu, where did you go? Zhu shouted after searching for a while. Jinyu had said that he was here to check out the situation. There had been a tragic battle here, and Jinyu had disappeared without a trace. Could it be that he was already dead? No, he's so good at escaping. It's impossible for him to die. Zhu didn't want to believe it. She carefully checked the clues at the scene. The traces of battle here were really shocking. She also smelled Jinyu's blood, which proved that he had participated in the battle and was injured. Finally, Zhu also sensed the death aura of a fallen creature. She sent a message to Jinyu, but there was no response. In the end, Zhu could only think that Jinyu was dead. The murderer was either the Blood Tribe or the God-Fiend race, and he might have escaped. Jinyu, I will definitely avenge you. Zhu found a place where there was a spatial crack and attacked, breaking through space. Then, she used a secret technique to sense the other side of the spatial crack. At some point, she sensed the aura of the demon race's territory. Then, she flew into the spatial crack and returned to the main world. On the other side, Jinyu, who was searching for the traces of the Blood Tribe, fell into deep thought after receiving Zhu message. After winning, he didn't go to find Zhu directly because he was worried that Zhu would know about the Sacred Void Fire. The Vermilion Bird Holy Clan didn't like Jinyu, who was good at controlling fire. If they knew about the Sacred Void Fire, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and they would search for it at all costs. If they knew that Jinyu had the Sacred Void Fire, they might even risk killing Jinyu to obtain it. Jinyu also didn't act rashly for safety reasons. When he was about to send a message to report that he was safe, he found that he couldn't. This meant that Zhu had already left this small world. That's good too, Jinyu sighed. He had to find the Blood Tribe as soon as possible and eliminate them, lest they also escape this world. In addition, he had to search for treasures here. Jinyu didn't even think about returning to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. There, he would be targeted everywhere, and the cultivation environment in this small world was no worse than the vermilion bird's sky nest. On the other side, the Sacred Blood King and the white-haired elder were searching for a weak point in the space to leave this small world. However, the two discovered that the space had become more stable than before. It wasn't that easy to break through the space. How can this be? The Sacred Blood King's expression was gloomy. He remembered that when he first came here, the space wasn't very stable. With his cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to break through the space. Beside the Sacred Blood King was a blood wolf. He had originally used the image of a white-haired elder, but his vessel had been destroyed in the battle with the young master. From the looks of it, the only place left where the space is weak is the cave abode in the center of the small world. The blood wolf muttered. The sacred void fire's power could easily tear the void apart. However, how could the two of them dare to return there? That mighty figure must have killed Xianxia. If we return now, won't we be walking right into a trap? The Sacred Blood King shook his head. The two of them continued searching for a weak spot in the space. They didn't believe they couldn't find it. One day later, the Sacred Blood King and the Blood Wolf suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if something familiar was approaching. The Sacred Blood King took out a blood-red talisman. The strange runes on it flickered and condensed into a beam of light that pointed into the distance. Xianxia. The Sacred Blood King's pupils constricted. This talisman was a treasure that could sense Xianxia's location. Impossible. Xianxia must be dead. That mighty figure possesses the sacred void fire. The terrifying aura that erupted from that battle has already surpassed the mysterious nether realm. The Blood Wolf lost his voice in shock. What if there's another possibility? The Sacred Blood King sighed. Rather than saying that this blood-red talisman was a treasure that could sense Xianxia's location, it was more like it was sensing something on Xianxia's body. Perhaps Xianxia had already died at the hands of that mighty figure, and the item they wanted had fallen into the hands of that mighty figure. What if the approaching mighty figure wasn't Xianxia? The Blood Wolf trembled. This possibility was even more terrifying. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two of them were quite frightened by their own guesses. Without another word, they fled at top speed. With the mysterious heart's ability to sense the blood race, Xianxia had found the blood race in a short day. This efficiency had exceeded his expectations. The blood race has fled? Xianxia was very puzzled. The blood race should be able to sense him and his approach. They should be overjoyed and kill him to obtain the eternal heart. But now, the blood race had actually fled. How could Xianxia let them go so easily? He increased his speed and followed the blood race closely. This chase lasted for an hour. The two Blood Kings realized that something was amiss. That mighty figure had possessed the body of a god-fiend descendant. In terms of speed, it should be much faster than them. Could it be that the one chasing them was Xianxia? Due to the many suspicious points, the Sacred Blood King decided to slow down after fleeing for a while. Soon, Xianxia appeared in their vision. Bastard, you scared me to death. I thought it was that mighty figure chasing us. The Blood Wolf immediately cursed. It was just a mere Xianxia, yet they had scared themselves and fled for more than 2 hours. How embarrassing would it be if word of this got out? Xianxia? I never expected you to approach us. Do you want to join forces with us to resist a powerful enemy? The Sacred Blood King said with a faint smile. They had previously joined forces to deal with the possessed young master, but they were still no match for him. The two of them had fled first. Lord, don't tell me you really plan on joining forces with Xianxia? The Blood Wolf secretly transmitted his voice. Humph, of course not. That mysterious mighty figure has unfathomable means. We might lose our lives if we aren't careful. We might as well capture Xianxia. It will still be a meritorious deed. The Sacred Blood King transmitted his voice with a sinister smile. On the surface, we will show our intention to join forces. Later, we will launch a sneak attack and capture this lad. After hearing the words of the blood race, Xianxia was slightly taken aback. He revealed a friendly smile and said, "That's right. I'm here to ally with you." The enemies were not weak. One was a 4-star king, and the other was a 5-star king. Moreover, the blood race's survivability was also very strong. Compared to a direct battle, a sneak attack was clearly better. If you want to ally with us, tell us what happened earlier. How did you escape from the enemy? The Sacred Blood King did not immediately agree. If he agreed too quickly and directly, Xianxia would definitely feel that it was a trap. Moreover, the Sacred Blood King was also curious as to how Xianxia had escaped from such a dangerous situation. Let's attack when he's halfway through. The Sacred Blood King secretly transmitted his voice to Blood Wolf. Faced with the Sacred Blood King's question, Xianxia said, I was able to escape because the enemy was dead. The reason was so simple that the Sacred Blood King and Blood Wolf could not react. The moment he finished speaking, Xianxia attacked. Swish! Swish! 2 dazzling silver flames shot out from Xianxia's hands. They tore through the void and smashed toward Blood Wolf and the Sacred Blood King like burning meteors. The Sacred Blood King's eyes widened, and cold air gushed into his mouth. This was the sacred void fire, his hair stood on end, and his scalp tingled. A surge of blood chi burst out of his body. Bang! In this explosion, the Blood King teleported backward at a speed that was akin to teleportation. This was his life-saving technique. It consumed essence blood, and he could only use it once a day. He had never expected that he would use this technique on an enemy in the late star condensation stage. But the situation just now was too dangerous. If he had reacted any later, he would have been hit by Xianxia's sneak attack. Ah! Blood Wolf's miserable scream came from the side. That ball of sacred void fire hit Blood Wolf's body head-on, burning space and causing devastating damage to Blood Wolf. The area hit by the sacred void fire was directly swallowed by the space, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. 2 breaths later, the sacred void fire's burning range expanded significantly. Blood Wolf suffered a fatal injury, and his body melted into a pool of blood. 4-star King Realm, 1-hit kill. Who are you? When the Sacred Blood King saw this, his heart raced as he asked in shock. The sacred void fire clearly belonged to that mighty figure. How could it appear in the hands of Xianxia? Could it be that the great expert had taken over Xianxia's body again? Who else could I be? Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why would the Sacred Blood King ask such an idiotic question? However, he couldn't be bothered with all this. He directly started killing. Bzzz. His body exuded a powerful holy beast aura, and his white tiger sacred claw and vermilion bird sacred wings appeared at the same time. Boom! The blood-red wings on his back were infused with the power of the sacred fire of the void sky. As they flapped, a vast sea of fire enveloped the Sacred Blood King. The void was distorted, and the intense heat burned everything. A blood-patterned light barrier appeared around the Sacred Blood King, but he did not dare to move recklessly. Otherwise, he would be weakened by the spatial distortions. 5 silver streaks of light charged into the sea of flames and slashed at the Sacred Blood King. Clang! The Sacred Blood King took out his mystic artifact spear and swept it out, clashing head-on with Xianxia's white tiger sacred claw attack. However, Xianxia did not hold back against the Blood Clan. The white tiger sacred claw was infused with the power of the sacred void fire, greatly increasing its destructive power. Pung! The spear trembled and was sent flying 10,000 feet away. A destructive shockwave surged out, heading straight for the Sacred Blood King. It left a huge wound on his chest and forced him to retreat 1,000 feet. The Sacred Blood King understood that regardless of who Xianxia was, he was no match for him. Flee! This was the only way out. Swoosh! The Sacred Blood King's body emitted a dazzling sanguine light that revolved around him. His speed increased as he fled into the distance. Did I say you could leave? Xianxia shouted coldly. Murderous heart-rending, Xianxia's heart thumped violently. The Sacred Blood King, who was thousands of miles away, felt his heart tremble as well. Murderous heart. The Sacred Blood King recognized this mystic art. It was a mystic art of the blood heart race. How did his opponent know this move? He felt his heart swell up and tear as though it was about to explode. He felt extremely uncomfortable as his speed slowed down. Swoosh! Xianxia flapped his vermilion bird sacred wings and circulated the profound truths of space. He instantly traversed 10,000 feet and closed in on the Sacred Blood King. He then executed the white tiger sacred claw. No, the Sacred Blood King watched helplessly as Qinyu executed his attack, but he was unable to dodge. Boom, the blood in his body burned as it surged forward, transforming into two giant hands formed from blood in an attempt to block the attack. Pung, 5 resplendent silver streaks of light shot out, tearing 5 rifts in the void as they struck the giant blood hands. The White Tiger Sacred Claw's attack was incomparably sharp. Together with the power of the Sacred Void Fire, it smoothly sliced through the two giant blood hands and struck the Sacred Blood King. Pung, the Sacred Blood King's body exploded, revealing a blood man. His true form was that of a blood human. There were 5 clear wounds on the blood man's body. 2 of his arms had been sliced off by Qinyu. Die. Qinyu once again waved the White Tiger Sacred Claw. At such a close distance, the heavily injured Sacred Blood King was bound by the profound truths of space. Who are you? He asked with a look of despair. I am me. Qinyu smiled. The Sacred Blood King revealed a look of disbelief when he heard the reply. His despairing face turned hideous, filled with endless unwillingness. If he were to die at the hands of that mighty figure, he would accept it. But if he were to die at the hands of Qinyu, he would die with everlasting regret. The Sacred Blood King was dismembered, his blood splattering everywhere. When Qinyu revealed the power of the Sacred Void Sky Flame, a 5-star king was instantly killed without any resistance. Of course, there were other reasons. The Sacred Blood King had not fully recovered from his previous injuries, and he had been ambushed by Qinyu. Qinyu used the mysterious heart's power to absorb the Sacred Blood King's bloodline power. The blood human's bloodline was not stored in the mysterious heart. Instead, it had merged with that simple and desolate world, disappearing without a trace. This puzzled Qinyu for a long time. After absorbing the other bloodlines, he could store them for his own use. However, after absorbing the blood human's bloodline, it seemed to have merged with the heart and disappeared without a trace. Among them, the blood of the devouring blood clan's descendants and the blood clan's primogenitor could accelerate the transformation of the mysterious heart. It seems that the blood human won't give up easily. This was the 3rd time that Qinyu had been targeted by the blood human since he came to the origin world. He knew that he and the blood human were already on opposite sides. It was either one of them die or the other live. When my cultivation reaches a certain level, I will definitely destroy the blood human. Qinyu made up his mind. After killing the blood human's enemies, he could slowly search for treasures here. He returned to the palace on the giant peak in the center of the small world. The previous battle had destroyed 2/3 of the cave abode, but some of it was still intact. It would take some time to break through the barrier of some buildings, but Qinyu had the Sacred Void Flame, so it was much easier for him to do so. Master, it is extremely difficult to raise the Sacred Void Fire's quality. The simplest method is to devour the barrier. The flame spirit suddenly said. Qinyu nodded and remembered it. The connate spirit flame was powerful, but its quality was too low, and its power wasn't that great. If Qinyu broke through to the mysterious nether realm in the future, but the Sacred Void Fire's quality didn't increase at all, it would even be suppressed by experts of the same realm. It would be useless to Qinyu. But once its quality increased, it would be a terrifying flame that would make people tremble in fear. Soon, the barrier was completely devoured. Qinyu went in to search for treasures, but he didn't find anything. He wasn't discouraged and continued to search. Finally, after breaking through a black palace, Qinyu found some good stuff. There were many formation tools in the center of the palace, as well as some supreme-grade origin stones and profundity crystals. Space profundity crystals were the majority. Qinyu immediately put away the space profundity crystals. The quality is not ordinary. It's even slightly better than the profundity crystals Master gave me. Qinyu said happily after carefully observing it. Ordinary profundity crystals could only allow one to comprehend profundity to the 5th level at most. But these profundity crystals Qinyu found were of even higher quality. Even someone at the 7th level of space profundity could use them. The 7th level of space profundity was a bit far for Qinyu, but high-quality profundity crystals could increase his efficiency. Other than the profundity crystals, the other items weren't too precious, but they were still valuable. Next, Qinyu found a teacup. The tea inside had disappeared, but it still gave off a thick tea fragrance that hadn't dissipated yet. It was obvious that the tea inside was of high quality. Xianxia shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. His gaze turned to the other items. This brush, Xianxia sensed that a black brush was not ordinary. There were black patterns on the brush shaft that looked strange and sinister. The brush hair was pure white and gave off the aura of a sacred beast. The brush shaft was made of a special material that was extremely hard. Even with Xianxu's strength, he couldn't break it. The white brush hair clearly came from the hair of a powerful sacred beast. Whoosh, the brush suddenly flew out of his hand and was about to fly out of the hall. Come back. Xianxia activated his space profundity and focused it on the brush. The smaller the range of the space profundity, the stronger the binding power. The brush couldn't move, and a cry came from inside, "Damn it, I've been asleep for too long. I didn't expect that someone would show up. I was careless, it's a magical weapon." Xianxia was in a good mood. He took the brush back and began to refine it. "Boy, I'm just an ordinary magical weapon. You don't like calligraphy, so refining me won't do you any good. Why don't you let me go? I'll tell you a secret," the device spirit in the brush said. "Tell me." "There's an extremely grand, pitch-black palace at the center of this cave mansion. You'll be able to see with a glance that the palace is filled with treasures such as profundity crystals, profound artifacts, and precious materials of heaven and earth," the device spirit said seriously. Xianxia glanced at the brush. This guy was as cunning as the device spirit of the 10,000 dragon crown. The first young lord to enter the pitch-black palace was possessed. Without saying a word, he began to refine it. No matter how the device spirit shouted, it was useless. During the refining process, Xianxia found that the brush had reached the top grade. Regardless of whether this brush was useful or not, a top-grade magical weapon was expensive. One day later, Xianxia successfully refined it. This magical weapon was called the Heavenly Spirit Brush. It was an offensive magical weapon, but its attacking ability was not outstanding. But this Heavenly Spirit Brush had a rare special ability, which surprised Xianxia. The Heavenly Spirit Brush was a high-grade offensive profound weapon, but its attack power was not particularly outstanding. But in the process of attacking, when the Heavenly Spirit Brush came into contact with the enemy's Xian weapon, it would affect the soul imprint within the Xian weapon. It would cause the connection between the user and the Xian weapon to be disrupted, and could even erase the soul imprint. Of course, it could not erase the entire imprint at once, but only part of it. If the enemy was too weak, it could directly erase the soul imprint. It can actually erase the soul imprint. This special ability made Xianxia especially happy, but at the same time he felt that it was a pity. If he had obtained this Heavenly Spirit Brush earlier, he would not have needed to spend so much time and effort erasing the soul imprint within the 10,000 dragon crown. The 10,000 dragon crown cannot be used in any situation. The Heavenly Spirit Brush's attack power is average, but this special ability can achieve unexpected results. The grade of the 10,000 dragon crown was too high, even a mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lord would covet it. And Xianxia cultivated the White Tiger Sacred Claw, so he did not lack offensive profound weapons. The Heavenly Spirit Brush was a profound weapon that was very suitable for him. Next, Xianxia continued to search for treasures, but his luck was average. After all, the possibility of there being good things here was not high, and most of the buildings had been destroyed in the previous battle. After spending a few days, Xianxia searched the entire cave abode. Next, he set his sights outside the cave abode. Thinking back, didn't he find a forest of heaven embryo fruits near the cave abode? The first thing that Xianxia thought of was that there was a primordial stone mine under the heaven embryo fruit forest. Back then, Xianxia and Zhu Lingyu had only taken the high-grade parts, and the entire mine was still lying underground. And at that time, Xianxia had a shocking idea, which was to move this huge primordial stone mine into the inner world of his heart. Now, he could finally try it. Xianxia came underground and stood on the mine. He tried to move the mine into the inner world of his heart using the method of moving things into the light silver crystal space. Rumble, the entire mine shook, and in the next instant, it disappeared in front of him. Xianxia's consciousness felt heavy and exhausted. Moving such a large mineral vein into the space inside his heart had consumed a lot of energy. His consciousness came to the world inside his heart. Sure enough, there was a new elemental stone mine here, and a steady stream of heaven and earth elemental energy was being emitted from it. However, a single yuan stone mine could not immediately improve the concentration of yuan qi in a world. If one isn't enough, then I'll make a few more. Once Qingyu changed the environment of the heart's internal world, the mysterious heart might also undergo a transformation. In addition, the world inside the heart could be said to be Qingyu's private world. Once the environment of the private world was changed, Qingyu could even cultivate precious herbs and herbs here. Any great force would divide out a huge piece of territory to cultivate spirit materials. With more resources, it would be easier for a faction to develop and grow. For individuals, having more resources would allow them to increase their strength faster. Now that Qingyu had this condition, he would naturally do it. First, I'll change the density of the heaven-earth yuan qi in my private world. Qingyu buried this mine underground, and then continued to explore. Perhaps there was only Qingyu in this little world, but he could not take it for himself. He might as well move some of the good things here into the heart's internal world. After a month of exploration, Qingyu discovered 2 more yuan stone veins and plenty of natural treasures. Some of them were rare, while others were ordinary. When I leave this place, I'll empty this place. Qingyu smiled and returned to his cave abode. He did not plan to return to the vermilion bird sky nest immediately. The cultivation environment here was not bad, and he would not be disturbed by troublesome matters. In addition, he had sufficient resources on hand for the time being. He also had a lot of vermilion bird sacred wings cultivation resources and profound fire crystals, which could last him for a few years. Thus, Qingyu began a long period of seclusion. When Zhu Lingyu returned, the entire vermilion bird sky nest was shaken. Firstly, her identity was not simple. Secondly, it was related to the heavenly spirit crane race's underground little world. On that day, many higher-ups of the vermilion bird sky nest, including demigods, were mobilized. Although Zhu Xianxia loathed Zhu Lingyu, he was overjoyed when he heard that she had returned. He was the one who led that mission, but it caused such a huge commotion. The internal conflicts in the vermilion bird sky nest were on the verge of intensifying. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn. Lingyu, tell me what happened to you. The person sitting at the head of the hall was an old red-haired elder. He was a demigod of the vermilion bird sky nest, and also Zhu Lingyu's grandfather. Next, Zhu Lingyu told him everything he knew. When the higher-ups heard this, they realized that there was no contradiction between what Zhu Lingyu and Zhu Xianxia said. Where is that little world now? What treasures are inside? Qingyu is dead? Many questions arose. That little world is hidden in the void, and it moves on its own. As for treasures, there should be some incredible treasures, but I do not know what they are or who has them. Qingyu is probably dead. Zhu Lingyu answered them one by one. The hall quietened down, and the atmosphere was heavy. The Blood Clan and Demon God's descendants appeared in the demon territory, and attacked the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. In the end, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest didn't get any benefits, and the true treasures were taken by the demigods. The genius from the celestial sect, Qingyu, was dead. Not a single good thing happened, and all the bad things happened. This was undoubtedly a slap to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. Elders, this disciple thinks that the Blood Clan and Demon God's descendants won't leave the demon territory so quickly. We should immediately mobilize people to eliminate them. Zhu Lingyu took the initiative to suggest. She wanted to avenge Qingyu, and must not let those enemies go. The higher-ups fell into deep thought. Searching for a few people in this vast demon territory was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Especially the Blood Clan, it was too difficult to search. But searching was still necessary. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest had been slapped in the face. If they didn't do anything, they would be too cowardly. The elders spoke one after another, and more or less finished discussing this matter. First, inform the various demon factions to search for the enemies that infiltrated. Second, send out a large number of disciples to search for the traces of that little world. Lastly, Lingyu, are you sure that Qingyu is dead? The demigod elder asked. The death of a mere human was naturally not worth the demigod elder's attention. But the one who died was the celestial sect's pride, the disciple of the celestial sect's sect leader, Sikong Wanli. If Si Kongwanli knew about this, would he let it go so easily? Zhu Lingyu was stunned for a moment. She naturally didn't want to believe that Qinyu was dead, but all the evidence pointed to Qinyu's death. Zhu Zhongyan, who was at the side, was in a good mood when he heard that Qinyu was dead, although he didn't want to kill Qinyu. But there was also a corresponding problem. He couldn't escape from Qinyu's death. Without waiting for Zhu Lingyu to speak, an elder said, "Whether Qinyu is dead or not, the celestial sect should be clear about it." Everyone nodded. This elder was right. The celestial sect definitely had Qinyu's soul tablet. If Qinyu was dead, the celestial sect would be the first to know. If Qinyu is really dead, the celestial sect should have contacted us by now. This means that Qinyu might not be dead yet. After coming to this conclusion, Zhu Lingyu was stunned. This deduction was correct. But if Qinyu wasn't dead, then where did he go? But if Qinyu isn't dead, he might be in danger and could die at any time. An elder said. The more he analyzed, the more his head hurt. Qinyu might not be dead, and the celestial sect didn't know about this. Should they take the initiative to tell them? If they told the celestial sect, there would definitely be trouble. But if they didn't tell the celestial sect, once Qinyu was dead, the celestial sect would come looking for them. That would be even more troublesome. After a moment of hesitation, the higher-ups came to a decision: delay for 2 months. During this period, the vermilion bird sky nest would be searched. After 2 months, if there were still no results, they would inform the celestial sect. 2 months of searching passed quickly. There was no news of the Blood Clan or the descendants of the Devil race. There were no traces of the pocket dimension either. Hence, this matter was reported back to the celestial sect. When Si Kongwanli heard about this, he was enraged. Back then, he personally told Qinyu that if he went to the vermilion bird sky nest, the other party would definitely not harm his life. And now, Qinyu's life was in danger. Besides, he and Qinyu were master and disciple. Moreover, Si Kongwanli was getting more and more satisfied with Qinyu as a disciple. He had shifted some of the hopes he had for Qin Wendian to Qinyu. No matter what, he couldn't let this matter rest so easily. Luckily, Qinyu's soul tablet didn't shatter. He could only let the vermilion bird sky nest do their best to search and rescue Qinyu and use this as an excuse to pressure the demon clan. The search and rescue operation continued. 1 month, half a year, 1 year, 3 years passed and there were no results. Even if Qinyu didn't die, he might have been enslaved by the enemy or wandered into the void outside. All these possibilities were at most slightly better than death. The vermilion bird sacred tribe also completely gave up. They admitted their fault and were willing to compensate. Over the past 3 years, the vermilion bird sky nest had expended a lot of manpower and resources in this large-scale search and rescue operation. They didn't know when this would end. Hence, they admitted their fault and gave the celestial sect a large amount of compensation. This wasn't the result Si Kongwanli wanted, but the vermilion bird sky nest's compensation was very generous. They treated Qinyu as a mysterious dark realm cultivator. If Si Kongwanli continued to ask for more, it would seem like he was purposely making things difficult for them. Qinyu's cultivation in the pocket dimension was very stable. There were no external disturbances. He almost forgot the time. 5 years later, Qinyu finally came out of seclusion. Now, his cultivation base was at the peak of the late stage and he was only a step away from becoming a 4-star king. I've already stayed here for 5 years. Qinyu had originally planned to stay for 2 or 3 years before leaving. That would be the end of his cultivation period in the demon clan. 5 years exceeded his expectations, but it wasn't too long. Before leaving, Qinyu moved all of this world's origin stone veins and precious materials into the heart's internal world. Then, he bid farewell to this place where he had been in seclusion for 5 years. When he returned to the main world, Qinyu found himself still in the demon clan's territory. This was perfect. He could say goodbye to the vermilion bird sky nest and then return to the celestial sect. A few months later, Qinyu saw the vermilion bird sky nest. That person looked so familiar. The guards at the entrance of the vermilion bird sky nest looked at a figure flying towards them. Knowing that the person's cultivation level was not ordinary, they felt that he looked familiar. It's Qinyu. A guard who was at the peak of the empty sea realm exclaimed. Qinyu was the person who had caused chaos in the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest for 3 years. In order to search and rescue Qinyu, these guards would sometimes go on search missions. Hence, they had a deep impression of Qinyu. Impossible. Why is Qinyu back? Another guard exclaimed. Most of the demon race in the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest thought that even if Qinyu wasn't dead, he was as good as dead. However, Qinyu actually appeared alive and well. Qinyu had the identity token of a Vermilion Bird Sky Nest disciple. They had no right to stop him, but the first thing they did was to inform the higher-ups of Qinyu's return. Qinyu swaggered into the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. At this moment, many people in the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest were shocked. What? That kid returned to the Sky Nest alive? The demigod red-haired old man was slightly stunned when he heard the news. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest had already given Celestial Sect a generous compensation. Hence, they hoped that Qinyu would just die. Otherwise, they would have suffered a loss. Yet, just 2 years after receiving the compensation, Qinyu had reappeared. Whoosh, the red-haired elder left the cave. He was the one in charge of this matter. Hence, he had no choice but to make a move. Thinking that Zhu Lingyu seemed to be greatly affected by Qinyu's matter, he told him about it. On the other side, Zhu Xianxia received the news as well. Senior brother Zhu, Qinyu is back. After Shi Yao received the news, he went to look for Zhu Xianxia. What? Qinyu is alive? Zhu Xianxia was shocked when he heard this. In his heart, he had already regarded Qinyu as a dead person. He was partly responsible for Qinyu's death. When the Celestial Sect found out about this, they were enraged and pushed the blame onto Zhu Xianxia. If not for the fact that he had a demigod grandfather, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even so, Zhu Xianxia was sentenced to 2 years of solitary confinement and was only released recently. Zhu Xianxia blamed everything on Qinyu, and he didn't plan to kill him. In the end, Qinyu caused such a big accident, causing him to be wronged. Brat, are you tired of living? How dare you trick me? Zhu Xianxia rebuked. Senior brother Zhu, this is absolutely true. Shi Yao smiled bitterly without end. How would he dare to joke about such a thing? After Qinyu entered the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, he attracted countless gazes wherever he went. Qinyu? Is he really Qinyu? How did he survive? Many Vermilion Bird Sky Nest disciples thought that Qinyu was already dead. The Celestial Sect has my soul token. They shouldn't think that I'm dead, right? Qinyu was a little puzzled when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. He guessed that during the few years he was in seclusion in his pocket dimension, the outside world wasn't as peaceful. Whoosh! 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 Rays of light flew over. Among them were deacons, elders, and disciples who heard the news. After all, when the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest rescued Qinyu, almost 80% of the disciples had participated. They put in a lot of effort and didn't get any rewards. Everyone had a deep impression of Qinyu. Qinyu! A low voice could be heard as an elder descended. It was Elder Wu from the Sect Affairs Hall. After Qinyu's death, he was investigated. At this moment, the arrival of this Emperor Lord Xianming caused a commotion. The moment Elder Wu descended, a strong spiritual consciousness gushed out from his body and rushed into Qinyu's body to check. Finally, he confirmed that this person was the real him and not someone in disguise. Qinyu, among the crowd, Zhu Lingyu rushed over. In the pocket dimension, Qinyu saved her life from the hands of the young master. But in the end, something happened to Qinyu and she came back alive. Zhu Lingyu was still brooding over this matter. Her personality changed drastically as she became less talkative and focused all her attention on cultivation. Long time no see. Qinyu greeted Zhu Lingyu. Although this woman gave Qinyu a lot of trouble in the beginning, Zhu Lingyu did not have any enmity towards Qinyu. Moreover, the two of them had gone through thick and thin together. Zhu Lingyu's eyes were filled with excitement as she flew closer and closer. To Qinyu's surprise, Zhu Lingyu hugged him. You're too passionate. Qinyu did not expect Zhu Lingyu to be so passionate. But when he thought of this woman's straightforward and forthright nature, it was easy to understand. The crowd was very surprised. With Zhu Lingyu's beauty, talent, and background, she was the pride of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest and even the demon race. She had countless suitors. But now, Zhu Lingyu had thrown herself into the arms of a human man. When Zhu Lingyu heard Qinyu's words, she also realized that it was not appropriate for her to hug a human man. But since she had seen Qinyu naked before, it did not seem to be a big deal. But she quickly released her arms and took a few steps back. Zhu Lingyu realized that she was too emotional just now. "Where have you been for the past 5 years?" Zhu Lingyu asked. Qinyu was about to answer when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Zhu Lingyu was obviously very worried about him. She thought that something big had happened to Qinyu, or even that he had died. If she knew that nothing had happened to him and that he had quietly cultivated in the pocket dimension for 5 years, it would be a huge blow to his confidence. "Qinyu." Zhu Zongyan, who had just rushed over, was also dumbfounded when he saw Qinyu. Wasn't this guy a little too lucky to be able to return alive? Swoosh swoosh, one after another, figures flew over and there were even a few elders among them. When they saw Qinyu, they were all extremely shocked. "Qinyu, come with me for the matter regarding the Heavenly Spirit Crane clan," the red-faced elder of the disciplinary hall said with a solemn expression. This was no small matter and had to be investigated thoroughly. Thereafter, Qinyu followed the disciplinary elder to the central hall. Many elders were seated in the hall and the red-haired demigod elder was seated at the top. The atmosphere at the scene froze. All the elders were staring at Qinyu, causing him to feel some pressure. "Qinyu, explain the situation of this mission from beginning to end," Qinyu said. The red-haired elder spoke. He wasn't asking about Qinyu's 5 years of disappearance but wanted Qinyu to tell the story from beginning to end. Regarding this, the other elders were deep in thought. If Qinyu was lying or hiding something, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest would have an excuse. Originally, Qinyu's incident had been treated as a death. In the end, Qinyu reappeared alive. If he was allowed to return to the celestial sect alive, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest would suffer a huge loss. Back then, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest searched for traces of Qinyu for 3 years, expending a lot of manpower and resources. They also endured the anger and difficulties of the celestial sect and had to pay a huge compensation in the end. Qinyu also sensed that something was wrong and began to explain the situation. He kept the situation of the Heavenly Void Sacred Fire. The outcome of that battle was also fabricated by Qinyu. He said that the mysterious mighty figure in the pocket dimension was invincible. After he escaped, he used the star-concealing robe to conceal himself and the mighty figure disappeared. In the end, I cultivated in that pocket dimension for 5 years. Occasionally, I found a weak spot in the space and returned to the main world. After Qinyu finished speaking, the hall fell silent for a moment. Although it was quiet before, the expressions of the higher-ups were completely different. In other words, nothing happened in the past 5 years and you have been cultivating all this time? Zhu Lingyu, who was beside the red-haired elder, was stunned for a moment before speaking. She originally thought that Qinyu had encountered some kind of dangerous accident and that he would never return or die. In the end, nothing happened to him and he just peacefully cultivated in seclusion for 5 years. Her expression instantly turned unfriendly. Her worries over the past few years were unnecessary. The rest of the people present all stared at Qinyu. They all had the same thought, but they didn't say anything. In the end, nothing happened to Qinyu, but the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest was in chaos. After knowing the truth, everyone in the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest was furious. Damn it, we all thought that this kid was dead. After compensating Celestial Sect with so many resources, this kid actually returned. Could this be a show that he put on with Celestial Sect? Although the possibility wasn't high, many elders still agreed verbally and continuously scolded Celestial Sect and Qinyu for being cunning. One of the elders who was more ferocious even suggested to kill Qinyu. After all, the compensation was calculated based on the fact that Qinyu was already dead. However, this suggestion was rejected. After all, so many people saw that Qinyu had returned. It was really difficult to settle this. Elders, this disciple has explained this matter clearly. In addition, I have come to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest to cultivate for long enough. I intend to return to Celestial Sect today. Qinyu suddenly spoke. The elders' expressions changed. Naturally, they wouldn't agree to it. Just now, they had already reached an agreement that they couldn't just let Xianxia go. Otherwise, they would be too angry. At the very least, they had to negotiate with Celestial Sect and force them to cough up the compensation. Xianxia, you came to our vermilion bird sky nest to cultivate. From what I know, you haven't chosen any secret techniques from the vermilion bird sky nest. If you don't get any results from this trip, when you return, your master might even blame us for hiding our secrets. Why don't you stay in the vermilion bird sky nest for a period of time? If you see any battle techniques that you like, we will let you pick one. Elder Wu smiled. Using battle techniques to entice Xianxia to stay was a good idea. During these few years in the vermilion bird sky nest, I feel that I have benefited a lot and improved a lot. Xianxia sensed the vermilion bird sky nest's plan and had no intention of staying. But in reality, he had only borrowed the vermilion bird sky nest's cultivation resources. Out of the 7 years he spent in the demon race's territory, 5 of them were spent in seclusion in the pocket dimension. Improved a lot? Why don't we check how much you've improved in these few years? One of the elders suggested. From their point of view, the treasures in the pocket dimension had been taken away by the powerful beings and there weren't any benefits left. Moreover, the cultivation resources in the pocket dimension couldn't compare to the vermilion bird sky nest. Moreover, the cultivation resources that cultivators needed might not be available in the pocket dimension. Hence, Xianxia's improvement should be very slow. The rest of the elders nodded. This was a good idea. They could check whether Xianxia's cultivation progress was up to them. Xianxia could tell that for some reason, these people didn't want him to leave. But staying here was definitely not a good thing. Elders, don't tell me you want to check my strength personally. Xianxia had a mocking expression. After hearing Xianxia's words, the expressions of the elders turned slightly cold. Xianxia's attitude made them unhappy. There's no need for that. There are many geniuses in the vermilion bird sky nest. Any one of them is enough to check your strength. The disciplinary elder said coldly. All right. Xianxia agreed so readily that many people were surprised. However, although I feel that my strength has increased, I still haven't mastered it. I wonder if Elder Wu's request of letting me pick any cultivation art or battle technique counts. Xianxia made another request after agreeing. He had to follow the rules of the vermilion bird sky nest to choose cultivation arts and battle techniques. Apart from that, he wasn't qualified to choose some core battle techniques. Previously, he was prepared to leave, but now he couldn't leave so quickly. Naturally, he would take whatever benefits he could get. The higher-ups didn't expect Xianxia to bring up this matter after agreeing to the check. Xianxia agreed to their request. As the vermilion bird sky nest, they couldn't reject Xianxia. Moreover, they had said similar things before. Sure, pick anyone. Elder Wu agreed. I wonder which senior brother will be testing my strength. Xianxia said, smiling in anticipation. After 5 years of seclusion in the small world, he felt that he had improved greatly in all aspects, but he had never sparred with anyone. I'll do it. Zhu Lingyu walked out excitedly. She had long wanted to spar with Xianxia, but she never had the chance. Now, she couldn't wait to come out. Moreover, she had been in seclusion for the past 5 years and had broken through to 4.5 stars. Lingyu, you can leave. The red-haired elder said calmly with an unquestionable tone. Zhu Lingyu was his descendant and was extremely talented. As an ancestor, he paid more attention to her. He noticed that Zhu Lingyu and Xianxia had developed some feelings for each other because of a mission. He was afraid that Zhu Lingyu would go easy on him. Zhu Lingyu did not dare to disobey his grandfather's order, so he could only leave in dissatisfaction. Zhu Yifan, come and spar with Chen. The law enforcement elder suddenly spoke, his voice loud and clear. Many disciples of the vermilion bird sky nest gathered around Xianxia's return, wanting to know how Xianxia's matter would be resolved. Zhu Yifan was among these people. Soon, a square-faced, red-haired man walked over. Zhu Yifan smiled and bowed. Originally, he was watching from the outside and had no idea what was going on in the hall. However, it was a rare opportunity to spar with Xianxia. Moreover, he could easily make a great contribution. The battlefield was in the square in front of the main hall. Chen, please. Zhu Yifan said with a faint smile, looking at Qinyu with disgust and pity. Qinyu ignored him and asked, "May I ask, what kind of result is considered to have passed?" If he did not explain this clearly, then whether he passed or not would depend on the elders. The upper echelons did not expect Qinyu to be so smart. The law enforcement elder said, "If you can injure Zhu Yifan within 30 moves, then you pass." On the side, Zhu Lingyu frowned slightly. This standard seemed to be too strict. Zhu Yifan was not a normal person. He had become a 4.5-star king a long time ago and was ranked 30th on the Vermilion Bird list. Even Zhu Lingyu, who had just broken through, could not win. Not only that, but the elders also wanted Qinyu to injure Zhu Yifan within 30 moves. If there was no restriction on moves and time, Qinyu could keep dragging it out and might even have a chance to win. Okay. Unexpectedly, Qinyu's expression did not change at all and he immediately agreed. Injure Zhu Yifan within 30 moves? Hee, this kid is going to lose for sure. Of course, Zhu Yifan is ranked 30th on the Vermilion Bird list. Not to mention 30 moves, even 300 moves would not be enough to injure Zhu Yifan. The surrounding spectators started to discuss. The result would not be unexpected, and they were looking forward to the scene of Qinyu being defeated. Qinyu arrived at the center of the plaza and faced Zhu Yifan. 4.5 stars, 30th on the Vermilion Bird list. From the discussions around, he knew that his opponent was not weak. If it was the Qinyu who had just arrived at the Vermilion Bird sky nest, he would not have the confidence to win without using some trump cards. However, things were different now. After arriving at the Vermilion Bird sky nest, Qinyu's strength did not slow down. Instead, it had increased a bit. Injuring Zhu Yifan within 30 moves was not a difficult thing to do. "Chen, if you don't make a move, then I will." Zhu Yifan smiled. Against Qinyu, he would not be careless, nor would he show mercy. Just now, his teacher and the law enforcement elder had already told him to use his full strength to humiliate Qinyu. It was fine even if he accidentally crippled him. However, suddenly, Qinyu's figure disappeared, and the surrounding spatial energy fluctuated. Zhu Yifan immediately felt that something was wrong. Swoosh, Qinyu suddenly appeared in front of him. The two were very close. "Since senior brother has said so, then I will make a move first." Qinyu's calm and light voice sounded. Qi, resplendent light burst forth from Qinyu's palm, turning into a white tiger holy claw. The holy beast's pressure spread out, and a golden white crescent moon slashed out. "You!" Zhu Yifan was shocked and angry. He was just being polite, but Qinyu did not even say anything and directly attacked. Zhu Yifan immediately retreated, and at the same time, he activated the Vermilion Bird bloodline in his body. Flaming feathers appeared on his body, and his hair burned like flames. A pair of flaming wings formed on his back. The moment he activated his bloodline, Zhu Yifan's speed increased explosively, and he retreated. However, all of this was affected by the restriction of Qinyu's space profundity. Zhu Yifan's retreating speed was not fast. In the 5 years of cultivation in the small world, Qinyu's space profundity had smoothly reached the level 4.5. He had a lot of high-quality space profundity crystals. If he used them all, Qinyu could even break through to the level 5 space profundity. However, he was not in a hurry. No, the battle had just begun, and Zhu Yifan's face showed panic. He saw Qinyu's attack approaching, and he could not dodge. At this moment, it was too late to face the attack head-on. Boom, the star-splitting slash performed by Qinyu's white tiger holy claw hit. Before this, the wings on Zhu Yifan's back burned fiercely, emitting a terrifying heat. Then, they wrapped around him in an attempt to block Qinyu's attack. The two forces collided, and in less than half a breath, the huge golden white crescent moon cut into the flaming wings. Bang, the golden flames exploded, and a figure covered in flames flew out. It was Zhu Yifan. The other party was slightly embarrassed, and his face was blank and angry. Because there was a cut on his chest, and blood was seeping out. He was injured, a 4.5-star king, 30th on the Vermilion Bird ranking. He had been injured in one move. The surroundings became deathly silent. Zhu Yifan felt countless gazes on him. His heart was boiling with anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. In the 30 moves agreement, as long as he did not let Qinyu injure him, he would win. But the goal given to him by the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest was to defeat Qinyu within 30 moves, and even humiliate him. The difference between reality and his goal was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zhu Yifan could not bear it. It was clearly a chance for him to make a great contribution, but he had become a fool. He said with a red face, "You sneak attacked me." After saying this, Zhu Yifan flew into the sky and circulated his origin power and profundity to attack Qinyu. Boom, whoosh, whoosh, in the sky, Zhu Yifan was like another sun. His wings released endless flames, and he turned into a huge firebird that emitted the power to incinerate all things. The upper echelon saw this, but they did not stop him. They had already lost the agreement just now. But as long as Zhu Yifan defeated Qinyu, they could find an excuse to say that Qinyu's cultivation was not good enough. Again? Qinyu revealed a trace of astonishment. Forget it, he also wanted to test his skills. Boom, a pair of blood-red wings formed behind Qinyu's back. They were very similar to Zhu Yifan's wings, but the color of the flames was slightly different. His wings flapped rapidly, and a sea of flames appeared, turning into a huge blood-red bird that charged out. This is Vermilion Bird Strike. How does that kid know it? The elders looked at him. As far as they knew, Qinyu did not choose any cultivation method or battle skill from the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. It is Vermilion Bird Strike, but it is slightly different. The enforcement elder's eyes narrowed, and the other elders' expressions were not much better. In the 5 years in the little world, Qinyu's Vermilion Bird Sky Burning Wings had been cultivated to the large success stage, and he was only a step away from the grand completion stage. He had naturally learned the corresponding battle skill. This move was similar to Zhu Yifan's battle skill, but there were differences. It had been modified by the Skywalker Fey God, and its attack power was stronger. Rumble, the moment the two firebirds collided, sparks filled the sky. Qinyu's attack had the upper hand. He tore Zhu Yifan's firebird apart and continued his attack. Zhu Yifan was shocked. He was shocked when Qinyu used the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings, but his opponent used the Vermilion Bird Strike. More importantly, they had used the same move, but he had lost. Whoosh, the wings on his back burst into flames, and he turned into a streak of fire that shot into the sky. In terms of speed, the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest were first class. At this moment, Zhu Yifan used the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's flying battle skill, Scarlet Fire Flying Escape Art, to successfully dodge Qinyu's attack. Even if I have the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings, in terms of flying secret arts, I will definitely win. Zhu Yifan was full of confidence, but halfway through his words, he couldn't finish them. Qinyu's wings burned with a glassy light, and he burst forth with terrifying speed, catching up to him. Not only that, but Qinyu also crashed into him. The Vermilion Bird Sky Burning Wings had offensive battle skills, so naturally, it also had flying secret arts. Qinyu cultivated the Sky Fiery Flash, and it was tailor-made for body cultivators. The Sky Fiery Flash's continuous flying speed was average, and it focused on instantaneous burst of speed. With the help of Space Profound, although Qinyu moved later, he closed in on Zhu Yifan in an instant and crashed into him. Bang! Qinyu stabbed out with his claw, shattering Zhu Yifan's wings and piercing into his body. Blood splattered everywhere, and Zhu Yifan flew back thousands of feet. Qinyu slowly floated down and smiled. I wonder if this is considered qualified? Does this count as passing? In the face of Qinyu's question, the scene fell into complete silence. The rules had been clearly stated before. Zhu Yifan would be considered to have passed if he sustained internal injuries within 30 moves. In fact, Zhu Yifan had been injured in just one move. It was just that they had ignored their conscience and turned a blind eye to it. But after a few moves, Zhu Yifan suffered a crushing defeat. No matter how much the higher-ups of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest tried to hide their conscience, they couldn't say that Qinyu wasn't qualified. Moreover, the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest seemed to have been slapped in the face by Qinyu. The surrounding disciples looked at Qinyu with extremely unfriendly expressions. Many of the elders had solemn expressions, but their hearts were already burning with rage. But they couldn't do anything to Qinyu. It was impossible for the elders to personally take action. Furthermore, Zhu Yifan had already been defeated. Could they possibly send someone stronger to challenge him? Even if he won, it wouldn't mean much. After a few breaths of silence, an elder replied to Qianyu, "You are indeed a genius of the celestial sect. Ever since you came to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest, you have improved so much." It was a fact that Qianyu had improved greatly, but this elder wanted to take all the credit for the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. This way, his face would be slightly better. I wonder if this disciple can choose a cultivation method or battle skill now. Qianyu didn't care what the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan said. He immediately brought up this matter in case the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan went back on their word. The faces of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest's upper echelon stiffened once more. After being slapped in the face by that brat Qianyu, he still wanted to let him choose a battle technique of his choice. Without a doubt, Qianyu would definitely choose the higher grade inheritance, perhaps even the core inheritance of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. In the end, a deacon took Qianyu to choose. The crowd gradually dispersed. As for Zhu Yifan, who was sent flying, he had already disappeared without a trace. Soon, Qianyu arrived at a heavily guarded pavilion. There were a total of 7 levels in the building. Inside, there were all sorts of secret techniques. Although it couldn't be said to be all-encompassing, there were many types of techniques. In terms of quantity, it didn't lose out to the celestial sect. Among them, the 3rd and 4th levels were king-level cultivation techniques and battle skills. Qianyu didn't even look and walked towards the 5th floor. The attendant had already expected this. If he could choose any one of them, Qianyu would definitely choose the higher one. The 5th floor corresponded to the low-level overlord tier. After arriving at the 5th floor, Qianyu observed for a moment and prepared to enter the 6th floor. Qianyu, this 6th floor corresponds to the high level of overlord stage. At most, you can only choose from the 5th floor. The deacon suddenly said. Qianyu didn't pay much attention to it and stopped in his tracks. Although the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest had promised to let him choose freely, it was definitely not true. If Qianyu chose a god-tier cultivation technique and left, then the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest would have suffered a huge loss. Of course, Qianyu did not plan to choose a god-tier cultivation technique. God-tier cultivation techniques could only be cultivated by those in the Unity Heavenly God realm, and they were too far away from him. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques chosen here were not allowed to be leaked to outsiders. Qianyu was like holding a treasure chest without the key, and it would attract enemies instead. In fact, Qianyu's final choice might not even be the 5th floor. However, when Qianyu discovered a type of secret technique, he stopped at the 6th floor. Fire-controlling secret technique. Secret techniques generally did not have strict cultivation requirements, and they were also stored according to how precious they were. Qianyu discovered that there was a flame-controlling secret technique here, and even Void Sea Realm experts could start cultivating it. Among the Vermilion Bird Holy Clan, almost 90% of the demon race cultivated the Fire Dao, and they had mastered 1 or 2 types of true fire spirit flames. Naturally, there were many flame-controlling secret techniques. The Vermilion Bird Sky Nest signature flame-controlling secret technique was the Vermilion Bird Flame-controlling technique. It was the choice of most demon race experts, and it cost very little contribution points. In addition, there were a variety of flame-controlling secret techniques, and Qianyu found it difficult to choose. The Blood-Glazed Flame and the Void Sky Sacred Fire belonged to 2 completely different types of innate spirit flames, and Qianyu had not found a flame-controlling secret technique that was especially suitable for him. Wait a minute, although this 10,000 fire spirit technique doesn't have anything special, it's still suitable for me. Qianyu discovered a good flame-controlling secret technique. 10,000 Fire Spirit Technique was a fire-controlling secret technique that did not have many special characteristics. It mainly increased the cultivator's fine control of true fire spirit flames, and it also had the effect of condensing and improving soul power. This one. Qianyu quickly decided. Since it was a free selection, it would not be a loss even if it was not suitable. When the attendant saw the 10,000 Fire Spirit Technique, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At least, Qianyu did not choose the core inheritance of the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest. The 10,000 Fire Spirit Technique was not particularly outstanding among the many flame-controlling secret techniques, and it was a little difficult, which was why it was placed on the 5th floor. In conclusion, Chinyu had chosen this flame-controlling secret technique, so the vermilion bird sky nest did not lose out. The attendant immediately reported this matter to the elder. Chinyu was in no hurry to leave the vermilion bird sky nest. In any case, the other party could not force him to stay, so he could leave in a few days. He planned to purchase a batch of resources before he left. The vermilion bird sky burning wings had not reached completion, and the profound meaning of fire needed to be improved. But as Chinyu expected, when he arrived at the market, all the shops and stall owners received the news that the price of any of Chinyu's resources would be doubled. The vermilion bird sky nest could not be blamed for this. They had been cheated by Chinyu too many times, and hated him to the core. Chinyu had no choice but to rest for a day and return to the celestial sect the next day. Night. Chinyu visited Zhu Lingyu's cave abode. What's the matter? Zhu Lingyu looked at Chinyu with a complicated expression. She felt that she had a certain level of friendship with Chinyu, but Chinyu's relationship with the vermilion bird sky nest was too bad, to the point where everyone wanted to beat him up. Can you help me get some vermilion bird holy clan's blood essence and a vermilion bird feather? The price is negotiable. These two items were the two most important treasures for cultivating the vermilion bird sky burning wings. It was equivalent to the importance of the metal-type Holy Beast bloodline and the Sky Crystal Gold when cultivating the White Tiger Divine Claw. Originally, Chinyu wanted to purchase them here, but selling the Vermilion Bird Holy Clan's blood essence or blood essence was a capital offense. As for the Vermilion Bird feather, it was extremely precious. Even if Chinyu could buy it, he would not be able to accept double the price. The price is negotiable. Chinyu smiled. Other than Zhu Lingyu, he could not find anyone else to help him in the vermilion bird sky nest. With Zhu Lingyu's status, he should be able to get these two items. Please wait. Zhu Lingyu closed the door. Chinyu was puzzled. Zhu Lingyu did not give him a reply and just left him outside. Just as he was pondering, the door opened. Here. Zhu Lingyu took out two items. One was a jade bottle with a few drops of blood essence, and the other was a vermilion bird feather. The vermilion bird feather had 4 colors, and it emitted a strong holy beast aura. Chinyu immediately kept the two items and said, "Name your price." "No need. Just take it as a reward for saving my life," Zhu Lingyu said rationally. This made Chinyu feel bad. His relationship with Zhu Lingyu was not that good. The vermilion bird holy clan's blood essence contained the power of the bloodline. Selling it was a capital offense. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to buy it. As for the vermilion bird feather, only the most talented vermilion bird holy clan would have a very small chance of growing a vermilion bird feather. This treasure was also very rare. Are you sure you don't want primordial stones? I will return to Celestial Sect tomorrow. By then, it will be too late for regrets. Chinyu reiterated. After all, these two items were very difficult to get, and they were very expensive. Zhu Lingyu shook his head. Thank you. Chinyu thanked him and left. Zhu Lingyu watched as Lin Fan disappeared into the night. He felt complicated, but he could not explain why. After returning to his residence, Chinyu took out the vermilion bird feather and the vermilion bird feather and looked at them. He did not expect Zhu Lingyu to give him to be of high quality. As long as they were not too bad or fake, he was fine with it. This drop of vermilion bird blood is very fresh, and the aura of these two items are very similar. Chinyu more or less guessed it. The vermilion bird feather was also Zhu Lingyu's. He sighed. Even if Zhu Lingyu did not have the vermilion bird feather, he did not have to go to such lengths. Chinyu did not think too much about it. With these two items, there would not be any problems with the vermilion bird's heaven burning wings. However, he had not found the heaven crystal gold yet. The white tiger heaven splitting claw was just short of this treasure. The second day. The vermilion bird sky lair personally sent Chinyu back to Celestial Sect. They were afraid that if something happened to Chinyu, Celestial Sect would blame it on them. The rest of the Celestial Sect disciples had returned a few years ago, so Chinyu was alone. Then, the airship left. A team of 10 people, including an elder, personally sent Chinyu back to Celestial Sect. The journey was long. Chinyu cultivated in seclusion in his room. During the 5 years of seclusion in the small world, he had made great progress in all aspects. His cultivation was at the peak of the star condensation late stage, not far from the 4-star king realm. His space ultimacy had reached the 4.5 level, metal ultimacy had reached the 4.5 level, fire ultimacy had reached the 4.5 level. Next, his vermilion bird heaven-burning wings had reached the peak. He had also cultivated the related combat skills and the flying combat skill, Sky Fiery Flash. On the way, Xianxia mainly cultivated the 10,000 flame spiritual formula. This secret fire control technique focused on fine control. After cultivating, it could strengthen the integration of the true fire spiritual flame with other forces and exert greater power. In addition, this secret technique could also condense and increase soul power. However, for Xianxia, this secret fire control technique was a little difficult. It took him a month to get started. Buzz, on his fingertip, a silver-gray flame suddenly lit up. It was the sacred void fire. The flame kept jumping and slowly elongated. Finally, it became extremely thin on Xianxia's fingertip, like a strand of hair. Under normal circumstances, the more powerful the spiritual flame, the harder it was to control. Therefore, most of the time, the cultivators who had the true fire spiritual flame would attack violently and consume it wantonly. They would not pay too much attention to fine control. If I can master the 10,000 flame spiritual formula, I should be able to make the sacred void fire turn into a thin thread that is hard to be seen by the naked eye. Xianxia smiled. The cultivation of the 10,000 flame spiritual formula was relatively slow. On this day, Xianxia took out the blood essence and the vermilion bird feather and prepared to cultivate. However, suddenly, a token in Xianxia's storage space received a message. This token was the identity token of the celestial sect's disciple. Within a certain distance, he could communicate with other disciples of the celestial sect. This was a message asking for help. Xianxia left the room and looked around. He found that after flying for more than 2 months, the airship had arrived at the human clan's territory. As a disciple of the celestial sect, he had the obligation to help his fellow disciples. Especially since Xianxia was fine now. "Elder, I have something to do. You can just send me here." Xianxia found an elder who was in charge here. "No." After hearing Xianxia's words, the elder immediately refused. The elder who escorted Xianxia back to Celestial Sect immediately refused when he heard that Xianxia wanted to leave. The vermilion bird sky nest had already been tricked by Xianxia multiple times. If something were to happen to Xianxia on his way back, the responsibility would fall on their heads. This elder naturally wouldn't allow Xianxia to do as he pleased. "You contacted Celestial Sect, right?" the elder asked with a smile. Xianxia had a strange look on his face. He didn't know what the elder was trying to say. However, he did indeed contact Celestial Sect's disciples. He nodded, hoping that this matter would end like this. Then did the Celestial Sect come up with some sort of scheme for you to meet with an accident halfway through and then scam the vermilion bird sky nest? You underestimate this old man too much." The elder laughed in disdain. Xianxia really wanted to say that the elder was thinking too much. However, Xianxia sympathized with the elder's thoughts. The vermilion bird sky nest must be scared of being tricked. "How about this, I leave now. If anything happens to me, it won't be blamed on the vermilion bird sky nest." Xianxia opened his mouth. This startled the elder and he didn't quite understand. "What did you say?" The elder revealed a look of shock, as if he wanted to confirm. "I said, if you let me leave now, if anything happens to me, it won't be blamed on the vermilion bird sky nest." Xianxia repeated. Whoosh, the elder suddenly waved his sleeves. The air trembled and a transparent fiery light flashed, forming a red ball that floated above the elder's palm. Inside the red ball, the surroundings were shown, as well as the sentence that Xianxia repeated. "All right, you can leave now." The elder revealed a smile. It was obvious that he pretended not to hear it clearly and wanted Xianxia to repeat himself. At the same time, he recorded everything that happened. The vermilion bird sky nest really hoped that something would happen to Xianxia, but they didn't want to be the scapegoat. Now that Xianxia had made a promise, the elder was naturally happy and agreed. Xianxia was speechless at the elder's actions. Without further ado, he left the airship and flew in a certain direction. In fact, his current actions were still dangerous. However, when Qingyu received the distress signal, the mysterious heart also reacted at the same time, which was why Qingyu was so certain that he would leave the protection of the Vermilion Bird Sacred Clan. After leaving, he took out his communication token and asked for the other party's destination. Dead Soul Desert? After Qingyu got the destination, he couldn't help but be cautious. The Dead Soul Desert was a famous forbidden area of the human race. In the gloomy and barren desert, the black wind whistled like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. The most common material here was sand and mud, followed by skeletons. Somewhere in the desert, there was a strange black tree. It was bald and had no leaves. It was lifeless, but there were a few fruits hanging on its black branches. The fruit was shaped like a human head with simple facial features. Its expression was either laughing or cursing. There were 7 people under the black tree, and they came from 2 different sides. Everyone from the Frost Temple. How about we split these mortal soul fruits equally? One of the men said. This man was tall and sturdy, and his eyes were shining brightly. His aura was strong. Behind him, there was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and had a head of dark purple hair. It was Lin Tianfeng. The 3 of them were wearing the uniform of the Celestial Sect. In front of the tall and sturdy man, there were 4 people. The leader of the group was a skinny man with a gloomy face and a pair of black eyes that emitted coldness. Facing the skinny man, the 3 Celestial Sect disciples couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. Ghost Finger, Yan Su. Although this person is from the Frost Temple of the 8 Emperor sects, his reputation now surpasses many of the outstanding disciples of the Holy Sect. Lin Tianfeng and another female disciple communicated telepathically. I wonder who is stronger between Senior Brother Pan and Ghost Finger Yan Su. The Senior Brother Pan they were talking about was the tall and sturdy man, Pan Peng, who was ranked 32nd on the Celestial Martial Leaderboard. We have been eyeing the mortal soul fruits here for a long time. The enemies guarding the area were also killed by us. Why should we split them with you? The skinny man, Yan Su, laughed coldly. Oh? So you want to be enemies with the Celestial Sect? The tall and sturdy man, Pan Peng, frowned and released a strong aura. Haha, you must be joking. Even if I cripple the 3 of you today, will the Celestial Sect attack me? Yan Su laughed loudly. It was just a competition between disciples. As long as there were no deaths, the Celestial Sect would not interfere. Forget it. I will give you a chance. If any of you can withstand 20 moves from me, I will split the mortal soul fruit with you. How about it? The corners of Yan's mouth curled into a slightly sinister smile. 20 moves. Pan Peng heard this and his eyes widened in anger. Among the 3 of them, he was the only one who was a 4.5 king. The other 2 were much weaker. He would definitely be the one to fight. Yan Su knew this, but he still arrogantly proposed a 20 moves challenge. It was obvious that he looked down on him. Alright, I will fight you. Pan Peng's body surged with orange chi and rushed into the sky. The rest of the people backed off to make space for Pan Peng and Yan Su to fight. Looking at Ghost Finger Yan Su, he seems to be very confident. Once Senior Brother Pan loses, we will not get anything. Moreover, in terms of overall strength, the Frost Temple's team is slightly stronger, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Tianfeng could not help but sigh. Rumble, the battle was about to start. Pan Peng, who was ranked 32 on the Sky Martial list, and Yan Su, the genius of the Frost Palace, started to fight. Pan Peng held a huge axe in his hand and waved it, creating a huge and chaotic orange light. This attack caused the surrounding to change color and the wind to surge. On the opposite side, a black short sword appeared in front of Yan Su. It released thousands of dark and cold sword shadows, which pierced out directly. Ding! Peng, the first move, the second move, the third move, Yan Su and Pan Peng were evenly matched. This is the power of the Sky Martial List's 32nd? Lin Tianfeng observed Pan Peng. He was now a 4-star king and ranked 73 on the Sky Martial list. He was eager to climb higher. Pan Peng's cultivation base was only slightly higher than his, but the strength he displayed caused Lin Tianfeng to be stunned. At the very least, within the next 5 years, he would not have the qualifications to challenge Pan Peng. Lin Tianfeng involuntarily clenched his fists, feeling reluctance in his heart. Qin Wendian, who entered the celestial sect at the same time as him, was already ranked 34 on the Sky Marshal list. The disparity between him and Qin Wendian was too great. Suddenly, Lin Tianfeng thought of a person, and his heart couldn't help but sink. That person was none other than Chen Yu. His performance in the new disciple recruitment test had surpassed Qin Wendian, and after that, he continued to shine brightly in the celestial sect, even replacing Qin Wendian as a heaven's chosen. What a pity, you died. Lin Tianfeng sighed in a low voice. He didn't feel regret, but rather, a faint sense of joy. After all, it was unknown how many times Lin Tianfeng had been defeated by Chen Yu. A shadow had long been cast in his heart, and he felt that he would soon walk out from it. Senior brother Lin, senior brother Pan is about to lose. A female disciple at the side suddenly called out. Lin Tianfeng turned his gaze over, only to see that Pan Peng was indeed in a disadvantageous position. Would Pan Peng be able to withstand 20 moves, 11 moves, 12 moves? Pan Peng's forehead was filled with cold sweat, incomparably shocked in his heart. As a genius of the celestial sect, he actually lost to a disciple from one of the 8 great emperor sects. This was truly a great humiliation. Battle Soul Heaven Destruction / Pan Peng roared, his entire body was enveloped by a resplendent orange light as his battle-intent soared. The gigantic axe in his hand flew up into the air, growing several times larger as it slashed towards Yansu. As expected of a disciple of the celestial sect, you have some skills. Yansu calmly spoke. With a wave of his finger, the jet-black short sword flew up into the air under his control, welcoming Pan Peng's attack. Boom, a deafening sound exploded in the air, shaking the surroundings. Suddenly, an imposing orange axe shadow rushed out from within, chopping towards Yansu. Peng, amidst the explosion, Yansu's figure was flung backwards. Humph, you underestimate me too much. Pan Peng coldly laughed. Is that so? Yansu's voice rang out. With a wave of his finger, a gigantic black sword light pierced over. Are you all right? Pan Peng looked at Yansu, extremely surprised. As a bystander, Lin Tianfeng could see it clearly. Yansu was not blasted away by Pan Peng's attack, but he had retreated in time by a hair's breadth. He was only slightly affected and suffered some minor injuries. Swish, Yansu's sword was stronger than before, emitting a frightening chill as it slashed towards Pan Peng. Pan Peng was injured and his figure flew backwards. Yansu pressed forward step by step, as if he had changed into a different person. His sword attacks were fierce and swift. 3 consecutive sword attacks left 3 wounds on Pan Peng's body. The last wound injured his internal organs, causing Pan Peng to be seriously injured and defeated. I lost. Pan Peng's face was blank as he suffered a blow. Hee, if you had won, I would have split the mortal soul fruit in half. Unfortunately, you lost. I'll cut off one of your legs each. That's not too much, right? Yansu coldly laughed. What? Pan Peng and the other 2 were shocked. Swish, a ray of black light sword, chilling to the bone, attacked. Puff, Pan Peng did not expect Yansu to suddenly attack. Blood splattered and one of his legs was cut off. He was in so much pain that he screamed. Lin Tianfeng and the other female disciple could not help but feel their blood run cold. They had heard of Ghost Finger Yansu's ruthless methods, but they did not expect him to be so cruel to a celestial sect disciple. Next, the 2 of you. Yansu did not even blink as his profound weapon, the black sword, flew out. Lin Tianfeng's hair stood on end as he felt that the sword's target was him. Suddenly, a ray of white light rushed over from afar and appeared in front of the black sword, blocking it. Backup is here. The female disciple beside him shouted. She was timid. She had just discovered that there were celestial sect disciples nearby and sent out a message asking for backup. Lin Tianfeng immediately heaved a sigh of relief, as if he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Who was it? Which senior brother from celestial sect saved him? He must repay. This person well, hence, he used his spiritual consciousness to scan the area. Lin Tianfeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning and was dumbfounded. Chen Yu. Why, is it you? His spiritual consciousness saw Chen Yu's face. Damn it, didn't Chen Yu die in the demon clan's territory? Was the Chen Yu in front of him a human or a ghost? As for the gratitude he felt earlier, Lin Tianfeng had long thrown it to the back of his mind. Didn't you die? Lin Tianfeng finished his speech in a stutter. Lin Tianfeng, is this the attitude you should have when speaking to your benefactor? Chen Yu looked at Lin Tianfeng and asked. Chen Yu's appearance scared the three from the celestial sect. Wasn't this guy dead or alive? The vermilion bird sky nest had sent a large number of people to search for him for 3 years without any results. Lin Tianfeng felt that the shadow in his heart that was about to dissipate had reappeared. Yan Su's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Chen Yu's hands. Because these hands were clamping his Xian weapon, the black sword. Although he didn't use his full strength to deal with Lin Tianfeng, Chen Yu was only at the peak of the late stage. To be able to clamp this sword with his hands was really interesting. Other than that, Yan Su felt that Chen Yu was very special. There was a kind of attraction that made him feel that he had to pay attention to him. Chen Yu also stared at Yan Su. The response of the mysterious heart points to this person, he wasn't too surprised. There were too many things that could interest the heart. Even a high-quality space profound crystal would do. What happened? Chen Yu asked. Let's get to the bottom of this first. Pampeng was injured and Lin Tianfeng didn't want to talk to Chen Yu. The female disciple opened her mouth, but it wasn't to answer Chen Yu's question. Are you really Chen Yu? Chen Yu? I've heard of you. Yan Su opened his mouth. Chen Yu was a genius from the celestial sect. Previously, when he disappeared in the demon clan, many people had heard of Chen Yu's name. A few of your fellow disciples wanted to snatch our spoils of war. In the end, they were defeated by me. That's how it happened. He was very light and simple. He didn't put Chen Yu in his eyes. Brother Chen, he's talking nonsense. The female disciple of the celestial sect immediately refuted. Yan Su's words described them too unbearably. Therefore, the female disciple told the story in detail. Of course, she was more biased towards her own team. She described the people from the Frost Temple as ruthless and cruel, especially the matter of cutting off one of Panpeng's legs. He was defeated by me. I only cut off one of his legs. I didn't take his life. I was already very merciful. Yan Su smiled disapprovingly. If it were someone with a slightly more ruthless temperament, it would indeed be fine if they encountered others trying to rob them of their treasures. Directly killing the enemy would be the more ruthless way of doing things. However, even such a person wouldn't dare to kill a celestial sect disciple. You shouldn't have come. I was planning to take 3 legs, but now you've sent me another one. Yan Su continued. Wait. Chen Yu stopped him and said, do you still mean what you said before? You mean the promise of 20 moves? The corners of Yan Su's mouth curled up in a cold smile. He said somewhat frivolously, it will definitely count. Could it be that you want to try? He had already paid enough attention to Chen Yu. However, Chen Yu had been missing for a very long time, and his cultivation was only at the peak of the late star condensation realm. Why not? The human soul fruit is a good thing. Chen Yu glanced at the black tree and the fruits on it. The human soul fruit was a treasure of the soul path. It had great nourishing effects on the soul and was an essential ingredient for concocting special pills. Other than that, there were many other uses for it. Compared to other treasures of the soul path, the human soul fruit's biggest advantage was that it was easy to absorb. Since he had seen such a treasure, Chen Yu naturally wanted to fight for it. 20 moves, isn't that too much of a bully? Yan Su smiled and asked. Then you can reduce it to 1 move. Yan Su didn't expect Chen Yu to not play by the rules. Of course, he wouldn't fall for it. Chen Yu had a reputation and was also a disciple of Celestial Sect. Even if Yan Su was confident, he wouldn't set a promise of 1 move. Xiao, the black sword in between Chen Yu's fingers suddenly released a black icy cold sword shadow. The cold air invaded Chen Yu as the black sword pierced towards Chen Yu's throat. Yan Su suddenly launched an attack and the black sword was right in front of Chen Yu. Under such circumstances, Qinyu couldn't dodge. If his reaction was slightly slower, he would be finished. He's too careless. Pampung laid at the side and reattached his leg. He was waiting to return to Celestial Sect to buy pills for treatment. Even he, who was ranked 32nd on the Celestial Martial list, was defeated by Xianxia. Yet, Qinyu still looked so relaxed. He was really courting death. Pung pung, a black and white light flashed and the black sword flew out. Qinyu was still standing at his original position, unharmed. The three people from Celestial Sect gasped in surprise. Xianxia frowned. Under such circumstances, Qinyu wasn't hurt at all. In that instant, my connection with the weapon was disrupted, causing the power of my attack to be weakened by 40%. Xianxia looked at the black brush in Qinyu's hand. It was this weapon that repelled his attack. A faint smile hung on Qinyu's lips. This was the first time he used the Heavenly Spirit Brush in battle. In the situation just now, other than forcefully resisting it, he could only use this profound artifact to block it. The Heavenly Spirit Brush could affect the soul imprint within the weapon. The moment the two weapons touched, the black sword was affected. Its power was greatly reduced and it was easily repelled. Chi, the black sword once again emitted a cold sword shadow and flew over. Shua. Pung, the Heavenly Spirit Brush, flew out and the white brush brushed across the black sword. At this moment, the soul imprint within the black sword was slightly erased. Xianxia's control over the weapon was affected and the power of his attack was greatly reduced. Pung, the Heavenly Spirit Brush, once again repelled the black sword. The attack power of the Heavenly Spirit Brush was not outstanding, but with its special characteristics, it was equivalent to weakening the enemy's weapon and was in an invincible position. Therefore, even if it was a weapon with a strong attack power, the Heavenly Spirit Brush would be at an advantage. 3 moves, 5 moves, 7 moves, the two did not move. The weapons clashed fiercely, and Qinyu had the absolute advantage. This scene shocked the rest of the people present. The people of the Frost Palace were very confident in Xianxia's strength. Even Pampung, who was ranked 32nd on the Heavenly Martial list, was defeated. What could Qinyu, who was at the peak of the late star condensation stage, amount to? But reality slapped them in the face. Pampung of the Celestial Sect could not believe that Xianxia, who had forced him into such a difficult situation, was actually not a match for Qinyu. He seriously suspected that the opponent was going easy on him. At this time, the female disciple of the Celestial Sect said, "Senior Brother Pan, this Xianxia has the title of Ghost Finger. Isn't this title because he is good at finger techniques? Why is he using sword techniques so far?" Pampung also reacted after hearing this. That's right, Xianxia is best at finger techniques. He is going easy on him. Pampung found evidence that Xianxia was going easy on him. But if this was going easy on him, wasn't he also going easy on him when he was fighting just now? Your weapon is very special, but it can't help you survive 20 moves. Xianxia suddenly said. He had already guessed the characteristics of the Heavenly Spirit Brush. Unless the quality of his weapon far exceeded that of the Heavenly Spirit Brush, it would be difficult for him to win. Heavenly Frost Finger. Xianxia's fingers were surrounded by black light, and the surrounding black light and cold air filled the air. As he pointed out with his 2 fingers, 2 dark icy fingers formed in the void, like pillars supporting the sky, and smashed towards Qinyu. He used finger techniques. Pampung was stunned. The power of these 2 finger techniques was really terrifying. Separated by thousands of feet, the blood in his body could not help but freeze. Profound ice, 4.5 layers. Lin Tianfeng was shocked. Qinyu's face slightly froze. The enemy's attack had become a lot stronger in an instant. This strength was even stronger than Zhu Yifan, whom he had fought before. No wonder he could defeat Pampung. But in fact, he did not use his full strength. The enemy's strength was not bad, and he only needed to withstand 20 moves. There was no need to defeat the opponent. Boom, Qinyu's hands turned into the holy white tiger claws in a layer of golden and white light. At the same time, the surrounding flames burned and spread in all directions. Qi, activating the profound of metal and fire, he slashed out with the holy white tiger claws, and a golden red light flashed. Boom! The tyrannical attacks collided violently, and explosions rang out continuously. What? Xianxia was slightly shocked. He did not reveal such an expression even though he was suppressed in the clash of Xian weapons. After all, Xian weapons were external forces. As a heaven's chosen of the celestial sect, it was normal for Qianyu to have some powerful weapons. But how could his strength be so strong? Pan Peng was also dumbfounded. Could it be that Qianyu's strength had already surpassed his? The geniuses of the previous batch were too terrifying. Qin Wentian's strength had almost caught up to his, but this Qianyu had already surpassed him. Boom! Xianxia launched another attack. It was still the same finger technique, majestic and domineering, and bone-chilling cold. Qianyu was unflustered. Using the profound of metal and fire to deal with the profound of ice, it was already enough. Frost heaven suppressing technique. Xianxia roared. A pitch-black vortex of ice appeared above Qianyu's head, and a finger descended from it. Even the fingerprints of the finger could be seen clearly, and it brought with it an aura that could freeze everything in its path. Facing this finger attack, Qianyu couldn't help but be moved. The might of this finger attack had already exceeded the level of 4. 5 stars. Pan Peng's face turned deathly pale. If he was hit by this attack, he would definitely die. Qianyu immediately activated the profound of space as well as the blood-glazed flame, and executed the star-splitting claw. A huge golden-red crescent moon soared towards the skies. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out continuously, and the wind howled. The spectators couldn't help but retreat a distance. Pan Peng and Lin Tianfeng saw that the tip of the black finger had been pierced by a crescent moon. Another earth-shattering explosion rang out, and Xianxia's finger attack was broken. Xianxia's expression was malevolent, and his pitch-black eyes flickered with an ominous glint. Although he seemed to be in a bad situation, he had absolute confidence in himself. Now that he was unexpectedly defeated, his anger couldn't help but ignite. Xianxia couldn't help but touch a rusty ring on his left index finger, wanting to take it off. Qianyu noticed this scene. He didn't know what the other party was going to do, but his mysterious heart couldn't help but beat faster. 10,000 miles away. 2 strangely shaped flying tools flashed through the air. This flying tool was shaped like a sharp-mouthed fish. It was bright silver and had a streamlined body. It flew rapidly through the air, but it didn't make much noise. "How's the flying tool I made?" A man's voice came from one of the flying tools. "It's SOSO, but it looks too ugly. It's a far cry from Brother Dong's work. Your sense of beauty is still so twisted." The man sighed helplessly. "The target is right in front. There seem to be quite a few life forms, but their cultivation hasn't reached the mysterious nether realm." The man revealed a faint smile. This would make things much easier. But as he got closer, his expression suddenly changed. "This is the second target?" He stared at the screen in front of him. Other than a red dot, there was also a faint red dot flickering. But in the next instant, this faint red dot disappeared. The 20 moves were over, but Xianxia did not seem to want to stop. The female disciple from Celestial Sect immediately said, "The 20 moves are over. Are you guys trying to go back on your words?" Xianxia rubbed the rusty ring on his left index finger, but his movements were sluggish. "Senior Yan, let's forget it," a female disciple from Frost Temple said. After all, the opponent was a disciple of Celestial Sect. According to the agreement, Xianxia had indeed lost. It would not be good for him to go back on his words. Xianxia gradually calmed down and said, "All right, let's split the mortal soul fruits equally." There were a total of 4 mortal soul fruits on the black tree, 2 each from Frost Temple and 2 from Celestial Sect. "Mortal soul fruit, I want one," Pan Peng suddenly said forcefully. There were only 2 mortal soul fruits, and it was difficult to split them. However, one of his legs had been broken, and he had to get a mortal soul fruit. Qianyu did not reply, but asked Lin Tianfeng and the other female disciple, "Do the 2 of you have any objections?" The 2 of them were silent, but they definitely had objections. Since Qianyu had defeated Xianxia, it was reasonable for him to obtain a mortal soul fruit. In that case, if Pan Peng wanted a mortal soul fruit, then wouldn't the 2 of them get nothing? The one who was the most unwilling was the female disciple. To her, Qinyu was called for by her, and she had contributed to it. However, Pampeng was too strong, ranked 32 on the Celestial Martial Leaderboard. She did not dare to offend him. Whoosh, the Frost Temple had finished their discussion, and Yansu flew towards the black tree to pluck the mortal soul fruit. Qinyu was afraid that the other party would play some tricks, and immediately moved to pluck the mortal soul fruit. However, at this moment, a ray of green light shot out from the ground in another direction, quickly approaching the mortal soul fruit. Seeing this, both parties were shocked. There were other people hiding nearby? Chen, stop the enemy. These mortal soul fruits are all ours. The person who suddenly flew out was wearing the uniform of Celestial Sect, and said to Qinyu. However, Qinyu was unfamiliar with the voice, and was sure that he did not know the person. Not only that, the person who suddenly appeared had no facial features, and could not be identified. As for the other party calling him Chen, it was probably because he had overheard the others calling his name. Yansu's eyes narrowed. Looking at the expressions of Qinyu and the other three, they seemed to be very surprised at the sudden appearance of this person. Both sides should not have planned this beforehand. However, this faceless man who suddenly appeared had a strong cultivation level and was wearing the uniform of the Celestial Sect. He had to be cautious. Could it be that the Celestial Sect disciples were just putting on an act? Whoosh, Yansu's speed instantly increased by 50%, and he rapidly approached the mortal soul fruit. At the same time, he pointed out with his finger, and a thick icy beam of light instantly shot out. He knew that Qinyu was strong, so he didn't expect this finger to be able to kill him. As long as it could delay him for a moment, he would take all the human souls and escape. Qinyu was a little gloomy at the moment. Originally, they were going to split the man-soul fruits equally, but a third party suddenly popped up. On the surface, the other party seemed to be from the Celestial Sect and seemed to be helping them. However, in reality, they were intentionally messing up the situation. Facing Yansu's attack, Qinyu neither dodged nor evaded. His white tiger sacred claw pierced out. At the same time, crimson light surged from his back and turned into a pair of huge flaming wings. Boom! At this moment, Qinyu's speed increased explosively. He dashed forward and used his white tiger sacred claw to shatter the ice beam. Qinyu and Yansu arrived next to the man-soul fruits at the same time. However, at this moment, the faceless man arrived as well. Although the faceless man moved later, his speed was faster than Qinyu and Yansu. The three of them attacked at the same time, fighting for the man-soul fruits, but all of a sudden, the faceless man changed his move and struck out two palms at Qinyu and Yansu. Boom! The eerie green palm light burst forth. At such a close distance, Qinyu and Yansu found it hard to dodge and were hit head-on. Hee hee! The faceless man laughed lightly, revealing the attitude of a victor. Pung! An explosion occurred at the spot where the faceless man was standing. The windstorm covered the faceless man's smile. The two figures flew far away. Qinyu retreated 100 steps before stabilizing himself. The blood in his body was boiling. Yansu crashed into the desert far away and spat out a mouthful of blood. After he got up, he stared at the faceless man. He was sure that the faceless man was pretending to be a Celestial Sect disciple to make him feel enmity towards Qinyu. The faceless man then took advantage of the situation to reap the greatest benefits. However, the faceless man suddenly shouted, "Hand over the man-soul fruits." Qinyu laughed coldly and kept the man-soul fruits in his hands. Facing the faceless man's attack just now, he used his defensive secret skill to defend himself and took the opportunity to pluck a man-soul fruit. On the other side, Yansu used a similar method and suffered some injuries. However, he managed to obtain a man-soul fruit. The one who should hand over the man-soul fruits is you. You've offended two super forces. Yansu shouted with a cold expression. How could he be willing to let someone snatch something away from him? The faceless man heard this and did not show any signs of fear. He floated away from his original position. Although he had no facial features, it was obvious that he did not look too good. Just as the three super forces were facing off. Boom! At the location of the man-soul fruit tree, the sand and stone started to flow, forming a whirlpool. This attracted everyone's attention. The whirlpool gradually expanded, forming a black hole that led underground. The three of them extended their spiritual senses to check on the situation. After 1,000 feet underground, the three of them realized that there was a staircase and an ancient building. An underground building? Could it be an ancient ruin? Pan Peng's eyes lit up. Such a situation usually meant an opportunity. I've heard that the Dead Soul Desert was once a battlefield in ancient times. That battle was extremely tragic, turning the entire land into a desert. There must be a lot of treasures buried underneath. Pan Peng thought to himself. In fact, this forbidden area was full of opportunities. Many people would come here in search of opportunities. However, this place was fraught with danger. Occasionally, there would be skeletons that could be seen. Everyone from Celestial Sect, do you intend to report this to the sect or observe the situation first? Xianxia smiled and asked. Of course we'll observe first. If there's nothing below and it's just a coincidence, there's no need to report it to the sect. Pan Peng replied. He guessed that he wouldn't get a share of immortal soul fruits. Now that there was an opportunity, he couldn't let it go. After getting a response, Xianxia led the three people from Frost Temple and jumped into the cave. It could be said that those who were skilled were bold. Pan Peng looked at Qinyu, feeling conflicted. Qinyu was stronger than him. He was worried that Qinyu would snatch the spoils of war. However, without Qinyu, he felt uneasy. Qinyu smiled and entered the cave to observe the situation. Since the people from Frost Temple were leading the way and there were no signs of danger, if he left just like that, he might miss out on an opportunity. Seeing that Qinyu had entered the cave, Pan Peng called Lin Tianfeng and the rest to follow him. The few of them were unwilling to give up and wanted to try their luck. This is interesting. We didn't get all the mortal soul fruits and now we're in such a situation. I hope it's a blessing and not a curse. The faceless man sighed softly. In fact, he had been hiding nearby for a long time. He had hoped that the geniuses of the two forces would fight to the death and he would come out to get the 4 mortal soul fruits. However, things didn't go as he expected. That was why he made such a bad decision. In the end, he still failed and only got 2 mortal soul fruits. Whoosh, after the two forces entered the cave, he also flew into the cave. After a while. Swoosh! Swoosh, 2 silver rays of light shot out and turned into 2 flying tools that floated in the air. One of them was a young man with fair skin. There were ancient patterns on his skin as he stared into the cave. Our target should have entered the cave. The fair-skinned young man said. Next to him was a man in clown makeup. He looked like a clown puppet. Brother Dong thinks so too. The clown said. There's nothing good in the Dead Soul Desert. However, in order to retrieve our target, we have to take a risk. The fair-skinned young man sighed. I'll leave it to you. Brother Dong believes that you can complete the mission. The clown took a few steps back and handed the responsibility to him. No, your brother Dong is the best. Follow me. The fair-skinned young man pulled the clown into the cave. Qinyu, Pan Peng and the rest descended for 1,000 feet before landing on a stone step. After walking for a while, they arrived at a dilapidated underground palace. The surroundings were filled with eerie ghostly qi. The people from the Frost Palace who arrived here first were engaged in a fierce battle. Their targets were 5 corpses. These corpses were completely black and exuded a terrifying killing intent. Their eyes flickered with a cruel green light as they madly attacked the 4 people from the Frost Palace. Corpse Kings. Lin Tianfeng shuddered. These 5 corpses were all Corpse Kings, corresponding to star condensation monarchs. Although they had the advantage in numbers, their overall strength was inferior to the Frost Palace. It was only a matter of time before Xianxia's group won. Qinyu and the rest didn't care. Taking advantage of the battle between the Frost Palace and the Corpse Kings, they headed in another direction. After leaving the palace, there were many forks in the road and other buildings. There's a strong corpse G coming from that place. Everyone chose a path. Not long after, they found a pile of ruins with a dozen black mushrooms. Corpse Ghost Toadstool. Pan Peng called out. The Corpse Ghost Toadstool was a rare poison treasure. It was extremely poisonous, and the poisonous qi inside could enhance the cultivation of a poison cultivator. It could also be used to refine poison and raise corpses. Qin Yu, you've already obtained a mortal soul fruit. How about giving these corpse ghost toadstool to us? Pan Peng asked with a smile. If Qin Yu didn't agree, he would offend the other 3 people in the team. Up to you. Qin Yu said with a cold face. Seeing Qin Yu readily agree, Pan Peng and the other 2 immediately searched for treasures, although they were a little suspicious. Qin Yu shook his head and turned to leave. Previously, Pan Peng asked for the mortal soul fruit, and now he was targeting him for the corpse ghost toadstool. This person was too greedy. If there were any treasures, he would most likely fight for them. Qin Yu didn't want to turn into a situation of killing each other, so he chose to leave the team. However, he didn't go far when he suddenly felt a chill. Qin Yu quickly turned around and activated his white tiger sacred claw, striking out with it. The golden white claws flew out, shattering the corpse ghost aura in the air. Bang! In the dark space, a figure appeared and struck out with a dark green light, shattering Qin Yu's attack. You're quite vigilant. Hand over the mortal soul fruit, and I can consider sparing your life. The faceless man said calmly. He didn't say anything. It was obvious that after Qin Yu handed over the mortal soul fruit, he would definitely kill him. Ha ha ha. Qin Yu laughed loudly as if he had just heard a joke. What are you laughing at? The other party was confused. You should be the one to hand over the mortal soul fruit and beg me to spare your life. You should be the one to hand over the mortal soul fruit and beg me to spare your life. Qin Yu sneered. This guy had just snatched something in front of his eyes. Since they had met again, Qin Yu didn't plan to let him go so easily. Ha ha ha. The faceless man burst into laughter. Just like Qin Yu, he looked like he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Although he didn't have any facial expressions, it should be a secret technique to hide his face. He didn't really have no facial features. You shouldn't be that stupid. My cultivation is a 5-star king. The faceless man released his cultivation aura, and the surroundings instantly became oppressive. Many weak ghost corpses were scared away. 5-star king, so what? Qin Yu said calmly. He activated his celestial form body and instantly launched an attack. Swish, activating the profound of space to the limit, he instantly closed in on the faceless man. The white tiger sacred claw suddenly became covered in blood-colored flames and tore through the air. The faceless man was surprised. Qin Yu knew that he was a 5-star king, but he wasn't afraid at all and even took the initiative to attack. I think you're too arrogant. The faceless man snorted. A huge amount of origin energy surged on his palm, and a blue cold light burst out. In his opinion, Qin Yu was too arrogant. After all, Qin Yu's cultivation was at the peak late stage, but he had defeated Yan Su, a 4.5-star king. His confidence would definitely be inflated. However, inflating in front of a 5-star king was an extremely stupid act. Pung! Qin Yu's claw collided with the violent blue palm light. The opponent was indeed a 5-star king. This attack was far more powerful than Yan Su's finger art. But this time, Qin Yu used his full strength. Boom! The golden white light that Qin Yu created seemed to be indestructible as it cleaved through everything, including the berserk cyan palm light. What? The faceless man was shocked. His attack was broken by Qin Yu. This was unbelievable. Swish! The faceless man quickly retreated, but he was still affected by Qin Yu's attack. His clothes were torn, and 2 shallow bloodstains appeared on his chest. The faceless man stared at Qin Yu with a gloomy expression. He carefully thought back to the previous attack. As a 5-star king, he should have had the absolute advantage. How could he have been the weaker one? Even if Qin Yu cultivated the white tiger sacred claw and possessed the blood glass flame, he should not be this strong. Level 4 metal profound, level 4.5 space profound. The faceless man noticed this. But even so, it only made up for the gap between him and Qin Yu. What exactly was it that gave Qin Yu an advantage? Now, you can think about it. Hand over the mortal soul fruit and beg me to spare your life. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth curled up. Arrogant! The faceless man shouted angrily. Qin Yu had the upper hand in the first exchange, but that did not mean that he would lose to Qin Yu. Whoosh! Qin Yu attacked again. In this narrow space, he, who had mastered the level 4 space profound, had a certain advantage. He could easily get close to the faceless man and display his advantage to the greatest extent. Qinyu clawed again. His white tiger sacred claw was the most powerful weapon. Its attack was swift and sharp, and there was nothing it could not cut through. A fierce golden-red streak of light shot toward the faceless man. This time, the faceless man still did not notice that Qinyu had integrated the power of the void sky sacred flame into his attack. Under normal circumstances, Qinyu would not expose a powerful connate spirit flame like the void sky sacred flame. But after cultivating the 10,000 fire spirit technique, Qinyu was able to control the void sky sacred flame very precisely, making the flame as thin as a hair and mixing it with the blood glass flame to increase the power of his attack. He had considered this problem when he chose the 10,000 fire spirit technique. Clearly, Qinyu's attempt had succeeded. The faceless man did not notice it. This time, the faceless man did not hold back and attacked with all his strength. A deep blue ball of light flew out. Dim light swirled within the ball, and its center was pitch black as if it wanted to swallow Qinyu. Boom! In this attack, Qinyu still had the upper hand and cut the faceless man's attack. 5 bloody marks were left on the faceless man's body. Previously, they were flesh wounds, but this time, they were more serious. Damn it! The other party was a little annoyed. He had suffered 2 consecutive losses in the hands of a cultivator at the peak of the late star condensation realm. Unless he was really shameless, how could he remain indifferent? This kid has a special magical weapon in his hand. Even if I use a magical weapon, I may not be able to gain the upper hand. The faceless man thought to himself and did not release his magical weapon. After entering the underground, the reason why he followed Qinyu was naturally to observe the previous battle. He was very eager for Qinyu's heavenly spirit brush. Whoosh! Qinyu attacked again, releasing the vermilion bird sacred wings behind his back. Facing a 5-star king, he naturally would not hold back. The moment the vermilion bird sacred wings appeared, Qinyu's speed increased explosively. Like a raging fireball, he rapidly approached the faceless man. In a narrow space, it was difficult for the faceless man to dodge, so he could only face it head-on. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, the underground trembled slightly. The faceless man flew backward and smashed a hole in the wall. The buildings here were built many years ago, but they were still so solid. Otherwise, the faceless man's smash would not have just left a hole. Qinyu secretly used the power of the void sky sacred fire. Coupled with close combat, his advantage in strength was also brought into play, and the faceless man was just suppressed. Dark blue cloud destruction. The faceless man was very aggrieved. With a low roar, his skin gradually turned blue, and his aura became more violent. Boom! After he struck out with his palm, it seemed that he had struck out all the strength in his body, and his body gradually returned to normal. This palm formed a huge ball of light. It was dark and cold, engulfing everything. Qinyu's expression became serious. After all, the opponent was a 5-star king, and he had not been careless from the beginning. At this moment, the opponent was going all out and using a killer move. Star-Shattering Claw. Qinyu used the third move of the Sky-Shattering Star-Shattering Claw, tearing out a chaotic golden-red light. Boom! The two clashed fiercely. In less than half a breath, Qinyu's attack was shattered, and the opponent's attack was also weakened. Qinyu, this is the consequence of angering a 5-star king. The faceless man said coldly. He had used a killer move to shatter Qinyu's attack head-on, which was enough to crush him. However, facing danger, Qinyu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Boom! His fiery wings burned fiercely, and he shot out like a blood-red sun. His speed was pushed to the limit, and he instantly crashed over. This was the Sky Fiery Flash, a flying combat skill. It was an offensive flying combat skill tailored for body cultivators. Boom! Qinyu took the initiative to meet the faceless man's attack. He stabbed out with his claws, and a shocking explosion resounded. The surrounding buildings were shattered, and huge rocks fell from above. The faceless man stared ahead and suddenly said in shock, "Impossible." He saw that Qinyu had actually broken through his attack. Although he was injured and looked a bit haggard, Qianyu's injuries were healing quickly. At the same time, a strong sense of danger descended on the faceless man. Because Qianyu had already charged over, the two were very close. Kill. Qianyu's speed did not decrease. He instantly closed in on the faceless man, and the ferocious white tiger sacred claw pierced into the opponent's chest. He could clearly hear the sound of bones and organs being cut open. Pung, the faceless man's essence force exploded, and he threw out two palms, sending Qianyu flying. His face was pale, and he quickly retreated. Qianyu quickly climbed up. Just now, he had exchanged injury for injury, but his defense was very strong, and he had a middle-grade undying body. As long as the injuries were not very serious, it was basically nothing. But the faceless man did not have a middle-grade undying body, and his injuries were more serious. This injury for injury Qianyu had profited greatly. Monster. The faceless man thought of this term. Swoosh, he turned and fled, disappearing without a trace. Qianyu did not chase after him. It was too difficult to kill a 5-star monarch. Moreover, the underground environment was complicated, and there were unknown dangers. Qianyu walked forward for 100 feet and found a palace, but the roof was broken by a blood tree. The buildings here were very sturdy, and even if they were a bit dilapidated, they could not be broken by a tree. The blood tree was lush, but the leaves were all blood red, and it looked very strange. And Qianyu clearly observed that among the countless blood-red leaves, there were 3 leaves that looked different. They were like human palms, and they were gently floating. 1,000-leaf blood tree. This kind of tree was a precious material, and it was the favorite of blood Dao cultivators. Moreover, this 1,000-leaf blood tree had a certain chance of transforming into a 1,000-leaf blood hand tree, which was equivalent to completing a transformation. The blood hand leaves contained blood essence, and they could nourish one's physique and grow flesh and bones. For example, a blood hand leaf was enough to grow another leg for Panpung, who had his leg chopped off. The blood tree in front of him was in the process of transforming. In fact, the reason why Qianyu was able to force the faceless man to retreat was because he had discovered this 1,000-leaf blood tree. Once the faceless man discovered the 1,000-leaf blood tree, he would not leave easily, and it would be very difficult to split the spoils. Qianyu did not pluck the blood hand leaves, but moved the entire palace and the blood tree inside. It would be best if the 1,000-leaf blood tree could complete its transformation, but if it could not, there was no need to force it. After all, the environment inside the heart world was too poor, and this was something Qianyu understood. When Qianyu moved the entire palace away, the underground soil trembled, and roars could be heard as ghost corpses crawled out. After the faceless man escaped, he hid in a corner. Didn't he go missing in the demon race's territory? Not only did he come back alive, but his strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. The faceless man consumed a healing pill. He felt a little uncomfortable with Qianyu's improvement. He must have had some fortuitous encounters, the faceless man was certain. It was also because of this that he chose to attack Qianyu after coming underground. He wanted to kill Qianyu and snatch away the treasures on him. Someone's there? The faceless man who was healing suddenly sensed someone approaching. He held his breath, withdrew his aura, and blended into the darkness. On the other side, 3 people walked carefully. Brother Chen is too stingy. He left the team just for some corpse fiend toadstool. He even obtained a mortal soul fruit earlier. A dissatisfied female voice was heard. Compared to the mortal soul fruit, the corpse fiend toadstool was a level lower. Sigh, it's human nature. We're all from the same sect, don't blame him. Panpung sighed. Suddenly, Panpung stopped and transmitted a message to the other 2, there's someone in front. The 3 of them became cautious. There were still many dangers underground. At this moment, a man walked out from the corner. He was wearing the celestial sect's uniform. His face was like jade, and he was extremely handsome. Senior Brother Swa, why are you here? The female disciple was surprised, and her smile was like a flower. She did not expect the person to be celestial sect's young master Qingyang's was Yushan. He and the sect leader's disciple, young master Shuyang Han Shuyuan, were known as the 2 most handsome men in celestial sect. I didn't expect it to be Senior Brother Swa. Since you're here, you must help us. Previously, an enemy stole our mortal soul fruit. Pampung smiled and said. This was Yushan was one of the top 10 geniuses on the celestial martial list. With him here, they would definitely teach the Palace of Ice and the Faceless Man a lesson. Qinyu moved away a palace, and a group of ghostly corpses appeared below. These ghostly corpses were of varying strength. The strongest 3 were only at the star condensation late stage. To Qinyu, they were just a bunch of small fries. Qinyu did not even use his white tiger sacred claw. He punched out. Pung! In the next moment, a fist mark appeared on the chest of a star condensation late-stage ghostly corpse. Immediately, his chest caved in, leaving a fist-shaped hole. These ghostly corpses were known for their strong bodies. However, under Qinyu's punches, their bodies were like tofu. Every punch created a hole. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew from behind. Roar! Suddenly, a black shadow pounced at Qinyu from behind. At the same time, a pair of eerie, pitch-black claws and fangs appeared in the void as they flew toward Qinyu. Qinyu's star acupoint suddenly lit up, and a star-patterned robe quickly appeared. Pung! The enemy's sneak attack landed on the star-patterned robe, tearing it apart. To be able to break through Qinyu's defense, the enemy's strength was at least 4.5 stars. Hee hee. A human ghostly corpse laughed sinisterly. One of his eyeballs had fallen out, and he looked extremely ugly. What are you laughing at? Qinyu snorted. In the next moment, the recoil from the star-patterned robe swept towards the one-eyed ghostly corpse like a hurricane, sending it flying. Amidst the destructive explosion, a series of roars could be heard. The one-eyed ghostly corpse was obviously very angry. Qinyu flew out, wanting to kill the one-eyed ghostly corpse that attacked him. Whoosh! A black shadow rushed out from the explosion. The one-eyed ghostly corpse did not choose to fight with Qinyu, but escaped. Moreover, the other party was very fast, disappearing in front of him in an instant. Interesting. Compared to the other ghostly corpses that only knew how to kill, this one-eyed ghostly corpse was indeed interesting. The other party could sneak attack and escape. Obviously, it had a normal mind. Qinyu chased after it, and thought to himself, I wonder where this one-eyed ghostly corpse will go. The disciples of the Celestial Sect and the Ice Frost Temple came to the underground and wandered around blindly. As a member of this place, the one-eyed ghostly corpse should have a better understanding of the environment. Qinyu didn't want to wander around by himself, so he decided to follow the one-eyed ghost corpse to take a look. After a series of twists and turns, Qinyu saw an ancient gate. Everything around it was covered in mud, but Qinyu could guess that this was a huge building. Lost him? Qinyu scanned the surroundings and found no trace of the one-eyed ghost corpse. The environment here was complicated, and the one-eyed ghostly corpse was very familiar with the place. As a ghostly corpse, he would not be stopped by the other ghostly corpses. Qinyu walked through the black door. There seemed to be a seal on it that couldn't be opened. Pung! Without saying a word, Qinyu slammed his fist on the door, and a loud noise shook the surroundings. The door swayed, as if a wave of energy was dissipating, but it did not open. With Qinyu's strength, although he didn't use his full strength, he still couldn't open the door. It was a little strange. This building might have belonged to some powerful faction, or it might have been the residence of some strong cultivator. How could it have such good defense, at this moment? Swoosh swoosh, sounds of air braking could be heard. When the Celestial Sect team arrived, the first thing they saw was Qinyu in front of the door. Oh, it's Chen. Did you find anything? Pampung asked. They were exploring the place earlier, and when they heard the sudden tremors, they hurried over. There was only Qinyu here, and he didn't find any traces of treasures. It's here. Qinyu pointed to the front. There was nothing to hide. His gaze landed on a person from the Celestial Sect team. She was beautiful and had a gentle temperament. Senior brothers Wa. Qinyu recognized this genius from the Celestial Sect. He was one of the top 10 on the Sky Martial list. Although he was curious about Zhuozhushan's arrival, he didn't think too much about it. Chen is here too. Let's move together. It's safer that way. Zhuozhushan smiled warmly. Pampung was a little unhappy when he heard this. Previously, Qinyu took the initiative to lead the team. Now that they had a strong cultivator like Zhuoshan, they would definitely be better off than Qinyu. He didn't expect Zhuoshan to take the initiative to invite Qinyu. They had said many bad things about Qinyu before, but Zhuoshan didn't take it to heart at all. Sure. Qinyu didn't reject Zhuoshan. Zhuoshan was one of the top 10 on the Sky Marshal list, a 5-star King Realm cultivator. Swoosh swoosh, another 4 figures arrived. They were Yansu and the others from the Frost Palace. When Yansu and the others saw the Celestial Sect disciples, they weren't surprised. However, when they saw Zhuoshan, their faces turned serious. This is bad. Another strong cultivator from the Celestial Sect came. He is Zhuoshan, ranked 6 on the Sky Marshal list. A disciple said. The geniuses of the Celestial Sect naturally attracted a lot of attention. Zhuoshan was ranked 3 on the Sky Marshal list before. However, he was defeated by someone not long ago and was now ranked 6. Senior brothers Zhua, it was the people from the Frost Palace who stole our mortal soul fruits. Pampung said gloatingly. Now that the overall strength of the Celestial Sect surpassed that of the Frost Palace, they might even be able to kill them all. I didn't expect the disciples of the Celestial Sect to be so untrustworthy. Yansu snorted coldly. Hee. Don't misunderstand me, people from the Frost Palace. I don't care about your grudges from before. Whether there are treasures here or not, it's up to us. But now, shouldn't we work together to break this door? Zhuoshan smiled. The people from the Frost Palace were stunned. Zhuoshan didn't plan to attack them. Pampung was also surprised. This Zhuoshan was too nice. He invited Qinyu to join his team and didn't plan to attack the disciples of the Frost Palace. On the other hand, the female disciple in the team was charmed by Zhuoshan. Qinyu shook his head. Even if Zhuoshan were to attack, it would be difficult to destroy the Frost Palace's team. They might even have to pay a price. The current situation was not suitable for them to kill each other. All right. Yansu agreed. Let's work together to open the door first. There was a formation on the door. No one knew how many years had passed, but the formation still had some power. That was why it was difficult to break through. However, there happened to be someone in the Frost Palace's team who knew a little about formations. Bang, in less than half a cup of tea's time, the door was blasted open. The 2 teams quickly entered. The aura of the ghouls here was thicker than outside. At the same time, many ghostly corpses came after hearing the noise. The team immediately dealt with the ghostly corpses one by one. Looks like there are no treasures here. There are only ghostly corpses here. Lin Tianfeng sighed. Not all the ruins had treasures. They might have been looted by others. At this moment, the ground under their feet trembled. A strong evil aura exploded from the ground. Oh no, there's something more powerful down there. Pampang's face turned serious. Boom, the ground in the distance exploded, and a tall figure charged out. His body was pitch black, and a cold and powerful ghostly aura filled the entire space. His appearance caused the surrounding ghostly corpses to tremble and prostrate. Roar, the tall, bald ghostly corpse let out an angry roar. His eyes flashed with bloodlust and killing intent as he stared at the people in front of him. The Celestial Sect and Frost Palace's teams also felt great pressure. This aura, mysterious dark realm? Yansu's heart trembled. Die. The bald ghostly corpse king roared. He clenched his fist and punched. This powerful punch filled with murderous intent carried a terrifying pressure. The power rushed into everyone's hearts, making them feel fear, nervousness, and other negative emotions. Attack together! Zhuoshan shouted at the critical moment. Other than Qinyu and Yansu, everyone else recovered. In this situation, they could only block with all their strength. Boom, the star acupoints on Qinyu's body shone. He punched with all his strength, and a white light shot out, affecting the bald ghostly corpse king's punch. Rumble, the violent explosion caused a storm that pushed everyone back. Qinyu and senior brother Zhua were slightly injured. As for the others, some vomited blood, and some were sent flying. Their injuries were not light. If this is a ghostly corpse at the mysterious dark realm, it's a bit weak. Qinyu said to himself. There was a huge gap between the mysterious dark realm and the star condensation realm. Even a 4-star king would be killed in one move when facing a mysterious dark realm. If that was the case, a 5-star king wouldn't be much better. This person was at the mysterious dark realm, but his foundation was damaged. When he died, his cultivation dropped. Xianxia also had a grim expression. Everyone from the celestial sect, should we kill him? Xianxia asked. They hadn't found any treasures, so it was too much of a loss to fight this powerful ghostly corpse king. Kill. Xianxia replied. The ghostly corpse king had already set its sights on them, and it would be very difficult for them to escape. If they didn't finish off the other party, they wouldn't be able to continue exploring. Xianxia didn't object. If he was alone, he definitely wouldn't do such a thing, but they had the numbers advantage, and the enemy wasn't at the mysterious dark realm. Even if he was just a bystander, if they worked together, they might be able to defeat the enemy. Whoosh! Boom, the battle began at any moment. The two groups arrived on either side of the bald ghostly corpse king to distract the enemy and launch a pincer attack. If one side was attacked by the ghostly corpse king, the other side could use this chance to attack. This was a very good strategy. However, this ghostly corpse king's physical body was extremely tough, and normal attacks were incapable of injuring it. Of the 9 people, only Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianxia could injure the ghostly corpse king. At the start of the battle, the two sides were evenly matched, but as everyone used a few tricks, the ghostly corpse king fell into a passive state. Young Master Qingyang, with the strength of someone in the top 10 of the Heaven Martial ranking, why don't you use some killing moves to quickly finish off this ghostly corpse king? Xianxia said. He felt that Xianxia wasn't using his full strength. The 6th ranked on the Heaven Martial ranking was a little weak. Xianxia ignored him. He was the faceless man from before, and he had been injured in his battle with Qianxia. Moreover, if he used his full strength, the others might be able to sense his identity. Cling-clang, when Qianxu's white tiger sacred claw struck the ghost corpse king, it felt as if he had struck a solid metal wall. However, the white tiger sacred claw managed to pierce through the ghost corpse king's flesh, leaving behind 5 wounds. Ants, you're courting death. The bald ghostly corpse king roared, waves of ghostly energy surging out. Broom, the ground trembled once more as a blue light flew into the ghostly corpse king's hand and turned into a large bow. The ghostly corpse king pulled back the bowstring, and a dark arrow of light condensed on its own, exuding a dreadfully sharp aura. What a good profound artifact. Xianxia's eyes brightened. A fine high-grade profound artifact. Xianxia said. High-grade profound artifacts were very rare, and the Heavenine Soul brush that Qianxia had obtained was an ordinary high-grade artifact. As for the large bow, its aura was even stronger. It was at least a fine high-grade artifact, perhaps even a peak high-grade artifact. It was a profound artifact of the profound nether realm. Everyone immediately became excited. This spoil of war was definitely worth it. Everyone was prepared to lose their loot, but the bald ghost corpse king took out a powerful profound artifact. However, there was only one of it, and it depended on who would get it in the end. Everyone was extremely envious of this item, but Qianxia was fine. After all, he had the Heaven's Phantom Brush and the 10,000 Dragon Crown. If he had the chance to get the bow, he wouldn't give it away. Even if he didn't use the bow, he could exchange it for cultivation resources. Whoosh, the bald ghost corpse king released the bowstring, and a dark arrow pierced through the air towards Xianxia's team. They were only a bit afraid of the bald ghost corpse king before, but now that he was using a powerful profound artifact, they felt threatened. Under such circumstances, Xianxia, Qianxia, and the others immediately joined forces and even used some of their trump cards. Qianxia waved his claw and focused on defense. Xianxia's profound artifact sword released a shocking sword intent, and a bright green sword aura landed on the arrow. Bang! In an instant, the dark arrow aura shattered the green sword aura, but its power was slightly weakened. They defended with all their strength, forming a yuan qi wall. Boom! The yuan qi wall exploded as soon as it was hit, and everyone was sent flying. Qianxia and Xianxia retreated 100 steps and stopped, suffering some light injuries. Pan Peng, Lin Tianfeng, and the others were smashed into the wall behind them, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The bald ghost corpse king used a powerful profound artifact, and it was difficult for a small team to defend against it. Another reason was that everyone was holding back. If they had used all their strength, they wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. On the other side, the Frost Temple's team attacked the bald ghost corpse king from behind. Skyfrost Finger, Xianxia used his powerful finger technique, and the bone-chilling light beam landed on the ghost corpse king's wound. The chill entered his body and froze everything. The others also used their killer moves. Most of the Frost Temple's disciples cultivated the Ice Dao, which was a hindrance to the ghost corpse king's movement. Hiss. Die. The bald ghost corpse king screamed in pain, and pulled the bowstring again. This time a thick beam of light condensed on the bow, and it was aimed upwards. Could it be that this guy wants to make this place collapse and die with us? Pan Peng exclaimed. In fact, even if this place collapsed, they would not die. It was just that the situation would become more chaotic, which was not what they wanted to see. Swoosh, the arrow light flew up, but it didn't rush to the top. Instead, it split into countless tiny dark arrow lights in midair. Like a drizzle, it carried the aura of death and spread in all directions. Bows and arrows could also be used for ranged attacks. Retreat. Lin Tianfeng shouted. There were arrows coming from all directions. For someone with average strength like him, if he were to face them head-on, there would be consequences. Qi. The celestial sect female disciple's shoulder and thigh were pierced by 2 arrows. The wounds were filled with corpse poison. As a body cultivator, Qinyu was good at defense, but he was more afraid of the first arrow. This arrow's attack was dispersed and the damage was reduced. With his defense and the star-patterned clothes, he would be fine even if the arrow hit him. I have to finish this quickly, Zhou Zhushan said. Qinyu nodded. If the bald ghost corpse king continued to wear on, there might be a large number of casualties. By then, it would be more difficult to kill the ghost corpse king. Xiao, Zhou Zhushan's long sword flew out, drawing a bright green sword light. Sharp sword chi surged in the surroundings, leaving countless sword marks. Pooh, the sword hit the bald ghost corpse king's throat, creating a hole. However, the ghost corpse king was not dead yet. The ghost corpse king's defense and survival ability were extremely strong. Compared to a normal person's fatal injury, it was completely ineffective. Star-splitting claw, Qinyu struck out with his claw. A golden-white crescent split everything in front of him and hit the bald ghost corpse king's head, leaving a bloody wound. Frost heaven suppressing. Xianxia shouted. A black ice vortex appeared on top of the ghost corpse king's head. A finger fell from the vortex, bringing with it a chill that could freeze everything. The ghost corpse king was hit by the finger. His body was covered in ice, and his movements became much slower. Everyone started to use their strongest techniques. Otherwise, they might fail miserably. Kill. The 9 of them attacked fiercely again. Attacks from all directions enveloped the ghost corpse king, leaving various wounds on his body. In a short while, the bald ghost corpse king's body was full of holes. His breath was weak, and he was close to death. However, at this time everyone became more cautious, in case the ghost corpse king died with him. Senior brother Yen, this ghost corpse king will be killed by us soon. But there is only one Xian weapon. What should we do then? The Ice Frost Temple disciple asked Xianxia through telepathy. In terms of combat power, they were no match for the 5 celestial sect disciples. Qinyu alone was enough to defeat Xianxia. Now, there was another 5-star king, Zhou Zhushan. The celestial sect's team is indeed strong. Therefore, they are hated by the ghost corpse king. The ghost corpse king's counterattack before its death might be aimed at them. When the time comes, we should be careful, grab the bow and run. Xianxia smiled and said. It would be enough for him to get a mortal soul fruit and this bow. Being too greedy would usually lead to death. If we die together. The bald ghost corpse king suddenly roared, and the aura of a ghoul filled the air. The ghost corpse king, who was clearly on the verge of death, suddenly roared excitedly, and his strength soared. This was obviously a counterattack before its death. Swoosh swoosh, almost at the same time everyone retreated. However, they would not run too far away. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to giving up the treasure. Chen Yu was calm. With his defensive power, there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, speed was his area of expertise. He was quite confident that he could get that Xian weapon. Everyone was ready for the counterattack of the bald ghost corpse king before its death. But at this moment... Swoosh! 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 4 shadows flew out from the entrance. They looked like humans, but they were of different shapes and sizes. Their bodies were made of metal. Mechanical marionettes. The sudden appearance of the mechanical marionettes attracted everyone's attention. It was obvious that these puppets were from a third party, which they did not notice before. Boom! The palms of the 4 mechanical marionettes shone with a yellow halo. The accumulated energy was released in an instant, turning into 8 bright yellow light pillars. The targets of the mechanical marionettes were not the bald ghost corpse king, but the humans present. At the same time, the bald ghost corpse king's counterattack arrived. The bow in his hand once again shot out a wave of dark arrow shadows, sweeping in all directions. Not good. Retreat. Rumble, the sound of the explosion drowned out everyone's screams. Then, miserable screams were heard. Pan Peng and Lin Tianfeng were each hit by a few arrows, blood dripping from the corner of their mouths. The female disciple was no longer human, blood splattering everywhere. Suizhishan's face was pale, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Chen Yu's star pattern robe was already torn, and he had suffered some injuries, which quickly healed themselves. On the other side, the 4 from the Frost Palace were in a worse state. 2 died tragically, 1 was severely injured, and Yansu was also injured, blood dripping from his forehead. Who was it? Yansu's face was cold and cruel. This third party was really despicable. They had attacked at the last moment, causing everyone to suffer heavy losses. Suddenly, the ghost corpse king screamed in pain. Everyone immediately looked over and saw a mechanical puppet in the shape of a little girl on top of the ghost corpse king's head, releasing a blue flame that ignited the ghost corpse king. This blue flame had a strong restraining effect on the ghost corpse king. In less than a breath's time, the ghost corpse king was charred and fell to the ground. The blue bow in the ghost corpse king's hand flew up and was about to fall into the hands of the female puppet. Swoosh! Chen Yu, Suizhishan, Yansu, and Pan Peng immediately rushed out. The others were heavily injured, and only they had the strength to fight. Among the 4, Pan Peng was the slowest, Yansu's injuries were the worst, and Chen Yu and Suizhishan stood out. This person has 4.5 space profound, and has the ability to teleport short distances. Unless I expose my identity, otherwise, Suizhishan was conflicted. In the end, he gave up. How could he expose his identity so easily? Swoosh! A pair of blood-colored fire wings spread out from Chen Yu's back. He turned into a blood-red light and flashed out, appearing next to the female puppet. Boom! Chi! 5 dazzling golden-red streaks of light struck the girl's mechanical puppet. The female puppet didn't expect Chen Yu to be so fast. She immediately went into defense. She reached out her palm and released a huge amount of energy, forming an arc-shaped barrier. Chen Yu immediately flew to the bow and held it in his hand. You dare to steal my stuff? Go to hell. The female puppet scolded angrily. She looked like a little girl. However, at this moment, the girl was emitting a very dangerous aura. That kind of energy fluctuation made Suizhishan's face slightly darken. Boom! The female puppet waved her palm, and a beautiful blue flame light wave rushed out. 5-star king-level mechanical puppet. Chen Yu flapped his wings and quickly retreated, narrowly dodging the female puppet's attack. The 4 puppets below attacked everyone as soon as they appeared, attracting most of the people's attention. However, the strongest puppet was actually this girl. She had killed the ghost corpse king and was about to snatch the profound weapon, but Chen Yu was 1 step ahead of her. Hee, you guys are not weak to only cause such a small number of casualties. The female puppet suddenly calmed down and spoke in a human-like voice. Just now, it was the mechanical puppet's own will. Now, it's the mastermind controlling it to speak. Chen Yu stared at the female puppet and analyzed in his heart. You have already killed a celestial sect disciple. Just wait for celestial sect's revenge. Suizhishan said coldly. Once the female disciple died, the soul plate stored in the celestial sect would shatter, and the enforcers would rush here immediately. What happened before was a misunderstanding. Our target is not you guys. Please step aside. The female puppet said. The celestial sect disciples were deep in thought. What was the target of the third party? They couldn't help but look at the few people from the Frost Temple. Xianxia's expression suddenly turned serious, and a black light flashed in his eyes. Human, you have something that belongs to our tribe. Come with us obediently. The female puppet stared at Xianxia and said. Qinyu, Zhuozhushan and the rest were confused. The enemy was after Xianxia. What kind of treasure did he have on him? He even made the enemy give up that profound weapon so easily. Human, it might not be a bad thing to follow us. Are you sure you want to resist? The female mechanical puppet stared at Xianxia, not in a hurry to attack. Hee. Xianxia sneered and did not answer. It would be a good thing if the enemy told him everything. He would not mind going. However, the enemy did not say anything and wanted to kidnap him. How could he agree? If that is the case, I will not talk nonsense. As for the people of Celestial Sect, I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. The female mechanical puppet smiled, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty expression. Brothers they killed a disciple of the Celestial Sect. The Celestial Sect won't let them off easily. That's why both sides are enemies. How can they let them off so easily? If the Ice Frost Temple is finished, you will be finished too. If Brothers is willing to help, I will be very grateful. All the spoils of war will belong to you. Xianxia secretly transmitted a message to Zhuozhushan. He was the leader of the team. Zhuozhushan was tempted. Xianxia's promise was very tempting. These mechanical puppets were very human-like, which showed their value. If he could get his hands on the 5-star king stage puppet, it would be equivalent to having a powerful trump card. On the other hand, Xianxia's reaction proved that the enemy did have a treasure. First, I will defeat the third force, then I will kill Xianxia. Zhuozhushan had already planned everything out. Whoosh, Xianxia suddenly rushed towards the 4 mechanical puppets at the entrance. A cold mist spread out, forming black ice in the surroundings. To defeat the enemy, they had to target the mastermind. The Celestial Sect disciples were killed. How can we let the murderer go? Follow me to avenge our dead junior sister. Zhuozhushan said with a righteous look. Panpeng, Lin Tianfeng, and Qinyu were slightly taken aback. Zhuozhushan's actions were a little reckless. However, the enemy's reckless attitude was too arrogant. If they could kill the enemy, they would be able to obtain so many mechanical puppets. It would be a valuable spoil of war. Whoosh. The 2 teams rushed out together. 2 people died in the previous battle. The remaining 7 were all injured to varying degrees. However, it was not a problem for them to deal with 5 mechanical puppets. However, in such a situation, finding the mastermind was undoubtedly the best solution. Kill. The 5 mechanical puppets also showed their killing intent. The 2 sides instantly collided. In a certain pavilion in the ruins, a fair-skinned man and a clown were sitting peacefully. In front of the 2 of them, there were 5 large silver screens of light. This was the vision of the 5 mechanical puppets, and at this moment, all of them were displayed. You shouldn't have made a move at that time. Now, they are working together. The clown stared at the screen. It was obvious that the fair-skinned man had planned to kill both teams at once and obtain the bow at the same time. There was also another reason. His flying device had detected a second target. Although it was only for a moment, it could have been a malfunction. However, if it was true, then he would have made a great contribution this time. That was why the fair-skinned man wanted to capture all of them in one fell swoop. Why didn't you make a move? If you had made a move just now, at least half of them would have died. This situation wouldn't be like this. The pale-skinned man stared at the clown. I took action and helped you control the 2 puppets. The clown said innocently. You know, I'm talking about you taking out your mechanical puppet. The most outstanding puppet that the pale-skinned man had was the girl's mechanical puppet. The clown's puppeteering skills were not any weaker than his. How could he not have strong puppets? If they had attacked together just now, they would definitely have been able to deal a fatal blow to the Frost Temple and Celestial Sect. There is an interesting person among them, the clown said with a smile. Oh? So you didn't expect me to annihilate all of them in the first place? The pale-skinned man's eyes turned gloomy. If that was the case, then he would take care of all the enemies by himself. Swoosh, with a wave of his hand, 10 black metal spiders flew out and quickly disappeared, disappearing to some unknown place. The 7 people from the Frost Temple and Celestial Sect were fighting against the 5 mechanical puppets. Among them, Zhuozhushan was dealing with the 5-star king-level puppet. Qinyu and Yansu were dealing with the other 2 puppets that were 4.5 star. The rest of them were severely injured. Against the 2 weaker puppets, they only had a slight advantage. Die. On the other side, a female mechanical puppet held 2 swords in her hands and attacked fiercely. Thousands of silvery white sword auras surrounded Qinyu. This mechanical puppet is not easy to deal with, Qinyu thought to himself. He swung out his white tiger divine claw and broke the enemy's attack. The mechanical puppet in front of him was very agile. It had its own personality and was very human-like. It also knew a variety of combat skills and could attack and defend at the same time. This mechanical puppet was much more powerful than the usual mechanical puppets. At this moment, 10 black metal spiders flew out from the entrance and surrounded the group. The metal spiders spat out silvery webs from their mouths. The webs connected with each other and finally formed a magic array. Not only that, at the top of the magic array, there were 8 spider eyes that were moving agilely. They locked onto all the human beings in the area. Suddenly, a ray of silver light shot out from the eyeballs. Swoosh swoosh, rays of silver-gray light shot towards everyone with great accuracy. Qinyu was hit by one of the silver light rays. A light mark was left on his left arm, but it disappeared without a trace. The rest of them did not have Qinyu's defensive power. For a moment, they were a bit flustered. The magic array is to prevent us from escaping. Although the attack from the top of the magic array is not very strong, it is enough to affect the situation. If it continues, it will be very bad for us. Zhuozhushan frowned. The rest of them also realized this. The enemy seemed to be stronger than they had imagined. We have to break the magic array and find the manipulator, Yansu said coldly. But the magic array master from the Frost Temple's group had died. They could only break the magic array forcefully. Yansu moved the battle to the edge of the magic array. While fighting against the mechanical puppets, he attacked the magic array barrier in an attempt to destroy it. Bang! Yansu's attack landed on the silver magic array barrier. The entire silver spiderweb-like magic array trembled slightly, but it was still very stable. Qinyu, you are stronger. Move together with Yansu. After breaking the magic array, we will go and catch the manipulator, Zhuozhushan ordered. If he sent Qinyu away, then these mechanical puppets would be his trophies. And when Qinyu faced an unknown enemy, it was very likely that he would be in danger or even die. This was what Zhuozhushan was happy to see. Okay. Qinyu agreed. There were too many people here. He had a lot of trump cards that he could not expose. It would be different after he left here. And Zhuozhushan was right. Qinyu could deal with the mechanical puppets with ease. Like Yansu, he could resist the mechanical puppets while attacking and destroying the magic array. Qinyu immediately moved toward Yansu. When he was close to Yansu, the mysterious heart reacted again. There was something on Yansu that attracted it. At this time, Qinyu did not think too much about it. He operated the fire control skill of the all-fire spiritual method and secretly condensed the sacred void fire into a silk thread and integrated it into the blood-glazed flame. Swish, Qinyu slashed out with his claw. The violent claw light attacked the magic array with flames all over the sky. The battle was chaotic and the blood-glazed flame was covering it. No one discovered the secret of the sacred void fire. Swish, the magic array was cut open by Qinyu's attack. The sacred void fire had a strong restraining effect on space-type magic arrays, but it was still a little surprising that it could be broken in one try. This scene surprised Yansu. The magic array was very strong. He guessed that it would take a while to break it. Swish, he saw Chinyu quickly jump out of the gap, and then the gap quickly closed. Yansu watched Chinyu leave. He suddenly had a bad feeling, but he did not know what it was. Die. A cold shout came along with a sharp silver sword light. Damn, Chinyu ran away. This mechanical puppet fell on my head. Yansu panicked and quickly retreated. After Chinyu broke the magic array, he began to look for the manipulator behind the scenes. But he did not fly far when a ball suddenly sprang out from the ground. The ball then split open, revealing countless metal tentacles inside. These tentacles then shot toward Chinyu like lightning. Bang! Chinyu waved the white tiger sacred claw and cut off more than 100 tentacles. But there were still some that grabbed Chinyu and dug out his skin, absorbing his vitality and yuan qi. In this situation, the one who was trapped was destined to die. Chinyu quickly waved his claws and cut off all the metal tentacles. He stomped on the metal ball below and burst it. He moved forward again. At a corner, 2 round holes suddenly appeared on both sides of the wall. Cold mist sprayed out and instantly froze everything. The passage was sealed, and even the air was completely frozen. Chinyu did not even frown. The vermilion bird's sacred wings on his back released a scorching wave of blood and turned into a giant blood-red bird that attacked forward. His vermilion bird's sacred wings were about to be perfected, and its attack was only slightly weaker than the white tiger's sacred claws. But the fire element attack was easier to deal with in this situation. Boom boom boom, the ice in front of him shattered, and the ice around him melted. Chinyu quickly broke through this obstacle. Gradually, Chinyu's mysterious heart sensed the aura of a living being in a certain direction, so he quickly rushed over. There were still many obstacles along the way, but Chinyu's speed, power, and defense were all flawless. He crushed through them head-on. The fair-skinned man sitting in the pavilion had a gloomy expression as he clenched his fists. What's going on? He broke through the enchantment so easily. The fair-skinned man was slightly angry. A person's soul power was limited. With his unique talent, controlling so many puppets and using formations was already his limit. He could not send any more puppets to deal with Chinyu. However, I have also set up some traps along the way. It will be very difficult for him to reach here. The fair-skinned man calmed himself down. But a moment later, he heard a violent tremor, and it was getting closer and closer. This person's speed, defense, and power are all extraordinary. Your traps can't stop him, the clown said. The tremor continued and became clearer. The other party was clearly approaching. Then how did he know we were here? Did you leak it? This person is someone you know? Am I right? The situation was getting out of control, and the fair-skinned man was very annoyed. He started to suspect the clown. Boom, an explosion sounded from not far away. Dust billowed, and the ground beneath his feet started to tremble. Whoosh, a streak of flame rushed over and turned into the figure of a tall man. His body was covered in starlight, and he had a pair of flaming wings on his back. He had a faint smile on his face. Found you. Found you. Chinyu glanced at the fair-skinned man and the 5 light screens in front of him. The fair-skinned man's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Chinyu's speed was too fast. In such a short period of time, Chinyu had broken through all the traps he had set up. Wait, found you? Shouldn't it be you? The fair-skinned man glanced and realized that the clown was no longer there. That guy had retreated earlier. You don't seem to be a human. Chinyu stared at the fair-skinned man and said. Although the fair-skinned man looked very similar to a human, his aura was completely different. Since he was a mutated human and had just attacked Chinyu's group, then there was no need for him to be polite. Chinyu waved his claw and 5 violent golden-red claw marks pierced towards the fair-skinned man like sharp arrows. Even if you found me, you're too naive to think that you can kill me. The fair-skinned man's body was surrounded by a white aura that fused into his palm and turned into a bright ball of light. Boom, the 2 forces collided and a powerful shockwave blasted the surroundings. I didn't expect the mastermind to be so strong. Chinyu smiled. The fair-skinned man didn't say anything, but he looked at Chinyu with even more disdain. If it wasn't for Chinyu instantly breaking through the barrier and finding this place, he could have killed everyone here to prove himself. Whoosh, the fair-skinned man threw a metal ball and quickly retreated, wanting to escape. Hee hee. Xianxia chuckled. The fair-skinned man wasn't stupid. Although he and Xianxia were evenly matched, he was distracted and his control over the mechanical marionettes was lowered. Although these mechanical marionettes also had their own intelligence, they still had flaws and weren't as good as him in control of the situation. On the other side, Xianxia had escaped from the barrier. The pressure on everyone had increased. Especially Xianxia. Facing two mechanical marionettes that were about the same strength as him, he didn't care about his image and was running around. This guy didn't even injure the marionettes before leaving. Xianxia's hatred for Xianxia increased. On the other side, Zhuoshan was happy to see Xianxia's situation and had no intention of helping. Xianxia's strength was not weak either. At this moment, the heavier his injuries were, the more beneficial it would be for his plan. However, according to the previous movements, there seems to be some obstruction outside the barrier. Xianxia shouldn't be able to find the mastermind so quickly, Zhuoshan frowned. The enemy was stronger than he had imagined. He hoped that Xianxia would not die too quickly, or at least cause trouble for the person behind the scenes. In this way, they would be able to turn the situation around and develop the plan according to Zhuoshan's plan. At this moment, the girl in front of him was a mechanical puppet. Her emotions became violent, bloodthirsty, and insane. Boom! Boom! Streaks of dazzling green flames rushed out. The enemy's sudden change made Zhuoshan panic for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. The enemy seemed to be more ferocious, but there were also more openings. After stabilizing, Zhuoshan completely grasped the initiative and led the enemy into his rhythm. Looks like that kid has found the mastermind. Zhuoshan thought to himself, this speed is a bit too fast. The others gradually realized this as well. The mechanical puppets became easier to deal with, and the formation around them also became slightly chaotic. This kid is quite fast. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. His crisis had been alleviated. Alright, now deal with these puppets, break the formation, and eliminate the enemy. Zhuoshan ordered. Xianxia did not reply, he had other thoughts in his mind. The enemy was indeed coming for him. Although Xianxia had found the mastermind, he might not be able to kill the opponent. Therefore, there was no need for him to fight to the death here. He would escape when he found an opportunity. It was also because of this that he had promised not to take any spoils of war. The fair-skinned man threw the metal ball and escaped. The ball split open, and countless metal tentacles extended out, wrapping around Xianxia. However, Xianxia had seen this kind of method before, so it was easier for him to deal with it. Chi, he waved his claws in the air. Before the metal tentacles could touch Xianxia, they were all cut off, including the metal ball. After dealing with the metal ball, Xianxia quickly chased after him. In terms of speed, the fair-skinned man was far inferior to Xianxia, and he was caught up in 3 breaths. Human, you dare to chase after me? The fair-skinned man revealed a ruthless expression. He was threatening Xianxia, but it was useless. I dare to do more than just chase after you. Xianxia replied coldly. Chi, the white tiger's divine claws waved again, and terrifying sharp claws slashed out, leaving deep ravines on the ground and walls. The fair-skinned man was infuriated by Xianxia. Boom, he used his yuan power and threw out a palm attack. A shining white light clashed and blocked Xianxia's attack. The fair-skinned man's cultivation had reached 4.5 stars, and his foundation was solid. His yuan power was powerful, but for some reason, his battle ability was very weak, and he was not Xianxia's opponent at all. You are the weakest 4.5-star king I have ever seen. Xianxia said bluntly. The fair-skinned man's mouth twitched, but he did not refute. Their tribe's biggest weakness was their weak battle ability. However, no tribe dared to look down on them, not even the strongest tribes in the main world. You can't kill me. Chasing after me is a waste of energy. Why don't you go back and see your fellow disciples? The fair-skinned man revealed an evil smile. Xianxia frowned. Logically speaking, he was chasing after the mastermind, and the disciples of Celestial Sect and Ice Palace should be able to turn the situation around. Suddenly, Xianxia realized something. That female mechanical puppet called herself We. This meant that there should be more than one mastermind. Seems like you have guessed it. The fair-skinned man's mouth twitched, and he smiled confidently. When the clown suddenly escaped, he was furious, and suspected that the clown was here to cause trouble. However, the clown transmitted a message to him, saying that the clown wanted to capture the target. Boom! Xianyu's white tiger divine claws released an even stronger aura. His 5 claws came together, and a golden-red crescent moon was formed, rushing towards the fair-skinned man. You actually did not help them. The fair-skinned man was taken aback. Killing you is the same as helping them. Xianyu shouted coldly. The vermilion bird's sacred wings on his back burned with raging flames, and sharp and fiery feathers flew out. The fair-skinned man felt that this person's way of thinking was unusual. However, he did not have time to think about this. Xianyu, who had unleashed his full power, was shockingly strong, close to the level of a 5-star king. The fair-skinned man took out a turtle-patterned shield, and his body curled up like a tortoise. The turtle-patterned shield's defense was shocking, and it blocked all of Xianyu's attacks. This guy really has a lot of good stuff on him. Xianyu was a little impressed. He knew how to use mechanisms, control puppets, and some other strange things. He also had a lot of high-grade Xian weapons on him. I've said it before. Chasing after me is a waste of energy. You won't be able to kill me. The fair-skinned man said calmly. Xianyu did not reply, but he used his heart to prove it. Murderous heart incantation, rupture heart. Xianyu's heart started to vibrate violently, and an invisible vibration sound exploded in the air. A powerful vibration energy was instantly transmitted to the fair-skinned man's heart. Pfft! The fair-skinned man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face was as pale as a dead man's. Murderous heart incantation. You are from the blood tribe? The fair-skinned man's eyes widened in shock. Xianyu couldn't help but smile. This fair-skinned man was a little funny. He had many tricks up his sleeves, and his survival ability was strong. Xianyu had chased after him for a while, but he had not been able to hurt him. However, the fair-skinned man's physique was too weak, and the murderous heart incantation's effect was outstanding. Before Xianyu could reply, the fair-skinned man took out a flying tool and threw out a colorful bead. When Xianyu saw this multicolored bead, he had a bad premonition. Immediately, he strengthened his defenses. Buzz! The 5-colored pearl shined with a beautiful light, and a terrifying power suddenly exploded out. Multicolored flames rushed out from within the pearl, and the shocking flame power swept out, destroying everything. Facing the power of the colorful bead, Xianyu immediately stopped and retreated. A star-pattern robe appeared on his body, and he defended with all his might. Boom! After the explosion, Xianyu was buried. The flame bead had caused many burns on his body, and it looked quite terrifying. But most of them were just superficial injuries, and a medium-grade undying body could quickly heal them. That colorful bead contains many kinds of strange true fire spiritual flames. The colorful bead was a trump card, but it did not kill Xianyu, and it could not even be considered as a heavy injury. In comparison, Xianyu's murderous heart incantation had heavily injured the other party's heart. The enemy had escaped, and Xianyu was prepared to go back and take a look. But suddenly, dong dong! Dong dong! Xianyu's mysterious heart started to beat faster, as if it was sending out an extremely urgent desire. The stronger the desire, the more important something was to the mysterious heart. Xianyu had already concluded that. And now, this desire was more suitable than ever. Xianyu's expression changed, and he quickly rushed down. The fair-skinned man flew out of the ground at a high speed on a flying tool. Damn it! The burning flame bead is wasted. The fair-skinned man was a bit distressed. This bead was very powerful, and it could be considered his trump card. The power that it could erupt in an instant could kill a 5-star king. I wonder how Imo Sandong is doing. The fair-skinned man murmured. Right at this moment, on the light screen in front of the flying tool, a red dot shone brighter and brighter. At the same time, a second red dot appeared, flashed, and disappeared quickly. Underground. The situation was originally getting better, and the mechanical puppets were about to be taken care of. All of a sudden, 3 more puppets charged out. Their shapes were extremely peculiar, and even incomparably ugly. But these 3 ugly puppets were powerful, and they were only slightly weaker than the girl's mechanical puppet. With the addition of the ugly puppets, they were instantly defeated. And the culprit of all this was standing at the giant door, staring at them with a sinister clown face. "Human, follow Brother Sandong obediently." The clown smiled wickedly. In front of him, Xianxia was lying on the ground with a pale face, covered in blood. "I haven't lost yet." Xianxia's face was fierce, and he finally took off the iron ring on his left index finger. "Oh no, you're going to use that power." The clown noticed it in time, and he ordered the puppets to attack. Even if he had to kill Xianxia, he had to stop the other party. Boom! The moment the iron ring on Xianxia's index finger fell off, his finger turned black, and ancient and intricate patterns appeared on it. At the same time, a forbidden aura spread out. Everyone in the surroundings felt their blood run cold, and they couldn't move. And Qinyu, who was returning to the underground, had an intense desire in his heart, as if it was burning. Suddenly, an image appeared in his mind. It was a pitch-black finger. Qinyu couldn't help but wonder why the mysterious heart wanted a finger so much. Xianxia, who was already seriously injured and on the verge of death, suddenly emitted a forbidden aura. He became the center of the world, and everything around him became dim. "What is going on?" Zhuoshan, who was not far away, felt his heart beating wildly, and his blood almost froze. His opponent had such a powerful trump card, and he even wanted to deal with Xianxia. The rest of the people were also shocked, and they had goosebumps, not knowing what was going on. "Kill! Stop him!" The clown's 3 puppets rushed towards Xianxia, full of murderous intent. The clown himself retreated. "Go to hell!" Xianxia's face was vicious, and his left index finger was surrounded by a layer of black light, and he pointed forward. In the next moment, an icy power that could freeze everything spread out. The black ice froze everything, and even the void was frozen. It was cold and eerie. Boom! The puppet at the front turned into an ice sculpture, and in the next moment, it turned into ice shards and dissipated. Then the second puppet and the third puppet turned into ice shards. The ground, the walls, and the corpses were all frozen, and in the next moment, turned into powder. The clown showed an exaggerated look of fear, and flew backward. The power that could freeze and crush everything continued to spread, like an abyss of destruction, and continued to devour. Everyone from the Celestial Sect and the Frost Temple was dumbfounded. What a terrifying power! It seemed that nothing could stop Xianxia's black finger. Everyone was shocked, and they could not speak. Zhuoshan suddenly realized something, and turned to escape. Pan Peng and Lin Tianfeng also reacted, and quickly escaped. "I said, all of you have to die." Xianxia's chilling voice could be heard. These people knew his secret, and naturally, they had to die. Cough. Xianxia suddenly coughed, and blood spurted out. His already thin body now looked like a bag of bones. Obviously, using this powerful power had a huge side effect on his body. "When I become stronger, strong enough to use this power at will, I will no longer need to hide it," Xianxia thought to himself. He turned and pointed his finger, and his target was the disciples of the Frost Temple and the Celestial Sect who were escaping. They all had to die. Boom! The black light attacked, and everything in front of him froze, and instantly shattered, turning into nothingness. Zhuoshan, Panpeng, and the others were about to be overtaken by the destructive power. They shuddered with fear and terror, yet they were unable to stop this force at all, and it was even to the extent that they revealed despair and unwillingness. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up. This finger was his biggest secret. Once the seal was undone, his strength would increase by several times if he released it through this finger. The power of his attack was already close to the level of the mysterious dark realm. Dong dong. Dong dong. Suddenly, an indistinct beating sound reverberated in Xianxia's mind. For some reason, this heartbeat made him feel incomparable reverence. At the same time, his jet-black index finger, which he had never felt before, also began to throb. Xianxia was greatly shocked. This kind of thing had never happened before. What shocked him even more was yet to come. The mysterious and forbidden aura emitted from his pitch-black finger actually drifted into the distance, drifting towards the place where the heartbeat was coming from. Xianxia could sense that the power he was unleashing was slowly weakening. that power had been drained away. Damn it, what's going on? Yansu's face was filled with terror. Someone was actually absorbing the power from his finger. How was this possible? But the truth was as such. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong, the beating sound became more and more obvious, and the enemy was getting closer and closer. Yansu couldn't help but feel fear. He felt as though his finger was about to fly away. Rumble, the ground above him shattered, and huge rocks came crashing down. This underground space was collapsing, and it was about to bury everything. Yansu wore the rusty ring on his index finger again, and the black finger slowly returned to normal. He quickly fled with terror and bewilderment. His injuries were too severe, and he was extremely weak. If he didn't do anything and was buried underground, he might even die. On the other side, Qinyu was rushing toward the depths of the underground. The mysterious heart seemed to be burning, and it was incomparably hot. This made Qinyu anxious. When he was very close to the ground, an awe-inspiring yet familiar power surged toward him and entered the mysterious heart. This was like the mysterious heart absorbing the blood race's bloodline, but it was slightly different. After absorbing that mysterious power, the surface of the heart glowed, and its beating became even more powerful. Not only that. This dreamy light seeped into Qinyu's body and spread throughout his entire body. Qinyu realized that after the heart absorbed this mysterious power, not only did it change itself, but it also affected his body. All of these changes were unknown at the moment. Qinyu felt a headache, and his entire body was in pain, as though he was being bitten by thousands of ants. So, he endured the pain and approached the source of the powerful power, and the efficiency of the heart absorbing the other party's power also increased. But suddenly, a black mass of huge rocks came crashing down, and Qinyu had nowhere to hide. Rumble, the ground trembled, and everything was buried. Qinyu was already enduring great torture, and now that he was completely buried, it was extremely difficult for him to break free. Gradually, the pain in his body and soul disappeared, and his heart calmed down, returning to normal. I wonder if the mysterious power was completely absorbed by the mysterious heart, or if the power has left, Qinyu sighed. If it was the former, he felt that it was a pity that he didn't grasp the opportunity. But in reality, he had already gained many benefits. Now that he thought about it, if he really got close to the forbidden power, he might have been in danger. He didn't think about this before, because the mysterious heart's desire was too strong, as though it was burning, causing Qinyu to be anxious. Could the others be dead? Sui Zhushan, Lin Tianfeng, Yan Su, and the rest were all underground, and he didn't know if they were dead or alive. Qinyu couldn't care less, and decided to leave this place first. After a while, he dug himself out from underground and saw the light of day again. He was surrounded by sand and wind, and there wasn't a soul in sight. This proved that what happened here had not attracted the attention of others. Qinyu wasn't in a hurry to return to Celestial Sect. Just now, the mysterious heart had absorbed the mysterious power, and something must have happened. He decided to study it first. So, he was a few hundred miles away from this place, and found a place to sit down. His consciousness entered the mysterious heart's internal world, and nothing seemed to have changed. It was exactly the same as before. The size of the light silver crystal space didn't change either. So, Qinyu dashed out, and his body flashed. My speed is faster than before. Qinyu realized this. He gradually had a guess in his heart. Boom, Qinyu clenched his fist and punched out. The pure power turned into a grayish-white violent force, and it smashed into the ground far away like a meteorite. Rumble, the ground shook, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The wind blew even more fiercely, and a 1,000-feet-wide crater appeared on the ground. This attack should be equivalent to the attack of a 4.5-star king. Qinyu was startled. He didn't use the white tiger divine claw, elemental force, or profound energy in this attack. This was pure physical strength. This proved that Qinyu's life force had reached the level of a 4-star king. With just his physical strength, he could unleash an attack that was equivalent to that of a 4-star king. If combined with elemental force, profound energy, and the white tiger divine claw, I'm afraid even a 5-star king would find it hard to block this attack. Qinyu laughed. After his heart absorbed the mysterious power, his life force rose to another level. This was the first discovery. As for whether there were any other changes, Jinyu had to continue testing. Next, Jinyu tried using his heart to erupt, but there were no changes. He then started to cultivate, trying to find something different. In his cultivation. Jinyu immediately sensed something strange. Heaven and Earth's Xianxia rushed toward him. Not only that, but other kinds of energy were also approaching him and entering his body. Under normal circumstances, Jinyu could only rely on absorbing Heaven and Earth's Xianxia to improve his cultivation. Some ghost cultivators and demonic cultivators could absorb ghost energy and demonic energy, which could also improve their cultivation. But now, Jinyu found that his absorption rate of Heaven and Earth's Xianxia had increased. He could also absorb other kinds of energy, such as the death energy, corpse energy, ghost energy, and so on. He could remove the impurities and use them for himself. This is incredible. This should be a special constitution. Jinyu was pleasantly surprised. For example, his middle-grade undying body was accidentally born during the Great Universe Realm's God of Cookery feast. And now, he seemed to have awakened another constitution's characteristics. Jinyu didn't know what kind of constitution it was, but he found that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck and was about to break through. He had reached the peak of the star condensation realm a long time ago, and was only one step away from becoming a 4-star king. Through this opportunity, Jinyu had unknowingly taken a step forward. Now, he could break through his cultivation. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Chen. Jinyu ended his cultivation and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. He saw a haggard figure. It was Suozhushan. Suozhushan was covered in blood, and his face was pale. He didn't look like the handsome young man from the Celestial sect, who was ranked 6th on the Sky Marshal leaderboard. Chen, it's great that you're okay. Suozhushan came in front of Jinyu and smiled warmly. Where are the others? I'm not sure. My injuries were too severe, so I crawled out of the ground to rest. They might have died, or they might have escaped, Suozhushan said. What happened when I left? Jinyu asked. He was almost sure that the sudden outburst of forbidden aura came from the Celestial sect and the Frost Temple. It's Yansu. I'm not sure about the details, but he's definitely not as simple as he looks. Suozhushan said solemnly. So, it's him. Jinyu was not surprised. When he saw Yansu earlier, the mysterious heart seemed to desire something from him. Chen, let's go back to the sect. Suozhushan said. Jinyu nodded and got up. It had been 8 years since he left the Celestial sect. But suddenly, pissed, a wisp of ice-cold and ghastly cyan sword light flashed and slashed at Jinyu, breaking through his defenses and cutting into his body. The wound spread from his shoulder, and Chinyu's body was almost cut in half. Suozhushan's lips curled. If his sneak attack was successful, even a 5-star monarch would die with hatred. No matter how strong Chinyu's defense was, he would still die. But the next moment, something incredible happened. The sudden attack from Senior Brother Zwa had almost split Chinyu's body in half. But then, something unbelievable happened. That huge wound actually quickly closed up, and Chinyu looked as if nothing had happened. Only the bloody wound on his chest and back was still gushing out blood. But then, the bleeding stopped and the wound healed, leaving only a scar. This. Senior Brother Zwa, who had witnessed this scene, was horrified. Indestructible body. Suozhushan knew that Chinyu had this kind of body constitution, but he didn't think it had reached this level. If it was an ordinary person, he would have died from the injuries he caused just now. But Chinyu had recovered with the help of the indestructible body, and his injuries were fine. Chinyu was also shocked. It was obvious that his indestructible body had improved again, and he was one step closer to becoming truly indestructible. The reason for the improvement must be the evolution just now. Senior Brother Zwa, what are you doing? Chinyu asked with a cold smile. But the energy in his body burst forth in an instant. His star acupoints lit up, and the white tiger sacred claws and vermilion bird sacred wings were formed. He had already guessed that Senior Brother Zwa was the faceless man he had met before. He didn't expect that the respected young master Qingyang of the Celestial sect, Suozhushan, was actually a vicious man who dared to kill a disciple of the Celestial sect. Qi, the massive white tiger sacred claws stabbed out, and a sharp ray of gold and silver light shot out. Zhuoshan didn't know that Qinyu's indestructible body had improved. He thought that Qinyu was dead for sure, and even if he didn't die, he would be half dead, so he let his guard down. Facing Qinyu's sudden attack, it was too late for him to react, and with the space ultimacy binding him, he couldn't dodge. Puqi, Zhuoshan's sword blocked part of the attack, but one of the rays of gold and silver light stabbed into his chest, leaving a bloody hole. He flew back several hundred zhang, but his eyes were fixed on Qinyu the whole time. The shock hadn't dissipated, and the hatred in his eyes intensified. You hate me so much? You stole the mortal soul fruit, and now you ambushed me. I should be the one to hate. Qinyu said disdainfully. Boom, the vermilion bird's sacred wings burned fiercely, boosting Qinyu's speed. He turned into a streak of light and sped towards Zhuoshan. Sky Fiery Flash was a flying combat skill that focused on instantaneous eruption. In a short period of time, one's speed was astonishing, and it could also increase one's attack. Boom, Qinyu's claws slashed through the air, and the sky was filled with sharp, dazzling scars that enveloped Zhuoshan. Ding! Bang! Zhuoshan controlled his Xian artifact sword and attacked crazily to block Qinyu's attack. He has become stronger. Zhuoshan thought to himself. After all, he had fought with Qinyu before and knew Qinyu's strength very well. But now, Qinyu's speed was slightly faster, and his attacks were stronger than before. There was also that powerful indestructible body. Fatal injuries to ordinary people were nothing to Qinyu. He could heal them by consuming his life force. Zhuoshan guessed that the possibility of him losing the battle was high. But he had to kill Qinyu. If not, his identity would be exposed, and he would be targeted by Celestial Sect. He would still die. Fight! Zhuoshan growled. His skin and hair started to glow with a green luster, making him look demonic and evil. A violent aura surged from his body, stirring up the wind and clouds. Zhuoshan, who was using his secret skill, became much stronger. Even if it was an indestructible body, there was a way to kill it. That was to continuously injure Qinyu, so that the indestructible body's recovery speed could not keep up. Qinyu had seen this skill before, and it could greatly increase Zhuoshan's strength. But it was obvious that the current Zhuoshan was much stronger than before. After all, when he was faceless, he could not fight freely, fearing that he would be recognized. But now, his identity was exposed. Boundless sword slash. The Xian artifact flew into the sky, forming a strong sword ray that was hundreds of feet long. It slashed rapidly, turning into a vast and boundless green sword cloud. The sky was filled with countless sword rays, and it was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. Qinyu's expression turned serious. Zhuoshan actually used his secret skill right from the start, wanting to fight with his life on the line. But this was also because Zhuoshan was frightened by Qinyu's indestructible body. Against a 5-star king, Qinyu did not dare to be careless. Dong! Dong dong! Dong dong dong, the mysterious heart entered a burst of energy, and a warm current flowed through his body. At this moment, his recovery rate increased as well. His previous injuries, including the invisible internal injuries, were all healed. Falling stars, the 720-star acupoints on Qinyu's body shone with a dazzling radiance, covering Qinyu's entire body. In an instant, his body disappeared completely, as if he had turned into a shining star. However, there was a pair of blood wings on both sides of the star, which looked a little strange. With the falling stars activated, Qinyu's strength increased tremendously. Every strike he made was able to unleash the full strength of his body. Peng, facing the sky full of sword lights, Qinyu took the initiative to attack. His claws slashed, clawed, and swept. A storm of attacks was unleashed. Peng! 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 Explosions occurred continuously in the boundless azure serene sword cloud. Zhuoshan saw all of this and continued to attack with his treasured sword. At this moment, he was using the full strength of the 6th ranker on the Sky Marshal ranking to fight with Qinyu. Peng! The sound of explosions continued, echoing around Qinyu. Qinyu attacked crazily, but the surroundings were still filled with countless sword lights and killing intent. However, with the high-grade indestructible body, even if he was hit by a few sword lights, it would not be a big deal. Unless he was instantly hit by tens of thousands of sword lights and turned into minced meat, even the high-grade indestructible body would not be able to do anything. Die, die. Zhuozhushan continued to attack, but Qinyu's life force showed no signs of decreasing. The opponent seemed to be immortal, and no matter how he attacked, it was useless. Zhuozhushan's face was a bit twisted. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was a bit pale, but he still couldn't achieve what he wanted. Finally, Zhuozhushan showed signs of fatigue, and his attacks weakened. After using secret arts and killing moves at the same time, it was destined to show signs of weakness. Boom, the sky exploded, and the flickering golden light tore through the azure serene sword cloud, shooting towards Zhuozhushan. Whoosh, Zhuozhushan turned around and ran. He was in a temporary state of weakness, and he had used all his strength just then, but he still couldn't injure Qinyu. Therefore, he had lost this battle, and he ran without hesitation. Zhuozhushan was very unwilling. He had never had any accidents, but he failed with Qinyu. Once his identity was exposed, he would have to hide. But how could Qinyu let him go? Boom, using the sky fiery flash and with the help of 4.5 profound of space, Qinyu's speed reached a shocking level, surpassing that of a 5-star king. The moment he got close to Zhuozhushan, the vermilion bird's sacred wings on Qinyu's back shone with a scorching light. Boom, whoosh, whoosh, with a flap of the wings, a storm of wind swept over a radius of over 2,000 feet, turning everything into a flaming hell. Zhuozhushan unleashed an energy barrier to defend himself, trying to break through. However, he found that in less than a breath's time, his barrier had been burned down. How is this possible? Normally, area attacks weren't too powerful. As a 5-star king, his energy barrier should be able to last for at least 5 breaths' time. The blood-glazed flame is mixed with another powerful spirit flame. Zhuozhushan finally realized it. The other true fire spirit flame was clearly very powerful. Only a small portion of it was mixed into the blood-glazed flame, and it was already so powerful. What kind of true fire spirit flame was it? Qinyu charged into the firestorm, and the power of space completely enveloped Zhuozhushan, making him as sticky as a swamp. Whoosh, he pointed a finger, and a silver-gray forbidden flame condensed on his fingertip, turning into a pillar of fire that pierced forward. Void Sky Sacred Flame. Zhuozhushan was as shocked as a stone statue. It was a rare true fire ranked in the top 10 of the true fire spirit flame ranking. Puff, Qinyu's sword finger pierced through Zhuozhushan's body, leaving a big hole. Zhuozhushan looked at the twisted space in his body, and his life was quickly disappearing. He knelt on the ground, and his blood spread in the desert. The number 6 of the Sky Marshal leaderboard was dead. Without the Void Sky Sacred Flame, it will be troublesome to kill a 5-star king. Just now, Qinyu could have killed Zhuozhushan slowly, but it would be more troublesome. The Void Sky Sacred Flame's damage was terrifying, and it could kill him in one hit. Qinyu also found that the Void Sky Sacred Flame could tear space at will in the small world, but in the main world, it would be much more difficult. After all, the level of space was different. After collecting the spoils, Qinyu took out a flying tool and returned to the Celestial Sect. Inside the flying ship, Qinyu opened Zhuozhushan's storage space. 1,000,000 primal stones, 4 mid-grade Xian weapons, 1 high-grade Xian weapon. Zhuozhushan was indeed a 5-star king, and the spoils were not bad. Other than primal stones and Xian weapons, there were many other miscellaneous items. Qinyu quickly found the 2 mortal soul fruits that Zhuozhushan had taken away. He swallowed one and began to cultivate. The mortal soul fruit was a treasure of the soul, and it had a great nourishing effect on the soul. Moreover, it was easy to absorb, and there would be no side effects. Qinyu could only feel waves of pure energy swimming in his soul, making him feel comfortable. He could clearly feel that his soul power was increasing bit by bit. 2 days later, Qinyu's soul power had reached the 4.5-star level. His soul power was his weakness, but now that it had reached the 4.5-star level, Qinyu was very happy. As for the remaining 2 mortal soul fruits, Qinyu was not in a hurry to consume them. He wanted to rest for a while, and they would be more useful in the future. In less than 2 months, Qinyu finally arrived at the Celestial Sect. The Celestial Sect had already received the news through the Vermilion Bird Holy Tribe. Naturally, the higher-ups of the sect were happy about Qinyu's return. Previously, they had harshly reprimanded the vermilion bird sky nest and even demanded a huge sum of compensation. But in the end, Xianxia did not die and returned alive. After Xianxia returned, he met a few familiar faces and went to visit his master. "You're back." The celestial sect leader didn't change much, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. He observed his disciple carefully. The changes in him over the past few years were quite huge. What happened to that accident? The celestial sect leader first asked about Xianxu's whereabouts for the past few years. When he found out that Xianxia had been in seclusion in a pocket dimension for 5 years, the celestial sect leader didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia had obviously obtained an opportunity, and even caused trouble for the vermilion bird sky nest. This was a huge gain for him. "Oh yes, the vermilion bird sky nest's compensation was originally for your negligence in taking care of the vermilion bird sky nest. I will apply for these resources to be given to you as a reward." The celestial sect leader had a faint smile on his face. All this while, he had been very serious and was rarely so pleased. Perhaps it was because of this that he gave Xianxia such a generous reward. "Thank you, Master." After hearing this, Xianxia was overjoyed. One had to know that the vermilion bird sky nest was treating Xianxia as a mysterious dark realm cultivator as compensation. The celestial martial sect head compensated Xianxia for 2 reasons. On one hand, it was because Xianxia had performed well and he had high hopes for Xianxia. On the other hand, it was because he had guaranteed that Xianxia would not be in any life-threatening danger. However, Xianxia had met with an accident and this was considered compensation. "Greetings, Master. Disciple has some doubts." At this moment, Qin Wentian arrived. He seemed to have some doubts regarding his cultivation and was here to seek the sect leader of the celestial sect for help. Upon entering the great hall, Qin Wentian discovered Xianxia. "Xianxia?" Qin Wentian's countenance changed as he scrutinized Xianxia. When he sensed that Xianxia's cultivation was at the peak late stage, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. All along, Xianxia's performance had been more outstanding than his, and Xianxia had been missing for several years. His cultivation had reached 4.5 stars, and he was now ranked 34th on the heavenly martial roll. He felt that Xianxia's strength was at most similar to his, and it was impossible for him to surpass him. Next, Qin Wentian raised the doubts he had regarding his cultivation. The celestial martial sect leader's 3 simple sentences enlightened him. You seem to have forgotten the goal I set for all of you when you first entered the sect." After resolving Qin Wentian's problem, the celestial sect leader spoke to Xianxia. Xianxia naturally remembered this matter. That goal was to enter the top 20 of the heaven martial ranking within 10 years. The celestial martial sect leader brought this up because he wanted to see how much Xianxia had improved over the years. Besides, Xianxia was still ranked 99th on the celestial martial leaderboard. This was a little too low and it was a loss of face for him as his master. Qin Wentian couldn't help but lower his head. Even a genius like him had failed to accomplish this goal. However, Master had said not long ago that this was a very difficult goal that he had casually mentioned at that time. It would be good if he could achieve it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. But he hoped that Xianxia would not be able to achieve it. "I wonder if it's too late to accomplish this goal now?" Xianxia asked with a smile. 12 years had passed since the 10-year goal, and the deadline had already passed. Even if Xianxia achieved it now, it was still a little against the rules. Forget it. Now that the celestial martial sect leader had brought it up, he naturally couldn't deny it. It was just a casual request, so it didn't matter if it was fulfilled or not. "Alright, disciple will go to the Tianwu arena in the next few days." Xianxia smiled. Qin Wentian's countenance sank. From the looks of Xianxia, it seemed that he had the confidence to enter the top 20 of the heavenly martial rankings. Although he had improved a lot recently, he only had a 50% chance of defeating the 20th ranked disciple. "Master, I still have something to report. It's about Zhuoshan." Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Zhuoshan died in his hands. If the celestial sect found out that he was the culprit, it would be troublesome. It would be better for him to say it now to avoid trouble in the future. A strange expression appeared on Qin Wentian's face. The news of Zhuoshan's death had spread throughout the celestial sect. After all, he was an expert ranked in the top 10 of the heavenly martial roll. his death would naturally attract a lot of attention. The celestial sect had already sent out a team of law enforcers to investigate, but there was no news yet. Speak. The celestial sect leader was curious if Qinyu had any clues. I killed Zhuo Zhushan. Qinyu confessed. As soon as he said this, Qin Wentian's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Qinyu joking? Zhuo Zhushan was ranked 6th on the heavenly martial rankings. His strength was unparalleled. How could Qinyu kill him? Moreover, killing a fellow sect member was a crime punishable by death. Even the celestial sect leader had a strange expression on his face as he stared at Qinyu. However, Senior Zhuo had another identity. Qinyu recounted the events in the Dead Soul Desert. After listening to the story, Qin Wentian felt relieved. Zhuo Zhushan must have been severely injured in the previous battle, which was why he was killed by Qinyu. In reality, when Zhuo Zhushan appeared in front of Qinyu, he did look like he was severely injured. However, that was an act to lower Qinyu's guard before launching a sneak attack. Faceless. Zhuo Zhushan is a faceless evil being. Qin Wentian knew of a slightly famous person from the evil path. If that's the case, you won't be guilty. The celestial sect leader said. Zhuo Zhushan's other identity was a faceless evil being. The faceless evil being was a bounty mission in the Great Hall of Sect Affairs. Killing this person would be rewarded. Chen, you killed the severely injured Zhuo Zhushan, but that cannot replace his name. Only by defeating an opponent on the heavenly martial rankings can you replace him. Qin Wentian reminded. However, he had overestimated Qinyu. Even if Zhuo Zhushan was heavily injured, he wouldn't be able to kill him. I know that. Qinyu calmly said. It seemed like Qin Wentian was afraid that he would surpass him. Oh yes, Master, I told you about that matter previously. In a few days, I plan to return to my hometown. Qinyu added. Previously, he had planned to return to the Great Cosmos Realm to save Yi Luofeng. However, he had to make a trip to the Vermilion Bird Sky Nest Midway and was delayed. Now, 20 years had passed since Yi Luofeng was poisoned. There were still 10 years left. Although it was ample time, it was better to save her as soon as possible to prevent any accidents. Regarding this matter, I think you can rest assured. Just a month ago, I sent your senior brother to the Great Cosmos Realm with the antidote. The celestial sect leader laughed. The fate of Qinyu's demon race was unknown, and there was a high possibility that he would never return. As a master, he felt that it was a pity. Thinking back to the matter of Qinyu's Dao companion being poisoned, he sent Qinyu's 7th senior brother, Han Shouyuan, to the Great Cosmos Realm to resolve this matter. Back then, he treated this as the last thing he would do for his disciple, Qinyu. Unexpectedly, Qinyu came running back alive and well. Qinyu was stunned for a moment before he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. When he encountered the fiend god descendants and the blood race, he had thought that if he met with an accident, Yi Luofeng might never wake up. From the looks of it, his worries were unnecessary. So it was Senior Han who went to help him. Qin Wentian felt a sense of disappointment in his heart. From the actions of the celestial sect leader, it could be seen that he valued Qinyu more. When the two of them first entered the sect, the celestial sect leader clearly valued him. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt as though he had fallen out of favor. Qinyu and Qin Wentian left the celestial sect leader's residence together. Do you intend to go to the Sky Martial Arena now? Qin Wentian took the initiative to ask. After not seeing Qinyu for so many years, he wanted to see for himself how strong Qinyu was. He also wanted to see the disparity between the two of them. Qinyu thought for a moment before replying, in a few days. His cultivation had already reached a level where he could break through at any time. It would be better for him to break through to the 4-star king realm first. Although it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 10, wouldn't it be easier if he broke through to the 4-star king realm? After returning to the cave, Qinyu went into seclusion. Within the secret chamber, the heaven and earth yuan qi rumbled as Qinyu rapidly absorbed it. My cultivation speed has obviously increased. Qinyu's face was filled with joy. Immediately after, he retrieved some blood leaves from the 1,000 leaves blood tree in his heart world. Very quickly, the blood essence within the blood leaves was absorbed by Qinyu. After the impurities were removed by the mysterious heart, it fused into the yuan qi star. Qinyu once again verified that the new physique that he had awakened could absorb other types of energy to increase his cultivation. This meant that some of the cultivation resources that he originally didn't have any use for him were now useful. With this physique, my cultivation efficiency has increased by at least 60 to 70%. Qinyu was overjoyed. Moreover, according to the situation of the indestructible body, this type of physique that could increase his cultivation speed might still have room for improvement in the future. When one's cultivation reached the star condensation realm, it would become more and more difficult as one would need a large amount of resources. This new physique would become more and more important to Qinyu. After verifying it again, Qinyu focused on condensing the 4th Yuan-Chi star and breaking through to the 4-star king realm. The celestial sect had a requirement for all disciples, and that was to condense 4 Yuan-Chi stars before breaking through to the mysterious dark realm. The more Yuan-Chi stars one condensed, the higher the probability of breaking through to the mysterious dark realm. After breaking through, there would also be a clear difference in strength. Hence, in the entire origin world, all the powerful races and forces placed great importance on the number of Yuan-Chi stars in the star condensation realm. Some geniuses didn't mind staying in the star condensation realm for more than 10 years, or even 100 years, just to condense one more Yuan-Chi star. The celestial sect master had set an even higher goal for Qinyu and Qin Wendian, which was to break through to the mysterious dark realm with at least 4.5 stars. This goal was serious and not a joke. However, Qinyu wasn't worried about this problem. One day later, his cultivation had broken through to the 4-star king realm without a hitch. 4 Yuan-Chi stars now. Qinyu revealed a smile. 4-star kings were extremely rare in the great cosmos world. If Qinyu had stayed in the great cosmos world, he definitely wouldn't have this achievement. After breaking through to the 4-star king realm, the quantity and quality of his Yuan-Chi had increased, and his overall strength had also increased. After consolidating his foundation, Qinyu felt that there was no problem with his foundation. Let's go all out and cultivate the vermilion bird heaven burning wings to perfection in one go. Qinyu made up his mind. The 3rd level of the 4 symbols divine body, the vermilion bird heaven burning wings, had already been cultivated to the peak. In addition, Qinyu's physique had long since broken through to the 4-star king realm. Cultivating the vermilion bird heaven burning wings to perfection was a piece of cake. Qinyu opened his palms, and a jade bottle appeared in each of them. One contained the vermilion bird heaven burning wings, while the other contained the vermilion bird's rainbow feather. Buzz, the red runes on his back shone brightly, turning into a pair of blood-red wings. Qinyu first took out the blood essence and absorbed the energy within, fusing it with the vermilion bird's sacred wings. As the energy of the blood essence fused, the vermilion bird's sacred wings burned with raging flames. Its length also increased, and its aura became even more terrifying. It was like the aura of a true vermilion bird. In just 2 days, Qinyu had refined all of the blood essence. Next, it was the vermilion bird's rainbow feather. 3 days later, the vermilion bird heaven burning wings had been perfected. Boom, waves of blood surged in the secret chamber, and it was incomparably hot. The pair of blood-red wings on Qinyu's back exuded an ancient and domineering aura. The blood-red feathers were extremely clear, and they even felt like real feathers. According to the description on the vermilion bird heaven scorching wings, the speed of the vermilion bird's sacred wings and the power of their battle techniques would be enhanced after refining these 2 rare treasures. With the breakthrough in his cultivation and the completion of the vermilion bird heaven burning wings, Qinyu was in a great mood and ended his seclusion. I'll go to the Tianwu arena now and complete the goal master set. Qinyu was confident about making it into the top 20. With his current strength, killing Zhuo Zhushan wouldn't be a problem even if he didn't use the Void Sky Sacred Fire. In other words, Qinyu could at least make it to the top 5 if he didn't reveal his trump cards. Chen? A clear and melodious voice came from behind him, like a trickle of water. Senior sister Lin? The one who spoke was Lin Yuxuan. It had been a few years since they last met, but he was still the same celestial sex heaven's chosen. His looks and aura were even better than before. At this moment, Lin Yuxuan's amethyst eyes widened as she stared at Qinyu with astonishment. Are you all right? When did you come back? Obviously, Lin Yuxuan did not know that Qinyu was safe and sound. She might have been in seclusion all this time. A few days ago. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Where are you going, junior brother? Lin Yuxuan revealed a beautiful smile. The Tianwu Arena. It's on the way. Let's go together. Lin Yuxuan smiled. Although she was not cold, she rarely smiled. At this moment, the smile on her face was like a blooming flower. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Tianwu Arena. Qinyu found out that Lin Yuxuan had always been in seclusion, and her cultivation had already reached 5.5 stars. She was truly a terrifying woman. Now that she had come out of seclusion, it was naturally to strive for a higher ranking. Their appearance attracted a lot of people. Qinyu had caused a huge ruckus. Lin Yuxuan was the celestial sex heaven's chosen goddess. There were even rumors that the two of them were preparing to get married. Regardless of whether it was Qinyu or Lin Yuxuan, if they wanted to challenge for a higher ranking, it would be sufficient to cause a huge commotion, attracting countless disciples and even the top 5 of the heaven martial ranking. Lin Yuxuan stared at a list not far away and chose her opponent. It was the same for Qinyu. If he wanted to enter the top 20, it would be better for him to be ranked higher. Swoosh. Numerous figures flew over. The experts on the heaven martial rankings appeared one after another. 10th on the heaven martial ranking, Lu Yun. There's also Chu Nanxiang, ranked 14th on the heaven martial ranking. Suddenly, the crowd burst into an uproar. A golden light swam in the distance, and a man with sharp features and an extraordinary bearing flew over. This person's golden hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyebrows were sharp, his eyes were bright, and his nose was straight. He gave off an invisible pressure that was hard to look at. Second on the heaven martial ranking, Guan Hongri. The surrounding people couldn't help but retreat, maintaining a distance from Guan Hongri. Junior sister Lin is indeed a genius of the generation. At such a young age, your cultivation has already reached 5.5 stars. I wonder who junior sister Lin is going to challenge this time. If you challenge me, I won't go easy on you. Guan Hongri revealed a faint smile, but it was only directed at Lin Yuxuan. The feeling he gave off to others was still intimidating. It could be seen that Guan Hongri had a good impression of Lin Yuxuan. I haven't decided yet. Lin Yuxuan glanced at Guan Hongri before continuing to stare at the list not far away. Her goal was actually to be in the top 3. However, when she saw Guan Hongri, he gave her a formless pressure. It was clear that Guan Hongri, who had been a 5.5 star king for 30 years, could not be underestimated. Chen, have you chosen your opponent? Lin Yuxuan asked. Guan Hongri didn't look at Qinyu at first, but because of Lin Yuxuan's action, he noticed Qinyu. Chen? Could it be that you disappeared in the vermilion bird sky nest and killed Zhuoshan? What a troublemaker. Guan Hongri didn't seem to like Qinyu. Qinyu killed Zhuoshan? That must be a rumor. I heard that Qinyu is planning to charge into the top 20 of the heaven martial ranking. How courageous is he? He has only been in the sect for 12 years. Discussions came from all directions. Hehe, I don't know what you mean. Zhuoshan is ranked 6th on the heaven martial ranking. You have only been in the sect for 12 years. How can you kill someone who is ranked 6th? I'm afraid that just because you picked up Zhuoshan's corpse, you will announce that you killed him. Your vanity is too strong. It will be hard for you to achieve anything on the path of cultivation. An ear-piercing voice was heard. Qinyu frowned and looked over. The speaker had a burly body and bronze skin. He had sword-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes, and a mocking smile on his face. The 14th of the heaven martial ranking, Chu Nanxiang had a good relationship with Zhuoshan. Even though Zhuoshan's faceless evildoer had been exposed, he still hated the person who killed his good friend. Other than that, he was jealous of Qinyu. He was the sect master's disciple, had shocking talent, and had won Lin Yuxuan's heart. Lin Yuxuan didn't know that Qinyu had the strength to kill the 6th ranked of the heaven martial ranking? There should be more to it, but Chu Nanxiang's words went too far. Chu Nanxiang, you have to have proof. Lin Yuxuan said calmly. Seeing Lin Yuxuan speak up for Qinyu, Chu Nanxiang snorted coldly. Isn't he challenging the top 20 of the heaven martial ranking? His battle record is the proof. Senior brother, I hope you won't embarrass yourself too much later. Xianxia was sure that Qin Yu didn't have the strength to kill Zhuo Zhushan. He had just joined the sect 12 years ago, so no matter how talented he was, it was impossible for him to reach such a level. Because of Xianxia's words, more people agreed with him, and they strongly doubted Qin Yu. Xianxia, since you doubt me so much, why don't you come down and see for yourself? Qin Yu chuckled, flew down to the Heaven Martial Arena, and issued a challenge. The crowd was in an uproar. Qin Yu and Xianxia were quarreling, and Qin Yu even issued a challenge. Xianxia didn't expect that Qin Yu would dare to challenge him. He was very surprised. Haha, are you sure? If you challenge me, you won't be able to back down and lose all face. Xianxia sneered. Get down here. Qin Yu shouted impatiently. Veins popped out of Xianxia's forehead, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. He instantly jumped onto the Heaven Martial Arena. Qin Yu, ranked 99th on the Heaven Martial ranking, versus Xianxia, ranked 14th. The deacon announced. Within 20 moves, I'll beat you until all your teeth fall out. Xianxia shouted coldly. He wanted to make Qin Yu suffer a crushing defeat. Qin Yu smiled disdainfully and said, my goal is to be in the top 10. An opponent like you is not a challenge at all. How about this, I'll let you have 3 moves first. His words caused an uproar. Everyone was shocked, and then they laughed at him. Xianxia, on the other hand, was confused, and then furious. He was a 4.5-star king, ranked 13th on the Heaven Martial ranking, but Qin Yu said he would let him have 3 moves first. Ha ha ha, let me have 3 moves first. Okay, let me see Xianxia's strength. Xianxia laughed ferociously. Boom, his body released a dark yellow light, and his ferocious aura shook the surroundings. Xianxia seemed to have turned into a ferocious beast. Xianxia threw out a punch, and the fist light turned into an ancient elephant that was hundreds of meters tall. It rushed forward like a huge mountain. Qin Yu was enveloped by the gravitational field, and Xianxia's punch hit him. Boom, a loud sound came from where he was standing, and the violent turbulence engulfed Qin Yu. Kid, this is only the first move. Don't accidentally die. Xianxia laughed. Don't worry. A calm voice came from the thick waves of dust. Xianxia was slightly shocked. The voice was too calm, which made him feel that something was wrong. The dust dispersed, and Qin Yu's figure appeared. He was not injured at all. His divine body of 4 symbols had reached the peak of the 3rd level, and Xianxia's attack had only caused some flesh wounds, which could be healed in an instant. Again. Qin Yu smiled. He had just made a breakthrough and wanted to check his strength. But Xianxia was a little weak, so he suggested to let Qin Yu have 3 moves first. Another reason was to humiliate Qin Yu. Xianxia's face turned red. He knew that he had underestimated Qin Yu. Qin Yu had made rapid progress over the years, and his strength had reached such a level. He might not be able to win in a head-on battle. But since Qin Yu had let him have 3 moves, it was his chance. Dragon Elephant Fist. Xianxia released a tremendous amount of elemental energy. A giant dragon and a barbaric elephant appeared behind him. Their domineering auras looked down on all directions. Boom, the moment he used his ultimate move, the fist light shook the heaven and earth. The giant dragon coiled on the elephant and charged at Qin Yu violently. Even if this punch was a towering mountain, it would still be smashed through in an instant. Buzz, the star acupoints on Qin Yu's body surged, and the star-patterned robe was formed. Boom, the moment the dragon elephant fist descended, a loud sound was heard, and a powerful force rushed at Xianxiang. Not good. Xianxiang was expecting his punch to send Qin Yu flying, but there was a powerful force coming at him. Qin Yu said he would let him have 3 moves first, so Xianxiang thought that he would be safe. At this moment, he hastily dodged and defended himself. His elemental energy barrier was shattered, and a tyrannical force poured down, sending him flying. Xianxiang got up from the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared at Qin Yu with hatred in his eyes, and his chest was heaving up and down violently. Qin Yu was so powerful, but he still wanted to challenge and humiliate him. It was really hateful. The spectating disciples were completely silent. They thought that Chen Yu would let Xianxia have 3 moves first, but it was already a joke. However, after 2 of the 3 moves, Chen Yu was safe and sound, while Xianxia was injured. Many people in the top 20 of the Sky Marshal ranking looked serious. Even Lin Yushuan's face lit up. Dragon elephant shattering. Xianxia shouted ferociously, and the yuan qi in his body surged out like waves. At this moment, Xianxia activated his bloodline power and burned his blood essence. He seemed to have gone crazy, and there was a tornado around him. Boom! Boom! 2 loud noises sounded like the angry roars of 2 ancient beasts, and in the next instant, a force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas came crashing down. Xianxia was desperate, and this was his most powerful attack. He was no match for Chen Yu, but since Chen Yu had let him have 3 moves first, he couldn't let Chen Yu come out unscathed. Otherwise, he would lose face. Boom! The ground shook violently, and a dark and twisted explosion covered the entire Sky Marshal arena. The momentum produced by this attack caused the surrounding people to be alarmed. Xianxia has already used his full strength. Even I can't block this attack. Lu Yun, who was ranked 10th on the Sky Marshal ranking, said. Xianxia stared at the front. He must be injured. At this moment, a disdainful laugh came from the sky. What are you talking about? Xianxia looked up and saw a pair of blood-red wings on Chen Yu's back. He was floating in the sky, and there was not a speck of dust on him. Suddenly, Chen Yu moved. Swish, a fiery red light flashed in the air. Xianxia, who had been weakened, felt a strong sense of danger. He wanted to dodge, but he found that the space around him had become sticky like a quagmire. Bang! Chunan felt as if a foot had just kicked him in the face. The next moment, he was sent flying, and there was a clear shoe print on his face. Plop! Xianxia fell flat on his face. He didn't even want to get up. This was too humiliating. One could imagine that the instant he stood up, everyone's gazes would be focused on him. Xianxia couldn't accept it. He was ranked number 14 on the Sky Marshal rankings, yet he was defeated so miserably by Chen Yu. But at this moment, Chen Yu's mocking voice drifted over. Get up quickly, I've already given you 3 moves. It's my turn now. I concede. Xianxia directly replied. What a joke. Given Chen Yu's strength, how could he fight him? Xianxia, ranked number 14 on the Sky Marshal rankings, has been defeated. Chen Yu has become the new number 14 on the Sky Marshal rankings. The deacon in charge of the arena announced the result, ending the battle. The surroundings were still silent. This battle was truly unexpected. It was as fast as lightning, and the victor was decided in just a few moves. Xianxia's defeat was so simple, yet not many people mocked him. Compared to watching others make a fool of themselves, they were now attracted and shocked by Chen Yu, a genius. Who would have thought that Chen Yu would win so easily? He gave Xianxia 3 moves. I think that the number 6 was Zhushan might really have been killed by Chen Yu. Isn't this too exaggerated? He only joined the sect for 12 years, yet he already has the strength to kill the number 6 ranker? The discussions gradually intensified. Swoosh, Qin Wentian sped over. Given his talent and background, he would attract attention no matter where he went. But now, it was as though no one had noticed him. He won? Qin Wentian observed the surroundings, feeling incredulous. When he learned that Chen Yu wanted to enter the top 20, he immediately rushed over. Wasn't this too fast? And after hearing the discussions, Qin Wentian was completely speechless. Swoosh, Chen Yu flew away from the arena and returned to Lin Yushuan's side. When Lin Yushuan looked at Chen Yu, a trace of fighting spirit burst forth from her eyes. Previously, she had not placed Chen Yu's strength in her eyes, but now, it was different. With Chen Yu's performance just now, there was no problem for him to enter the top 10 of the Heaven Marshal rankings. As for how high he could reach, that would depend on Chen Yu's strength and trump cards. You can't be thinking of challenging me, right? Chen Yu asked after seeing Lin Yushuan's expression. If your ranking is higher than mine, it might be possible. Lin Yushuan denied it. This time, she was aiming for a higher ranking, and Chen Yu was currently ranked 14th, which was not within her target range. This kid, not far away, Guan Hongri, who was ranked second on the Heaven Marshal ranking, looked at Xianxia with narrowed eyes. He couldn't help but admit that Xianxu's performance was amazing, and Xianxiang's defeat was justified. The current Xianxia was exactly the same as Lin Yuxuan. I thought that the rumors about him and Lin Yuxuan were fake, Guan Hongri thought in his heart. Before, there was a huge gap between Lin Yuxuan and Xianxia, but now, Xianxia was getting closer and closer to Lin Yuxuan. Their talents were so terrifying that even Guan Hongri felt some pressure. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, the two of them would be able to threaten his position. At this time, Lin Yuxuan confirmed her opponent. Sky Marshal ranking third, Jiang Han, one was the celestial sex female prodigy, and the other was ranked third on the Sky Marshal ranking. Jiang Han was also an absolute beauty, and this battle was naturally anticipated. However, Jiang Han was not here, and the deacon had already sent a message to her. The top 3 of the Heaven Marshal ranking are all 5.5-star kings, the top geniuses of the human race. Once they break through to the mysterious dark realm, they will be the top among those at the same level. Xianxia thought in his heart. He also wanted to see a battle between 5.5-star kings. After waiting for a while, Lin Yuxuan, you want my position so soon? I won't give it to you so easily. A girl flew over from afar, and her voice was soft and pleasant. Jiang Han's figure was slender, and her skin was white and translucent. She looked pure and lovely. Let's see if you have the strength to hold on to your position. Lin Yuxuan flew onto the Sky Marshal battle platform. The discussion was intense, and some people even started to bet on who would win. Although I admire Goddess Lin, Jiang Han has been ranked third on the Sky Marshal ranking for 6 years. She might be stronger. Not necessarily. Senior sister Lin is the current generation's prodigy, and her talent is peerless. She might have already caught up to Jiang Han. The battle was about to start. Boom, Lin Yuxuan activated her bloodline power. Her body was like purple jade, and it emitted a hazy and dreamy color. She was so beautiful that it was indescribable. Her jade-like palms floated in the air, drawing out an enormous wave of elemental energy that formed a storm. It was like a chaotic vortex of stars that crashed towards Jiang Han. Jiang Han did not underestimate a genius like Lin Yuxuan. Jiang Han took out a painting. On it were all sorts of strange beasts and monsters, and as he infused his origin energy into it, a roar came from the painting. 2 beasts made of water rushed out and started to fight with Lin Yuxuan. Boom, boom. Boom, the battle between the 2 girls was very intense, and it was even a bit dangerous. She is indeed junior sister Lin. She has improved so much in the past few years. She is on par with Jiang Han. The two have the same cultivation. In terms of attack, they are also on par. In terms of attack, the two were on par. However, Jiang Han's explosive power was stronger, and she had many attacks. The attacks came from all directions, making it hard for Lin Yuxuan to deal with them. In terms of speed and defense, Lin Yuxuan had the upper hand. However, nothing was fixed. When Lin Yuxuan activated her bloodline power, her attack and defense increased greatly. Jiang Han also took out a speed-increasing profound artifact, which was a bit faster than Lin Yuxuan. Therefore, no one dared to say who would win. The strength of these two is quite powerful even amongst 5.5-star kings. Xianxia felt a bit excited. He wanted to fight against these powerful warriors, but he did not know what his chances of winning were. Logically speaking, with the recovery ability of the high-grade Undying Body, he should be able to win even if he had to drag it out. However, it was not worth it to expose all his trump cards just to get a higher ranking. After all, the blood race was still watching him, and they might launch a sneak attack at any time. Xianxia needed to preserve his trump cards. After a while, the battle came to an end. Lin Yuxuan wins. She has become the new third on the Heaven Marshal list. The deacon announced the result. Lin Yuxuan was once again the center of attention. Whether it was her appearance, temperament, or talent, she was powerful enough to make people look up to her. Guan Hongri could not help but feel a bit of pressure. Lin Yuxuan had already reached the 3rd place. Her opponent's next target might be him. Junior sister Lin, you're improving too quickly. I'm afraid it won't be long before you lose your position as senior brother. Guan Hongri said half-jokingly. In 3 years, I will challenge senior brother Guan. Lin Yuxuan said seriously. Guan Hongri felt a bit awkward. He wanted to keep his second place on the heaven martial list, and he also wanted to fight for a girl like Lin Yuxuan. Since junior sister Lin is in the top 3 for the first time, you can receive quite a bit of rewards. Since senior brother is also going to receive some resources, let's go together. Guan Hongri laughed. Junior brother Lin, this is also the first time you entered the top 20 of the heaven martial list. You can receive 50 profoundness crystals as well as some yuan stones as a reward. Lin Yuxuan invited Xinyu to go together. Guan Hongri's countenance sank, but he didn't say anything. And at this moment, Qin Wendian issued a challenge to the 20th place. However, he saw Xinyu turning around and leaving. Do you think there's no need to spectate? Qin Wendian felt a blow to his confidence. He was even more determined to catch up to Xinyu. In a majestic great hall, Lin Yuxuan and the other 2 were received by a deacon. Xinyu knew that the amount of cultivation resources given to the celestial sect's disciples varied according to their cultivation level. Now that he was in the top 20 of the heaven martial rankings, he could receive resources that were several times more than before. Not only that, those who entered the top 20 would receive 50 profoundness crystals as a reward. Martial nephew Chen, this is yours. The deacon distributed the resources. Because Xinyu had left the celestial sect for so many years, he had accumulated quite a bit. At this moment, he received close to 1 million high-grade yuan stones and 68 profoundness crystals. This old man is truly surprised. Martial nephew Chen has just returned to the sect, yet you've already entered the top 20 of the heaven martial rankings. The deacon exchanged pleasantries with Xinyu. Oh yeah, Lord Deacon, when will the compensation from the vermilion bird sky nest be distributed to me? Xinyu inquired. Previously, his master had said that the compensation would be given to him. Xinyu had thought that the celestial sect would need a few days to distribute the compensation. After all, it wasn't a small amount. However, he had been in closed-door cultivation for a period of time, and the compensation still hadn't been distributed. This time, he came here and asked. The deacon hesitated for a moment before saying, regarding this matter, let Elder Feng speak to you personally. After the deacon left, an elder of the sect walked over. Xinyu, the situation is like this. The compensation from the vermilion bird sky nest has already been distributed to the top 100 of the heaven martial rankings as cultivation resources. Elder Feng's tone was calm. This was something that the sect leader didn't know. As a sect leader, he couldn't possibly know everything big and small. This result was something that Xinyu didn't expect. But this compensation is from the vermilion bird sky nest. It was because the value of the compensation was too high that Xinyu argued and wanted to fight for it. Things that originally belonged to him were distributed to others. It was inevitable that he felt a little disappointed. Chen, what you said is wrong. Such a huge amount of resources, you want to keep it all to yourself. Aren't you being too selfish? Moreover, your life and death were unknown. These resources can't just be left alone. Using this compensation to nurture the geniuses of the heaven martial rankings is the best use. You can't just care about yourself. The sect is nurturing you. If you have the ability, you should repay the sect. Guan Hongri lectured Xinyu with the attitude of an elder. He didn't like Xinyu and he didn't want to see Xinyu obtain such a huge amount of resources. That would only allow Xinyu to grow faster and threaten Guan Hongri's position. Senior brother Guan, this has nothing to do with you. Xinyu said impatiently. If it was anyone else, they would fight for their own benefits. Junior nephew Chen, those resources are indeed the compensation from the vermilion bird sky nest. However, it isn't all because of you. Elder Feng spoke. Her meaning was clear. If it wasn't for celestial sect, if Xinyu came from one of the 8 emperor sects, he wouldn't have received such compensation. All of us elders have discussed this as well. We've decided to reward you with 20% of the compensation first. Elder Feng continued. Guan Hongri frowned. 20% of the compensation was extremely valuable, 20%? Xinyu was deep in thought. It was better to get some than nothing. However, it was still a little too little. How about this? If you are able to enter the top 5 of the Heaven Martial rankings, we will reward you with 30%. If you are able to enter the top 1, we will make an exception and take out resources from Celestial Sect's treasury to reward you. If you can enter the top 5 of the Heavenly Martial leaderboard, we will reward you with another 30%. If you have the ability to enter first, we will make an exception and take out resources from the Celestial Sect's treasury to reward you, Elder Feng smiled. After all, the sect leader had said that the compensation resources would be given to Qinyu. However, the compensation resources had already been used up. If they did not give anything to Qinyu, it would seem that the Celestial Sect was exploiting the benefits of their disciples. It would also damage the sect leader's reputation. Moreover, this compensation was indeed related to Qinyu. Hence, the elders came up with this plan to see if Qinyu had the ability to take it. What? Elder Feng, I'm afraid this is against the rules. Guan Hongri's expression changed slightly as he retorted. The rest of the Celestial Sect followed the rules of the Heavenly Martial Leaderboard. They would be rewarded with a certain amount of resources and a fixed amount of cultivation resources every year. However, as long as Qinyu entered first, he would be able to obtain resources that even the mysterious underworld realm would be tempted by. This made Guan Hongri feel that it was extremely unfair. Why did Qinyu have such special privileges? This is the result of the elders' discussion. It has nothing to do with you. Elder Feng said calmly. Guan Hongri's expression darkened. Just now, Qinyu said that this matter had nothing to do with him. Now, Elder Feng said the same thing to him. It did not feel good to be scolded for being a busybody. All right. Qinyu's eyes lit up as he agreed. How could he bear to part with such a huge benefit? However, this reward system has a time limit. Otherwise, you will reach this standard one day. Elder Feng revealed a smile. If there was no time limit, it would be equivalent to giving the compensation to Qinyu for free. 10 years. This reward system has a 10-year time limit. If you do not complete it within 10 years, the reward system will be invalid. 10 years? After Guan Hongri heard this, the jealousy in his heart subsided slightly. It was impossible to become first on the Heavenly Martial leaderboard in 10 years. Qinyu had only entered the sect for 12 years. Including these 10 years, he had only been here for 22 years. In the history of the Heaven Martial rankings, the fastest genius to climb to the top had taken 28 years. After giving it some thought, Qinyu agreed, it's a deal. With his current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 10. As for the top 5, he wasn't sure, but he had some confidence. With this, Qinyu would be satisfied if he could obtain at least 50% of the compensation resources he requested. Furthermore, this reward system had a 10-year time limit. It was not impossible to reach first place within 10 years. He watched as Qinyu and the other two left. Elder Feng smiled. This matter was resolved smoothly. Elder. At this moment, the deacon at the side shouted. What is it? Elder Feng, just now, Qinyu ascended to the 14th position on the Heaven Martial ranking. The deacon mentioned the incident that had just occurred. What, did you say? Elder Feng's eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of astonishment. If what the deacon said was true, then within 10 years, the possibility of Qinyu entering the 5th position on the Heaven Martial ranking was at least 60%. I heard that Qinyu defeated Xianxia, who was originally ranked 14th on the Heaven Martial ranking, with an overwhelming advantage. The deacon said again. Elder Feng's face sank. In this case, the possibility had increased to more than 80%. Why didn't you say so earlier? Elder Feng reprimanded. If she had known earlier, she would have set a higher goal or shortened the time limit. How could she go back on her words? Elder Feng could only let the matter develop. At that time, she would at most give 50% of the compensation resources. As for reaching first within 10 years, that was impossible. Chen, you seem to be very confident, but it won't be so easy to surpass me. Lin Yuxuan smiled, but she wasn't joking. Her body emitted real battle intent. The benefits are too great. Even senior sister Lin can't stop me. Qinyu said half-jokingly. Hee, Chen, you underestimate the top 10 on the Heaven Martial ranking. Guan Hongri laughed in disdain. The matter today had stimulated him. No matter what, he had to maintain his ranking within 10 years and obstruct Qinyu. Oh? In that case, let me go and take a look now. Qinyu no longer had a good impression of Guan Hongri. Previously, he came to the Tianwu Arena platform for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to complete the goal set by his master. Secondly, he wanted to test out the effects of his Saint Wings. In the battle with Xianxia, he had only allowed Xianxia 3 moves, and Xianxia had surrendered. Guan Hongri was stunned. Qinyu actually immediately took action, wanting to rush to a higher ranking. Was this brat crazy? When Qinyu, Lin Yuxuan, and Guan Hongri once again arrived at the Tianwu Arena platform, a commotion broke out. Qinyu, I will catch up to you sooner or later. Qin Wentian stared at Qinyu. Just earlier, he narrowly defeated the 20th ranker on the Heaven Marshal ranking. Attendant, I want to challenge the 8th ranker. As the sound of Qinyu's voice faded, the crowd was stunned. Qinyu is back, he wants to challenge a higher ranking. The 8th ranker? Isn't that Luo Yulian? Qin Wentian was also stunned. Qinyu's declaration of battle was powerful and filled with confidence. Qinyu's original goal was to enter the top 10. He had killed the 6th ranker, Zhou Zhushan, and was preparing to challenge the 7th ranker to test his strength. However, the current 7th place holder was Jiang Han, who had just been defeated by Lin Yuxuan. To Qinyu, such a 5.5-star powerhouse was too much of a challenge. Hence, he chose the 8th ranker, Luo Yulian. He remembered that this Luo Yulian was Lin Yuxuan's best friend. Luo Yulian, who had received the news, quickly rushed over. Her face was filled with anger as she teased, Yuxuan, you don't care about the person in charge of you? He actually wants to act against your best friend. Lin Yuxuan didn't reply. Luo Yulian didn't mind. Instead, she stared at Qinyu with interest as she glanced at the ranking board at the side. Not bad, you just came back and you're already ranked 14th. But don't you think the jump in your opponent's ranking is too great? Luo Yulian laughed. She hadn't seen the earlier battles and didn't know how powerful Qinyu was when he defeated Xianxia. If not, she wouldn't have said such words. Yulian, he's very strong. Lin Yuxuan spoke, reminding her best friend that she didn't want Luo Yulian to be careless. Luo Yulian retracted her smile. She understood her best friend, and she knew that Luo Yulian wasn't someone who would speak nonsense. She entered the Tianwu Arena platform and waited solemnly. The battle instantly began. Luo Yulian sat cross-legged in the air as the vast amount of yuan energy in her body gushed forth, forming a gigantic azure lotus around her, causing her to appear holy and dignified. Flying flower lotus palm. Both her hands floated in the air as a few petals fell off from the azure lotus, transforming into a gigantic palm silhouette that smashed towards Qinyu. Now this is interesting. Qinyu smiled faintly. Xianxia was too weak before, so he didn't use his full strength. Only Luo Yulian, who was a 5-star king, made him use his battle intent. Qinyu's palms blossomed with a golden-white radiance, transforming into 2 huge beast claws that slashed through the air like lightning, tearing out several extremely sharp light scars. Pung! 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 The lotus palm silhouettes were sliced apart by Qinyu's white tiger sacred claws, causing explosions one after another. Moreover, within those explosions, several claw scars flew towards Luo Yulian. After becoming a 4-star king, the white tiger sacred claws attacks were even stronger than ordinary 5-star kings. How long has it been? Your strength has already reached such a level. Luo Yulian judged Qinyu's strength with just one move. It was just as Lin Yuxuan had said, very strong. The lotus around her retracted and protected her, blocking Qinyu's attack. Then, Luo Yulian's profound power circulated, and the air became sticky and moist. Waves surged, and the battle stage seemed to have turned into a world of water. Luo Yulian attacked again, and each palm seemed to cause a shocking tsunami, heavy as a mountain. Good timing. Qinyu wasn't afraid in the slightest. He took the initiative and attacked with his claws. His white tiger sacred claws were extremely sharp, and there was nothing it couldn't cut through. Boom! Boom, boom. The spectator area was silent. Qinyu and Luo Yulian, who was ranked 8th on the Sky Marshal ranking, had already exchanged dozens of moves. This kid is too terrifying. He actually has the ability to fight against the 8th on the Sky Marshal ranking. Even Lin Yuxuan didn't reach this level in 12 years. Everyone was shocked. Luo Yulian felt a pressure, and she suddenly took out a gourd. A rumbling sound came from it, and a huge azure dragon suddenly flew out. Swish, Qingyu condensed the vermilion bird's sacred wings and increased his speed with the profound power of space, dodging this attack with extreme speed. In the next instant, he counterattacked. Flames burst out from his wings, evaporating the surrounding water and turning into a flaming storm that enveloped Luo Yulian. This is the vermilion bird's sacred wings. This speed and power seemed to belong to the real vermilion bird sacred clan. Could it be that Qingyu cultivated it in the vermilion bird sky nest? Lu Yun, who was ranked 10th on the Sky Marshal ranking, exclaimed. The cultivation method of the vermilion bird sacred wings was forbidden in the vermilion bird sacred clan. Lin Yuxuan stared at the battle stage. In this battle, Qingyu finally showed his ability. Speed, defense, and attack, he's better than ordinary 5-star kings. Lin Yuxuan evaluated Qingyu in all aspects. On the Sky Marshal battle stage, the battle became more and more intense, and Luo Yulian took out all her trump cards. On the other hand, Qingyu calmly received all of them. This is impossible. Luo Yulian is at a disadvantage. Look, Qingyu's indestructible body's recovery speed is faster than before. Boom, Qingyu closed his claws and used the star-splitting claw. A sharp and cold golden-white crescent split everything in front of him. Haha. Qingyu couldn't help but laugh. Luo Yulian's strength was only slightly weaker than Zhuo Zhushan's. And he still had some trump cards that he hadn't used yet, so he was completely suppressing his opponent. Qingyu was very satisfied with his strength after the breakthrough and the speed of the vermilion bird's sacred wings. It's time to end this. Qingyu approached Luo Yulian. He used the star-patterned robe to resist the opponent's fierce attacks. After getting close to Luo Yulian was sent flying by Qingyu's claw in the 4th move. A bloody mark was left on her body and her clothes were torn. You win. Luo Yulian admitted defeat. Qingyu wins and becomes the new 8th on the Sky Marshal ranking. The result was announced. In a single day, he had consecutively fought 2 battles, jumping from 99th to 8th on the Heaven Marshal ranking. This speed of his rise was so fast that no one could catch up to him. Qingyu is victorious, becoming the new number 8 on the Heavenly Marshal rankings. The surroundings were silent, only the announcement of victory could be heard. To Qingyu, this was within his expectations. When he first came here, he had already planned to enter the top 10. However, Chu Nanxiang suddenly jumped out and taught him a lesson. The sounds of discussion gradually rang out. Those who had yet to enter the Heavenly Marshal rankings, or those who were in the same batch as Qingyu, did not conceal their shock and admiration. The top 10 of the Heavenly Marshal rankings already stood at the pinnacle of the celestial sect. The amount of attention they received was completely different compared to the other disciples. This is definitely the fastest ascension speed in the history of the Heavenly Marshal rankings. Qingyu is the undisputed number 1 in our batch. Even Qin Wendian pales in comparison to him. Qin Wendian, who was at the side, was still in a state of shock. When he heard these words, he found it hard to control his emotions. Ever since he could remember, he had been shrouded in all sorts of halos. He had always been number 1 in everything he did. However, ever since he met Qingyu, he felt that his life had completely changed. All the glory that belonged to him had gone to Qingyu. So, Qingyu and Luo Yulian flew out of the Heavenly Marshal arena. You are very powerful. Previously, I thought that you were a toad lusting after swan meat. Seems like I have misjudged you. As Lin Yuxuan's good sister, I will support you. Although Luo Yulian was defeated, she didn't dwell on her defeat. She quickly walked out of the arena and laughed. Yulian, don't talk nonsense. Lin Yuxuan gritted her teeth. However, Qingyu's speed of growth shocked her. Lin Yuxuan had seen many geniuses before, but Qingyu was undoubtedly at the pinnacle. In addition, the two of them were from the same sect. She had a good understanding of Qingyu's character. She felt that he wasn't bad. Such a fiancé wasn't bad at all. Wait, why did she suddenly think of her fiancé? Lin Yuxuan's face reddened slightly as she extinguished her previous thoughts. This scene was captured by Guan Hongri, who was at the side. He thought that Lin Yuxuan's heart was pounding because of Qinyu. Hee, congratulations to Chen for entering the top 10 of the Heavenly Martial ranking. Guan Hongri, who was standing beside Lin Yuxuan, squeezed out a smile and congratulated her. In the battle just now, he had witnessed Qinyu's true abilities and felt a trace of pressure. Qinyu would be able to enter the top 5 of the Heaven Martial rankings within 10 years. It seemed that there wouldn't be any problems for Qinyu to enter the top 5 of the Heaven Martial rankings within 10 years. Once he obtained 50% of the compensation, he would definitely improve rapidly, surpassing Guan Hongri even faster. This made Guan Hongri feel even more displeased with Qinyu. He had joined the sect at about the same age as Qinyu. If he was surpassed by Qinyu, where would he put his face? However, this was the sect, and Guan Hongri had no way of targeting Qinyu, who was deliberately making things difficult for him. After bidding farewell to Lin Yuxuan, Guan Hongri, and the others, Qinyu went to Tiansong Pavilion. This was the forbidden area of the Celestial sect. Many secret techniques, battle techniques, and powerful legacies were stored here. Apart from these, there were also other types of ancient books that were all-encompassing. After Qinyu entered Tiansong Pavilion, he began to look up the relevant ancient books, wanting to understand his newly awakened physique. Being able to speed up the absorption of heaven and earth yuan qi, and also absorb various types of energy from heaven and earth to increase his cultivation, Qinyu's newly awakened physique was not simple. Mysterious sky godly body, chaotic body. Qinyu looked up the descriptions of these two legendary physiques, and they were somewhat similar to his newly awakened physique. Mysterious sky godly body and chaotic body could both absorb various types of energy from heaven and earth. There were also differences between the two. Mysterious sky godly body could absorb fewer types of energy, but the cultivation speed was faster. Chaotic body could absorb more types of energy, and the absorption speed was faster. However, it had to rely on the body to filter it before it could be used. Although I can't determine which type my newly awakened physique belongs to, mysterious sky godly body and chaotic body are the legendary strongest physiques for cultivation. They are even rarer than the indestructible body. Qinyu had a smile on his face. In the ancient books, it was extremely rare to have two types of physiques. And these favored children of heaven and earth, as long as they didn't die, had a very high probability of breaking through the heavenly fusion stage and becoming one of the gods of the origin world. After leaving the Tiansong Pavilion, Qinyu returned to his residence. As for which type his newly awakened physique belonged to, he would definitely be able to find out in the future. He entered the secret room and began to cultivate in seclusion, consolidating the cultivation realm he had just broken through. He needed to increase his strength as soon as possible and obtain more resources as rewards. Even if he couldn't use them now, they would be useful in the future. After spending 2 months, Qinyu completely stabilized his cultivation. Then, he began to cultivate the combat skills related to the Vermilion Bird Heaven Burning Wings. Sky Fiery Flash, Vermilion Bird Strike, Heaven Feather Strike, etc., all had room for improvement. And in this level, there were other offensive combat skills and flying secret skills that he could choose to cultivate. The Vermilion Bird Heaven Burning Wings had been cultivated to perfection, but there was still room for improvement. Sky Fiery Flash had a total of 4 levels, and Qinyu had only cultivated to the 2nd level. Flying combat skills were extremely important to the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings. Moreover, this combat skill was tailor-made for body cultivators. Not only was it fast, but it could also increase one's attack power. Normally, Qinyu would cultivate this flying secret skill and other offensive combat skills in a special cultivation secret realm. He was becoming more and more adept at using the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings. He had spent 3 months on this. It wasn't until he cultivated Sky Fiery Flash to the 3rd level that he gradually shifted his focus. The following cultivation was to comprehend profoundness. Currently, he wanted to comprehend 3 types of profoundness, including the space profoundness, metal profoundness, and fire profoundness. He would need to spend a lot of time and resources on them. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long been unable to bear it and might have given up Divine Body of 4 symbols. Even if they persisted, their progress would be very slow. However, Qinyu comprehended profoundness quickly and had abundant resources. On the road of cultivation, the two most important points were talent and resources. Talent might be difficult to change, but resources had to be fought for. No one would complain about having too many resources. Now, Qinyu had to quickly increase his strength and obtain the reward that Elder Feng had mentioned. Among the three profoundness, the space profoundness was the fastest to break through. One day, 1 month later, his space profoundness broke through to the 5th level. The higher the level of the space profoundness, the more powerful the profoundness would be. At the 5th level of the space profoundness, he could already use simple space attacks. Buzz. Buzz. Qinyu stretched out his palm. Space power surged on it, and it quickly turned into a transparent blade. Swish, the blade flew out. It didn't make much noise. It flew silently and cut open the stone wall of the secret room. An attack condensed by pure space profoundness was equivalent to a normal attack of a 5-star king. However, this space blade had the advantage of being silent and fast, suitable for sneak attacks. Space blade, what if I use it with the Void Sky Sacred Flame? Qinyu chuckled. Buzz, he once again condensed a space blade. Wisps of silver-gray flames suddenly appeared on it. In an instant, Qinyu sensed the terrifying power contained within the translucent, silver-gray blade. It was obvious that the Void Sky Sacred Flame, combined with space power, would be more powerful. Qinyu didn't test the power of this attack. He was afraid that his secret room would be destroyed. The space blade in his hand gradually dissipated. He took out the fire profoundness crystal and began to focus on comprehending the fire profoundness. Other than comprehending profoundness, he would also take some time to cultivate the Heaven Fire Spirit Art. This fire-controlling secret art could not only improve the fine control of the true fire spiritual flames, but it could also improve the soul power. After a year of seclusion, Qinyu came out. Guanhongri had purposely leaked the compensation system that Elder Feng had set for him, causing Qinyu to be the center of attention. But more than that, people were jealous. After Qinyu came out, he came to the Sky Martial Arena again. In this year of seclusion, he had improved greatly. The use of the sacred vermilion bird wings was far better than before. His space profoundness had broken through to the 5th level, his metal profoundness had reached the 4th level, and his fire profoundness had also reached the 4th level. Therefore, he wanted to find someone to practice with. Combining cultivation with combat was the fastest way to improve. Qinyu is here to challenge again. It seems that he is determined to win the compensation. Soon, a large number of disciples were attracted. After all, Qinyu was now standing at the top of the Sky Martial ranking. The battles of the top 10 were also very attractive. A year ago, he defeated Luo Yulian, who was ranked 8th. Only a year has passed. How much improvement can he have? Most people didn't think highly of Qinyu. Qin Wentian soon arrived and looked at Qinyu in shock. Was this guy even human? He actually wanted to challenge and get a higher ranking. Soon, Lin Yuxuan and Guan Hongri also arrived. Challenge number 7, Qian Shaosong. Qinyu glanced at the name on the ranking list. Originally, the number 7 should have been Jiang Han, but now that he was ranked 4th, the number 7 became Qian Shaosong, who was also a 5-star king. I thought that Qin wanted to widen our horizons. Why did he only challenge someone 1 rank higher than him? Guan Hongri coldly said. Qinyu ignored him. Not long later, his opponent, Qian Shaosong, arrived. The two of them didn't know each other, so they didn't waste words and directly entered the Sky Martial Arena. The battle started at any moment. However, Qinyu had the initiative. He relied on the speed advantage of the sacred vermilion bird wings to suppress Qian Shaosong. Qian Shaosong tried to disrupt Qinyu's rhythm several times, but he failed every time. His control over the battle is even stronger now. Lin Yuxuan faintly said. Qian Shaosong's strength isn't much weaker than mine. But in the past, I had an intense battle with Qinyu. There's no suspense in the outcome of this battle. Luo Yulian, who was at the side, said. The outcome of this battle could be determined from the very beginning. The battle now depended on whether Qian Shaosong could turn the tables and turn the tables. At a certain moment, Qian Shaosong grabbed an opportunity. His aura surged, and the huge black saber floating above his head emitted black smoke as it transformed into a ferocious beast. Dominating Sky Slash. The saber quickly slashed toward Xianyu's back. Bang! The pitch-black and domineering saber projection engulfed Xianyu's body, and the air around him trembled violently. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a sense of danger and hurriedly retreated. However, it was too late. A transparent spatial saber blade slashed across his leg, and a wound appeared. Even the bones inside were severed, and blood splattered out. The dust on the other side dissipated, and Xianyu's figure appeared. The saber wound on his shoulder was rapidly recovering. I admit defeat. Xianxia lowered his head. What happened just now? When did Xianxia get injured by Xianyu? It was the spatial saber. In the chaos just now, Xianyu used the spatial saber that can only be performed by a level 5 space profound when Xianxia wasn't paying attention. Tisk tsk, this is a real genius. Level 5 space profound. Xianyu won, and his ranking advanced to the 7th place on the Sky Marshal list. Xianyu's ranking advanced again. Although it was only one place, many experts on the Sky Marshal list could see that Xianyu's strength had improved. In a short year, Xianyu had such a huge transformation. In fact, Xianyu had broken through to the 4-star king a year ago, and he had a lot of room for improvement. After the battle was over, Xianyu left this place. This battle was just a practice for him after a year of seclusion. In the following days, he would challenge one by one, and step by step, he would reach the top of the Sky Marshal list. When he was returning to his residence, Xianyu suddenly received a message. There's news about the celestial gold. If he wanted the white tiger sky-splitting claw to be perfect, this kind of precious material was a must. Previously, he had put up a request for the celestial gold in the Sky Treasure Palace, and now there was finally a situation. Inside the Sky Treasure Hall, one could exchange for all kinds of cultivation resources, elixirs, precious materials, and profound crystals. In addition, one could also issue requests for resources. Xianyu had once issued a resource request for celestial gold. This kind of treasure was extremely rare and would usually be added to an attack-type upper-grade or supreme-grade profound weapon. Because of this, celestial gold was priceless. When Xianyu arrived at the Sky Treasure Hall, he was arranged to enter a small room. The person who wanted to trade celestial gold with him was already waiting inside. But when Xianyu entered, he was stunned to see a terrifying and comical clown puppet. Ordinary people would definitely think it was a clown puppet, but Xianyu instantly knew that it was a living person because he knew this weirdo. Mo Sandong? Why are you here? Xianyu was a little surprised. He first met Mo Sandong when he was recruiting disciples at the Black Demon Valley in the Great Cosmos Realm. At that time, Mo Sandong gave people a mysterious feeling. Since the end of the God of Gastronomy feast, Xianyu had not seen Mo Sandong again. He did not expect to meet him in the main world. If you can come to the main world, with Brother Dong's ability, why can't he? The clown said proudly. I mean, this is the celestial sect, why are you here? Xianyu asked again. He was not curious about the clown coming to the main world. With the clown's talent and strength, entering the main world was not difficult. The key was that he had stayed in the celestial sect for so long, but he had never heard of Mo Sandong. Brother Dong just entered the celestial sect. Now, Brother Dong is the celestial sect's blacksmith and puppeteer. The clown began to show off his skills again. Under normal circumstances, other than participating in the assessment to join the celestial sect, one could only rely on other special skills to serve the celestial sect. The clown was proficient in almost all kinds of unorthodox skills, so it was normal for him to successfully join the celestial sect. At this time, the clown took out an item. It was a piece of metal that looked a little like a crystal. It was glazed gold and emitted a light that pierced the surroundings like a sharp sword. People did not dare to look directly at it, afraid that it would hurt their eyes. This is heaven crystal gold. Coincidentally, Big Brother Dong has one here. Since we used to know each other, Big Brother Dong hesitated for a long time before he took it out. A fixed price of 300,000 upper-grade primordial stones. That's good enough, right? The clown dangled the celestial gold, causing the entire room to shine with golden light. 300,000 upper-grade primordial stones for a piece of heavenly crystal gold was a very fair price. Xianxia did not appear too excited, nor did he show any desire for the celestial gold. Instead, he stared at the clown and asked, "Mo Sandong, have you been to the Dead Desert?" "Aya, looks like you know." The clown looked a little panicked after his identity was exposed. Whoosh, Xianxia suddenly attacked and snatched the heaven crystal gold. "We've known each other for a long time, but you and your companion actually attacked me. Take this heaven crystal gold as an apology." Xianxia put the celestial gold into his inventory. Why did he suspect the clown? It was because when he was buried underground, he found the remains of a puppet. Its unique ugly appearance instantly reminded him of Mo Sandong. Until now, when he saw Mo Sandong again in Celestial Sect, Xianxia was sure that Mo Sandong and the fair-skinned man were in cahoots. The clown realized that he was fooled by Xianxia. "Brother Chen, you're wrong. I didn't attack you back then." The clown quibbled. "Then you saw your companion attack me and didn't stop him. You're an accomplice." After a few more words, the clown had no choice but to compromise. He came for Xianxia and didn't want to ruin their relationship. "Who exactly are you?" Xianxia asked. The clown and the fair-skinned man were extremely daring. They dared to kill people from the Frost Temple and even dared to touch people from Celestial Sect. At this moment, the clown even dared to come to Celestial Sect. Although the female disciple of Celestial Sect had died in the hands of the fair-skinned man, the clown was her companion. If the Celestial Sect was informed of this, the clown would definitely be expelled. "Heaven's legacy race," the clown said simply. Xianxia didn't expect the clown to be so direct. Heaven's legacy race, a mysterious race that suddenly appeared in ancient times. They were extremely intelligent and had a certain impact on the cultivation civilizations of countless worlds. This race didn't have many people, but the power they possessed was enough to make any other race wary. Furthermore, the Heaven's legacy race was on good terms with almost every race. Some of the tools and treasures of this race were highly sought after by the major races. "So it's the Heaven's legacy race," Xianxia was surprised. He didn't realize that this weirdo was actually from this race. The clown's image of the Heaven's legacy race in his mind was dragged down. However, it made sense. The clown was proficient in refining weapons, beasts, puppets, and mechanisms. How could an ordinary person reach this level? Perhaps only the Heaven's legacy race had this ability. "Why do you want to capture Xianxia?" Xianxia continued to ask. He had a feeling that this matter was more important. "He has an item of our race on him. We are only here to recycle it," the clown said vaguely. "Did you succeed?" "No, Xianxia is nowhere to be found." The clown shook his head. His and the fair-skinned man's recycling operation had failed. Xianxia immediately felt that something was wrong. The clown had failed his mission. Why did he come to Celestial Sect instead of searching for Xianxia? "What is your purpose in coming to Celestial Sect?" Xianxia asked solemnly. "To serve the humans of Celestial Sect." The clown was lying through his teeth. Xianxia didn't ask further. The clown might be carrying out a secret mission. He definitely wouldn't casually reveal it. However, the moment the clown did something to harm Celestial Sect, Xianxia wouldn't hesitate to expose him. The two of them didn't talk much. Although they knew each other, the incident in the Dead Soul Desert had made Xianxia wary of the clown. After leaving Sky Treasure Palace, could his goal be the Heart of Eternity? This thought appeared in Xianxia's mind. The Heart of Eternity came from an ancient chaotic demon. Its value was self-evident. The Blood Kindred obviously knew that the Heart of Eternity was with Xianxia. They had repeatedly risked their lives to attack Xianxia. Of course, this was just Xianxia's guess. Moreover, the Emperor Lord had sealed the aura of the Heart of Eternity. With the clown's ability, he shouldn't be able to detect the existence of the Heart of Eternity. Even his master, the Celestial Sect leader, didn't seem to be able to detect the Heart of Eternity. Without thinking any further, Xianxia returned to his residence and started cultivating. He took out the crystal and gold that he had just obtained from the clown and prepared to refine this treasure. Buzz, the light runes on his hands released a golden radiance. Xianxia's palms turned into the white tiger divine claw and pressed the crystal and gold onto his palms. Activating the technique, the white tiger divine claw began to absorb the energy from the crystalline gold. As the energy from the crystalline gold continued to be absorbed, the radiance from the white tiger divine claw became more dazzling. The rays of golden light were like sharp swords that could cut through the air. As time passed, Xianxia could feel that the white tiger divine claw was undergoing a qualitative change. 10 days later, the crystalline gold turned into an ordinary stone. Xianxia's white tiger divine claw was different from before. At this moment, it was filled with a metallic texture. One could feel the sharpness of this pair of claws just by looking at it. Xianxia's claw lightly slashed in the air and an invisible blade slashed out, cutting through the air. After fusing with the crystalline gold, the hardness and sharpness of the white tiger divine claw should be equivalent to a high-grade profound artifact, or perhaps even better. The white tiger heaven-splitting claw and the vermilion bird heaven-burning wings have reached perfection. Next, it's time to cultivate the fourth level of the divine body of four symbols. In reality, the first three levels of the divine body of four symbols corresponded to the star condensation realm, while the last three levels corresponded to the mysterious nether realm. Normally, the fourth level could only be cultivated at the mysterious nether realm. But the 9-revolution vast star art that Xianxia cultivated followed the path of condensing 9 origin energy stars. If he waited until the mysterious nether realm to start cultivating the fourth level, it would be a long time. Also, Xianxia felt that it wasn't that he couldn't cultivate the fourth level, but it would be extremely difficult. And he had extraordinary talent in body refinement. Xianxia felt that he could give it a try. Other than the white tiger heaven-splitting claw and the vermilion bird heaven-burning wings, what was left was the azure dragon divine wood leg and the black tortoise sea suppressing arm. The former was support, while the latter was defense. Previously, Xianxia had considered cultivating the black tortoise sea suppressing arm on the fourth level to strengthen his defense. For support, he had the space intent and the vermilion bird sacred wings, so he didn't really need it. But now that he thought about it, Xianxia felt that cultivating the azure dragon divine wood leg on the fourth level might be more suitable. After all, the fourth level was at the mysterious nether realm and was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even if he chose the black tortoise sea suppressing arm, it probably wouldn't have much effect in a short period of time. And among the powerful support abilities of the azure dragon divine wood leg, there was a support ability that made people's eyes red. That was cultivation support. That's right, the azure dragon divine wood leg could increase cultivation speed. The 9-revolution vast star art is an incomparably long path. Maybe Qin Wendian, Lin Yuxuan, Luo Yulian, and the others will break through to the mysterious nether realm before me. Even though the mysterious heart's transformation has given me a physique that can increase my cultivation speed, I will still be left behind by them, Xianxia sighed. So he was using his time to cultivate. He didn't want the people he had left behind to rush ahead of him. Even though Xianxia had accumulated a lot of experience, he didn't want others to surpass him. In the end, Xianxia decided to try cultivating the fourth level of the four symbols divine body, the azure dragon divine wood leg. As Xianxia had expected, the fourth level was difficult. He had cultivated for a month, but he still hadn't made any progress. So Xianxia changed his train of thought and started with the wood intent. He had quite a few wood attribute profundity crystals. After taking out a few, he started to comprehend the wood intent. There weren't any obstructions in this aspect. He quickly comprehended the wood intent and increased it at a shocking speed. In 3 months, his profound of wood had reached the second level. In the 7th month, he had comprehended 2.5 layers of profound of wood. Unknowingly, Xianxia had been in seclusion for another year. During this year, he mainly comprehended the wood intent and occasionally touched on other aspects. After coming out of seclusion, he challenged the 6th ranker on the Heaven Marshal ranking. Combining cultivation and battle was Xianxia's current plan. As expected, the 6th ranker was defeated by him by a large margin. Xianxia's ranking increased by 1 rank again. Does he plan to increase by 1 rank every year? That also means that Xianxia will be ranked 5th next year and receive 50% of the compensation resources? This fellow is too terrifying. He's already a 4-star king, and his strength is still improving so quickly. Ordinary people find it hard to improve at this level. Many senior brothers and sisters have no choice but to break through to the mysterious nether realm. Qin Yu's actions made the fifth ranker of the celestial sect, Lu Kong, feel a sense of danger. Other than that, Elder Feng was in a bad mood recently. The battle between Qin Yu and the sixth ranker of the Sky Marshal list was witnessed by Lu Kong, who was ranked fifth. He predicted that if he were to fight against Qin Yu, he would have a 40% chance of winning. Am I supposed to wait for him to take away my glory? Lu Kong's face was cold, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. According to Qin Yu's previous actions, he guessed that Qin Yu would challenge him in a year's time. There was still a year's time, and there were still many possibilities. If he worked harder, he might not lose to Qin Yu. But Qin Yu was also improving. Thinking of Qin Yu's astonishing speed of improvement, Lu Kong could not help but feel a trace of despair. A month had passed. Due to Qin Yu's invisible influence, Lu Kong was not in his best condition. This month had been somewhat terrible. But today, he was summoned by his master. Lu Kong's master was the elder of the Celestial Sect's Law Enforcement Hall. His strength was at the top among all the elders. His master had always been strict. Lu Kong did not need to think to know that his master would criticize him. As he expected, his master reprimanded him. But when he left his master's mansion, Lu Kong was smiling, and his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He opened his hand, and a round white pill was lying on it. The surface of the pill was emitting a faint light, and the surrounding chi of heaven and earth became denser. Star pill. Lu Kong did not think that his master would give him such a reward. The quality of this star pill was extremely high. Lu Kong was originally still a distance away from becoming a 5.5-star king, and would need at least 10 years to succeed. But with this star pill, Lu Kong was 70% sure that he would be able to break through within a year. Qin Yu, 1 year later, I will give you a surprise. Lu Kong's eyes were shining. After returning to his residence, he began a year of closed-door training. A year ago, Qin Yu was confident that he could defeat the fifth ranker of the Sky Marshal list and obtain 50% of the compensation. But the battle would definitely be more difficult. Therefore, he changed his strategy, and used the Sky Marshal list experts as whetstones. He sharpened himself bit by bit, and condensed an unstoppable momentum to reach the peak. His strategy was successful. Lu Kong, who was ranked 5th on the Sky Marshal arts list, felt a strong sense of crisis. Even Jiang Han, who was ranked 4th on the Heaven Marshal ranking, could not help but feel a formless pressure. As a 5.5-star king, Jiang Han didn't think that Qin Yu would be able to defeat her in 2 years. However, she wasn't sure that Qin Yu wouldn't be able to defeat her in 3, 4, or even 5 years. Lin Yuxuan, who was ranked 3rd, also became even more hardworking. She was never one to admit defeat, and she wouldn't just watch as Qin Yu caught up to her. The second-ranked Guan Hongri had always valued Qin Yu, and was even more jealous of Qin Yu. He even wanted to fight Qin Yu right now to ruthlessly humiliate him. But as the second ranker of the Heaven Marshal ranking, if he challenged someone ranked lower than him, he would have to be shameless. As for the person ranked 1st on the Heaven Marshal list, his name was Song Mang, and he was out on a mission. Inside the secret chamber, Qin Yu held a profound crystal of wood in his hand. Green waves surged around his body, filled with boundless vitality. At a certain moment, buzz, in the void, on top of the green wave, a fresh and tender sprout suddenly appeared. Another kind of strong and fresh vitality manifested here. Whoosh, the surrounding green waves turned into a whirlpool that poured into Qin Yu's body. Even the sprout disappeared, and its vitality was absorbed by Qin Yu. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Wood profundity, level 3.5. In just a short year and a half, his wood profundity had reached level 3.5. This kind of profundity improvement speed would scare people to death. Let's try cultivating the Azure Dragon's sacred wood leg. Qin Yu circulated his wood profundity and gathered it on his legs. His legs were surrounded by a layer of green light that flickered rhythmically, as if it was breathing. In a short while, a green sprout appeared on his legs, followed by a second, and a third. This scene was a bit strange. A person's body was actually growing a sprout? It's still a bit difficult. After all, normally speaking, the 4th level was cultivated in the mysterious nether realm. Even though Qin Yu's talent was shocking, even though he had comprehended wood profundity to level 3.5, it was still difficult. But it wasn't without hope. Qinyu continued to persevere. Time passed. More and more sprouts appeared on his legs, and they started to grow. New leaves came out and covered Qinyu's legs. Qinyu's legs seemed to have turned into two thick pieces of wood, full of vitality. But the other parts of his body became pale and bloodless. If he had broken through to the mysterious nether realm and cultivated the fourth level, his body would have had enough vitality, and this wouldn't have happened. Qinyu gritted his teeth and endured. His body became thinner and thinner. 2 days later, he was just skin and bones, and wrinkles appeared on his face. He looked like he had entered old age. Whoosh, Qinyu abruptly breathed out a sigh of relief, and the dense leaves on his legs rustled before finally dissipating. He looked down. His legs had a green jade luster, and there was a faint layer of bark-like patterns on them. These patterns seemed to form a dragon pattern. Success! Qinyu's eyes flashed. The Azure Dragon's sacred wood leg was finally at the beginner level. Qinyu poured his elemental energy into the Azure Dragon holy wood leg. In an instant, green starlight spread out, and Qinyu's skinny upper body instantly filled up, slowly returning to normal. If the beginner level of the Azure Dragon's sacred wood leg was already so difficult, the following cultivation would definitely be even more difficult. Qinyu didn't force it. He immediately learned the supplementary secret art of the Azure Dragon's sacred wood leg that increased his cultivation speed. Because the Azure Dragon's sacred wood leg was just at the beginner level, even if it was supplementary, the effect would be minimal. But adding on Qinyu's special constitution, his cultivation speed was much faster than before. Furthermore, any kind of energy could be absorbed by Qinyu, and after being filtered by the mysterious heart, it would merge into the sea of stars. Of course, Qinyu didn't put all his focus on cultivation. Right now, he needed to increase his strength faster and obtain more generous rewards. Therefore, he divided his time evenly, using half to cultivate the Vast Star 9 transformation technique, and the other half to comprehend various secret arts to increase his soul realm. 1 year passed. Qinyu followed his habit and ended his closed-door cultivation. Not only him, the others also formed a habit and left the cave dwelling, coming to the Sky Martial Arena. The prediction was right, Qinyu really plans to challenge one opponent a year. TSK, last year when Qinyu challenged the 6th place, he had quite an advantage. I think the 5th place Lu Kong might not be able to win. Qinyu had already accumulated an invincible aura, making people more inclined to his side. So, Lin Yuxuan's arrival attracted the attention of many male disciples. Lin Yuxuan's gaze was always on Qinyu. His aura has changed again, it's different from a year ago. This indicated that Qinyu's improvement this year was still shocking. What kind of freak was he? Even Lin Yuxuan couldn't help but be solemn. Soon after, Luo Yulian, Jiang Han, Guan Hongri, Xiaoqiu and the others all arrived. Unknowingly, Qinyu's celestial sect had grown to such an extent that his casual actions attracted the attention of so many disciples. Challenge the 5th place, Lu Kong, Qinyu said. Everyone had already expected this and were not surprised at all. They were all looking forward to this battle. Lu Kong was extremely strong, standing at the peak of the celestial sect's 5-star kings. Lu Kong is here. Boom, from afar, a silhouette flew over, causing the wind and clouds to churn unceasingly. An incomparably strong sense of pressure descended. This aura, he has broken through. Luo Yulian exclaimed. Lu Kong had broken through, Lu Kong had become a 5.5-star king. When this happened, the crowd became even more excited, and their views towards this battle changed. Seems like Qinyu has brought pressure to Lu Kong, allowing him to break through to the 5.5-star king. Hehe, this time Qinyu is finished. Lu Kong's strength had skyrocketed, and the situation was no longer developing according to expectations. This kind of surprise was refreshing to the crowd. Chen, are you sure that you will win? However, your senior brother has prepared a surprise for you. How about it? Lu Kong directly flew into the Tianwu arena. His cultivation had broken through a small level, so why would he be afraid of Qinyu? Not only that, he wanted to use this battle to establish his prestige. This surprise is not bad. Qinyu's eyes brightened. In reality, when he fought against the 6th ranker last year, he only used 80% of his strength to defeat his opponent. Since then, Jinyu felt that in a few more years, the 5-star kings would no longer be an opponent for him to temper himself against. Lu Kang coldly snorted. Shouldn't Jinyu be hesitant, embarrassed, and nervous? But why did he look so happy? But it didn't matter, he would beat him until he cried later. Battle start, the deacon announced. Seeing that Jinyu didn't plan to fight, Lu Kang took out a heavy sword and slashed at Jinyu. But suddenly, he felt a strong wave of vitality. Whoosh, Lu Kang flew forward, and the void under his feet rippled with a green wave. Suddenly, a tough vine as thick as an arm suddenly stretched out and wrapped around Lu Kang's feet. At this moment, Lu Kang's vitality and origin energy were extracted. On the other side, Jinyu felt the extracted power return to his body. This was the powerful auxiliary ability of the Azure Dragon Divine Wood Leg. Although Jinyu had just started, he had never used this kind of method before. Lu Kang also didn't expect that Jinyu was also proficient in the Wood Dao. Space profundity, metal profundity, fire profundity, wood profundity. This kid is not human. Comprehending 4 profound at the same time. How did he do it? The surrounding spectators couldn't help but exclaim. Jinyu's trump cards seemed to be endless, and he could always show some. Senior brother Lu, what do you think of this surprise? Jinyu smiled and activated White Tiger Sacred Claw and Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings at the same time. He didn't expect the Azure Dragon Divine Wood Leg to entangle his opponent. After all, he had just started and hadn't deeply comprehended other auxiliary battle skills. Rumble, the Vermilion Bird Sacred Wings released a monstrous blood flame tornado, shrouding Lu Kang. Then, White Tiger Sacred Claw tore out several bright and sharp light scars and rushed into the blood flame tornado. Since the opponent had broken through 5.5 stars, Jinyu had to be prepared, so he wouldn't hold back. Lu Kang, who was shrouded in the blood flame tornado, had a gloomy expression. This battle was clearly a stage for him to shine, but he was caught off guard by Jinyu and fell into a disadvantageous position. Junior brother, just enjoy the surprise I gave you. Don't struggle in vain. Lu Kang shouted coldly. A powerful burst of energy burst out from the flame tornado, and Sword Intent soared into the sky. A heavy and tyrannical blue sword shadow pierced through the tornado and slashed down, splitting everything in half. Lu Kang floated in the air, and his body was shrouded in Sword Intent. He stared coldly at Jinyu, and his 5.5-star origin energy and aura were completely released, oppressing the surroundings like a tsunami. Swoosh, Lu Kang's heavy broadsword carried a heavy and overbearing boundless sword shadow as it slashed out with a monstrous momentum. As a 5.5-star king, he didn't hold back at all. Jinyu concentrated his power on the White Tiger Divine Claw, which shone with a dazzling golden light. Clang, he used the White Tiger Divine Claw to block Lu Kang's sword, and a powerful force exploded. Jinyu retreated 100 steps. His claws were numb, and his sword was knocked away. 5.5-star king is indeed different. If Jinyu's White Tiger Divine Claw hadn't been refined with sky crystal gold, he would have been at a disadvantage. In addition, if it were a veteran 5.5-star king, Jinyu wouldn't have been able to block it with just his White Tiger Divine Claw. Jinyu blocked it. He can block a 5.5-star king's attack. The crowd was even more shocked. A 4-star king blocked a 5.5-star king's attack. Moreover, Jinyu blocked it with his claws, not a high-quality profound artifact. This proved that Jinyu's claws were no different from a high-grade profound artifact. Is this guy even human? How can his claws be so hard? Chu Nanxiang cursed. Yuxuan, who do you think has a higher chance of winning? Luo Yulian asked. Although Lu Kang seems to have just reached 5.5 stars, he still has a huge advantage in terms of cultivation. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he has a higher chance of winning. Lin Yuxuan analyzed rationally. Yuxuan, why are you siding with an outsider? Even if Jinyu has a lower chance of winning, you should still support him, Luo Yulian teased. Lin Yuxuan. Guan Hongri was also watching the battle carefully. In his opinion, Lu Kang had a higher chance of winning, just as Lin Yuxuan said. Bang, an explosion came from the Sky Martial Arena. Lu Kang controlled his profound artifact and kept unleashing 5.5-star attacks. At first, Jinyu could resist with his White Tiger Divine Claw, but Lu Kang's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Even if Qinyu could withstand it, he would still be at a disadvantage. The white tiger Saint Claw was a part of his body, and Lu Kong's profound artifact had nothing to do with him. Even if it was damaged, Lu Kong would be unharmed. Boom, the massive dark blue sword light slashed down again. Qinyu did not resist it. He took out the Heavenine Spirit Brush and hit Lu Kong's magical weapon. Bang! At the moment when the two collided, although the Heavenine Spirit Brush was sent flying, the soul imprint in Lu Kong's big sword was affected, and his control over the magical weapon was suddenly reduced. In the previous battle, Qinyu did not take out the Heavenine Spirit Brush, because his white tiger sacred claw was enough to deal with the enemy's profound weapon. Heavenine Spirit Pen's attack power was not strong, but due to its outstanding characteristics, it could contend with Xian weapons that were stronger than it. At this moment, Lu Kong's magical weapon sword was entangled by the Sky Ghost Brush. Spacebind. Blade of Space, Qinyu mobilized the power of space and launched an attack on Lu Kong himself. Lu Kong's surroundings became sticky and wet, as if it had turned into a quagmire. Then Qinyu waved his palm, and a translucent silver space blade flew out, killing Lu Kong at a very fast speed. Bang! Lu Kong was not afraid. He condensed a big sword with his yuan energy and slashed at the space blade. Both of them dissipated. But at the same time, a green wave rippled under his body, and several vines as thick as an arm wrapped around him, absorbing his yuan energy and vitality. Lu Kong frowned slightly, and thousands of blue sword chi formed around his body, rolling up a storm and cutting all the vines into pieces. Chen, do you only know how to play these useless tricks? Lu Kong scolded. Qinyu did not reply. The vermilion bird sacred wing displayed a raging sea of fire, turned into a blood-colored giant bird, and crashed into Lu Kong. His methods were endless, wave after wave, and changeable, so that Lu Kong could only passively deal with it. As for Lu Kong's magical weapon, it was entangled by the Heavenine Spirit Pen. Lu Kong was a little aggrieved. In terms of cultivation strength, he thought he was better than Qinyu, but his opponent had too many tricks. Coupled with Qinyu's speed and the restraint of the profound meaning of space, he was more mobile than Lu Kong, and it was easier to control the situation. There was silence all around. They did not expect such a development. This kid is not bad. He has so many tricks, and he has played his advantages to take the initiative. Luo Yulian praised. But Lu Kong's cultivation is much higher than Qinyu's, and he has the ability to destroy the current situation. Lin Yuxuan said. Sure enough, the battle suddenly changed. Lu Kong, who had been passively resisting, made a gesture, and the infinite sword intent gathered around him, wrapping him in it, forming a big sword of 10 feet long. Transforming into a sword, swish, Lu Kong turned into a blue giant sword, breaking through Qinyu's obstruction, smashing the oncoming attack, drawing a gorgeous light shadow, and stabbing at Qinyu. Transforming into a sword, the power of this blow was much stronger than that of a magical weapon, and the Heavenine Spirit Pen could not resist Lu Kong. This blow is really strong, but it is a close-range attack. Qinyu smiled. Ding, he gathered power in his heart, increased his strength, and immediately took the initiative to meet Lu Kong, his claws piercing out to resist Lu Kong who had turned into a giant sword. The two were deadlocked in place, and the chaotic airflow swept in all directions. This bastard is a body cultivator. Lu Kong cursed in his heart. Otherwise, with his body transformed into a sword, he would definitely be able to cut Qinyu in half. Even so, he still had a way to deal with Qinyu. Swish. Swish, turning into a giant sword, Lu Kong condensed small blue swords around him, stabbing at Qinyu. Star-patterned clothes, Qinyu immediately activated the power of the star acupoints, and a star-patterned robe appeared on his body, blocking the hundreds of small blue swords. The star-patterned clothes were broken under this blow, but there was a shock damage, bouncing to the nearest Lu Kong. At the same time, due to Lu Kong's distraction attack, the power of turning into a sword was weakened by 20%, and Qinyu's claws gradually pierced the blue light giant sword in front of him. Damn, this guy can't be a real white tiger Saint Clan, this pair of claws really can't be said. Lu Kong cursed again. If he continued to attack, he could hurt Qinyu, but Qinyu's claws would break his secret technique, and even hurt him. Swish, Lu Kong immediately retreated, and then stabbed again. Ding. Bang, Lu Kang turned into a sword, and Qin Yu was like a fierce holy beast. The two repeatedly clashed. The battle was extremely thrilling. The battle was evenly matched. Lu Kang was aggrieved. Qin Yu's close combat ability was too good. If he wanted to hurt Qin Yu, he must also be injured. Under normal circumstances, he was willing to exchange injuries, but Qin Yu had an advanced immortal body, which was a completely loss-making deal. Again, Qin Yu took the initiative to rush to Lu Kang. With his speed and defensive ability, there was no need to worry. Even if Lu Kang injured him, the immortal body could heal him. The key was that such an opponent was rare, and Qin Yu was very happy. He could feel a trace of pressure, and he could also fight with all his strength. The battle continued, and the two sides were still evenly matched. Lu Kang's face was cold. This was not the battle he wanted. In his expectation, Qin Yu should have been under his feet at this moment. Heaven Martial Battle Art! Lu Kang shouted. Heaven Martial Battle Art was the core signature combat skill of the Celestial Sect, which could instantly stimulate the potential of the cultivator, and exert far more than ordinary attacks. Lu Kang, who turned into a sword, emitted 1,000 feet of blue light, and his body condensed into 1,000 feet of blue sword phantom, sword intent and battle intent mixed together, shocking all directions. Slash, the 1,000 feet long blue sword phantom slashed down, and the momentum was overwhelming. Qin Yu's body sank, feeling the pressure, and without saying a word, he used the combat skill Falling Star. Boom, endless bright white light wrapped around him, turning him into a shining star. Under the state of Falling Star, Qin Yu's attack power would also increase, and he faced Lu Kang, who was using Body Sword and Heaven Martial Battle Art. Boom, the battle between the strong and the dazzling light covered the entire battle stage, making it hard for people to see the situation clearly. The light quickly dissipated, and everyone saw that there was a deep wound on Qin Yu's body, and Lu Kang's momentum was soaring, like a sharp sword that vowed to destroy everything. Looks like Qin Yu is going to lose. Even if he has the immortal body, under Lu Kang's continuous attacks, it will be hard for his recovery speed to keep up. Lu Kang is not bad, he just broke through to the 5-star King Warrior, and he performed so well in this battle. In the future, he might be able to threaten Jiang Han's position. The battle was reaching its climax, and the ending seemed to be coming. Boom, Lu Kang attacked Qin Yu again, and the sharp sword chi cut through everything. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qin Yu didn't hold back anymore. The mysterious heart entered the state of explosion, and his power increased again, and he performed the star-shattering claw. A pair of white tiger divine claws burst out with destructive power. Chi, the dazzling golden light pierced through the blue light giant sword. Crack, the giant sword shadow was broken, and the sword aura around Lu Kang also cracked, and it kept spreading. No, Lu Kang's eyes were filled with fear. At that moment, the power that Qin Yu burst out was actually stronger than him. Lu Kang mobilized his Yuan Qi, and was ready to save the situation. Qi, a transparent space blade slashed across, cutting through the sword aura around Lu Kang, and cut his arm, and blood flowed down. At the same time, a few vines appeared under Lu Kang's feet, and wrapped around him. The surrounding space became viscous, and his movement was blocked. Everything went back to the beginning. But at this moment, Qin Yu's attack was even stronger, and Lu Kang was instantly at a disadvantage. The spectators also gradually reacted. When everyone was surprised by Lu Kang's victory, Qin Yu seemed to have used some trump card and reversed the battle. This battle, Qin Yu won. Someone sighed. Lu Kang persisted for a moment, and finally lost. The battle was over. Lu Kang looked lost, and he couldn't understand why he was still defeated even after he had a breakthrough in cultivation. Qin Yu, wait for me to consolidate my cultivation base, and I will take back this position. Lu Kang left after saying this. Qin Yu won, ranked 5th on the Sky Martial list. The announcement of the victory sounded on time. The surroundings were silent. Qin Yu won again, ranked 5th, and completed the first agreement with the higher-ups, and could receive more compensation rewards. With such a huge amount of resources, his cultivation speed would only get faster and faster. The top 4 of the Sky Martial list all felt the pressure. Qin Yu didn't stay here for long, and immediately went to receive the compensation rewards. At the same time, Elder Feng received the results of Qin Yu's battle, and sighed, seems like I miscalculated. I should have set the time limit to be shorter, but that would be too shameless. After a while, Jinyu came and said, Elder Feng, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. I didn't expect that in just 3 years, you brat, would come. Forget it, forget it. A genius like you is worthy of celestial sect paying a price to cultivate. Elder Feng sighed. Forget it. A genius like you is worth the celestial sect paying a price to nurture. Elder Feng sighed, finding a way out of this embarrassing situation. The plan that the elders had come up with was obviously to make things difficult for Jinyu, not allowing him to receive the reward. However, in just 3 years, Jinyu had fulfilled the first promise of a reward. Although these resources were not paid out of the elders' pockets. As the higher-ups of the sect's benefits were also related to their benefits. If they made the wrong decision, they would suffer losses. Elder Feng took out a storage bag. That's right, he had already prepared the compensation reward. However, he only took 50% of the compensation reward. Even with the talent that Jinyu had displayed, he did not think that Jinyu could reach the top within the time limit. Sky Marshal Roles No. 2, Guan Hongri, had been stuck at 5-star for 30 years. Sky Marshal Roles No. 1, Song Meng, was not a monstrous talent, but he was an old disciple and had the potential to become a 6-star king. A 6-star king was rare in the Origin world. Once a 6-star king broke through to the mysterious Dark Realm, his strength would be able to crush ordinary mysterious Dark Realm experts, and the chances of him stepping into the Heaven God realm would be higher. Elder Feng, I have not taken the 20% compensation from before. You won't cheat me, right? Jinyu said without checking the storage bag. Elder Feng had said that he would be rewarded with 20% of the compensation and another 30% if he entered the top 5. However, Jinyu did not lack resources at that time, so he was not in a hurry to claim it. Am I that kind of person? Elder Feng's wide eyebrows rose. Hee hee. Jinyu purposely angered Elder Feng and left with the storage bag. After returning to his residence, he opened the storage bag and checked it carefully. How much would 50% of the compensation be? His consciousness came to an independent space, where shiny primordial stones were piled high. These were not high-grade primordial stones, but supreme-grade primordial stones. 60,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. Jinyu counted. One supreme-grade primordial stone was equivalent to 100 high-grade primordial stones. 60,000 supreme-grade primordial stones were equivalent to 6 million high-grade primordial stones. Other than the primordial stones, there were also 8 middle-grade profound weapons and 1 upper-grade profound weapon. Primordial stones were a hard currency, but the same could not be said for Xian weapons. Some unpopular Xian weapons had a lower value. Therefore, the more profound weapons the sect gave, the more losses Jinyu would suffer. However, Elder Feng did not dare to trick Jinyu too much. Otherwise, if this matter were to blow up, they would also lose face. Once I get to the top, I will get another 60,000 supreme-grade primordial stones. Jinyu's lips curled up. To be honest, the temptation of this benefit was too great. For the sake of 60,000 top-grade primordial stones, Jinyu had to work harder and rush to the first place in 10 years. After all, he now had the support of such a large amount of resources. No matter what, he had to increase his cultivation and strength. On the same day, Jinyu went into seclusion. It will be extremely difficult for me to defeat the first-ranked Song Meng on the Heaven Marshal ranking with my current cultivation, therefore, in this seclusion, Jinyu focused on increasing his cultivation. He took out a large number of precious materials and elixirs. These items were mostly spoils of war. There were also quite a number of cultivation-enhancing materials and elixirs. And with Jinyu's current physique, he could absorb all kinds of energy and turn it into his own. The value of these items could be maximized. While circulating the 9 transformations Bast Star technique and absorbing the elixirs, Jinyu activated the Azure Dragon's sacred leg and related secret techniques to increase his cultivation speed. Feeling the astonishing cultivation speed and the continuous strengthening of the 5th Essence Force star in the Star Sea, Jinyu was very satisfied. Large amounts of resources were consumed, but he did not feel any heartache. After half a year of seclusion, the cultivation resources that Jinyu had accumulated were almost used up. He went to the Sky Treasure Hall and wantonly bought cultivation resources. This scene was enviable. Everyone knew that Qin Yu had received a massive compensation reward for the incident. If not for the celestial sect's strict rules and strict protection of their disciples, especially for a genius like Qin Yu, many disciples would have gathered a group to attack Qin Yu. 1 year passed. Many disciples left the cave, waiting for Qin Yu to challenge the Heaven Marshal ranking rank 4 Jiang Han. Even Jiang Han himself had arrived and was ready to face the challenge. But Qin Yu did not come. In the past year, my focus has been on improving my cultivation, and the overall growth of my strength is not very obvious. In the last battle, I have basically exposed all my means. If I challenge Jiang Han now, the situation should be worse than when I challenged Lu Kong last year. Jiang Han's strength was definitely stronger than Lu Kong. Moreover, he understood Qin Yu's methods and might have already thought of a strategy. Therefore, Qin Yu did not take action this year and chose to continue his seclusion. Although his strength did not increase significantly, his cultivation had improved a lot. Once he broke through to 4.5 star, his strength would increase significantly. This was the 4th year since Qin Yu broke through to the 4-star king realm. Qin Yu was confident that he could break through to 4.5 star in 3 years. This cultivation speed was already very fast. Without cultivation talent and abundant cultivation resources, it was impossible to have such a huge improvement in such a short period of time. Cultivation was boring and repetitive day after day. Another year passed. Qin Yu's cultivation was getting closer and closer to 4.5 star. He came out of seclusion and left the cave. Qin Yu is out. After 2 years, is he going to challenge Jiang Han again? At this moment, Qin Yu was the center of attention. He attracted more and more people. But in the end, Qin Yu did not go to the Heaven Marshal battle platform. Instead, he went to the sect hall. A few months ago, Qin Yu received a message from the deacon of the sect hall, requesting him to carry out a mission. Qin Yu had been in Celestial sect for more than 10 years. He had only completed a high-difficulty mission and had no other contributions. The sect had its own rules. All disciples had to complete a certain number of missions within a certain period of time to contribute to the sect. After all, the sect did not raise a bunch of freeloaders. Sigh, it seems like Qin Yu has given up. He might have reached his limit to get to the 5th rank. It is impossible for him to get to the 1st rank. Everyone sighed. The crowd gradually dispersed. With regards to Qin Yu giving up on the 1st rank, nobody felt that it was inappropriate. In fact, they felt that it was a wise decision. Sect Hall. Nephew Chen, are you here to pick a mission? The deacon took the initiative to talk to him. They were both disciples. Qin Yu, who was ranked 5th on the Heaven Marshal leaderboard, had a higher status than the other deacons. Yes. Qin Yu nodded his head. The deacon immediately opened up a booklet. The densely packed missions were recorded on it. Qin Yu started to browse through it. This time, he had to do a mission that was challenging and could sharpen himself. Or he would do something easy and simple to deal with the Celestial sect's rules. After that, he would go back into secluded cultivation. At this moment, a few lines of words appeared beside the booklet. Qin Yu's gaze was attracted to it. This book is a Xian artifact. The missions that are reported to the Great Hall of Sect Affairs will be directly recorded in this book. The deacon explained. This meant that this mission was the newest one. This is it. All right. The deacon started to record down the information and looked at the mission. This was a simple mission issued by a Celestial sect disciple. After accepting the mission, Qin Yu came to the sect's teleportation point. Using the teleportation point would save him a lot of time. After leaving the Celestial sect's territory, Qin Yu headed towards the east. The mission he accepted was a simple rescue mission. The one who issued the mission was a Celestial sect disciple named Xianxia. He said that his friend's family had met with some trouble and wanted the Celestial sect's disciple to help. The target family was just an ordinary peak 3-star clan. Their overall strength was weaker than the young clan that Qin Yu came to the origin world. To these small clans, the Celestial sect was an unshakable colossus. Once the Celestial sect's disciple appeared, the problem would basically be solved. Moreover, these small clans wouldn't dare to go against the Celestial sect's disciple. After half a month's journey, Qinyu arrived at his destination. The Xing clan was a peak 3-star clan. In the entire great cosmos world, there were many of such clans. Relatively speaking, the competition between clans was even crueler. When Qinyu arrived at the Xing clan, the guards outside the clan immediately stood in formation, staring at Qinyu. "Who is it?" a guard stood out. But before he could finish speaking, an aura leaked out from Qinyu's body. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. The void seemed to freeze, and everything seemed to stop. All the guards froze in place, holding their breaths as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Qinyu acted as if nothing had happened and directly walked into the Xing clan. As for the few empty Sea Realm guards, Qinyu didn't need to say too much. Even if he took out the Celestial Sect's disciple token, they might not recognize it. In the Xing clan, many guards and disciples were puzzled when they saw a stranger calmly walking past them. Who was this person? But seeing that this person acted as if there was no one around, as if he was strolling in his own back garden, they didn't care. Just like that, Qinyu walked straight to the Xing clan's main hall. Inside the main hall, the Xing clan's patriarch and some of the elders and higher-ups were all here, all with solemn expressions. "This Xing clan is simply too much. Don't tell me there's no other way? Does our Xing clan have to compromise with them?" Words after words rang out. At that moment, a man appeared outside the main hall. He calmly said, "Nice to meet you all." After a moment of silence in the main hall, all the higher-ups stood up and stared at the man outside, their eyes filled with shock and panic. Who was this mysterious man? He actually came to the main hall without the Xing clan noticing. Everyone present released all their cultivation aura, twisting into a ball and pressing down on Qinyu. "Who are you?" The Xing clan's patriarch was a square-faced man, and his expression was tense. Under the pressure of close to 10 Xing clan higher-ups, Qinyu didn't show any signs of abnormality. He directly asked, "Do you all know someone called Xianxia? This person asked me to help you solve some problems." Xianxia? Who? No one in the main hall knew him. Everyone looked at Qinyu with increasingly unfriendly expressions, their hostility revealed. At that moment, a woman in green ran in and shouted excitedly, "Xianxia, I know Xianxia. You must be Lord Xianxia's senior brother, right?" Qinyu nodded, knowing that he had come to the right place. At that moment, the patriarch asked, "Qing'er, who is Xianxia? He should be a disciple of the Celestial Sect." The woman in green said uncertainly. Celestial Sect, these 3 words struck the higher-ups like 3 bolts of lightning, causing their expressions to change. They looked at Qinyu with wide eyes, filled with disbelief. In the next moment, all the higher-ups quickly retracted their aura, their hearts beating wildly. End of chapter 1138. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.